This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. The clouds are gone and the rain has stopped. And the sky is bright. The sunset on the horizon reflects the color of the clouds. And the blue lake reflects the outline of the snow-capped mountains. The waves raised by the ship brought the tourists, who were immersed in the scenery of the water and sky, back to reality. But the tourists who returned to reality fell into the enjoyment of the rippling blue waves and the gentle breeze. Sunset, clouds, snow-capped mountains, blue waves, breeze, cruise ships. Although there are fewer flying birds to embellish the scenery, it is still very beautiful. If there were a poet here, he would surely be inspired to write poems. Unfortunately, there were no great talents like Li Bai and Du Fu among the tourists. So they only cried out in surprise. So much so that Yuan, who couldn't bear to watch it, had to write a sentence himself to express his inner feelings. The desert is filled with solitary smoke, and the long river is filled with setting sun. The poem was recited, and the scene described in the poem was very artistic. But it had nothing to do with the scenery in front of him. This immediately attracted countless surprised glances, as if to say, "What a crap. Not as good as ours." It ruined the view. Many men and women on the ship's deck shook their heads secretly, and no one seemed to be particularly thick-skinned to come forward to deal with it. After secretly despising it, they continued to enjoy the scenery in front of them. Most of the tourists on the cruise ship were in groups, so such a reaction was normal. However, there are always unexpected things. Just as Yuan withdrew his gaze from afar and turned back to the cabin, a voice like a singing bird stopped him in his tracks. Good poem. Good poem. It may seem strange to use Wang Wei's poem to describe the scenery in front of us, but it also has a sentiment of nostalgia for the past. It seems that the handsome guy understands history. It sounds strange to say nostalgia for the past, but it hits the heart of Yuan. This is exactly what he meant. Looking in the direction of the sound, he saw a pretty woman leaning against the guardrail of the cruise ship. Looking into his eyes, I understand a little. I understand a little. Yuan turned and walked towards the woman, and asked in a greeting manner, "Are you traveling with a group?" "No. I came with my classmates. It was a holiday, and I thought it would be nice to come and see this famous vast sea. So I came." The woman showed her pearly teeth and smiled sweetly. She seemed to be an extrovert. Of course, it might be because Yuan was handsome. Seeing Yuan, a stranger, approaching her, she did not look shy, but waved her hand as a greeting, and then asked, "Handsome guy, are you with the group?" "No. I'm going to the snow area, and it's a rare opportunity, so I take a look at this vast sea." Seeing the woman's honesty, Yuan also told her where he was going, but he didn't say what he was going to do. As he said that, he naturally walked to the bow, put his hands on the railing on the empty seat to the right of the woman, and looked into the distance. During this time, he glanced to the left and estimated that the woman was a head shorter than him, probably about 1.6 meters tall. "What's your name, young lady?" The woman turned around, put her hands on the railing, looked at Yuan, blinked and said, "Shouldn't you introduce yourself before asking others?" Yuan paused, looked at the playful eyes, and pretended to cough. "Yuan, you of mountain, Yuan of abyss, Su Yanshi, Su of Su Yanshi, Yan of Su Yanshi, Shur of Su Yanshi." Ha ha. The girl named Su Yanshi smiled, as if she had successfully teased the handsome guy. Only then did Yuan realize that the girl actually had two shallow dimples on her cheeks. Su Yanshi stopped explaining her name. She continued to stare into the distance and brought the topic back to the vast sea. "I can't imagine that this place was actually a desert before." "Yes, this place used to be a desert, called the Taklamakan Desert, located in the Darim Basin, and was once the largest desert in the inland. Hanhai was originally a name for the desert, but now it is also very appropriate to refer to the existence of a large lake. This great project was also named the Hanhai Project. 50 years ago, in 2053, the country with its industrial strength taking off again finally moved the envisioned blueprint into reality and began to implement the South to North Water Diversion Project, the Western Development Version. That is, the Tibetan water into Xinjiang. The water of the Yarlung-Zangbo River is used to irrigate the Taklamakan Desert. To this end, the country built a dam on the Yarlung-Zangbo River with the world's top engineering technology, and then dug a super long tunnel from south to north in multiple sections, which took more than 30 years. The tunnel is more than 1,000 kilometers long and 30 meters wide, running through the north and south. Since then, Tibetan water has entered Xinjiang. This project cost more than 100 trillion yuan, more than 1,000 times more than the Three Gorges project in the last century, and 400 times more than the South to North Water Diversion project. However, if we add the supporting facilities of the project, the relocation of residents, and the conversion of the original desert area highway into a lake tunnel, the cost will be higher. But the benefits are obvious. The Taklamakan Desert is located in the Darim Basin, surrounded by the Tian Shan Mountains, Kunlun Mountains, and Altan Mountains on the north, west, and south, respectively, with the terrain being high in the west and low in the east. Therefore, after the Taklamakan Desert became a vast sea, the north, west, and south sides of the desert gradually formed a C-shaped oasis due to the high mountains blocking the moisture of the melting snow on the three sides over the years. In the east, the prevailing northwest wind blows the water vapor to the east, and the Chilean mountains block some of the water vapor, which makes the Heshi corridor more humid and turns it into the Heshi corridor with abundant grass and water that nurtured the people of the Preaching period. The water vapor that crosses the Chilean mountains continues to move eastward, but is blocked by the Yian Shan Mountains and the Helan Mountains again, and the Altai Mountains in the north, thus bringing abundant rainfall to this area. The climate of the Badain Jaran Desert and the Tanger Desert in this area has changed dramatically, and over time, a vast oasis has been formed. Some of the overflowing water vapor also moistened the Less Plateau, and the water volume of the Yellow River also increased. Not only that, because the water of the Yarlung Zangbo River was effectively controlled, southwest Bengal and other places were no longer eroded by floods during the rainy season, and the Ganges water no longer ravaged India. The completion of such a great project was simply a light for mankind. Of course, it also turned the original desert into a tourist attraction, so that Yuan had the opportunity to experience the taste of desert sailing. This is a great era. Faced with Su Yincher's sigh, Yuan replied. Su Yincher's eyes were full of longing. Yes, I want to work here after graduation. As a tour guide? How could that be? I'm a graduate student studying biodiversity research. I want to start my great career here. Climate change. The world changes, and organisms will also change. This is indeed a good place to study biodiversity and climate issues. Just kidding. Then I wish you success. Yuan gave a blessing, then turned around and said, Night falls. The evening breeze is cool, and it's time to go back to the cabin to rest. I'm glad to meet the beautiful Miss Su on this pleasant journey. So, see you later. Unconsciously, the sky has completely darkened, and the long hair fluttering in the breeze next to me is gradually blurred, and some neon lights have also lit up on the ship's deck. See you later. Su Yincher said the ancient farewell somewhat uncomfortably. It was a chance meeting, and although the conversation was quite cheerful, there was no need to have too much interaction right away. Yuan did not have too many thoughts. He sincerely hoped that this girl could complete her great cause in the future. Moreover, biodiversity research is a great cause, or any research that is useful to society is a great cause. Yuan returned to his room in the cabin. He did not rush to change clothes and wash up. Instead, he lay down on the soft bed and closed his eyes quietly. It is now 2108. The people of Country C have created the engineering miracle of Hanhai with diligence and wisdom. The completion of this project has made the infrastructure maniac a name known to women and children all over the world. Yuan was very proud to be born in such a country. The trip to Hanhai was his first stop on his way back to Beijing, and his final destination, which he did not reveal casually, was Callisto. That was where he worked. And his previous experience, there was the main reason why he was on Earth now. Of course, it was also the place that changed his destiny. Although humans today still have not mastered controlled nuclear fusion, they have made great achievements in fission technology. Fission rocket propulsion has been fully matured, so that humans can begin to leave their footprints in the solar system. Astronauts from Country C finally used the long-awaited title of astronauts. Chapter 2. Nowadays, the Moon and Mars have become places where humans can truly set foot, and space powers have built bases on them, either independently or in cooperation. For example, there are two bases on the Moon. One is Guanghan Palace led by Country C, and the other is Artemis Moon Base led by Country M. The two have a cooperative and competitive relationship, and are the only two cooperative bases for scientific research work in various countries. Although Yu Yuan's final destination is Callisto, his first stop is to go to the moon. At Guanghan Palace, there was a doctorate in biology and genetics waiting for him. This was the quota for the Callisto base, and Yu Yuan, as the base commander, would not miss the opportunity to select talents. Bang, bang, bang. At this time, the knock on the door made Yu Yuan, who was resting with his eyes closed, open his eyes. "Come in," he said briefly, as if he knew who the visitor was. The one who opened the door was a tall man of 1.83 meters tall, with a white shirt on his upright upper body. He looked about 30 years old, but the Mediterranean trend made him look a few years older. The man walked up to Yu Yuan, who was already sitting on the sofa, and handed him the prepared document, saying, "Chief, this is the information you want." Yu Yuan took the document, but did not look at it immediately. Instead, he looked up at the man and said, "Pete, you came so late. Did you go to investigate that girl just now?" It was a question, but it was a statement. Before the man in front of him could answer, Yu Yuan continued, "It's just an ordinary tourist on a cruise ship. Don't be so nervous." "Duty." The man called Pitt was interrupted by Yu Yuan as soon as he opened his mouth. Okay, I get it. My choice of a cruise ship has increased your workload. Okay, you should go back and rest. The ship will dock at noon tomorrow. Go and say hello to the Orbital Mass Accelerator staff first, so that you don't miss the flight." "Yes." The man saluted, turned around and walked out of the room, and gently closed the door. The man's surname is Xu. His name is Pitt, and he is Yu Yuan's deputy and assistant. He is quite young and good-looking, but he suffers from hair loss, so he always wears a hat except on special occasions. It is said that his biggest wish is to grow thick hair on his bald chin again, so he often likes to pay attention to some news about medical genetics. As for why he wants to investigate Su Yanshi, Yu Yuan can understand it. After all, he is indeed special now. It's not about his position. After all, he has become the head of the base, and it is not uncommon to have someone to protect him. But it's not so exaggerated. So there is actually another reason why Xu Pitt is so cautious. That is Yu Yuan's experience on Callisto. Yu Yuan still remembers that moment vividly. There were 7 people who inhaled the diffused red gas at that time. In addition to Yu Yuan, the other 6 people included a payload expert and a doctor of genetics. They are all members of the Callisto base. But now these 2 people are left in Jingcheng to assist in their own research, which is one of the reasons why Yu Yuan was able to get the doctorate of genetics from Guanghan Palace. The red gas has a great origin. This has to start with the Callisto base. The Callisto base is built in a deep canyon. Such a site selection goes against common sense, because most bases are built on relatively flat terrain, such as Guanghan Palace and the Inghua base on Mars. As for why the Callisto base is like this, it involves the secret buried deep under the canyon. There is a damaged alien spaceship. For the unconventional base site selection, it is said that Country C announced that it was to challenge and test greater engineering difficulties and prepare for human beings to expand to more severe interstellar environments in the future. As soon as the media news came out, all the netizens rushed to comment. It was really the light of mankind, since the reputation of the infrastructure maniac of Country C is already known to everyone in the world. There are few conspiracy theorists stirring up trouble. Of course, it is also related to the fact that there is only one base in Country C on Callisto. If it were on the moon, it would not be so easy to hide it. Although the spacecraft under secrecy was damaged, it can still be judged that the aliens to whom the spacecraft belongs have a technological level far beyond that of current humans. It took people a full 5 years to successfully enter the interior of the spacecraft through the damaged part. The red gas came out from an unknown cabin of the damaged spacecraft. To be exact, it was not coming out, but a cabinet-like container that could not be opened and was not used for anything and could not be taken away suddenly opened automatically for some reason. In fact, it is impossible for people to inhale gas during the exploration process, because they would wear space suits in that environment. But the problem is that the cabin has been explored and has been connected with the Callisto base long before Yu Yuan took office as the base director. This led to the 7 people passing through that cabin without wearing space suits, just like they did at the Callisto base. So they inhaled the gas. Fortunately, this gas was not poisonous. Otherwise Yu Yuan and the other 6 would have died long ago. On the contrary, The 7 people did not have any negative effects except for short-term discomfort, such as dizziness after inhalation. Of course, after this accident, Yu Yuan and the other 7 people would definitely undergo a series of physical examinations. But no abnormalities were found. It was not until the deep genetic level test that it was found that the aging genes of the 7 people were effectively suppressed, while the related anti-aging factors, such as telomerase, and other genes with the same function were abnormally active. After many tests and studies, the expert group believes that the lifespan of the 7 people may reach 4 to 6 times that of ordinary people, and it is possible to borrow another 500 years from heaven. In addition, the p53 tumor suppressor gene has changed from the original pair to 5 pairs, reaching a quarter of the elephant. And the test found that the LIF6 gene on chromosome 20 has been activated. Having 20 pairs of p53 genes gives elephants a strong ability to resist cancer. In other words, the 7 people not only have a longer lifespan, but also have a tolerance rate of 1/4 that of elephants. You should know that there is a size difference between humans and elephants. Having 1/4 of the p53 gene pairs of elephants is almost equivalent to almost no cancer for humans. In addition, calcium loss is greatly slowed down in a microgravity environment. Apart from this, there are no other discoveries. At that time, such results made the staff involved in the test and research extremely excited. 4 to 6 times the lifespan. According to the current average human lifespan of 90 years, the minimum is more than 300 years. In addition, the enhanced anti-cancer ability is enough to ensure that it will not die prematurely. Excited? Crazy. Faced with such a major discovery, Yu Yuan immediately ordered the news to be blocked and asked all informed personnel involved in the test to sign a strict confidentiality agreement. Then, he used quantum secure communication to report the news to the capital without hesitation. When the news came to the Earth through various transfer stations and quantum satellites across 700 million kilometers. After repeated confirmation, you can imagine how exciting it was. Although humans can build bases on nearby planets and satellites in the solar system, the time required for round trip is still very time-consuming. With the current mature fission rocket propulsion, it still takes a long time to travel back and forth between the solar system, such as Uranus and Neptune, or the more distant Kuiper belt. After all, the timing of space travel cannot be calculated by simply dividing the distance by the speed, but also by calculating the various orbital distances and the time for the aircraft to accelerate and decelerate. And humans will not be satisfied with the development of the solar system. Extending life is too important for the future development of deep space. In addition, with the hibernation cabins that have been put into use, the real sea of stars is just around the corner. But the bad news is that no other similar substances were found in the spacecraft. And the diffused red gas was probably the result of the last dose of unknown substances escaping. Under such circumstances, Yu Yuan started his journey back to Earth. However, after accepting the military rank, he was assigned to return to the Callisto base to continue leading the exploration project of alien spacecraft. As for the other 6, 5 of them stayed on Earth to assist in research, and 1 has been on Callisto. Obviously, the research is naturally a series of mechanisms such as the lifespan genes of the 6 people, but not the mice. After all, as far as Yu Yuan knows, the project was led by another geneticist in person. Chapter 3. Of course, Yu Yuan also left a lot of his own serum samples for research in the Beijing laboratory. He did not dislike this. Since the unknown substance was out of print, he would start researching from the benefit body. There was still hope of finding something. It can be said that Yu Yuan and the other 7 people are more pandas than pandas now. No wonder Zhu Paite was so cautious before. To be honest, for safety reasons, Yu Yuan should have stayed in the capital. But firstly, the characteristics shown by the 7 people were the same. Secondly, the Callisto base really needed him. And thirdly, Yu Yuan himself was already accustomed to working at the Callisto base. So in the end, he chose to return to Callisto. Yu Yuan took a shower, and then comfortably read the documents that Zhu Paite had taken before. They contained some basic information about the experts at the Yinghua base. This time when he went to the Callisto base, Yu Yuan not only wanted to take an expert from the Guanghan Palace base, but also one from the Yinghua base, who let the 5 capable experts stay on Earth. If they didn't add them, it would be difficult to carry out the work. For Yu Yuan's reasonable request, the superiors also approved it very straightforwardly. Not only that, they also distributed a set of the most advanced equipment to the Callisto base for research. Needless to say, the research is about genes. The meaning is self-evident. Yu Yuan is supposed to take over this project there, so that he can compare it with the experimental data of the Earth's environment. Although Yu Yuan is not a scientific researcher, he has some scientific literacy. Otherwise, he would not be able to take this position. He is the kind of person who knows a lot but is not proficient in it. It is not wrong to say that he is a leader who truly understands theoretical technology. The equipment has been transported to Callisto first, and it is estimated that it has now crossed the orbit of Mars. Putting down the documents, Yu Yuan fell asleep. The vast sea is about 1,000 kilometers from east to west. At the speed of the cruise ship, it takes about 28 hours to reach it, which is more than a day. After waking up in the morning, cleaning up, exercising as usual, and having breakfast, it was soon noon. The cruise ship docked. Yu Yuan simply packed up his daily necessities and went to the dock. As for other gifts and items, they will be arranged by relevant personnel. This time when returning to Callisto, Yu Yuan brought a lot of Earth specialties, such as various rare fruits and vegetables, meat products, etc., which are extremely popular in the Callisto base. It was a rare opportunity to return to Earth, so Yu Yuan would not miss the chance. The cruise ship slowly docked at the pier, and tourists disembarked one after another. Although Yu Yuan was not a serious tourist, he also disembarked in an orderly manner with a large group of tourists, who told him to take a boat to Tibet instead of taking a private plane. Hey, what a coincidence. Isn't that Yu Yuan? As soon as he got off the ship, Yu Yuan heard someone calling him. Looking for the sound, he saw a woman waving at him among the bustling tourists on the pier. Yu Yuan had good eyesight. Although they were far apart, he could still see the dimples on the woman's cheeks as she smiled. It was Su Yanshi whom he met by chance at the bow yesterday. Yu Yuan noticed that there was a slightly taller girl wearing glasses next to Su Yanshi. I think she was the classmate she mentioned. Coincidence. Yu Yuan carried a small suitcase horizontally and walked to the two of them in 3 or 2 steps to say hello. Then smiled and said, "Are you two waiting for someone?" "Yes, I'm waiting for you. A handsome guy." Su Yanshi replied with her glasses spinning around. But as soon as she finished speaking, she immediately laughed, "Ah ha ha. Just kidding. We are waiting for our classmates. This joke is not fun to make." Feeling Zhu Pite, who was not far to his right, pressed down the brim of his hat. Yu Yuan complained in his heart. The two of them chatted casually for a few meaningless words. And then Yu Yuan said goodbye to this enthusiastic girl on the grounds of hurrying on his way. If it were any other time, Yu Yuan would not mind chatting more with such a congenial girl. But he was a little special now, and many things were inconvenient to say. And choosing to take a cruise ship to travel by water had brought great pressure to Zhu Pite and the other bodyguards. Yu Yuan is a person who can understand his subordinates, which is one of the reasons why many people believe in him. There was no trouble along the way. Yu Yuan and his 4 companions got on a car that Zhu Pite had arranged, and drove to the orbital mass accelerator by land instead of water. The orbital mass accelerator is actually a large electromagnetic catapult, or a large electromagnetic railgun. The principle of the orbital mass accelerator is to use electromagnetic interaction to accelerate the spacecraft to the first cosmic speed and shoot it into space. But in fact, due to air resistance, it is difficult to accelerate to the first cosmic speed in orbit. So the reality is that after the spacecraft leaves the electromagnetic orbit, it uses its own fuel to assist acceleration to break free from the Earth's gravity. After arriving in space, it also uses its own fuel system to adjust the orbital attitude and dock with the Tiangong space station. Compared with traditional chemical rockets, orbital mass accelerators have almost all advantages. First of all, the launch cost is greatly reduced. After all, once the orbital mass accelerator is built, it will be a one-time facility. Secondly, the spacecraft can be reused. Of course, it is not the traditional manned rocket launch capsule, but the spaceplane. Compared with the traditional return capsule, the spaceplane can achieve gliding recovery after successfully entering the atmosphere. The spaceplane is an extra-large plane. The combination of the orbital mass accelerator and the spaceplane has made the cost of manned space travel plummet, and even the launch of flights can be realized, providing convenient transportation for personnel on the ground and the Tiangong space station. At the same time, it also enables humans to build a larger space station in the near-Earth orbit. In fact, Country C had envisioned building a space elevator, but due to material technology limitations, it could only settle for the second best and build a fully mature orbital mass accelerator. After all, since the beginning of the last century, Country C electromagnetic gun technology has been unique in the world. And in the field of orbital materials, it has also gained a lot of technical accumulation due to the development of high-speed rail at the time. It can be said that Country C's ability to build an orbital mass accelerator is not accidental, nor is it alien black technology, but a real accumulation of technology. So the location of the orbital mass accelerator is surprising. In fact, the original plan was to build it in a low-latitude area. After all, low-latitude areas can better use the rotation of the Earth to save energy, and the conditions for material transportation and construction are better than those in plateau areas. It is just that due to the huge power consumption of the orbital accelerator, it was finally chosen to be placed in the snowy area. The reason is very simple. That is, there is enough electricity here. The 10 hydropower stations built along the Voyage project have a huge altitude difference, which brings strong power generation capacity to the hydropower stations. In addition, the snowy area has abundant solar and wind energy resources, which can provide sufficient energy guarantee for the orbital mass accelerator, compared with other regions that need to allocate national electricity. This is undoubtedly the best choice for building a distant power transmission system again. Another advantage is that this place is at a high altitude. The air is thin after all, and the relative air resistance is smaller than that of low-altitude areas. Moreover, because of the Voyage project, the original large desert basin will become suitable for water transportation in the future, so that bulk goods can be transported to Tibet by ship. On the other hand, it also reduces the cost of transporting to the orbital mass accelerator. Coupled with the experience and technology accumulated by Country C in the construction of plateau areas, the site selection of the mass accelerator was finally settled. Of course, building such a huge orbital mass accelerator is certainly not the sole responsibility of Country C. After all, this thing will not only be used by Country C after it is built. Therefore, compared with the independent work of the Voyage project, the Orbital Mass Accelerator project has become an international cooperation project. Traditional aerospace regions have invested huge funds through cooperation, and many countries have not missed this opportunity and have joined this great project. Country C naturally welcomes all comers. After all, the Orbital Mass Accelerator, a milestone project related to human space exploration, cannot be used alone. Moreover, with so many partners scrambling to join the cooperation, there is no need to worry about funding. It is simply a win-win situation. Yes, a win-win situation. When he arrived at the Orbital Mass Accelerator site, Yu Yuan once again saw the huge scale of this project. Among the supporting buildings scattered all over the place, the electromagnetic track that soars like a slide is particularly conspicuous. From where Yu Yuan is, you can see that the ground part of the Orbital Mass Accelerator is disc-shaped, and the ground electromagnetic track is like a coiled mosquito coil. The total length of the ground part that circles from the inside to the outside is about 220 kilometers. This part occupies the largest area of the entire Orbital Mass Accelerator. Chapter 4. The ascending track extends from the tangent direction of the outermost circle to the distance. Its vertical lifting part is built on a mountain peak and extends upward. The total length of this part is about 80 kilometers. The bottom of the ascending part of the track is supported by huge reinforced concrete columns that increase step by step, like a pillar supporting the sky, as far as the eye can see. As the electromagnetic track gradually rises, the support column gradually changes from vertical to inclined angle, and from 1 to 2 side by side, and then to 3 cross-inclined supports, and finally the vertical part relying on the mountain. This design is mainly to offset the huge pressure caused by the process of the aerospace plane changing from the flat ground to the vertical ground ascent. There is no doubt that from the orbit of circling on the ground to the gradual vertical climb, it can be seen that this is a track specially designed for manned aerospace travel. Such a long track and complex climbing curve design are mainly considered to consider the acceleration limit of human beings, ensuring that the acceleration generated during the acceleration process does not exceed the 6G that normal humans can withstand. In addition to the manned track for launching space shuttles, there are 4 electromagnetic tracks for launching cargo. These tracks are distributed on both sides of the manned track ground disk, 4 on each side. Compared with the manned track, the design of the cargo track is much simpler, because there is no need to consider the problem of gravity acceleration. The cargo track is much shorter and is designed to be only 2 parts, the straight part on the ground and the climbing warp. The spacecraft carrying cargo is ejected like an electromagnetic cannon in a simple and crude way. After leaving the electromagnetic track, the fuel carried by the spacecraft itself assists in propulsion to achieve the purpose of overcoming air resistance and maintaining the speed of the spacecraft. After reaching the predetermined orbit, the fuel carried by the spacecraft itself is also used to adjust the attitude. Although it is short, the total length of the shortest track is 7 kilometers. Obviously, the lengths of the 4 freight electromagnetic tracks are not the same. The difference in length is mainly used to transport different types of goods. Simply put, the goods that can withstand greater acceleration have a shorter distribution track, and vice versa. Take the shortest electromagnetic track for example, the length of 7 kilometers. A simple conversion. We can roughly estimate that the goods launched into space through this electromagnetic track will probably withstand an acceleration of 450 g. In fact, humans can now easily use electromagnetic guns to accelerate shells faster than 1,000 kilometers per hour. However, cargo is not a shell. Not only is its mass greater than that of a shell, but too much acceleration will crush some cargo. Due to the characteristics of electromagnetic orbit acceleration, cargo will only be accelerated by electromagnetic force when it is still on the orbit. So objects must be pushed from rest to the first cosmic speed on the orbit. This requires that the orbit must be magnetically suspended. Otherwise, if there is physical contact, the friction heat generated by a launch at such a high speed will be enough to melt the orbit or spacecraft. From a distance, the 4 cargo tracks plus 1 man track look like a giant holding his hand and placing it on the ground. The 5 tracks are like the 5 fingers of the Buddha in the palm of Tathagata. They look very magnificent and make people think of some myths. Of course, since the man track in the middle is in an arc shape, netizens with unique vision often secretly regard it as a more prominent middle finger. Yu Yuan occasionally sees some comments such as finger holding the sky under some videos promoting orbital mass accelerators on the internet. It has to be said that no matter what era, the comment area is always a place where gods hide. At this moment, Yu Yuan received a message from Zhu Pit, saying that the baggage check-in procedures have been completed and the boarding pass has been purchased. After replying that he understood, Yu Yuan and his 2 bodyguards went to the ready-made aerospace plane boarding gate to meet Zhu Pit. The shape of the aerospace plane is similar to that of an airplane, but in order to reduce the launch resistance, the wings are set to a swept folding style, and the wings are folded like cicada wings during launch. In order to match the orbital mass accelerator, an electromagnetic base is set up in the belly of the aerospace plane, and the wheels used for landing are now retracted in the belly. The aerospace plane fixed on the electromagnetic track before takeoff. From the outside, half surrounded the track, as if it was penetrated from the bottom by the track, and glided steadily on it. Yu Yuan took the boarding pass that Zhu Pite had done and walked into the cabin. Because it was a first-class cabin, it was a little less noisy this time. There are 8 seats in the first-class cabin. When he walked into the cabin, Yu Yuan found that the passengers in other seats were already full. He glanced around and saw that the other 4 passengers were 2 men and 2 women. From their sparse conversation, he could tell that they should be a couple and a couple. The man in the couple had a slick-back haircut, and the bridge of his nose between his eyes was a little sunken. So he must be wearing glasses. But he had taken them off. Yu Yuan knew that the reason was that the space shuttle regulations did not allow passengers to wear glasses from the start to the space. For the sake of passenger safety, the man took off his glasses early. So he must be a rule-abiding person, judging from the woman's exquisite dress and the topics of her conversation. The couple should be businessmen. As for the younger couple, the man had slightly curly black hair, black eyes and deep eye sockets, 3-dimensional facial features, and a European look, most likely Italian. The couple had long straight black hair and big watery eyes, typical Asian faces, and spoke authentic Chinese. So they should be Chinese. To be honest, this era is not about worshipping foreigners, but the opposite. So Yu Yuan felt a little strange when he saw such a match. In their conversation, Yu Yuan vaguely heard the word Artemis. So he thought they were going to the Artemis base on the moon. With the development of the aerospace industry, humans have built many bases outside the Earth. So in addition to scientific researchers, there are also many normal people living in the bases, either for work or for travel. Because the Tiangong space station has become a transit station in this era. Most people who take the space shuttle to space go to the moon or Mars. Yu Yuan and his 4 companions did not say much, but just nodded politely and took their seats. After a while, The flight introduction broadcast sounded in the cabin. Dear passengers. Hello. Welcome to this space flight. I am your captain. Now, I will introduce the information of this flight to you. The flight number of this flight is Shenzhou KT-666. The takeoff time is 16:30 Beijing time. The destination is the Tiangong Space Station. The electromagnetic orbit on-orbit acceleration time is expected to be 102 seconds. The space plane engine boost acceleration part is 190 seconds. And the orbit rendezvous and docking time is 3 hours and 40. Like cargo transportation, manned orbit also requires the spacecraft's own fuel boost. The reason is that after leaving the acceleration orbit of about 300 kilometers, although the speed is already very fast, the spacecraft itself is still in the atmosphere and must use the spacecraft's own fuel to continue to push. Otherwise, the spacecraft will stall and crash to the ground due to resistance problems. Of course, if the manned spacecraft is accelerated to exceed the first cosmic speed while still in orbit, that would be great. But in this case, the orbit length would need to be longer. If the acceleration does not exceed 6g, the total length is estimated to be 600 kilometers. So from the data introduced in this flight, it can be roughly calculated that the space shuttle will be accelerated to about 6 kilometers per second in orbit, and then boosted by the space shuttle's own fuel. It will accelerate from 6 kilometers per second to 7.9 kilometers per second at the same acceleration. This process takes 190 seconds. In these 190 seconds, the space shuttle will pass through the Earth in an arc. And after 2,223 kilometers, it will enter the predetermined orbit for docking with the Tiangong Space Station. The next step is a 3-hour and 40-minute attitude adjustment, orbital docking and other actions. From here, we can see the defects of the orbital mass accelerator. Therefore, the best solution for large-scale manned space travel is actually the space elevator. However, humans do not have the materials that can support the construction of space elevators. So they can only choose the orbital mass accelerator with construction technology and material conditions that meet the standards. If it is only used for cargo transportation, the orbital mass accelerator is not bad. However, although the shortcomings are here, it is many times stronger than traditional chemical rocket propulsion. Large-scale space construction relies on it. Chapter 5. The broadcast is still going on. On this flight, we will provide you with quality service. Our crew will do their best to provide you with a comfortable travel experience. The cabin is equipped with comfortable cushioned seats, high-definition TV screens, etc. On behalf of all the crew members, I wish you a pleasant time on this flight. Thank you. After the captain of the Shenzhou Space Shuttle finished speaking, wait a moment, and the cabin broadcast sounded again. This time, it was a safety inspection broadcast. Ladies and gentlemen, the Shenzhou Space Shuttle has been launched and is about to enter the electromagnetic ski jump stage. Please follow the flight instructions. Take off sharp jewelry. Turn off the power of electronic equipment. Turn the button at the bottom of the cushioned seat to the blue position. Bend your feet to step on the pedal. Wear a cushion helmet. And pull down the safety damping device to fix it to your chest. It takes 18 minutes to reach space and enter a state of weightlessness, which is longer than traditional rockets. People who understand know that the time is spent on electromagnetic orbit acceleration, and the benefit is that passengers do not need to bear too much gravity acceleration. As for the 4 hours it takes to dock with the Tiangong Space Station, this time is already very fast. Of course, the location of the Tiangong Space Station when the space shuttle is launched also affects the docking time. The broadcast was made 3 times. During the broadcast, there were flight attendants, that is, the crew service personnel of the space shuttle, patrolling one by one and guiding passengers to prepare for safe takeoff. After checking the passengers, the flight attendants returned to their seats and fixed themselves on them. And then the final announcement of takeoff sounded again. Ladies and gentlemen, the Shenzhou Space Shuttle is about to take off. I wish you a pleasant journey. Thank you. The strong push on Yu Yuan's back made him know that the Shenzhou KT-666 flight had started. In his peripheral vision, he could already feel the scenery outside moving backwards. When the first straight track for cargo transportation outside passed by the viewing window, the direction of the thrust began to move slightly downward. Yu Yuan, who had traveled to space through the orbital mass accelerator more than once, understood that this was the electromagnetic track starting to climb. The aerospace plane itself has been slowly raising its head, so the force it feels does not continue to move downward, but stays slightly below the back of the human body. The tilt setting of the seats allows passengers to maintain a semi-lying position during the ascent, which is a classic design of the chemical rocket manned era. The second cargo track passed by, followed by the third and fourth, under the action of the second strongest fundamental force in the universe. Shenzhou KT-666 flight was like an electromagnetic cannonball, breaking through the sky, breaking free from the gravity that bound it, and entering the sky in one fell swoop. The sudden feeling of weightlessness made everyone realize that this flight had entered low Earth orbit. Many passengers who were taking the flight for the first time looked out the viewing window to appreciate the vastness of space and overlook the beauty of Mother Earth. Correspondingly, the high-definition TV hidden in the cabin wall also stretched out and started playing programs to help some bored passengers kill the next 3 hours of docking time. At the same time, the voices of the crew members of the Shenzhou KT-666 flight were heard again, roughly talking about some matters that need to be paid attention to in the microgravity environment. The passengers who had known the precautions for a long time also started talking again. Some talked about their feelings during the acceleration stage, expressed their care for those who were a little uncomfortable, and took the opportunity to show off their strong bodies. Some talked about the scenery of space outside the window, or their destination. Yu Yuan did not speak. He felt the airflow brought by the air circulation system inside the aerospace plane, and cast his eyes on the scenery outside the viewing window. What came into view was a blue arc. The outside of the arc was dark and deep. The whole blue inside the arc was floating with flocculent snowflakes. That was the shape of white clouds. The undulating mountains under the white clouds were clearly visible. At this altitude, the waves of the ocean can no longer be seen. Only a calm blue. Yu Yuan stared at the earth blankly, as if the blue had impressed his heart and he was distracted, until the blue gradually dimmed. The light of civilization like stars lit up. After this departure, I don't know when I can come back. The broadcast in the cabin brought Yu Yuan back to reality. Ladies, gentlemen, friends, we have safely arrived at the destination of this flight, the Tiangong Space Station. Please do not leave your seat before the safety signal light goes out. And please do not turn on or use your mobile phone before the cabin door opens. After the hatch is opened, please hold the guide rod and pass through the docking cabin one after another, drifting slowly and orderly. Please remember to bring your belongings when entering the Tiangong Space Station. Passengers who need to go to the next stop, please go to the corresponding cabin of the Tiangong Space Station to go through the relevant procedures. The following is the corresponding cabin of the station. Passengers going to the Guanghan Palace base on the moon, please go through Channel 3 to enter the Geoga cabin to go through the relevant procedures. Passengers going to the Artemis base on the moon, please go through Channel 4 to enter the Yunming's cabin to go through the relevant procedures. Passengers going to the Iranku joint base on the moon, please go through Channel 4 to go to Mars. Thank you for taking the Huaxia KT flight. All the crew members of Shenzhou KT-666 wish you a pleasant journey. Thank you. At the same time as the voice broadcast, the docking cabin also lit up the numbered signs of each channel. Yu Yuan and his team followed the prompts, skillfully took the handheld guide rod, floated into the number 3 channel, and headed towards the Geoga cabin. Thanks to the orbital mass accelerator, the cost of orbital space construction has been greatly reduced. Coupled with the improvement of microgravity environment construction technology, modular on-orbit construction has become a reality. Under such conditions, the shape and scale of the Tiangong Space Station have undergone earth-shaking changes. The previously narrow cabin space has become a series of spacious rooms. Take the Geoga cabin where Yu Yuan arrived. For example, the net width of this cabin is about 4 meters. The height is 2 meters and 2 meters, and the length is 12 meters. Various functional equipment and living facilities are reasonably embedded on the cabin wall, which looks very regular. The entire Tiangong Space Station is composed of modular cabins. Cabins of the same size as the Geoga cabin are considered medium-sized in the Tiangong Space Station, with a total of 98. There are also cabins larger than the Geoga cabin, but the number is half less. Excluding past passengers like Yu Yuan, the number of people on the space station remains at around 7,500. The entire Tiangong space is also equipped with multiple soft connect docks to provide various supplies for transport boats. Obviously, it has become a transit station between the Earth and outer space, and it is also the largest space station on orbit. It is like a space city. The name of Tiangong is well deserved. Here, you can see people of all skin colors working in various positions, and you can see all kinds of goods being exchanged. And of course, There are various scientific researchers. If he was interested, Yu Yuan would not mind staying here for a few days. But the itinerary had already been arranged, and he did not want to change it temporarily. Soon, Yu Yuan completed the formalities in the Geoga cabin. There are actually flights from the Tiangong space station to the moon. But this time Yu Yuan did not take a civilian flight, but a special car. Strictly speaking, a special boat. This kind of transport boat is considered a special bus for official business between the Earth and the moon. The special bus for official business between the Earth and Mars is actually a transport boat. As for going to the more distant Callisto, you have to take a transport ship. But it is not called a ship, but a modified civilian transport boat, which means that it is specially upgraded and modified for exploring farther space. The main purpose of this statement is to prevent the arms race in space and use space peacefully. The group did not stop. And after completing the formalities, they boarded the transport boat without stopping. The transport boat was slowly pushed out of the docking port. After separating from the space station for a safe distance and adjusting its posture, the transport boat's propulsion system began to work. The mature fission thruster spewed out hot flames, and the waste of the fission reaction was ejected as a working medium. The powerful thrust slowly accelerated the transport boat and flew towards the moon. The maturity of fission propulsion technology has enabled humans to walk in the solar system with difficulty. But they will inevitably face greater nuclear radiation risks. So far, controlled nuclear fusion technology is still the only choice for the future to go into deep space. As far as Yu Yuan knows, the controlled nuclear fusion technology of Country C has almost made a breakthrough. And the only thing missing is the puzzle of room temperature superconductivity. According to experts, it is expected to make a breakthrough within 2 to 3 years, if it is successful as estimated. After the experiment, test, and optimization of the propulsion, in 3 or 4 years, fusion propulsion may be used. This is really exciting good news. Chapter 6. Everything is going in a good direction. Soon, the transporter ended the acceleration phase, and the engine was shut down. Then the transporter will drift towards the moon by inertia. After reaching the predetermined distance, it will turn the engine direction to slow down, and then dock with the Keiqiao transfer station in the lunar orbit. Yu Yuan will be there and change transportation again. Yes, it is so troublesome. With the current level of human technology, although it is possible to make the transporter land directly on the moon, this thing uses nuclear fission, and the radiation risk is too great, so it is basically only used in space. Shenzhou Space Shuttle, Tiangong Space Station, Keiqiao Transfer Station, U2 Shuttle Vehicle, Guanghan Palace Lunar Base. Yu Yuan arrived on the moon relying on the creations that have been transformed from myths to reality by technology. Guanghan Palace is not a palace, but the name of a base composed of a cluster of high-rise buildings located on the moon. The full name is Guanghan Palace Base, but people generally like to call it Guanghan Palace. Perhaps it is the beautiful vision of the moon in their hearts. After experiencing a set of safety procedures and sterilization, Yu Yuan and his 4 companions got on the lunar vehicle and headed non-stop towards the target person this time. The lunar rover is electric, with solar panels and a wired charging socket. The rover is larger than a normal car, and it doesn't feel crowded when carrying 4 people. Due to the frequent traffic, a smooth road has been formed from the landing field to Guanghan Palace. The lunar rover soon passed a fork in the road. To the right is the Artemis base, and the lunar rover turned left here. Although the bases are located in different locations, the landing field is shared. Soon, the Guanghan Palace complex quickly came into Yu Yuan's sight. The entire Guanghan Palace is located in a huge lunar crater. From a distance, you can see solar panels arranged in a circular array on the periphery, and arc-shaped buildings connected to each other are located in the middle. In the space between the building and the solar panels, there are also podlid-shaped radars scattered around. Yu Yuan's lunar rover drove into the base from the U-shaped entrance of the solar panel. He did not get off outside the building. The lunar rover drove directly into the protruding building in the front. This is the lunar rover parking room. Yu Yuan saw that after the lunar rover entered, the rear outer hatch closed automatically, followed by an airlock door that slowly closed with voice announcements. Yu Yuan was very familiar with this process. The next step was to inflate the parking room to balance the air pressure. After the inflation was completed, he could open the door and get out of the car. At this time, the airlock door leading to the main building of the base would open. If you drive a lunar rover, the process will be reversed. It was just like the astronauts going out of the cabin in the last century. Except that they replaced the space suits with lunar rovers. It was just after get off work, and after many twists and turns in the base, Yu Yuan and his team finally found Dr. E, who had made an appointment in advance. Dr. Yi's name was Ikai, a doctor of biological genetics and cell dynamics, an academician of the Institute of Biological Genetics, president of the Society of Cell Biology, and now the leader of the gene recombination research team at the lunar base. When Yu Yuan found him, he had just come out of the laboratory. Dr. E, I finally found you. Seeing this doctor with half-white hair, Yu Yuan took the initiative to greet him with a smile on his face. You are Master Yu. Dr. Ikai's face first showed a confused look, but then his eyes widened, and he looked surprised and suddenly enlightened. Seeing that Ikai was about to shout, Yu Yuan quickly put his index finger on his lips, interrupted him and said, Dr. E, please let me talk for a moment. It should be so. Ikai adjusted the frame of the glasses on his nose, nodded, and made a gesture of invitation. Obviously, he had received a notice from his superiors in advance and knew some general information. This reaction should be that he did not expect Yu Yuan to come in person. Sure enough, as soon as the two of them came to the meeting room together, Ikai said with a smile, I didn't expect that Major General you would come in person. I am really flattered. To be honest, I was planning to leave for Callisto tomorrow. What do you mean by flattered? Yu Yuan rolled his eyes and looked at the doctor, who was nearly 70 years old but still very strong, and said, Don't say such flattering words. I heard that you are not like this usually. Ha ha ha. Ikai laughed heartily, pulled the chair next to him, and slowly leaned forward, then raised his eyebrows and looked at Yu Yuan, who was standing, and continued, It depends on the person. Major General Yu was able to manage the Callisto base so well at such a young age. He is also one of the best in the new era, and he deserves my flattery. How did he become me? Yu Yuan heard that this old man was from the last century, and hibernated twice for some unknown reason. This is intriguing, because the use of hibernation has a strict review mechanism, and not just anyone can hibernate. What's more amazing is that after waking up from hibernation, he still stood firmly in the frontier science field with his excellent ability, and he was a reinforcement for the future. These data are not on his resume, but Yu Yuan calculated that Ikai should be the legendary post-00s. After all, hibernation technology was only mature in the second half of the last century. The law stipulates that hibernation time is not included in the age growth statistics. Doctor, you are straightforward, but it is better to explain some things in advance. Do you know that after going to Callisto, I really don't know when I will return to Earth? Yu Yuan reminded. He knew that people in the last century had a strong sense of homeland, and they would bring their ashes back to Earth after they died. So he reminded him, after all, if he went there, he might really spend the rest of his life there. But after saying that, Yu Yuan felt a little strange. He was obviously here to pick up Ikai to go to Callisto. But how did he become a person who discouraged him? Besides, he was actually a person from the last century. Damn. Ikai habitually uttered some catchphrases from his era, without any self-awareness of a 70-year-old man. But he immediately reacted, well, go wherever the country needs you. And besides, it's really a blessing to be able to go to Callisto, the forefront of exploring the universe. That's great, but I hope the doctor will take a good look at these. If there are no problems, I asked Peter to bring the official documents over for signature. Yu Yuan took out an internal mobile phone from behind, tapped a few times on the lit screen, and handed it to Ikai. As for the content of the confidentiality agreement, Ikai knew the general content of the phone when he heard Yu Yuan's words. After all, he had signed many of these things. Different projects have different confidentiality levels, and he still knows this. However, when he casually read the content, his expression became solemn. After a while, Ikai, who had finished reading the content carefully with his beard shaking, looked up at Yu Yuan, only to find that the latter had walked to the window of the meeting room at some point and was reading something. Do you have to be so exaggerated? Ikai murmured. He didn't expect that the project he was going to participate in this time was actually top secret, and it was the kind that was particularly emphasized. That is, the confidentiality period was not 20 years, but lifelong. Yu Yuan had a keen ear and heard it. He turned around and smiled. Not exaggerated. Normal operation. Project. I can tell you the project content after I get to Callisto. How about it? Are you still going? Yes. Absolutely. I must go. Pack up your things and leave on time at 7:30 tonight. Seeing Ikai so straightforward and determined, Yu Yuan didn't waste any more words and directly set the itinerary. In fact, if he hadn't seen in the information that Ikai was quite old, he would not have come down to pick him up in person. Anyway, the appointment had already arrived, so he just had to go back to Callisto and wait for others. It's just that this project is a bit special. It was really related to him, and he must be involved. So Yuan thought it would be better to meet the project leader first. After all, although he didn't mind giving the serum for research, it would be more comfortable to give it to someone he knew better. This simple meeting made Yuan have a good impression of the future project leader. Although he was old, he was a man of character. Ikai, who had received the notice earlier, quickly took care of the last chores and followed Yuan neatly, embarking on the journey to Callisto. Chapter 7. Yuan still has to go to Mars. But this time he will not leave Mars, but wait at the Ingwa orbital station for the other two talents, who are transferred to Callisto. Of course, the need to transfer to a large transport ship in the orbit of Mars is also one of the reasons. As the engine spewed out dazzling light, Yuan's group changed from 4 to 5, disappeared from the sight of the staff at the Keichiao transfer station, and sank into the vast deep space. Ingwa is the ancient name of Mars. Country C has romantically given this culturally rich name to the base here. This is the sedimentation of history, the inheritance of culture, and the carrier of science and technology. Only science and technology can condense the names of culture from history or mythology and pass them on from generation to generation. As for Callisto, this name refers to the fourth satellite of Jupiter. But if it is the transliterated name of Carlitos, basically everyone will be confused and have no idea what it means. The superiority of meaning is obvious. So in this era, any space station or extraterrestrial base built by Country C is basically in Chinese, saying goodbye to the red planet Mars. After a long journey, the transport boat that Yuan and his party took finally entered the range of Jupiter's gravity capture. The transport boat, which had been prepared for reverse deceleration in advance, slowly drove towards the Callisto docking station, which is located at the gravitational balance point between Callisto and Jupiter, which is often called the Lagrange point. Callisto has a diameter of 4,821 kilometers, which is larger than the Moon and 0.378 times that of the Earth. It is the third largest satellite in the solar system, the largest being Ganymede, and the second largest being Titan. Looking down from orbit, Callisto looks yellow-brown, and the overall color seems to be dotted with bright white spots, which are ice layers that cool craters. Its albedo is very low, so it is dark, making it feel like a dead planet. Its surface gravity acceleration is 1.24 meters per square second, which means that the gravity received by the same object on Callisto is about 1/8 of that on Earth. From this point, we can see that although it is large, its density and mass are not as large as the Moon. It has no global magnetic field, and its frozen surface is covered with craters of various shapes and sizes, including bowl-shaped craters and craters with multiple rings, as well as rare narrow and long concave canyons. The Callisto base is located in one of the narrow and long concave canyons facing Jupiter. Because it is tidally locked to Jupiter, people on the base can see the huge and oppressive Jupiter as long as they look up when they go out. The appearance of the entire Callisto base is gray, because its building materials are all locally sourced, dug out and screened from Callisto, and then 3D printed. In fact, not only the Callisto base, but also the Guanghan Palace and the Ingwa base have the same building materials, which are all locally sourced and produced through 3D printing technology. In this way, bricks with mortise and tenon structures are prepared, and then constructed by remote simultaneous engineering machinery. The ancient mortise and tenon structure of China is used in space again. I have to say that sometimes the wisdom of our ancestors is still very powerful. Unlike Guanghan Palace and Ingwa base, more than half of the Callisto base is underground, and the above-ground part is connected to form a piece, covering half of the narrow valley. The underground layer is connected to the entrance of the damaged alien spacecraft. Due to the existence of the damaged spacecraft, this base has received unprecedented attention. Both the scientific research investment and the construction scale are far greater than Guanghan Palace and Ingwa base. It can be said that it is the most advanced and complete base in all kinds of facilities among the extraterrestrial bases. After all, It's not good to be incomplete. You can't get a piece of alien spacecraft parts and then send it back to Earth for research. Not only is the risk of exposure high, but it also wastes time. In fact, the higher-ups also know that as time goes by, traditional aerospace powers such as the United States will always find out. It is said that they are now planning their own Callisto base. Once they come, it is highly likely that they will not be able to hide it. Before that, you must work hard to study it. So in this environment, many outstanding scientific researchers and scientists were sent to the Callisto base. In addition, due to the needs of base construction, a large number of engineers and various craftsmen came here to work. Of course, they are not traditional bricklayers, but highly skilled workers. After all, the construction of this kind of extraterrestrial base basically uses machinery. Workers operate indoors, and machinery works in the external environment. With more people, there are more needs, such as food and clothing, which can't be transported from the Earth every time. Under such circumstances, the Callisto base gradually became a small city with more than 80,000 people. Back at the Callisto base, Yu Yuan first arranged Ikai's work, and then hurriedly called Zhu Pit to the office to start dealing with the recent pile of things. Yu Yuan was first concerned about matters related to the alien spacecraft. After taking the document and reading it for a while, he sighed and threw it aside. No, there was no good news. The interior of the spacecraft was basically searched, but no red substance was found. In this case, subsequent research can only be done through serum, which is not a good thing. There is also bad news. That is, the head of the spacecraft has been completely damaged, and the cockpit that has not been found has been filled with rocks. According to experts' estimates, the equipment inside should be scrapped. According to the report, experts believe that this was caused by the impact of the spacecraft crash. As for the age of the spacecraft, scientists have initially inferred that it should be more than 20,000 years old based on the surrounding rock layers and the shape of the spacecraft embedded in the strata. But the specific time is still uncertain. Yu Yuan doesn't care about the age of the spacecraft. He only knows that aliens really exist. Humans are not alone in this universe. He doesn't know whether this is good news or bad news. Yes, loneliness is the most terrible. From this perspective, humans should be happy and fortunate that humans are not the only intelligent life in the universe. Because the statement that humans are the only intelligent life in the universe is so scary. However, humans now really know nothing about the universe. They don't know what cosmic civilization is like. Nor do they know the relationship between cosmic civilizations, let alone where those civilizations are, and whether they are benevolent or malicious. Knowing that there are alien civilizations, this state of being in the dark is extremely dangerous. So the main task of the Callisto base is actually to study this damaged alien spacecraft, and hope to find some clues about alien civilizations. If we can infer the relationship between various civilizations in the universe from these clues, and then from this little bit of information, we can try to infer. This is an unprecedented study, and because it is socially oriented, scientists studying this field call it cosmic sociology. However, due to confidentiality, this discipline is still only studied quietly by some internal sociologists through the limited information found by the Callisto base. So even though there are many people on Callisto, there are actually not many people who really know the existence of alien spacecraft. And one thing is certain. Before the secret of the existence of alien spacecraft is made public, these people who know the secret cannot leave the base at will. From Yu Yuan's perspective, this is natural and beyond doubt. After returning to Callisto, Yu Yuan's life will be as busy and regular as usual. If nothing unexpected happens, he will probably stay here for another 20 years, and then change his position. Either return to Earth or continue to the next stop to open up a new space base. However, if he can choose, according to Yu Yuan's personality, he will definitely choose to open up a new space base until he can no longer adapt to life in space. However, just as Yu Yuan returned to Callisto's base for the 7th Earth month, an accident occurred. Chapter 8. Without any sign, the large optical telescope in the orbit around Jupiter suddenly discovered something strange in the starry sky. During the observation of the observatory staff, they first discovered that the brightness of a certain position in the starry sky had increased greatly. The staff on duty immediately issued a remote control command to the telescope, causing it to adjust its posture to aim at the starry sky where the light source was strange, and quickly calculate its position. That position was so familiar to humans that the observatory staff recognized it at once. It was the Centauri triple star system. That is, the triple star system consisting of Alpha Centauri A, Alpha Centauri B and Proxima Centauri. What's going on with this brightness? It's still increasing. Soon, the telescope will go blind. Anxious shouts rang out in the observatory. They had never encountered such a situation before. Yes, the optical telescope is going blind. As soon as the observer finished shouting, the observatory lost the signal of the optical telescope. Then, a series of alarms sounded in the observatory. This sound. It's the alarm sound of the gamma ray detector. The duty officer was not a lazy player. Just by listening to the sound, he could tell that this was a situation that would only occur when dense gamma rays were detected. This gamma ray detector is connected to two gamma ray telescopes, one in the orbit of Callisto and the other in the orbit of Jupiter, both of which are specially used to detect cosmic rays. Now that the gamma ray radiation has been detected, it is certain that the source of the rays comes from the universe, combined with the location information determined before the optical telescope lost contact. The accident site can be determined to be the Centauri triple star system. What happened there? The staff on duty did not have time to think about it, and sent the message to the Callisto base. Then, just as he was hesitating whether to leave his post to report to his superiors, the fluctuation of the detector suddenly increased exponentially. And then no signal was received. At the same time, Callisto base. 7 or 8 people had gathered in front of Yuan, except for Zhu Pit, his assistant who had been following him. The rest were all experts. There were particle physics, astrophysics, and a government official who rushed over, obviously rushing here in a hurry after receiving the news. Base captain, it's bad. All communications outside are cut off. We can't contact the Inghua base or Guanghan Palace. The ground? This administrative officer came over with a bounce, looking like the sky was falling. But she choked as soon as she stepped into Yuan's office. She probably didn't expect there would be so many people here. The gravity on Callisto is a little lower than that on the moon, so everyone runs in a bounce, as if walking on water. In fact, Yuan has received much more information than everyone in front of him, so he knows that the situation is far more serious than he imagined. Just now, he received a message from the Inghua base. The message was very short because it was not fully transmitted and was cut off due to the relationship between the orbits during this period. Mars and Jupiter are located on the same side and are relatively close, so the communication from the Earth to the Callisto base is basically sent by the nearest Inghua base. The message is divided into several pieces, each with an interval of about a few minutes. The content is as follows. Callisto. Callisto. This is the Inghua base. Received a message from Earth. The Shiha solar probe observed a sharp increase in solar radiation. The reason is unknown. It is recommended to prepare for the sunspot riot in advance. Callisto base. This is the Inghua base. According to the latest news, the sun may cause intensified activity in the short term due to unknown reasons, and the solar wind will increase, which may cause the interruption of interstellar communication. Please make corresponding preparations. Callisto base. This is the Mars base. The sun is violently rioting for unknown reasons, and the gamma ray level has reached a record high. Oh my god. It's over. The sun is crackling in the interval between receiving the message from the Mars base. Callisto base also received an image message from the Earth. The screen after computer processing is displayed. The surface of the sun suddenly twisted, as if there was a hole, and then a flame of hundreds of millions of kilometers was ejected, as if the solar prominence was magnified hundreds of times. The solar prominence continued to grow, and it looked like the surface of the sun was sucked by a giant. Countless flames and hot streams gushed up, and then the flames fell back. The luminosity of the sun suddenly increased, and the picture turned white here, and then stopped abruptly. At this time, Yuan didn't care so much. He said the news he got as briefly as possible without losing the important information, and then looked at the people in front of him with a serious expression and said, "What do you think?" Everyone present started to discuss the matter. Most of them were experts in various fields, so they naturally knew the seriousness of the matter. They probably thought of the worst in their minds. But no one spoke out first. Now is different from the past. Don't hide anything. Yuan immediately spoke up when he saw this. As soon as Yuan finished speaking, he heard a voice accompanied by the person who pushed the door in, which was heard by everyone. Supernova explosion. Yuan looked up and saw that the person was about 50 years old, dressed in casual clothes, and the mottled white hair was clearly visible among the sparse black hair on his head. He was very familiar with this person. His name was Gonda. He was the resident astronomer and astrophysicist of the Callisto base. He was in charge of several large astronomical telescopes under the jurisdiction of the Callisto base. He came now, probably because he observed the abnormality of the Centauri triple star system. As the head of the base, Yu Yuan knew that the time when the abnormality of the Centauri triple star system was discovered was later than the time when the information was sent from the Mars base. Otherwise, it should be that the Callisto base sent a message to the Mars base to warn that the abnormality of the Centauri triple star system was observed first. Not the other way around. Gonda, who usually behaves very calmly and peacefully, seems very uneasy. He thinks Yu Yuan didn't hear what he just said. So he squeezes in between the people present and continues, supernova explosion. The Centauri triple star system has a supernova explosion. According to the data sent back by the probe we sent to the outer planets of the solar system, it is not 1, but 3. Alpha Centauri A, Alpha Centauri B, and Proxima Centauri. The abnormal brightness of the 3 stars has been confirmed one after another. How is it possible? Alpha Centauri A and B are fine, but Proxima Centauri is a red dwarf. How could a supernova explosion occur? Someone murmured. Under normal circumstances, it is definitely impossible. Not to mention Proxima Centauri. Alpha Centauri A and B will not explode as supernovae under normal circumstances. So this is abnormal. Although Gander was anxious, he still explained patiently. Then, he said, this will be a disaster. The Centaur triple star system is only 1.3 seconds away from our solar system, which is too close. The Earth's magnetic field cannot withstand this super strong gamma ray burst. What's more, external communications should have been cut off now. We can't send information back to Earth. Now we can only pray that they can receive the information sent back by those probes as soon as possible. Gander's voice gradually became quieter, because he knew that even if they found out, the remaining time would only be enough for some people to hide underground. And most people and all creatures on the planet would not be able to escape the disaster. Gander thought so now. Obviously because he had just arrived and didn't know that the same disaster had happened on the sun. Chapter 9. Dr. Gone. Maybe it was because the incident happened too suddenly. Yu Yuan felt his throat was a little dry, but he still tried to command himself to stay calm mentally, so that his voice would not tremble. Dr. Gone. Maybe you don't know yet. The incident is far more serious than the Centauri triple star system disaster. Not only the triple star system, but also the sun has the same thing. Yu Yuan suppressed his voice, but after Gonda heard his words, he suddenly widened his eyes, as if he thought he had heard it wrong, and trembled. What did you say? The sun also. Yu Yuan stepped forward and grabbed Gonda's arm. He clearly felt that Gonda's body was shaking a little when he grabbed it. Yes. Before you came. Yu Yuan looked into his eyes and answered affirmatively. It can't be wrong. The characteristics of the sun combined with the last message from the Mars base and the Earth are exactly the same as the Centauri triple star system. Since Gonda has come to this conclusion about the Centauri triple star system, then the sun must be the same. It stands to reason that these 4 stars, including the sun, have not reached the end of their evolution, and it is impossible for a supernova explosion to occur during this period of time, especially Proxima Centauri. As a red dwarf, its lifespan can reach 100 billion years, but it just exploded. In the face of ironclad data, no matter how absurd it is, Yu Yuan can only believe it. The abnormal explosion of 4 stars can only mean that this is not a natural occurrence. It's over. It's all over. The Earth is all over. Someone in the crowd murmured to himself. The sun exploded into a supernova. It must have been attacked by aliens. A supernova explosion. Not only the Earth, but the entire solar system will be destroyed. Humanity will be finished. Yes, a supernova explosion is so violent. At such a close distance, humans in the solar system have no way to resist it. Not to mention the Earth. Even on Mars, it will be reduced to ashes. It's useless to hide deep underground. The whole Earth will be blown up. There is no place to hide. There is no way to avoid it. Because 1 astronomical unit is too close for a supernova explosion. For a moment, everyone felt hopeless. Yes, it's over. Even Yu Yuan was depressed in this atmosphere. He was about to wave his hand and let everyone leave, and find a place where he felt more comfortable to wait for death. But at this moment, Gonda stepped forward and came to a computer in the office, and then operated it. After that, he looked up at everyone, with a few crystal tears in his eyes, and said, "Maybe we still have hope." Upon hearing this, Yu Yuan was the first to approach and look at the computer screen, and everyone followed him around. The computer showed a picture of the orbit of Jupiter and its satellites. Everyone noticed that in the picture, the huge Jupiter in the middle was animated with a series of confusing lines at the poles, which surrounded the entire Jupiter system. These are the fictitious lines of Jupiter's magnetic field. Are you saying that Jupiter's magnetic field can help us resist the damage caused by the super strong gamma ray burst caused by supernova explosions? Yu Yuan asked. While he was asking, Gander was still typing away on the keyboard. As he pressed, a series of numbers flashed on the computer screen, and the dotted lines representing the magnetic field range of Jupiter also kept changing colors. Soon, Gander pressed the enter key for the last time, then stared at the screen intently and said, "Yes. No. It can withstand gamma ray bursts from the Centauri triple star system, but not from the Sun. However, Jupiter itself can, because it is large enough. If we are lucky enough. Please explain clearly." Yu Yuan was very anxious. Gonde was also anxious, so he did not explain, but asked, "When did the information from the Inghua base stop?" 7 minutes ago. Yu Yuan answered immediately. Hearing Yu Yuan's words, Gonde immediately danced on the keyboard again, and the screen of the computer changed from the Jupiter system to the entire solar system. Soon, he input data into the model one by one. As soon as the results came out, Gonde said directly, "God bless us. We still have hope. We still have hope." The interruption of the signal from the Inghua base should be the precursor time of the solar eruption, according to the distance between Jupiter, Mars and the Sun at this moment. The strongest gamma ray burst will reach Jupiter in 28 minutes. And now, Gander pointed to the relative positions of Jupiter and Callisto, and then continued, "Jupiter's magnetic field is protecting us from the gamma ray bursts from the Centaurus triple star system. In addition, Callisto is tidally locked to Jupiter, which causes our base to face Jupiter all the time. You see, due to the protection of Jupiter's magnetic field and Callisto itself, the damage we receive from the gamma ray bursts from the Centaurus triple star system is greatly reduced. In theory, we will not be fatally affected under the protection of both. This is why we are still alive and talking now." Got it. Jupiter is a magic shield, and Callisto is a physical shield. Gander didn't look at everyone's expressions. He continued to point at the screen and said, "The key is the Sun. Theoretically, even if there is tidal locking, Callisto can't withstand this gamma ray burst at all. Even if Jupiter tidal locks Callisto, so that we won't be killed by the gamma ray burst as the planet rotates. First, it's because the Sun is too close to us. And second, it's because Callisto has no magnetic field. Fortunately, we were lucky. When the Sun's gamma ray burst came, Callisto happened to be behind Jupiter, and Jupiter blocked the most fatal blow for us. However, a supernova explosion is not just a gamma ray burst. There is also a subsequent mass ejection. The orbital period of Callisto is 16.7 days, which is about 16 days, and 16 hours and 48 minutes. When the subsequent mass ejection from the Sun arrives, we should be here." Gander added, "I don't know if our base can block it at that time, because after the supernova explosion of the Sun, the orbits of the planets farther away in the solar system are very likely to be blown off by the powerful energy, and even become watering planets. In such a chaotic system, we cannot predict, and it is even possible that Jupiter's tidal locking to Callisto will be broken up." Knowing that time was urgent, Gonda spoke quickly. Yu Yuan also understood that since there was still hope, he could not just sit there and wait for death. He knew that the incident happened too suddenly, and it was possible that ordinary people in the Callisto base did not notice what was going on. But now was not the time to care about these things. After stabilizing himself a little, Yu Yuan immediately said to Zhu Pite beside him, "Pite, take people to notify all departments immediately, and ask them to move the most important equipment to the bottom floor of the base as quickly as possible. No, the most important equipment should be moved to the spacecraft, especially the technical data. Pack them up and bring them with you. Tell them to be quick." Chapter 10. Yes. Zhu Pite also knew that the situation was urgent, so he slammed the door and left immediately, then pulled out the communicator and started to organize. Although the external communication was cut off, the communication within the base was fine. At this time, Yu Yuan pressed a button in the office, then picked up the phone and said in a decisive tone, Manume? Highest alert. First level preparation. Minister Yu? What's going on? A woman voice came from the other end of the phone. With confusion. Order? Yu Yuan did not answer, but said seriously, Order? You and all the soldiers of the security department will immediately maintain public order in all key places of the base, and ensure that the people in the base evacuate to the lower buildings in an orderly manner. Callisto is the most advanced position of mankind. And there is such a big secret. So people who can come to Callisto are basically not extremely vicious. At least, they have no criminal record. Of course, when such a disaster strikes, anything can happen. The ancients said that poor mountains and bad waters produce unruly people. What he meant was that he could do anything to survive. So in the face of such a major change, Yu Yuan was prepared. So he added, but if there are those who disturb the order, you are allowed to use force. And if they refuse to obey, they can be left to fend for themselves on the upper floor. Leave them to fend for themselves on the upper floor? Understood. I guarantee to complete the task. The person on the other end of the phone was shocked when he heard such words, and instantly realized the seriousness of the matter. Wait a minute. Yu Yuan pondered for a moment and added, another thing. Assign some soldiers to guide scientists, researchers, doctors, and other experts in various fields to enter the spacecraft first, and the rest of the people will be arranged in turn. Understood? In fact, at the Callisto base, most people know about the existence of the spacecraft, including the earliest builders and the large number of experts and researchers who poured in later. The rest are the second and third generations of the rich, some suppliers and various entourages, as well as ordinary people who come here to work normally, and maybe even spies. Callisto is a large base, and there are many such people, but they usually don't get involved in the lowest level buildings. So few people know about it. But this time, everyone must know it. But at this point, Yu Yuan doesn't care so much. After hanging up the phone call from the security department, Yu Yuan called Pit again. As soon as the call was connected, Yu Yuan added directly, Pit, let your people focus on moving all the life support equipment, starch, water resources production, and processing equipment in the base into the spacecraft. Major General, we don't have enough manpower. Peter replied. Are you stupid? If you don't have enough manpower, tell me now. There is no one in the processing plant? Didn't you understand what Dr. Gon said just now? It's already this time. Do you still need me to teach you? Yu Yuan said. I understand. Peter on the other end of the phone shuddered. He had been with Yu Yuan for so many years, but he rarely heard Yu Yuan speak in such a tone. It seemed that the situation was really urgent. After hanging up Peter's phone, Yu Yuan turned around and looked at the people in front of him, and said in a deep voice, Dr. Gon, doctors, now that things have come to this, you should also quickly pack up the necessary items and go to the spacecraft first. How can we evacuate first in such a critical moment? Said a voice. Hey! Yu Yuan almost laughed out of anger. How could an expert say such a thing? Maybe everyone has their own expertise, and they haven't reacted yet. Yu Yuan comforted himself like this, and then said impatiently, it's not evacuation. We have nowhere to evacuate. And you can't help much if you stay here at this time. Why can't you help? It was Gonda who spoke. He was much calmer at this moment. Has Major General you ever thought about how to convince everyone in the base to move to the bottom floor, or even inside the damaged spacecraft? Of course, the whole base will be broadcasted. It's not like I haven't done this before. Yu Yuan thought to himself. But just as he was about to say it, he suddenly understood what Gonda meant. He is the head of the base, and he is confident that he can handle it well. But if these scientists from various fields are added at this time, it will surely be smoother, and the persuasion effect will be better. Especially Gonda. He is very prestigious. It makes a big difference to explain the supernova explosion of a planet that should not have a supernova explosion. Yu Yuan is an absolute action man. Acting decisively, since there is a better solution, he will choose it without hesitation. So he immediately hung his gun on his waist, and then took a dozen soldiers from the security department, and then pulled everyone to the propaganda department office to start the video live broadcast. Yu Yuan understood that once the news that his hometown in the rear area was gone was released, it would be inevitable that some smart speculators would want to take advantage of the opportunity to make a profit. And there might even be people who incited emotions to seek the initiative. So he must keep the base's military force firmly under his control. Because the more it is at this time, the more he cannot let a riot happen. Fortunately, the incident happened suddenly, and the people in the base, who have no external observation means, have not received the news. So there is no sign of such a thing happening now. But it is always right to be on guard. This is where the Callisto base usually releases news. After Yu Yuan and his group arrived, he immediately asked the staff to adjust the equipment, and then pointed the camera at himself and the group behind him. Yu Yuan stood at the front, and behind him were Gonda, Yu Nafeng, Su Zhini, Zhao Yuqin and other scientists from various fields, while the rest of the security soldiers were on guard in various places. The video images were connected to the screens in various places in the base. After turning on the screens, all the screens that were playing other content were switched. The screen suddenly switched to the images of Yu Yuan and several scientists behind him. And then Yu Yuan began to speak. Everyone, I am Yu Yuan, the head of the Callisto base. I believe you are all familiar with the people behind me. They are astronomer Gonda, Doctor of Optics Zhao Yuqin, and Doctor of Engineering Yu Nafeng. Now I'm going to broadcast a heavy message to you. Just now, we have confirmed through the astronomical telescopes and radio telescopes at various stations, as well as the Mars base, Guanhan Palace base, and the last communication on Earth, the closest Alpha Centauri A, Alpha Centauri B, and Proxima Centauri in the Alpha Centauri triple system, as well as the sun on which we depend for survival, have suddenly exploded into supernovae. This is abnormal, but we don't know the reason. They just exploded so suddenly. This is the last image information we received. When Yu Yuan said this, a corner of the screen turned into the process from the precursor of the solar eruption to the interruption of the signal, and the video of the observed Centaurus triple star system. At this moment, I am very sad to tell you that our home Earth, as well as Guanhan Palace and Inghua Base, have been destroyed by the solar eruption. The strongest gamma ray burst is coming towards us, but we are lucky enough to escape because of the obstruction of Jupiter. But according to Dr. Gander's calculations, the upper level of our Callisto base is still in danger. So I once again call on everyone to cooperate with the soldiers of the security department and evacuate to the lower buildings of the base in an orderly manner to avoid disasters that may endanger their lives. I know that this news is shocking and some people cannot believe it. But when the ironclad observation results are placed in front of us, we have to face reality. At this critical juncture, please cheer up, follow the arrangements of the base, and evacuate to the safe area in an orderly manner. Chapter 11. According to calculations, the first wave of the solar eruption will reach Jupiter's orbit in less than 15 minutes. But because Jupiter blocked the impact with its body, the Callisto base still has time. The orbital period of Callisto is 16.7 days, and it has just begun to hide behind Jupiter. So Jupiter can at least provide it with protection for 6 to 7 days. As for what will happen next, we can only pray that God will bless mankind. While Yu Yuan was speaking, the solar eruption also exploded as predicted. There are two mechanisms for supernova explosions. One is that a white dwarf explodes when it accretes the material of a companion star. The second is that a massive star suffers from its own gravitational collapse at the end of its evolution. And then, the balance is broken and explodes. The second is the most common in the universe. When the hydrogen in the core of a star is burned out, the star can no longer produce enough photopressure radiation to maintain gravitational balance, and the core of the star will begin to collapse. This collapse will cause the core temperature and pressure to soar sharply, and reach the conditions for helium fusion, thereby triggering helium fusion. The occurrence of helium fusion causes the core of the star to generate enough radiation pressure again to prevent collapse. The product of helium fusion is carbon, which cools the core of the star a little, but it is still very high, enough to continue fusing helium. When the star consumes the helium, if its mass is large enough, it will have enough pressure and temperature to continue fusing heavier elements. For example, oxygen will follow, then neon, magnesium, silicon, and the whole process of collapse, stabilization, expansion, and collapse will be repeated several times, and each time the core of the star will produce heavier elements and higher temperatures and pressures to make them fuse. This reaction of heavy elements will cause the heavy elements of the star to gradually accumulate in the core, and the closer to the core, the heavier the elements. From the outside to the inside of the star, the elements are from light to heavy, and fusion reactions occur layer by layer until the final product, iron or nickel 56, is produced. At this point, the fusion reaction stops, and the gravitational balance is finally broken. At this time, the star begins to collapse destructively under the influence of its own strong gravity, and the collapse speed of its core can reach 23% of the speed of light. The battlefield with gravity and electromagnetic force as the protagonist is staged here, and the supernova explosion begins. In addition to the initial light and heat, most of the matter is accelerated to 1/10 the speed of light and ejected outward. The remaining part will have different endings according to the mass. Those that do not exceed the Chandrasekhar limit will form a white dwarf. Those that exceed the Chandrasekhar limit but do not exceed the Oppenheimer limit will become a neutron star. As for those that exceed the Oppenheimer limit, there is no doubt that they will become a black hole. But this second mechanism requires at least 8 times the mass of the Sun to occur. In the Alpha Centauri triple star system, the mass of star A is only 1.1 times that of the Sun. Star B is 0.907 times. And Proxima Centauri is a small red dwarf. So they do not belong to these two mechanisms like the Sun. They belong to the third type that has never appeared, the attack of advanced civilization. As we all know, the more massive the star is, the greater its power is when it explodes in a supernova. So the explosion power of the Sun and the Alpha Centauri triple star system must be much smaller than the normal supernova explosion. Normal supernova explosions have a very wide range. The strong radiation and shock waves released can affect a range of 160 light-years. If there is a planet with life within this range, the energy released by the supernova is enough to blow away the atmosphere of the planet and kill all the creatures on the planet. Of course, the lethality in this range refers to supermassive stars and creatures exposed on the surface of the planet. The Sun is much smaller than a normal supernova explosion. But although it is small, it is also a supernova explosion, which is far beyond the current human technology to resist. After all, it was too close, almost touching the face. Moreover, it is still unknown what caused the Sun to explode. At this moment, the Sun became the fourth star to illuminate the entire Milky Way after the Centaurs. The violent gamma rays first radiated outward from the Sun, and the gentle Sun became the god of death, launching an indiscriminate attack on the entire solar system. The Sheena probe melted instantly, and the nearest Mercury did not last more than a few seconds before it was completely torn into pieces and turned into cosmic dust. In these few seconds, the Sun roared and released super energy that would have taken billions of years to release. It rushed out across an astronomical unit and poured down on the planets. Venus lasted for a few dozen seconds longer, and followed Mercury. Then came the Earth. The ocean of light washed over, and the world on the side facing the Sun instantly turned white. A sea of light. The vegetation on the surface instantly caught fire and turned into ashes, and the towering mountains instantly turned into magma, and even sublimated. Sublimation is not spiritual sublimation, but physical sublimation, and the change from solid to gas is called sublimation. The Earth's atmosphere was blown away in an instant. The sea water boiled and evaporated, and the vast continent turned into thick soup. The night side also turned into day and heated up rapidly. As the Earth rotates, the other side that is still lingering on is not spared. The great projects on the planet have all become tofu dregs in front of this force. The vast sea became a vast sea again, and then turned into a magma sea. The magnificent orbital mass accelerator that humans were proud of was instantly melted into molten iron and merged with the Earth again. Under the ravages of light and heat, the Earth cracked. The Earth fire erupted. The plates fell apart. The Earth began to crack and merged into the ocean of light. Also merging into the light was the pinnacle of human space stations, the Tiangong. Next, it was the Moon and the Guanghan Palace. They also couldn't withstand the infinite energy from the Sun and completely broke apart and fell apart. Mars orbits farther away, so it lasted a few minutes longer, but it was inevitably followed by Mercury, Venus, and Earth, and became part of the sunlight. The vast sea, the orbital mass accelerator, the Tiangong, Shiha, Guanghan Palace, Inghua, Artemis, Apollo, Zeus, all names that humans are proud of. All spiritual sustenances that humans are proud of. All peak technological creations of human civilization. All great projects of mankind. All seem so small and fragile in front of the Sun's wrath. Greatness seems to have become a mockery of smallness and fragility. All is quiet. The intrigues, tenderness, heroic spirit, love and hatred there have all turned into light. The prayers to the gods and the spitting at the devils there have also turned into light. This is the darkest moment in human history. The darkness of destruction rushed through the asteroid belt, through the huge Jupiter, shattered all the strong souls, and was deeply imprinted in the hearts of the survivors. This is the mark of human injury and pain. And it is a ruthless blow from the unknown universe to humans who have just stepped out of the cradle. It shattered all the beautiful fantasies of humans about this unknown universe. Chapter 12. After the ocean of light washed past, the next thing was the ejection of matter at a speed of 1/10 the speed of light. The ejected stellar matter will sweep across the entire galaxy, sweep past Jupiter in 7 hours, and spread to the endless universe. Jupiter blocked everything for the survivors of the Callisto base. Conspiracy. Conspiracy. All conspiracy. A sudden voice sounded in the team that was retreating to the bottom of the base in an orderly manner. The people looked in the direction of the voice, and the man saw that he had attracted everyone's attention. So he immediately shouted, "Everyone has been deceived. Think about it. How could a good sun explode into a supernova? Yu Yuan deceived you. He wants to betray mankind. Don't go down to the lower level of the base. Life and death will be in the hands of others." As he spoke, the man pointed at Yu Yuan, who was speaking on the TV screen, gritting his teeth, as if someone owed him money. The crowd, who didn't know what was going on, suddenly stopped. They just habitually believed in the base. And when they saw everyone starting to pack up and go downstairs, they followed them. In addition, the news that the Sun and the Centauri triple star system had exploded was too explosive, and everyone was in shock and sadness, and didn't think seriously. Now that someone shouted this, some guys who thought they were smart started to think about it. Yes, the Sun exploded as a supernova, and it happened at the same time as the Centaurus triple star system. How could it be such a coincidence? I almost believed it with so many mistakes and omissions. I am so screwed. Yes, what a lie of the century. Even if it is aliens, it is not such a coincidence. I might as well give Qin Shi Huang V50 instead of believing it. The crowd was silent for a moment. And then, there were words of sudden enlightenment. But there were also people who held opposing opinions. Believe in science. They have given you the images. And you still don't believe it? Besides, there are a group of scientists here. You are a fool to tell such a lie. The opposing voice was immediately met with a mocking voice from the person who made the initial call. Haha. Of course he is not stupid, but very smart. Otherwise, he would not have so many experts to support his lies. Think about it. If there were no experts behind him, no Dr. Gander, would you believe it at the first time? What is this? This is taking advantage of your inertia of thinking. Do you think what astronomers say can be trusted? Little did they know that those people were now controlled by Yu Yuan and were endorsing him. Kiki videos can't fool people. Someone hesitantly retorted. From the sound of his voice, it was clear that he had wavered. After all, he really didn't want to believe that the sun was gone. Haha. Pictures and videos? Think about it. If you only watched those scattered videos, and no one told you that it was the sun exploding, who would know that it was the sun? To put it bluntly, isn't there enough technology for synthesizing videos and pictures now? They didn't even know how to make similar star maps. Think about it. Why is Dr. Gander so far? He has an astronomer in his hands. What similar stars can he have? That's right. And what does a supernova explosion have to do with the death of all humans? It's not like the Earth exploded. Someone in the crowd echoed. Obviously, this guy had no idea about supernova explosions. In fact, there are many such people in the base. If Yu Yuan hadn't mentioned the Centauri triple star system repeatedly in the video, such people would not even know what it is. Of course, these people just don't know much about astronomy, which doesn't mean they're useless. Those who can come to the Callisto base basically have some skills, and at the very least they have a job here, so they are not that bad. But they are just specialized in their own fields. At this time, a shout came from the back of the crowd. What's wrong with the team in front? Don't squeeze in the entrance of the passage. The back can't move. Quickly grab your belongings and catch up with the main force. As the voice approached, a soldier in the uniform of the security department jumped towards the crowd. The gravity of Callisto is about 1/8 of the gravity of the Earth. Soldiers who have stayed here for a long time know how to walk faster and less likely to fall. What's going on? The soldier came to the scene and asked again. His question made the crowd who had just been shouting and echoing quiet down. It seemed that no one wanted to be the first to speak out. But this group of people was quite interesting. They didn't take the leap, but they all looked at the one who started it first. Seeing this, the soldier of the security department followed the line of sight of the crowd and saw a man with eyes standing at the intersection of their eyes. He was about 40 years old, wearing a suit and tie, and looked gentle. "You are the one who is causing trouble?" The soldier jumped over and asked. As he spoke, he pressed a few times on the device on his left forearm. And then the raised camera pointed at the man and clicked twice. Obviously, this was collecting the man's facial information, and then sending it back to the system host to retrieve the man information. Ha ha ha. What a serious crime. I was accused of causing trouble as soon as I came. The man was not afraid, but laughed. It was me who asked everyone to stop. But it was not a provocation. I was telling everyone the truth and exposing Yu Yuan's absurd lie of destroying the world. Han Dongqiu, a shareholder of Johua Trading Group, arrived at Callisto 3 months ago to do business. The soldier read the information he found, and then said righteously, "I don't care who you are, and I don't want to say any other nonsense to you. I can tell you that your current behavior has constituted the crime of disturbing public order. This matter is not serious, but it is also serious. In this extraordinary period, you can be sentenced to at least 3 months of detention. If you do not listen to the advice and cause the evacuation of the masses to be delayed, so that the disaster comes and causes damage to the masses, then you can be imprisoned for at least 7 years. I hope you will take care of yourself." "Uh-huh. Are you trying to scare me? Do you think I was scared?" Han Dongqiu was not afraid, but shouted, "Don't be fooled. Yu Yuan is against humanity, and these people are his minions. Hey!" This shout made the soldiers, who came to maintain order, laugh. What anti-human? What minions? Really crazy. Yu Yuan is very prestigious among the soldiers of the security department, and is also very popular on Callisto. Now he is said to be against humanity and deceive the masses, so that this soldier has the urge to laugh. Why make up this excuse when you can make up any other excuse? Everyone keep moving forward. Don't delay the evacuation. The soldier shook his head and shouted to the crowd to speed up. Then turned to Han Dongqiu and said, "No one asked you to go down. If you don't believe me, turn around and go up. There is a space suit in the closet on the left side of the upper floor of the base. Go outside the base and take a look. Oh, by the way, don't blame me if you die. You are exaggerating." Han Dongqiu snorted but did not move. "Xiaosheng, what's going on here? Why is it stuck for so long? I have been waiting for more than 20 minutes. At this moment, another call came from the back of the team. "Team leader? There's a guy causing trouble. Take care of it right away." The soldier called Xiaosheng responded, and before his team leader could jump over, he immediately leaned forward, stuck one foot on the raised part of the ground, reached out and grabbed Han Dongqiu's arm and pulled him out. In an environment of 1/8 of the Earth's gravity, Han Dongqiu was pulled out by him, and then fell to the ground with a bang. Chapter 13. Then, Xiaosheng quickly put Han Dongqiu's hands behind his back, so as not to let the team leader think that he was not doing a good job. Such a small gap in mobilization and relocation happened occasionally, but it did not cause much trouble. Basically, the soldiers of the security department could handle it. The Callisto base has strict control over firearms, except for the security department. Ordinary people cannot carry firearms, so small fights like this are easily quelled. Although there were some minor disturbances, no one was stupid enough to gather together and raise the flag of rebellion. However, the occurrence of such things eventually planted some seeds of doubt in the minds of the people. Yu Yuan actually knew about this situation, but he did not deliberately explain it. Time will prove everything. Not to mention that this time is not long. Callisto will soon turn to the other side of Jupiter, and the intense explosion period of the supernova will last for at least a month. By then, the Callisto base will be greatly affected. This is also what Yu Yuan is worried about, because many scholars and experts dare not say for sure. If it can't be stopped at that time, it will be all over. Although after the live broadcast mobilization ended, Gander and the particle physics expert calculated for a long time and concluded that it was likely to be stopped. But Yu Yuan was still worried, as if knowing his worries. Not long after, Gander and the experts who study high-energy physics and particle physics told him a good news. That is, even if it gets out of the shielding of Jupiter, Callisto will not fall apart. The reason is that the orbit of Jupiter is far enough away, plus the protection of Jupiter's magnetic field, and most of the Callisto base itself is underground. which provides good protection for the base. But the top layer of the base exposed on the surface may be destroyed. The solar supernova explosion is different from a normal supernova. There was no data available for reference before, so these experts dared not guarantee it. To this end, Yu Yuan personally led the team to move the heavy machinery in the base, such as excavators, bulldozers, and various engineering robots and equipment, down as much as possible. With these things, if the upper layer of the base really collapsed, it can be dug out. Although I don't know if there is hope of survival in the future. If I don't work hard to prepare, if I really survive, I will die. 7 days passed quickly in the relocation. Perhaps it was because Yu Yuan's prestige on Callisto was not bad, and the relocation was generally stable. More than 80,000 people are moving down, which makes the living conditions a bit crowded. Fortunately, there is a damaged spaceship. Otherwise the bottom 2 floors alone can't accommodate so many people. There are 5 floors in the Callisto base. Now there are no people on the upper 3 floors. All have moved to the lower 2 floors, and the damaged spaceship buried deep underground. People can move freely because the damaged spaceship is no longer a secret. According to estimates, at this point in time, Callisto will pass behind Jupiter and be exposed to the afterglow of the supernova. People are anxiously waiting for the final judgment. Yu Yuan, along with a group of scientists and the leadership of the security department, quietly waited for the fate to decide in the temporary command post at the bottom of the base. All that should be done has been done, and the only thing left is to pray. Waiting for death is very painful, and expecting a miracle is very exciting. During this contradictory time, people are suppressing their emotions. The busy relocation made them temporarily forget the pain of losing their loved ones. After they calmed down, all kinds of joys and sorrows came to their hearts. Everyone is missing their lost relatives and friends, missing Mother Earth, and missing the glory of mankind. Everything is gone. Everything that mankind is proud of has been ruthlessly destroyed. All they can do now is to shed tears and pray silently. Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva bless you. The Jade Emperor, the Tathagata Buddha, all the gods and Buddhas in the sky bless us with peace. Please ask Tai Jukutianzuan to bless the base with peace. I don't have any incense at the moment, but I will make it up to you after we get through this difficult time. God Shiha, please be gentle. People began to look for spiritual sustenance, mumbling to the gods and Buddhas that they had never worshipped before, hoping that they could hear their prayers. There are also more loyal believers calling for the only Lord in their hearts. Lord, I am your loyal servant. Please help your servant to overcome the disaster. Allah is the only true God. God, please do not abandon your servant. Jehovah. Amen. Many people are looking for spiritual sustenance, or cram for the last minute, or are true believers. But Yu Yuan didn't. He just hoped that the structure of the base was strong enough, that the current human material technology was advanced enough, and that the design of the base builders was good enough, and that the earthquake resistance was strong enough. Time passed slowly until a certain time in space, when a tremor like an earthquake came, followed by a series of rumbling sounds of heavy objects collapsing, mixed with the sound of steel colliding, spreading from top to bottom throughout the base and into people's tense hearts. The vibration was not strong, and the base withstood it. Yu Yuan, who felt the vibration, also looked up at the computer screens in front of him. After the relocation, the screens in the original monitoring room were moved to this temporary command post. These screens were connected to cameras in various parts of the base, but now they were showing scenes on the top 3 floors. Everyone in the command post followed Yu Yuan's gaze and fell on the screens showing the top scenes. On the screen, everyone first saw that the transition cabin used to enter and exit the base was the first to show abnormalities. The horizontal and vertical structures began to deform, and at the same time, a crackling sound was heard. Then, the airtight hatch deformed. The load-bearing beam twisted more and more, and then it stepped down with a bang. A hole appeared, and then a dark red torrent broke through the hole and rolled in, reflecting the entire surveillance screen red. It was magma. The hot magma continued to expand the hole during the influx, and then the surrounding parts were also heated to the melting point. More holes appeared, and more magma poured in. In a short period of time, the crazy influx of hot magma burned the circuit and melted the camera. Everyone looked away and found that more than one screen had turned black. Airlock number 4 was destroyed. Airlock number 8 was destroyed. Isolator number 7 was deformed. The fireproof coating of isolator number 7 melted, and isolator number 7 was engulfed by lava. Magma seeped into the upper ceiling. The grill caught fire, and the coolant was released. And the load-bearing column was deformed. The first floor air defense area was broken. And lava was pouring into the air defense cabin. The signal was interrupted. And the screens number 4 to 8 were switched to the camera on route number 667. In the reports of the operating and monitoring staff, the screens went out one after another, and then lit up one after another. The main load-bearing beam number 7E on the first floor melted. The main load-bearing beam number 16H melted. The lobby collapsed, and the signal was interrupted and switched to connect. Yu Yuan listened to the announcements and stared at the disasters on the screens. He clenched his fists nervously, held his breath, and felt more and more depressed. Chapter 14. Sea Country's infrastructure is the best in the world. The Callisto base is undoubtedly a base that integrates Sea Country's most advanced construction technology. So it is no exaggeration to say that this base is the pinnacle of human construction technology. But such a pinnacle was easily shattered by the aftermath of the explosion. You know, the most lethal first shock wave and the material ejected at 1/10 the speed of light were all blocked by Jupiter. And this was only the aftermath. And there was also the valley rock of Callisto as a shelter. In the face of a cosmic disaster, the buildings that humans are proud of are like ant nests, collapsing at the slightest touch. The top floor of the building collapsed completely, and the building materials and steel that originally protected people turned into part of the magma at this moment, raging to the next floor. This is the second line of defense of the base. When preparing for evacuation, a large amount of high-temperature resistant materials in the base were moved here, either to reinforce the interlayer or to be embedded in various incisions. This is an emergency plan formulated by the expert group based on the latest data. According to the terrain of the base and the corresponding data of supernova explosions given by various astronomical experts, they piled up coolant such as liquid nitrogen on the top layer, and filled a large amount of high-temperature resistant materials as thickened partitions on the next layer. The next layer was temporarily installed with many load-bearing beams, columns, and supports by machinery. The infiltration of magma was foreseeable in the project's conception. The aftermath is very likely to cause a large area of Callisto's surface rock to magma, and then infiltrate the base. Or the outermost layer of the base was directly melted by the high temperature of the aftermath, causing the surrounding magma to flow directly into the base. If the outer layer of the base is destroyed and magma seeps in, the top layer will delay and weaken it. If it works, the magma will cool down slightly in the process. Then, in the next layer, the magma will be blocked by various insulation materials. The next layer is obviously used for anti-collapse reinforcement to prevent people from being buried alive. After all, the influx of external magma will inevitably increase the load-bearing capacity of the base. However, because the gravity acceleration of Callisto is only about 1/8 of that of the Earth, experts are very confident that the base can bear the load. Yu Yuan stared at the screens one after another. Finally, after a long ordeal, he breathed a sigh of relief. Blocked. The second layer of thermal insulation blocked most of the magma. The little magma that penetrated into the third layer had no killing power. After falling to the floor, it began to darken and solidified into black volcanic mud. Turn the video outside to let everyone know that we succeeded. Yu Yuan loosened his hands that were clenched so hard that the joints turned white and said to the operator. Then, he jumped forward, picked up the microphone from the equipment table, pressed the button to connect it to the external loudspeaker, then took a deep breath and shouted, "Friends, we succeeded. We survived. Wow!" After hearing Yu Yuan's announcement, cheers rang out in every corner of the base. At the same time, countless TV screens showed a series of videos, from the beginning of the magma infiltration to the final cessation and stabilization. People's eyes were filled with tears. Now, all the slanders against the Great Relocation movement have disappeared, and people seem to have no memory of the previous slanders. They have turned around and become staunch supporters of the Great Relocation. People watched the thrilling scenes on the screen. Although they knew the ending, they were still frightened every time they saw the raging magma. They survived. They really survived. This was the last power of the supernova, and it was also the strongest power that hurt the Callisto base. After surviving this wave of shock waves, the survivors really survived. According to experts' predictions, as long as they survive this wave of shock waves, they can wait until the aftermath is completely weakened and the magma cools down before they can dig out. Yes, dig them out. Now the survivors have been buried under the base. But many large excavation equipment are still there. So there is no problem digging them out. As for what to do after digging them out, as ordinary people, they have not thought so far. Major General, what should we do next? At this time, Zhu Pit approached Yu Yuan and asked. He now admired Yu Yuan even more. If it weren't for Yu Yuan's series of decisive decisions, at least half of the people in this huge base would have died. Or even all of them would have been swallowed by the lava. Although there are a few stubborn guys who refuse to leave and die, there are only about 100 of them anyway. In Zhu Pit's eyes, these people really deserve to die. What's next? Yu Yuan took a deep breath and did not answer directly. Yes. What should I do next? This question made Yu Yuan think a lot. Just like people will think about this and that when they relax. If Yu Yuan answered directly, he would definitely say that the next thing to consider is still the issue of survival. And the things to do are also related to survival. But at this moment, there are too many doubts in his mind. For example, why was the sun destroyed? Why was the Centauri triple star system destroyed? Why was it not just one star system, but all three? In addition to these 2 star systems, were there other star systems destroyed? What is the connection between them? Why? These questions came to his mind. But soon Yu Yuan temporarily put them aside, because these questions could not be answered immediately. Then it was still a question of survival. Now we have temporarily overcome the crisis of immediate destruction. But how more than 80,000 people will survive in the next period of time is a problem that must be considered. In the near term, food, clothing, housing and transportation. In the far term, the continuation of humanity. In the near term, because the disaster came too suddenly. Although most people's lives were saved under planned measures, it was inevitable that a lot of material losses would occur. In the days to come, the main contradiction of the Callisto base is the contradiction between the shortage of materials and people's living needs. As for the distant side, because the disaster came too suddenly, only more than 80,000 people survived. Obviously, this number of people cannot support the entire technology tree, so it may cause technology regression in the future. Good things cannot be made. Bad things cannot be repaired. And then everyone will die. Huh? Accompanied by a sigh, Yu Yuan exhaled, then turned to Zhu Pite and said, notify the heads of various departments, elites in various fields, and technical representatives to come to the temporary meeting room on time at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, and then go back to rest. In the past few days, everyone has been working all night for nearly a week, and they are exhausted. Now that they can relax for a while, they should have a good sleep. Only when the body is well can we have enough energy to solve the next difficulties. Yu Yuan noticed that in this temporary command post, several staff members have fallen asleep unconsciously because of their sudden mental relaxation. Too tired. Yu Yuan himself has also been holding on until now with red eyes. But he can't rest yet, because he knows that if everyone goes to sleep, it will be dangerous. People's hearts are unpredictable, and Yu Yuan cannot see through their hearts. So after everyone went back to rest, he went to the security department. After the big move, the security department was arranged inside the damaged spacecraft, which is below the bottom floor of the base, and the temporary command post is on the top floor. This is Yu Yuan's arrangement, and the purpose is self-evident. At this time, placing the security department inside the damaged spacecraft will reassure the soldiers, and placing the temporary command post on the top floor closest to the danger can convince the public. Chapter 15. Minister Man Yueme came to greet Yu Yuan as soon as he arrived at the security department. Man Yueme was the deputy minister of the security department. But since Yu Yuan was also the base commander, the security department was basically under the command of Man Yueme, especially during the time when Yu Yuan returned to Earth. She was in charge of all the affairs of the security department. In terms of ability, there was no problem at all, and it could even be said that she was too capable. Although Man Yueme was a woman, she had a spirit that ordinary women did not have. She graduated from a military academy and had a higher starting point than ordinary soldiers. But she started as a private soldier and made rapid progress with her own abilities, and was selected into a special operations force. There, she was still very dazzling. A sharpshooter, a combat expert, and had excellent military skills. Later, she was transferred to Callisto to work as an instructor and deputy director of the security department. Yu Yuan knew that she was here to gain experience. If it weren't for this disaster, she would have been the base commander and security minister of the Inghua base soon. Although she has a good figure and looks like a queen. The soldiers who have been with her know that this woman is actually a ruthless character. And her style of doing things has a taste of using any means to achieve her goals. So Yu Yuan was very relieved to let her maintain the public order of the large relocation. But such a person is not easy to control. Yu Yuan returned the greeting and said, "Deputy man, you have worked hard these days. But leave the next thing to me. You rest first. Let me go back to rest." Hearing this, Man Yume frowned and said, "Minister Yu, if you have anything to say, just tell me directly. I promise to complete the task." Yu Yuan walked past her and went all the way to the security department. After feeling that she caught up, he said, "Deputy man may have misunderstood what I meant. What I meant is that you and some brothers in the security department should go to rest first. And leave this time to me. You can bring people to take shifts in the second half of the night. People can't do without rest. Besides, this is an extraordinary period. And we must not make any mistakes. And we must not let those with ulterior motives take advantage of the opportunity. By the way, you have to attend the meeting at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. If you don't go now and don't rest well, it will be bad to fall asleep at the meeting." Yu Yuan added, "That's the reason. But? Don't say but. I'm worried about you being away in the second half of the night. There were a lot of incidents during the previous relocation. Those who want to do bad things are spies planted by other countries," Yu Yuan said, and shook his head secretly. "It's already this fucking time, and you're still making trouble. Just for the sake of opposing. You're really out of your mind." "Oh!" Hearing Yu Yuan say this, Man Yume let out a long "oh." Then walked while repeatedly looking at the palms and backs of her hands. "This is interesting." Yu Yuan was stunned. Then looked back at Man Yume, who seemed to be in some state, and said, "Now we don't know if we can walk back to the ground alive. Don't make trouble. Don't worry, Minister. I know what to do." Man Yume seemed to be unaware of Yu Yuan's gaze, still looking at the back of her palms. After the two of them went to the security department to give some instructions, Man Yume went back to rest. Yu Yuan led some soldiers to continue to maintain order until the second half of the night, when they took turns to rest. But he woke up again after a few hours of sleep and rushed to the meeting room. When Yu Yuan arrived at the meeting room with about 300 people was basically full. He glanced and saw Man Yume was there too. Gonda, Su Song, Zhao Yuqin, Yu Nanfeng, Su Zhini, Li Zhenlu, Yi Kai and other scientific experts and doctors were also present. But no one spoke. And they seemed a little lifeless, as if they were still immersed in sadness. After entering the conference room, Yu Yuan rubbed his eyes to make himself more awake, and then walked to the front and took a look at the time. 7:58. After waiting for 2 minutes, Yu Yuan immediately put the microphone to his mouth, cleared his throat and said loudly, "Everyone, we are all gathered here today for no other reason than to discuss the future survival of humanity. That is, our group of survivors. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to the doctors in the scientific community. Without them, the Callisto base would not have been able to prepare for disasters in advance. Secondly, I would like to thank all the soldiers in the security department. They have been working day and night for the relocation to be a complete success. At the same time, I would also like to thank all departments for their close cooperation. Without them, our large-scale machinery, engineering equipment, and life support equipment would not be able to be transported to the destination smoothly. It is them, you, and the joint efforts of all of us that have kept us alive and allowed us to exist to commemorate our deceased human relatives and compatriots. Please follow me and observe a minute of silence for our lost fellow human beings." After saying a series of necessary nonsense, Yu Yuan began to get to the point. "I know that this unprovoked disaster has filled each of us with sadness and despair. But we cannot be discouraged or live in decadence because of it. We survived. So we must bear the name of humanity and be worthy of the hundreds of millions of compatriots who died. So, how can we be worthy of them?" Yu Yuan glanced at everyone in the venue, then raised his right hand and clenched his fist, and said solemnly, "Revenge? In fact, Yu Yuan and everyone present here don't know why the Centauri triple star system and the sun exploded in a supernova. But everyone who is not stupid knows that it must not have happened naturally. So this does not prevent Yu Yuan from using this incident to ignite the fighting spirit of the survivors. Revenge. No matter what the future holds. No matter how far we can go. And no matter whether we have the ability or not, as long as we are still alive, we must do everything we can to find the truth of this matter, and then find the alien who destroyed us, and then wipe them out from this universe. Only with the blood of our enemies can we pay tribute to the spirits of our hundreds of millions of compatriots who died. We want revenge. 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 The conference room suddenly rang with excited shouts. And Yu Yuan was so scared that he quickly pressed his hands to quiet everyone down. But if we want revenge, we must survive first. And if we want to survive, we must unite and work together. We must unite and work together to survive in this dangerous universe. Speaking of unity, Yu Yuan waved his fist again. Humans are social animals. In the cradle of our growth, humans cannot live alone without the group, let alone the vast universe. After an impassioned opening, Yu Yuan saw that the atmosphere in the venue was completely different from before. The lifeless scene was gone, replaced by everyone standing up straight and full of energy. Seeing this scene, Yu Yuan nodded secretly. This is decent. Without any motivation. How can we lead the survivors to survive the months-long underground life? How to lead the survivors to dig back to the ground? If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. If the soldiers are timid, the generals will be timid. Good atmosphere must be started from the top. Chapter 16. The 300 or so people in the meeting seemed to be in good spirits. But Yu Yuan knew that it was temporary, and was temporarily stimulated by his speech. To solve this problem, we must know the root cause of the public's low state, and then solve it. And this root cause, Yu Yuan analyzed from his own feelings and the reactions of the public these days. He believed that it was the fear and hesitation of the unknown. That is the reason for the explosion of the Sun and Centauri triple star system. In this matter, as long as the upper echelons of Callisto do not make a reasonable judgment, this kind of fear, hesitation, and anxiety will always be buried deep in the hearts of the survivors and linger in the society of the Callisto base. Because of the unknown, people will worry whether they will still face unknown threats after returning to the ground, or even another Jupiter explosion, or Callisto will be directly destroyed and wait for various persecutions. If we want to unite and strive for survival, we must eliminate this influence from the hearts of the people. But for the surviving humans, it is impossible to know the real reason. After all, it is impossible for someone to ask aliens, right? So, this requires the leadership of the base to give a reasonable reason, regardless of whether it is true or not, as long as it can withstand scrutiny and dispel the fear in people's hearts. Only by doing a good job in ideological construction can we get twice the result with half the effort and work together. Yu Yuan knows this truth very well. So the first thing he did at the meeting today was to let the meeting give a reasonable explanation to this incident that would reassure the survivors. In terms of characterization, Yu Yuan actually said that most people's first reaction was that aliens did it. And such a characterization would inevitably cause panic. So this meeting must give a reassuring explanation. As soon as Yu Yuan expressed his thoughts, the meeting room was filled with noisy discussions. After a few minutes, when the discussion gradually became quieter, Yu Yuan said, "This is an astronomical event, so I think that experts in astronomy have the most say. And now I will ask them to talk about their ideas." As an astrophysicist, Gander knew he had to speak. Based on the observational data, we can first be sure that this incident must not have occurred naturally. Gander defined the nature of the event and continued, "Then we need to analyze the logic behind this incident and the possible truth based on the limited information. Now we know two things for sure. First, the explosion of the Sun and the Centauri triple star system occurred. And in terms of time, the latter occurred before the former. Second, we are still alive." The two pieces of information Gander said are obvious, well-known, and not mysterious. From the first piece of information, we can infer that the attacker, that is, the unknown civilization, has mastered some means of destroying stars. We don't know what weapon it is, but we can be sure that the technological strength of alien civilization exceeds our cognition. The second point is that the time difference before and after the outbreak is very important. From the time difference before and after the outbreak, we can draw two conclusions. First, the unknown civilization attacked the Centauri triple star system first, and then attacked the solar system. Second, the unknown civilization attacked both at the same time. If it is the first possibility, we speculate that this unknown civilization should use our sun as a supplement to the means of attacking the triple star system. and it is likely to be a supplementary attack for some strategic purpose. But if this is the case, with the technology of this unknown civilization, it is impossible that it did not discover us when it ran to the solar system to destroy the sun, which is inconsistent with our current survival. So I think the possibility is relatively small. Of course, it does not rule out the possibility that the unknown civilization turns a blind eye to us. Just like we don't look at ants when we walk. Gander said this, took a sip of the water on the table in front of him, and after moistening his throat, he continued, if it is the second possibility, it means that the unknown civilization was in the Centaur triple star system or in that direction when it destroyed the star. The weapon that destroyed the star hit the Centaur triple star system at the same time, crossed a distance of 4.3 light years, and hit the solar system 4 years later. This is consistent with our observation results and the fact that we are still alive now. So I am more inclined to the second point. But this is all based on our own thinking and limited information. We don't know the existence and thinking of aliens, so we can't rule out other incredible possibilities. Gander added very rigorously. His words triggered another round of discussion. Then some scientific elites made a lot of supplements. And social science elites also participated in the active discussion. This part of the elites extended the discussion based on Dr. Gander's point of view, discussing the possible forms and relationships of unknown civilizations and even other cosmic civilizations. There are also alternative views and opinions, but they are quite far-fetched. Seeing this situation, Yu Yuan directly made a decision. Very good. Other possibilities such as alien thinking are not discussed for the time being. At this stage, we can only take the second conclusion. Dr. Gon, please go back and draft the data evidence for this conclusion, and then write an article with a reasonable context. The publicity department is responsible for coordinating the publicity. Regardless of the truth, we need this result at this stage. The unknown civilization did not discover humans, but destroyed the solar system for some purpose unknown to humans. Now the survivors are temporarily safe. Yu Yuan needs to convey this signal to the public so that they will no longer regard unknown civilizations as the sword of Damocles hanging over their heads. Of course, there is another possibility. That is, the unknown civilization discovered humans and destroyed them by destroying the sun. But this may need to explain why the Centauri triple system was also destroyed. Could there be life there? And it does not rule out the possibility that other surrounding stars were also destroyed. After all, the survivors cannot observe the external situation now. However, this can only be determined after returning to the ground, re-establishing various telescopes, and launching various detectors. Therefore, it is not within the scope of discussion of this meeting. As for whether the alien civilization is good or evil, and what the situation of the cosmic society is, it is not the focus of discussion now. Each stage has its main contradictions. The main task at this stage is to unite people and work together to survive. Everyone knows what Yu Yuan means, so this matter is settled. Next, let me talk about the general situation of the base in all aspects at present. After the first matter was determined, Yu Yuan began to introduce the second agenda of this meeting. Chapter 17. There are a total of 88,836 people in the Callisto base, except for a few foreigners. Most of them are Chinese, and the male-female ratio is about 1 minute and 0.6 seconds. The Callisto base is originally a Chinese space base. It is not surprising that most of the people are Chinese, but the male-female ratio is indeed seriously unbalanced. This is also unavoidable. Several major bases are basically like this. Yu Yuan continued, because of the timely response. The starch production equipment in the base is well preserved. If starch is produced as usual, the daily output is about 30 tons of starch. Under normal circumstances, we can basically maintain the life needs of the base because of some vegetable and meat supplies from the outside world. But now this part is gone. Vegetables can only be supplied by the base's cultivation garden, and meat has completely disappeared from the base's inventory. According to the data from the logistics department, normal supply can probably last for 2 months. But this is not the biggest problem. After all, we can't survive without meat immediately. The biggest problem is that we lack energy, because it is the farthest base. The various equipment of the Callisto base is indeed more complete than other bases, but it is not necessary to raise pigs and cattle on it. So the meat is basically shipped from Earth. The lab does have quite a few experimental animals like mice, but even if they can be processed into meat products for consumption, it may not be able to meet the needs of so many people. Besides, This thing cannot be eaten up. Otherwise, the survivors will really cut off their own lives. It is used in various medical experiments. Unless you want to directly conduct human experiments right away, which is unrealistic. Embryo cultivation is one way. And the Callisto base also has such equipment and technology. But energy is a big problem. Because when we were still on the ground, we could use the nuclear power plants on the ground and various solar sails to generate electricity. But now all of this is gone. In addition, the storage of carbon dioxide and water is also a big problem. Yu Yuan paused, looked at scholars, doctors, engineering department, and logistics department in various fields. So now, I need a reasonable plan, a reasonable distribution plan, a reasonable energy utilization plan, and a possible solution to the energy shortage. Yes, Yu Yuan always talked about energy. Because of energy, the Callisto base basically doesn't have to worry about food problems. This is for artificial starch synthesis technology. Mature industrialized artificial starch synthesis technology has solved the problem of space food very well. As long as there is energy, as well as carbon dioxide and corresponding biological enzymes, starch can be produced continuously. This was the case for all major bases. And the plantations within the bases were used to grow fruits, vegetables, and a small amount of wheat and rice, which basically guaranteed the cellulose and other trace elements needed by the human body. Only meat could not be grown. And it was all supplied by Mother Earth, the original carbon dioxide and water of the Callisto base. In addition to the recycling of human exhalation, were directly mined from the ice layer on Callisto. Now that this source is gone, the carbon dioxide produced by the base population's respiration alone is obviously not enough to meet the demand for industrial starch production. 2 months is enough. In another month, the aftermath of the solar eruption will be over. Our engineering equipment has not suffered much damage. 1 month is enough for us to dig back to the ground. A doctor said. What will happen after returning to the ground? Another person asked. Of course, we will continue to mine from the ice layer of Callisto. Is there any problem? The doctor replied. The man sighed. It's hard to say whether there is still ice on the surface of Callisto now. This sentence made everyone think of the magma pouring in. Yes, the violent energy impact is likely to vaporize the ice layer and blow it all away. A planet of the mass of Callisto cannot retain the atmosphere. However, as long as we return to the ground, there is still great hope with a planet as big as Callisto. At present, the most important thing is energy, whether we are now underground or returning to the ground in the future. In the final analysis, it is still an energy problem, Yu Yuan said. Although the energy storage station has reserves, it can only last for a month at most. Optimistically speaking, we can dig it back to the ground in a month. But we can't build a power station instantly when we return to the ground. Don't we have nuclear fission batteries? Someone asked. Yes, we do. But its power is too low. The nuclear batteries in stock in the base can only meet the needs of weak current equipment or small power equipment. Heavy industrial equipment such as large cranes, excavators, forklifts, hammers, pile drivers, etc. cannot be used. Yu Yuan explained. Nuclear batteries, also known as atomic energy batteries. The basic principle is to convert the heat generated by the decay of radioactive isotopes into electrical energy. This phenomenon is called the Seebeck effect, also known as the first electrothermal effect. Nuclear fission batteries do not produce a large amount of nuclear waste like nuclear power plants, and are considered harmless clean energy and non-renewable resources. Nuclear battery technology was mature at the end of the last century. It is widely used in various remote detectors due to its long life and no need for charging. A nuclear battery can basically be used for dozens or even hundreds of years. But it also has a fatal disadvantage. That is, the power is too low. If you want it to generate more electricity, you have to increase its mass. Too much mass is undoubtedly a huge burden for various devices. After all, you can't put a battery weighing several tons or even more than 10 tons on a transport vehicle. So even though humans have come to Jupiter's orbit to build a base, nuclear fission batteries have not been used on large vehicles. Of course, because mature technology has solved the safety problem, nuclear fission batteries have now been widely used in some small devices, such as mobile phones and tablets, which no longer need to be charged. And even many small appliances that use the principle of light-emitting diodes for lighting also use this type of battery. Therefore, The lighting and small electrical appliances at the Callisto base now basically do not have to worry about power outages. Correspondingly, the energy problem Yuan was talking about was not this kind of problem. He was talking about the power consumption of large-scale heavy industry and large-scale daily necessities production equipment. In the past, these things were powered by nuclear power plants or solar panels on the surface of Callisto. Now, because of the catastrophe, everything is gone. So the energy shortage problem has occurred. At this time, an expert stood up and expressed his opinion for the energy problem. I think we can consider the multi-bit parallel connection of small-scale radiation power generation. The nuclear fuel we have in stock is enough to support us until the power plant is built. As soon as this was said, it caused everyone to think deeply. The basic principle is still similar to that of nuclear batteries. But this seems to be the most feasible solution for the Callisto base at present. The nuclear power plant originally built on the surface of Callisto has been destroyed. And due to heat dissipation, safety, and land occupation issues, a nuclear power plant cannot be built in the base. This method is the best way to solve the problem using existing resources. Chapter 18. It would be great if there was a transport boat in the base. The engine of the transport boat could be dismantled and used to generate electricity. However, the transport boat was too big to fit into the lower level of the base, so it was destroyed in the disaster. In this way, the engineering department will come up with a plan and start working on it immediately after proving its feasibility. I emphasize that it must ensure extreme safety. Yuan saw that everyone thought this plan was feasible, and there was no better way. So he decided to do it. You can't hesitate at this time. Safety is emphasized because nuclear weapons are really dangerous. If there is a problem, the whole base will be ruined. The group discussed one issue after another in the meeting, which lasted from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., and finally determined the current priority. This is not a waste of time. As the saying goes, sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of wood. If you rush into it without a plan, that is a waste of time. Although the disaster came suddenly, the Callisto base is not a mess. The original leadership team was not just sitting there doing nothing. And Yuan was resolute and swift during this extraordinary period, keeping the power firmly in his hands, so that there was no major unrest in the entire base. Against this background, the base issued a temporary decree on people's livelihood, and restrictions on the purchase of food and various daily necessities began to be implemented. Yes, restrictions on purchases. The relatively stable social structure of Callisto has prevented the original monetary system from collapsing for the time being, and this mini-government is naturally effective. The currency is electronic currency. The Callisto base originally had no right to issue currency, but it had a banking system, and everyone living in the Callisto base would have data records in this branch. So although the host was offline, this system could take on this temporary responsibility. Time passed slowly as the survivors struggled to survive. Various functional equipment was turned on again with the cooperation of various departments. And starch, fruit, vegetables, oil, salt, and other necessities of life resumed production, while other scientific research equipment temporarily entered hibernation. The rapid recovery of production capacity gave the survivors hope. The surviving humans gradually recovered in the base buried deep underground. Under the guidance of the propaganda department, the sadness of the destruction of the sun and the death of their compatriots turned into the obsession of revenge and the motivation to live. 10,000 people took up the bow and shot at the same move. And all the moves hit the target. When humans unite and move towards a common goal, they can often burst out with amazing power. Not to mention that most of these people grew up in a good historical and cultural environment. In this case, the people living underground like moles are full of energy, waiting for the top leaders of the base to announce that they will dig up. Yuan was very satisfied with people's mental state. With this energy, no matter how difficult it is, they can get through it. Time passed day by day. The machines in the underground base started again. The motors roared again, and people were engaged in production again. The radiation generator was also methodically designed and assembled, from drawings to real objects, and gradually became a reality, making adequate preparations for the future energy transition of the base. Many scientific experimental projects were temporarily stopped, and scientific research equipment was temporarily stopped. There are many types of this, such as various chemical experiments, material research, space calcium loss-related drug research, biological space receptor experiments, various carrier plum catalytic enzyme research, and propulsion power engineering research. etc. The electricity freed up for this purpose is used to ensure people's living needs. Life underground is boring. But because of boredom, everyone is holding back a breath, waiting to vent it when they return to the ground and do a big job. However, among so many people, there are always some exceptions. Ma Dongjin is one of them. He was originally an ordinary second-generation rich man, with a rich life and basically everything he wanted. After inheriting the family business, girls surrounded him everywhere. But he was not interested in them. It's not that he likes men, but he is more loyal in love. When he was still a junior, he fell in love with a girl named Su Yanshur and was very obsessed with her. But Su Yanshur didn't pay much attention to him, even though he revealed the fact that he was very rich. Ma Dongjin felt that such a girl was very special and was a girl worthy of his true love. That year, he and Su Yanshur both graduated. Su Yanshur was admitted to graduate school, while he returned to the family business to help. This realistic separation was enough to make the love vanish. But Ma Dongjin did not give up. He still worked hard to pursue her. Finally, this unremitting pursuit moved Su Yanshur, who was about to graduate from graduate school. Excited, Ma Dongjin planned to give Su Yanshur a surprise at her graduation ceremony as Space Rose. He knew that Su Yanshur liked all kinds of rare animals and plants, and was aspiring to become a great biodiversity researcher. So he planned to cater to his tastes and give him a special gift that could express his love. For this purpose, he did not hesitate to mobilize the power of money and find someone to cultivate a rose that grows in a vacuum environment for him. However, the cultivation garden of the space base is not a place where anyone can grow anything. However, driven by money, Ma Dongjin finally found a way, and a researcher at the Callisto Orbital Laboratory agreed to him. However, since the Callisto base has very strict control over express delivery of incoming and outgoing goods, such behavior of changing the experimental planting privately is likely to be expelled once discovered. In order to reduce the risk, the researcher asked him to pick it up himself. He only agreed to take it out from the laboratory and give it to him. Everything else was done by him. It was good enough to get it. The power of love made Ma Dongjin naturally agree. And then he set out for Callisto on the pretext of trade negotiations. Unexpectedly, not long after arriving at the Callisto base, the disaster came. Ma Dongjin lost everything after this incident. He had almost given back all his knowledge to his teacher after graduating for many years, and he had no idea what he could do here. Fortunately, Callisto still used the original financial system, so he was not penniless now. However, since he did not plan to stay here for a long time and did not open an account here, he was really penniless after spending all the cash on him. He, who had always lived a life of luxury, suddenly fell into confusion in life. He stared blankly at the people coming and going in the base. With a wooden expression, the old village chief holding the water in his hand was his last spiritual sustenance. He twisted the cap and took 2 more sips, but was reluctant to finish it. Have you heard that the machinery company affiliated with the engineering department is hiring people, saying that they are preparing to return to the ground? Ma Dongjin, who was a little confused, heard this. Hiring people? What does it have to do with me? Ma Dongjin was not interested at all. But the conversation continued to drift to his ears. That thing is looking for senior technicians, remote machinery drivers, senior maintenance workers and the like. What does it have to do with you? A lazy guy who only knows how to live off your old capital. Look at what you said. Am I idle? I am ready to go. You know, I am just in the stage of preparing for it. What can you do? You can't operate engineering robots. And you can't repair machinery. Even if you want to sell your physical strength, there is no place for you to move bricks. Do you think this is the beginning of the last century? You dare to come to Callisto without any skills. You are brave and lucky to have a brother like me who is a sucker. Who said there are no brick movers? Look at this. Remote sensing equipment installation technician? Oh, this thing is for pulling fiber optic cables. To return to the ground, we do need to lay all kinds of communication lines. But it doesn't take much manpower. I'm not talking about this. But this one here. A mechanical maintenance apprentice. Apprentices don't need experience. I think the base will definitely need to be reformed in the future. Even though it still uses the previous system, it will definitely change in the future. Think about it. There are so few people in the base. Do you think they will tolerate the existence of a worthless person? So you have to make yourself more valuable before that? The one who knows me is Brother Pao. As the saying goes, where there are people, there are rivers and lakes. instead of being passive in the future. It is better to work hard now. Ambition. This is my good buddy. Chapter 19. The two voices gradually faded away. But Ma Dongjin was stunned. He looked around blankly, and found that none of the people coming and going were as confused as himself. Didn't they lose their relatives? Didn't they lose their lovers? Didn't they lose everything? No. Everyone is the same. They can walk out of the haze and try to live. So why can't I? Moreover, if it is true as the two people just said, reforms will be carried out in the future and worthless people will not be tolerated. Am I going to become that worthless person? No. I don't want to. Ma Dongjin woke up instantly. He raised the half bottle of wine in his hand and looked at it. Then went to the trash can and stretched the bottle over. But in the end, he held back and turned to unscrew the bottle cap and pour it down his throat. Shame on waste. Ma Dongjin muttered. Threw away the empty bottle. And then went in the direction of the two people just now. He was going to apply for a mechanic apprenticeship. To cheer up and find his own position. There are many people like Ma Dongjin. But in such a big background. They woke up one by one and joined the torrent of collective will. Time came to 2 months later in the long wait. Now, the aftermath of the solar eruption has completely passed. And it is time for people to dig back to the ground to welcome a new future. The heavy equipment that had been prepared long ago rumbled over the floor of the base and drove towards the rock layer. The construction plan had been evaluated within these 2 months. And the support project had been built before the excavation. Now all we have to do is excavate. Today, humans are on the 3rd floor underground of the original base. About 10 meters away from the original ground. But due to the magma, the previous data can no longer be used. The base in the canyon is likely to have been covered by magma. Engineers calculated based on previous canyon data that the current location of humans is at least 70 meters from the ground. 70 meters is just enough to stop the pace of humans. Of course, the actual situation is much longer than 70 meters. Because digging a hole cannot be done vertically upwards, but digging diagonally. Engineers have already planned the excavation route. Of course, the excavation route must be planned, not from the upper layer of the original base, because 2 months may not allow the original rock layer to cool down completely. And digging from the top is no different from seeking death. Engineers first use tomography technology to detect the rock formation. The so-called tomography is to determine the structure and properties of the rock formation based on the different values of physical properties such as resistivity, density, and sound waves in different rocks. It is divided into seismic exploration and electrical exploration. Due to conditions, engineers choose to use electrical exploration. That is, to use the characteristics of electric current propagation in rock formations to detect the structure and properties of underground rock formations. During the exploration process, engineers will use physical instruments to send currents of a certain frequency from the base to the rock formation. And these currents will propagate in the underground rock formations. Due to the different resistance and propagation speed of different rocks to electric current, engineers measure these data to determine which direction of rock layer can be excavated and which direction of rock layer has the risk of collapse. In this way, the excavation plan is determined. This is a passage related to the fate of mankind. So we have to be cautious. The machine operators strictly excavate according to the excavation plan. How much slope to dig, where to turn, where to pile soil, where to transport the soil for the second time, what kind of machinery to use for transportation, how far to stop and install support, what materials to use for support, when to cast the tunnel surface, how to deal with emergencies. All of these have clear details. Moreover, before excavation, all the engineering team members involved were repeatedly trained until everyone understood what they should and should not do, in order to prevent emergencies. At the beginning of excavation, an engineer of each profession must be on site. So, such a scene appeared on site. The engineers pointed at the rock layer that was getting deeper and deeper, and occasionally shouted a few times into the walkie-talkie in their hands. But almost no workers were seen working. In fact, it is not surprising to see such a scene, because the workers are in the indoor cab remotely controlling various mechanical equipment, including but not limited to excavators, forklifts, blasting hammers, road rollers, tamping mechanical vehicles, concrete mixers, concrete pump trucks, crawler-type simulated double-arm mechanical vehicles, wheeled single-arm cranes, and wheeled small simulated double-arm trolleys. Of course, there are also engineering equipment with cockpits. But because it is an outer space base, Such equipment is relatively rare and is basically only used within the base. There are more remote-controlled equipment on Callisto. So this phenomenon appeared. Among the tall engineering equipment, the engineers wearing helmets looked very small and weak. But everyone knew that their figures were huge. From a distance, their figures were almost invisible. Only the busy machines and the gradually expanding and deepening big hole. At this moment, they seemed to reflect the entire human race. Those small bodies armed with wisdom. Day after day, a 9-meter diameter round hole gradually appeared in people's eyes. It tilted upwards, with a degree of curvature and straightness, leading to the long-lost surface. "We're here!" A shout came from the top of the tunnel to the base, announcing to everyone in the base that humans had returned from underground, and also announcing to the vast starry sky that humans were back. The tunnel was brightly lit, and a number of engineering vehicles carrying various equipment and building materials slowly moved up. These mechanical equipment and materials would establish the initial foothold for the survivors in the base on the ground. The ground would be leveled again. The power station would be rebuilt, and everything that had been destroyed on the surface would reappear. It seems that humans have returned to the early days of the development of space bases. It can be predicted that the next days will definitely be a period of great construction. However, the first thing to do when returning to the ground is not construction, because the first technician who returned to the ground found that the sky was actually dark. It is impossible. The Callisto base has always been facing Jupiter. How could the sky be dark? Is it because the sun was destroyed and turned into a white dwarf or nebula, so that there is not enough strong light for Jupiter to reflect on Callisto? It's possible, but it shouldn't be that dark, the technician thought to himself. Thinking of this, he put on his space suit and got out of the car, then looked up at the sky. Hey, where is Jupiter? Where did it go? Could it be that it is so dim that it can't be seen with the naked eye? The telescope was sent up, and the astronomical experts who received the news also arrived on the ground. Jupiter is very large, especially when viewed from Callisto. So the telescope basically does not need to adjust the angle of view, and can be pointed at Jupiter. But when the telescope was set up, he found that Jupiter was gone. Chapter 20. Jupiter is missing? How is that possible? Yu Yuan, who got the news in the base, reacted immediately that it was impossible. Although the explosion of the sun was powerful, the size of Jupiter was there, and the distance was far enough. So how could it be pushed away? Sorry, I didn't express it correctly. It's not that Jupiter is missing, but that the tidal lock of Callisto has been broken. Gand, who came to tell you on the news, gave an apologetic expression and explained. More data is needed for further judgment. Are you working on it? Yu Yuan stood up anxiously. We are working on it. A bigger telescope is being transported up. Xiao Zhang from the astronomy department followed up as soon as he found out about it. According to the time, the first batch of observation parameters should be available soon. We will know the details soon. Gande touched his sparse white hair that he had just cut and said calmly. Yu Yuan was very satisfied with the efficiency. He nodded and said, "Let's go to the data center." He walked out of the office first, but he stopped at the door and turned back to Zhu Pite in the office and said, "Pite, the work on the ground cannot stop. You should follow up on this matter and coordinate with various departments to build various facilities on the ground as soon as possible." Yes. After giving the instructions, Yu Yuan strode towards the base's temporary data center. Gonda followed closely behind. Soon, the two arrived at the data center on the ground floor. As soon as they entered the door, they saw a large group of staff members busy processing data. Some were moving back and forth in this big data center, passing files, and some were discussing their own opinions on the data. It seemed chaotic, but it was in order. Yu Yuan waved to the crowd and nodded to indicate that they should continue to do what they should do, without being polite. And then he and Gonda walked through the crowd and headed straight to the astronomical data receiving station. Arriving at the data receiving station, Gonda directly said to the woman on the operating table, "Xiao Yu, has the data been transmitted?" "Dr. Gon, you are here." Hearing Gonda's voice, the woman called Xiao Yu turned around and greeted him, but found Yu Yuan was also there. So she said with a serious face, "Base Commander, you are here too?" "Yes." Yu Yuan nodded to the woman, then pointed to the data receiving station and said, "Let's talk about business." Xiao Yu was about 30 years old, with short hair and good skin care. She looked like a girl in her early 20s. She turned around and operated the data station while saying, "The first batch of data has been transmitted back. Doctor, please take a look." After a series of operations, data was switched out and displayed on the big screen. Gander stared at the screen. But the more he looked, the tighter his brows frowned. Yu Yuan saw his expression and felt that things were not good. Sure enough, the next moment he saw Gander raise his head, close his eyes, take a deep breath, and slowly open his eyes while sighing. "The situation is far worse than expected." Without waiting for Yu Yuan to speak, Gander continued, "During the initial observation, we just thought that Jupiter's tidal lock on Callisto was broken, and the side where our base is located just turned around and faced the dark universe. But judging from the data from this further observation, it is far more than that. Far more than that." Yu Yuan was shocked and hurriedly said, "Tell me more about it." It's not that Yu Yuan doesn't have eyes to see, but what is displayed on the screen now is a series of initial data and some very professional curves. Non-professionals really can't understand this kind of data that has not been processed twice or 3 times. Gande also realized this. So he told Xiaoyu, import the data into the celestial simulation system and adjust the time to 30 times the speed. Okay. Xiaoyu opened the celestial simulation software very skillfully, and then very skillfully imported the data into the system. Yu Yuan saw that the display on the big screen was switched to a dynamic 3D simulation video of the solar system. With Xiaoyu's actions, the solar system simulation system that was originally operating normally began to change. First, the brightness of the sun suddenly increased, and the light of more than 20 magnitudes occupied the entire screen. After the strong light burst out, as the frame number was refreshed, a cloud of red, white, and yellow rapidly expanded and spread from the original position of the sun. As the solar explosion spread, Mercury, Venus, and Earth were directly swallowed up in the blazing ocean, and then completely disappeared from the screen. The orbit of Mars turned into a dust cloud, and then its name was also erased from the simulation system, and the asteroid belt was directly blown away. The super strong solar wind formed by the solar explosion turned from white to blue, sweeping outward in waves. It was like a demon, expanding in the starry sky, swallowing up its original children one by one. After the powerful explosion swept through, only the names of a few huge gaseous planets were hanging alone in the blazing cloud. Death replay. Seeing this, Yu Yuan felt very uncomfortable. This was not appreciating the wonders of the universe, but accepting mental torture. He endured the sadness and looked outward, finding the orbits of Jupiter and Saturn. Jupiter was still there, but the brightness seemed to have increased a lot. From the data, the surface temperature of Jupiter soared directly from -164 degrees Celsius, breaking through 10,000 degrees Celsius in 2 days, and it was still rising until the 18th day, reaching the highest value of 17,900 degrees Celsius. And then it has been hovering around this temperature. Jupiter was ignited. At the same time, its mass was slowly decreasing, which means that Jupiter's atmosphere was being blown away by the super strong solar wind. In contrast, in the following time, Jupiter's surface temperature also slowly dropped. More than 2 months later, its surface temperature fell back below 10,000 degrees Celsius and slowly decreased. After 4.5 years of cooling, its surface temperature will fall back below 0 degrees Celsius again as the space temperature decreases, and its mass is constantly decreasing. But as the temperature decreases, its blown-away mass will slowly stop and eventually stabilize within a certain value, about 30% of the original mass. This is because Jupiter is a gas giant system, and the gas mass is seriously lost. Yu Yuan looked at the local details carefully, and he found that Jupiter's orbit was represented by a solid circle and a dotted arc. He nodded secretly. He knew what this meant. The solid circle represented Jupiter's original orbit, and the dotted line was Jupiter's new orbit after the change. Not only did the orbit become a solid line and a dotted line, but the rotation axis was also marked with a solid line and a dotted line. This shows that not only did Jupiter's orbit change, but its rotation axis also tilted at a certain angle. This is not only true for Jupiter, but also for Saturn. Yu Yuan searched on the screen, but did not find any trace of Callisto in the original orbit of Jupiter. So he asked, "Where is Callisto?" "Here." Gonda pointed to the dark spot on the screen, and asked Xiaoyu to mark it out and make it a conspicuous bright spot. As a string of constantly changing numbers appeared, Yu Yuan saw the small bright spot. This? Yu Yuan frowned. Chapter 21. This celestial simulation system uses the sun as its coordinate. So it is obvious that the rapid changes in the numbers on the label indicate that the planet is moving rapidly relative to the original position of the sun. This is a normal phenomenon. But Callisto is not normal. In order to be more intuitive, Gander signaled Xiaoyu to shrink the whole thing a little more so that most of the solar system can be displayed on it. We were thrown out. This time Yu Yuan saw it clearly. According to the observation data, this is indeed the case. Gander was silent for a while, and tried to speak calmly. As we have seen, the super-strong shock wave generated by the solar explosion and the reduction in gravity caused by the loss of most of the mass due to the explosion directly changed Jupiter's original orbit. At the same time, Callisto and other satellites of Jupiter that have not been destroyed by the shock wave were all blown away by this series of complex effects. And Jupiter eventually became a wandering planet because of the loss of the sun's gravity. Callisto, where we are, was protected by Jupiter at the beginning. But its surface temperature once exceeded 2,500,000 degrees Celsius at that time. With the temperature of the space in the solar system skyrocketing, no planet can escape. Gan continued to tell the answer based on the observation data. Fortunately, our Callisto base is strong enough and buried deep enough. Otherwise we would never have a chance to return to the ground again. Yu Yuan knew this. He nodded and interrupted. I heard that the first batch of staff who went up said that when they stepped on the ground, there was still magma everywhere around the cave entrance that had not cooled down. If the engineers had not calculated it accurately, we would also face the risk of magma backflow. Yes, if there is only one link that goes wrong, we will be doomed. Gonde sighed. He straightened his back, which was a little sore, and said that he was not as healthy as before. Then he continued, now, the moon we are on has left the gravitational range of Jupiter and is heading towards the dark universe with an angle of 17.3 degrees to the ecliptic plane of the sun. Not only Callisto, Saturn's 8th, Titan's 17th, Titan's 31st and other satellites that were not destroyed in the disaster were also thrown out of the solar system. At this point, Gander couldn't hide his fear. In fact, we are very lucky. Many satellites fell towards Jupiter during this process, and then were torn to pieces when they crossed Jupiter's Roche limit. God has eyes. And we are lucky not to have the same fate as them. Who would have thought that the surviving humans had escaped another disaster without knowing it? In theory, humans on Callisto could detect such a big change in the orbit through instruments. But at that time, in order to save energy, basically all kinds of scientific detection instruments were stopped. However, according to speculation, when the catastrophe came, the strong shock wave caused great chaos in the solar systems. Under the influence of the chaotic gravitational field, the orbits of the stars underwent a series of complex changes and chain reactions, leading to the current situation. Doesn't it mean that Callisto will become a wandering planet, and we will fall into the vast dark universe with Callisto? Yu Yuan murmured. This sentence seemed like a question, but it contained too much surprise. Yes, with the current relative speed and position of Callisto, it will pass the original orbit of Uranus in 3 years, and will completely fly out of the original solar system in 30 years. Gander gestured on the screen and said, that is to say, we will be farther and farther away from the stellar debris until we can no longer get a trace of light. No, it should be said that we are now in darkness, because the sun did not become a white dwarf, but was blown into a nebula. So it is obvious that we are still in this nebula of debris that is gradually cooling down, just like many planets in the solar system that have not disappeared yet. This is really terrible bad news. The sun has been blown into a nebula, and the entire solar system will no longer be the same. There is not enough gravity to bind the planets that have not disappeared. So these planets will slowly go their separate ways. This means that the surviving humans will enter the dark age. In the long future, humans will not be able to obtain any energy from the stars, and will fall into a real energy crisis in the near future. They will even gradually wither in the cold universe along with Callisto and perish in an unknown corner of the universe. This is fatal, and it is also the outcome that Yu Yuan can foresee now, because humans do not have the ability to travel long distances in space. Although humans have been able to build such a large base on Callisto before, the distance between Earth and Jupiter is not considered a distance at all in interstellar space. Or it can be said that there is no comparison at all. It is true that when it rains, it rains. When the ship is late, it encounters headwinds. Misfortunes never come alone. What is the direction of Callisto? Yu Yuan was silent for a moment before speaking, his tone full of expectation. Gander smiled bitterly. He hoped that there would be a star system in the direction of Callisto. But the solar system was originally a wilderness of the Milky Way, and the nearest Centauri triple star system was also blown up. The probability of Callisto, which was randomly thrown out in the chaos, running towards the star system was almost zero. There is no star system. Judging from the current direction of Callisto, we will pass through the empty space where the Van Manen star, Epsilon NDA, and GJ 9066 star systems are located in the future. But this is only a preliminary analysis. More accurate data can only be determined after the ejected matter of the Centauri triple star system has swept through. Because this knowledge was familiar to Gander. He was the one who was talking. Perhaps because he had been standing for too long. Gander, who was a little tired, pulled a chair over and sat down. And then continued. The diffused debris gas cloud formed by the material ejection of the Centauri triple star system will probably meet us in 33 years. But I think the impact should not be great. After all, the distance is already very far. With our technological strength, at most we can hide under Callisto for a while. Well, electronic equipment may be affected, and experts in related fields need to think of a solution in this regard. Yu Yuan understood that Gand was trying to remind himself from the information he had, and from his perspective, that the disaster was not over yet. Well, I ask experts from various fields to discuss it later. It's always right to prepare for a rainy day. Yu Yuan gladly accepted Gand's suggestion, because he also knew that Gand's words were true. The sun had been blown up to the point that it had lost the qualification to become a white dwarf. And the Centauri triple star system would be no exception. The good news is that after Callisto is heated, we don't need to worry about energy problems in the next few decades. Gonda spoke again. Before Yu Yuan could be happy, he opened his mouth to tell him the bad news, but because of this, we may have to worry about other resources. This problem should not be a big problem. Yu Yuan was relieved, thinking it was some other problem. Oh! Gan did not expect that Yu Yuan said the problem he was worried about was not a big problem. We have Callisto. Yu Yuan smiled. Chapter 22. As an astronomer, it is normal not to know the distribution of resources on Callisto. But Yu Yuan, the highest officer of the Callisto base, is very clear that the base has had information on the distribution of resources on Callisto before the disaster. The atmosphere of Callisto contains very thin layers of carbon dioxide, hydrogen, and oxygen. Of course, it has been blown away by the solar wind, and it has been heated from a cold planet with no geological movement to a planet with magma all over the ground. This heating has not penetrated into the core. After a few years, when its surface cools down, its resources can be mined. After all, it is a rocky satellite, and a large amount of silicate materials have not been blown away with the atmosphere. It is not impossible to mine resources on Callisto, which is still in a semi-magma state. With the current human technology, it is not a big problem to fish out the magma of more than 2000 degrees Celsius, as long as some high-temperature resistant hooks and shovels are specially made. It will be fine. The problem is that if the magma is directly taken back and separated, the heavy metal content in the obtained product is pitifully small, because the heavy metals all sink. Fortunately, many places have cooled down, and as long as you dig down, you can find heavy metal ores. The only certainty is that Callisto does not have a core with large reserves of iron, nickel and other elements, which is why it does not have a global magnetic field. However, iron is the element with the largest reserves in the solar system, and it really exists in almost every rocky planet. As long as you dig down hard, you can always find iron ores. The most is that the reserves are not rich, and the purity is not high. These are not problems without considering the economic cost. As for oxygen, we need to build more plantations, cultivate some seeds in the base laboratory, plant all that can be planted, and use chemical methods to assist in preparation. There will be no problem at all. Carbon dioxide is similar to other gases. The next step is definitely to build a large-scale construction and discharge industrial waste gas as much as possible. It can be said that Callisto has ensured that humans do not have to worry about extinction due to resources and energy in the short term. Basically, as long as the nuclear fission fuel on Callisto is not used up, there will be no problem with energy. With the current nuclear fuel in the Callisto base, it can be used for 20 to 30 years. So Yu Yuan's biggest headache is actually what will happen next. Where should humanity go? How should we go, and how should we leave? Where to go is not the key, but how to leave is the key issue. Oh, I'm really worried. Yu Yuan pulled his hair. After coming out of the data center, he held several small meetings in different departments in a hurry to confirm and arrange the major construction. But he was always thinking about the future. After finishing today's work, Yu Yuan returned to his residence. He looked at the time and found that it was 11:30 p.m. There is no distinction between day and night on Callisto. Oh, there has never been a distinction between day and night before. But it was always daytime on Jupiter before. And now it is always nighttime in the starry sky. So the standard time of Callisto still follows the Earth time. And people have been used to it for many years. 12:30. It's early. Yu Yuan sat down on the sofa, looking up at the ceiling. He hadn't been alone so quietly for a long time. In this environment, his mind could not help but recall the kind figures of his parents, and the bits and pieces of his life on Earth. Parents' advice, friends' jokes, comrades' calls. For a moment, Yu Yuan's eyes gradually became moist. His remembrance was a little sudden and a little late. But it was only in this occasional leisure that he had time to commemorate everything he had lost. Taking a deep breath, Yu Yuan closed his eyes tightly and locked this emotion deep into his heart. After calming down, Yu Yuan pushed open the door, walked out of the temporary room, and glanced at the guard duty station from a distance. Although it was dim, Yu Yuan's eyesight was very good, and he still saw Zhu Pipe bragging to the guard on duty in the duty room. From time to time, there were a few laughs, which seemed quite happy. The sound was quite loud, but without listening carefully, Yu Yuan could guess what Zhu Pipe was saying. He was just using his discovery to make people happy. And then, he exchanged his experience in maintaining thick hair. Zhu Pipe had been with him for so many years, so Yu Yuan knew him very well. Originally, Yu Yuan came out to remind Zhu Pipe that he had an important meeting to attend tomorrow. But seeing how happy he was, he did not shout and went back to his room to sleep. Tomorrow's meeting is very important, because Yu Yuan will take out the leadership of the Callisto base and all departments and positions for resolution at tomorrow's meeting. Then, they will discuss the issue of large-scale construction and the future of the surviving humans. It can be said that each one is a big event, especially the first one. In fact, Yu Yuan had thought about this matter when he was still underground. But at that time people were still in various sad emotions and still had fantasies about the disaster. So it was too early to talk about such things. Yu Yuan knew very well that in that environment at that time, even he still had a strange fantasy that he would not believe it unless he saw it with his own eyes. So after breaking out of the ground, he also had people send multiple strong electromagnetic wave signals to the inner orbit of the sun in the hope that a miracle would happen. This behavior is actually unnecessary from a rational point of view, and the result is as expected. Except for the humans on Callisto. All other bases, and even the Earth have been sacrificed. Everyone is sure of this matter. And now the living environment has improved. At least people know that they have survived for the time being. Under such circumstances, it is necessary to determine the leadership. The base originally had a set of management models, and everyone also tacitly accepted that the original leadership department was correct. But in the current situation of drastic changes, there is actually a big difference between bringing it up for discussion again and saying nothing and being ambiguous. Even if it is just reiterated, it has extraordinary significance. Of course, Yu Yuan does not want to just reiterate it. He needs to use appropriate management methods according to the current situation to ensure that the survivors can unite and live together in this thorny universe. Today is different from the past. Shang Jun said, the way to govern the world is to benefit the country, and not to follow the old ways. It means that there is not only one way to govern the country. As long as it is beneficial to the country, it is not necessary to stick to the old ways. It is based on local conditions. In addition, Yu Yuan felt that Manu Imei was a bit ambitious and could not let her lead the security department alone. Yu Yuan felt that it was not too much to attach importance to the matter of controlling the violent machine. Although he had always been in charge of the security department, there were still some things that needed to be done. Therefore, for the sake of future stability, in line with the principle of preparing for a rainy day, he decided to appoint another deputy minister. Chapter 23. The next morning, Yu Yuan arrived at the temporary large conference room early, because there were so many participants this time. This so-called large conference room was actually the lobby on the third floor below ground in the original base. After the passage back to the ground was opened again, Many machines and equipment were slowly moved to the ground, making the place empty and just right for the expanded conference. In addition to experts in various fields and heads of various departments, there were also outstanding representatives from various professions joining the expanded conference. So the number of people was several times more than usual. Yu Yuan glanced at the list of participants and found that the total number of participants reached 832, which was almost 1% of the total population of the base. After the crowd of participants entered and took their seats, Yu Yuan pressed the microphone and spoke first as usual. Today is the 181st day since our home was destroyed. During this period, we have experienced life and death, despair and hope, and all kinds of hardships. We are so tenacious. I believe that we humans will definitely turn bad times into good times. After a not too long opening speech, Yu Yuan began to get the meeting to the point. I believe everyone here knows the issues to be discussed and determined today, so I won't waste time talking. Let's move on to the first topic. The leadership of the surviving humans. The previous catastrophes have taught us that in the face of the vast universe, we humans are so small that we are not even as small as plankton. Therefore, if we want to survive, we must determine this issue. Only in this way can we avoid being scattered, and can we unite closely to survive. After the speech, the meeting entered the substantive stage. First of all, this meeting must clarify the leadership of all mankind. There is no doubt about this. It is the original Ganymede government. This is the consensus of everyone. And it was passed unanimously at the conference again. Such an operation is not redundant, but to illustrate the legitimacy and justice of the leadership power. After the legal legitimacy of the new government is determined, the next step is to elect a supreme leader. There is no doubt about this. Yu Yuan was determined to be the supreme leader of the new government and was passed unanimously. No one is more suitable than him, and no one is more prestigious than him. As for Yu Yuan himself, he is willing to take on this important task and also needs this position. He has never concealed this. After this stage, Yu Yuan came to the stage again to give a speech. Thank you for your trust and affirmation of me. I will fulfill my duties and responsibilities and put the future of mankind first. With unity and progress as our mission, we will strive to do our best for the survival, development, growth, and even the exit of the universe of mankind. I know that many of you here trust and affirm me not from reason itself, but think that I am the savior of the survivors and the savior of all mankind. But I want to tell you that there has never been any savior, and I am not one either, because our ancestors have long told us with their actions that the savior of mankind is actually mankind itself. Each and every one of us. After Yu Yuan gave a speech similar to an inaugural declaration, the next step was to determine the heads and functions of each department. There are not many changes in this regard, and the original administrative structure of Callisto is still used, but the name has been upgraded and adjusted accordingly. Generally, it is divided into the Ministry of Industry, the Ministry of Agriculture, the Ministry of Personnel, the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Science and Technology, the Ministry of Justice, the Ministry of Civil Affairs, the Ministry of Finance, etc. Of course, the Security Department is also indispensable, but now it has been divided into two parts. One part has become the Human Force Equipment Support Department, referred to as the Armed Forces Department. This department is quite special. It is a purely military department. It is a special department directly under the Human Military Command. Yu Yuan is the supreme commander of this department. The other part is still called the Security Department. In addition, the personnel of each department have been partially expanded and changed, and the promotion channels have been modified accordingly. After the establishment of the new government was confirmed, the meeting should have moved on to the next topic, the major construction issue. But Yu Yuan proposed a resolution plan at this time. He came to the stage again and scanned the audience, and said, the conference will discuss issues related to ground construction. But before that, I have a proposal that needs to be discussed by you. I have asked the staff to upload the proposal to the conference file sharing platform 0876 folder. You can check the content inside to see if this topic is feasible. After speaking, Yu Yuan stood quietly on the stage, watching the 832 participants operate their mobile phones or other network devices in front of them, waiting for them to finish reading. The content of the proposal was not long, and after a while, most people knew the content of the resolution. It was also at this time that sparse discussions began to sound in the crowd. How can this be allowed? Fishing and lying down will also be subject to legal sanctions? What kind of proposal is this? Yes, this is too broad. Isn't this forced labor? And how to judge fishing? Lying down? And slacking off? You can't just report someone when you see them? I know this is an extraordinary period, but I have never heard of such a thing as punishment being written into legal provisions. I'm afraid it will be difficult to handle. That's right. It's easy to judge slacking off at work. There were punishment plans based on the salary system before. But what about lying down? Does a person who wants to be a lazy person have to be punished? Hey, look at you all. You oppose it without thinking about it on the computer. If it were you, lying down should be written into the law. There are more than 80,000 people now. Why can you live well and enjoy the home I built with great difficulty just by lying down? It doesn't make sense. That's the truth. How can I not know the situation of human beings? But the problem is difficult to deal with. I don't care. I can't just lie down. It's my honor and my responsibility to contribute to the cause of mankind. But among more than 80,000 people, there will always be some people who just want to enjoy themselves without paying. They will definitely strongly oppose it. As everyone discussed, Yu Yuan proposed to add a legal clause that suits the current situation. The general content of this legal clause is to establish a punishment mechanism for slacking off, lying down, etc., as well as the moral characterization of such behavior. However, the specific terms have not been clarified yet. Amid the murmurs of discussion, Yu Yuan coughed, and after the venue was quiet again, he spoke, "Everyone. The main reason for formulating relevant legal provisions on negative behaviors, such as lying down, is that humans are now at the critical moment of life and death. And our population is too small. In this case, the power of any individual is extremely precious. In order to unite all forces, we have to put forward this seemingly unreasonable proposal. I believe everyone understands this truth. In a society, one or two people cheating is actually just a minor problem. But as you all know, humans are not only an animal who likes to be lazy and hates to work, but also an animal that is not afraid of scarcity but inequality." Chapter 24. Yu Yuan pondered for a moment and continued, "When a hard-working person and a person who eats and sleeps receive the same treatment from society, then this society is not far from chaos. If this society is the entire human race, then the root of destruction has been planted. We cannot let such a root of disaster be planted. So at this time of human rebirth, a series of preventive measures should be formulated. Lying down, slacking off, dawdling, and standing up seem to be no big deal. But if you change the word, it will be known to everyone as serious. That is, nonviolent non-cooperation. This is an act that can shake the foundation of human governments. And in this context, it is very likely that humans will destroy themselves because of this act." Yu Yuan knew the seriousness of this, so he proposed this seemingly absurd plan. The so-called nonviolent non-cooperation is nonviolence and non-cooperation. This is the super-evolved version of slacking off and dawdling. In the past, when there were many people, there was a group or even a large group of idle people, and it was not a big problem. But now it is not possible. Yu Yuan never forgets the fragility of human beings, and he must do everything he can to make the survivors work together. As Yu Yuan spoke, some of the participants, who were mindlessly opposing the proposal, gradually calmed down. They began to think about the pros and cons, and began to think about the problem from the perspective of the current human situation. Gradually, the number of people in favor became the majority, and the remaining minority did not oppose it, but only cast a few abstentions. After the vote is passed, it cannot be implemented immediately. After all, it is just a proposal, and the specific content still needs to be discussed by relevant legal experts from the Ministry of Justice. Of course, the content involving finance cannot be separated from the Ministry of Finance. Of course, there is a Ministry of Finance. Although there are only so few people, as long as the ideological awareness has not reached the level of everyone being a saint, currency is still needed. The currency system of the new government of Callisto also follows the previous system, except that the institution that issues virtual credit currency has become a newly established human bank. Of course, if materials become abundant in the future, it is necessary to implement communism for various survival materials. But now is not the time. The meeting is still going on the issue of large-scale construction. All the participants have no opinions, and all believe that humans need to work hard at full speed. Large-scale construction equipment needs to expand production, food processing, machinery manufacturing, material processing, power plants, mining processing, Steel plants and other factories need to be built. There are also indispensable aviation industries and educational institutions. Humans will not forget the stars, nor will they abandon their heritage. We plan to build an orbital mass accelerator on a relatively flat land on Callisto, the Minister of Engineering said passionately at the meeting. After the steel plants, machinery plants and electrical and other related factories are established, the materials needed for the orbital mass accelerator should be produced first. To this end, we also need to expand the technical team, need more fully/semi-automated equipment, need more engineering vehicles. In a word, we need people. Mineral exploration and mining also require people, and some work machines cannot replace. The person in charge of the mining of Callisto's mineral resources is no longer silent. For specific issues such as manpower, material resources, resource mining, and exploration, your departments should go back and hold a small meeting to find solutions. Yu Yuan interrupted the conversation at the meeting and said, "This meeting is mainly to determine the general direction. If you have any opinions on this aspect, you can speak freely." As soon as Yu Yuan finished speaking, Gonda, who had been ready to speak, was the first to speak. As an astronomer, he needed to introduce the current cosmic environment in which humans live to everyone. He said, "Based on the latest observation data and the wandering direction of our Callisto, the closest star systems to us in the future are Van Manen, Epsilon NDA, and GJ 9066 star systems. But unfortunately, our Callisto will not pass through any of these systems. Even if we take a step back, even if Callisto encounters a star system in the future, we won't be able to wait until then. After all, it will take 30 years for Callisto to fly out of the original solar system at its current speed. In other words, Callisto can only be our short-term habitat. If we humans want to survive, we have to leave it and find a new star system before Callisto's energy and resources are consumed." Someone couldn't wait to ask, "How far is the nearest star from us?" Currently, it is Barnard Star, which is 6 light-years away from us, and Wolf 359 is the second, which is 7.7 light-years away from us. However, in the future, they will gradually move away from us, Gan said directly without even looking at the information. "In the future?" A representative at the meeting hesitated for a moment, and then said, "We don't have to wait that long. As long as our industry is restored, we can build one or several interstellar ships to leave Callisto directly. I think with our technology, it shouldn't be a problem to cross a distance of 6 or 7 light-years. Doctor of Mechanics Yu Nanfeng took over and answered, "With our current mature nuclear fission propulsion, we have enough fuel to continue accelerating. Up to 1% of the speed of light. Enough? Don't forget we have a hibernation chamber. It is 8 light-years away, so we will arrive in 800 years. The representative did a simple calculation. Yu Nanfeng shook his head, "But we are still in a stellar gas cloud. We can't accelerate the spacecraft to 1% of the speed of light. And in such an environment, the spacecraft will be affected by resistance and slowly slow down. So we are likely to run out of fuel halfway. What if we bring more fuel? If we bring more fuel, the total mass of the spacecraft will also increase. And accelerating the spacecraft to 1% will also consume more fuel. If we are not in the nebula formed by the supernova explosion, we may be able to sleep to the destination at a speed of 1% of the speed of light plus a hibernation chamber. But it is not possible now. What about controlled nuclear fusion? I heard about it before I came to Callisto. It seems that this thing is about to succeed. It seems that what puzzle is missing?" Another person asked. "Room temperature superconductivity." Suzhini, a doctor of material science, answered, "Yes, yes, yes. Didn't they say that this thing can be done in a few years?" The man looked happy, as if he saw hope. "Ah," Suzhini said bitterly, "that is on Earth, not Callisto." "What do you mean?" No one answered him, because except for a few people, everyone was silent. Suzhini made it very clear that it was on Earth, not Callisto. That is to say, it was the old Earth that was about to successfully develop controlled nuclear fusion. And Callisto never had this project. With the destruction of the Earth, all the core data and core equipment related to controlled nuclear fusion disappeared. Although Callisto is known as the space base with the most complete equipment, it is impossible for it to have a controlled nuclear fusion laboratory. And it does not even have core technical data. It can be said that the technological regression that was thought to be very far away has actually happened to the surviving humans. Chapter 25. Are we still doomed to perish? If so, what's the point of working hard now? After hearing this news, some pessimists immediately became a little overwhelmed. That depends on the fission mineral reserves of Callisto. As long as Callisto has enough uranium, plutonium, thorium and other mineral reserves, we can still survive until the dust cloud in space becomes thinner. Suzhiny answered meticulously. Are we going to stay on Callisto for hundreds, or even thousands of years? But what if the reserves are not enough? We will die together on Callisto? A pessimistic mood is spreading. What if? What if we can achieve controlled nuclear fusion within 30 years? The original Earth can do it. There is no reason why we can't. The words of a young researcher dispelled the spreading pessimism. Suzhiny moved his, but that he had used for 43 years. Then looked deeply at the researcher, and said in a very serious tone, I have participated in the room temperature superconductor project. And I have also been fortunate to participate in many core technology research and development. Although Callisto came later, it was only 10 years later. Doesn't that mean that in this regard, we are at most 10 years behind the Earth? You can say that, Suzhiny answered confidently. But the problem is that the core technology of magnetic confinement for nuclear fusion has been basically lost. And there are no physicists or engineers on Callisto who have participated in this field and are leading figures. It's too difficult. The crowd realized that they did not completely inherit the scientific and technological achievements of the original Earth humans. This is certain. After all, the Callisto base is not prepared for the continuation of human civilization. And it is impossible to have everything. There must be a way out when the car reaches the mountain. At this time, Yu Yuan spoke. And he continued, since room temperature superconductivity is expected to be recovered, let's study it. Science and technology are interrelated. We have only lost some of the technology. Not all of it. We don't have scientists who have participated in the magnetic confinement nuclear fusion project. But we have its theory. And in addition to the core technology information, we have other information. Just like the young man said just now, the original Earth can do it. There is no reason why we can't. I believe we can overcome the difficulties. Although Yu Yuan's words did not give a specific solution, they played a calming role. Yes, we can overcome the difficulties. Everyone cheered themselves up. That's the fact. The same sentence spoken by different people may have different effects. In this expanded meeting, although no specific solution to controllable nuclear fusion was discussed from beginning to end, many things were still determined. For example, the new human government was determined. The lying flat bill was passed. The direction of the big construction, and the decision that humans need to leave Callisto to find new stars. There were also other fragmentary things related to the entire civilization, which were also determined one by one. For example, the name was determined, human civilization. It is not a new human civilization, because this group of people feel that they are carrying the hope of the human beings on Earth, and they are always proud of their ancestors. So there is no need to add new words to separate them. Because of this, human civilization did not use the new calendar, but continued to use the AD calendar. In fact, some people have proposed to use the new era, and the reason is quite reasonable, saying that humans have just emerged from the Callisto base, just like mammals have just been reborn after the extinction of dinosaurs. And that day should be recorded as the first year of the new era. Some people also propose to use the Yellow Emperor calendar. This suggestion has many supporters. After all, most of them are from Country C. But in the end, the conference chose to continue the previous AD calendar. The reason is that there are almost only people from Country C left. Can't you be more generous? Humanity is one. There is no need to change everything. In the future, Yu Yuan will organize various meetings and deal with decision-making documents. One by one, major events that determine the future direction of human civilization are determined, and new projects for the construction of Callisto are put into operation from paper to construction. Conjectures about the background of the universe are also brewing in such an environment. Under the leadership of an absolute voice, humans in danger of extinction have erupted with super strength, turning Callisto into a bustling construction site. One exploration robot after another flew out of the base, and the blue flames they spewed out were like fireflies in the dark night on the completely dark Callisto, transmitting various information about Callisto after the disaster to humans. Surface pictures, thermal images, mineral distribution characteristics, reserves. In addition, these small machines also played the role of temporary network nodes in the early stage, providing precise positioning for the engineering team going out to mine. Then various collection robots took action. The environment of Callisto after the disaster is far different from before. At this moment, it has changed from a cold satellite to a temporarily hot planet. Therefore, in order to adapt to the current environment of Callisto, engineers have modified these mining machines. The original rubber wheels were replaced with more heat-resistant crawler wheels, and other sensor equipment, mining blades, and circuit designs were also processed accordingly. Gradually, the prototype of industrial buildings appeared on the barren Callisto. The first power station, the first steel smelter, the first chemical raw material production workshop, the first supporting parts production plant. In the busyness of various engineering machinery, industry once again returned to the surface of Callisto, and the dawn of human civilization once again ignited from the darkness. From mineral mining to raw material processing, from raw material processing to parts assembly, from parts assembly to product delivery, main material processing, byproduct extraction, industrial production lines restarted. Steel raw materials produced by steel smelting are pulled into various secondary processing factories, and then turned into batches of alloys with different properties, and then transported to the finishing plant to become special steel, alloy steel, composite materials, and various parts. Byproducts and other byproducts produced in the smelting process also flow into various types of chemical plants, and then produce batches of organic materials, inorganic materials, and various waste gases. In this process, plastics and synthetic rubber are also produced in chemical plants. When a brand new robot comes out of an automated machinery factory, human industrial power begins to grow like a snowball, with machines producing machines, and the produced machines mining more mineral raw materials to produce machines. After 3 years of vigorous infrastructure construction, humans finally raised their footsteps towards the stars again. The Orbital Mass Accelerator project officially started. Because the escape velocity of Callisto is only 2.4 kilometers per second, the surface gravity acceleration is only 1.24 meters per square second, and there is no need to consider air resistance. So the orbital mass of this project built on Callisto is much smaller than that on Earth. Moreover, the current orbital mass accelerator is mainly used for cargo transportation. So the lengthy orbit that takes into account the limit of human gravity acceleration is also saved. This undoubtedly greatly reduces the difficulty of construction. Chapter 26. During the construction of the orbital mass accelerator, the first orbital satellite was also set up using traditional propulsion. Days passed one by one, and 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. In these 2 years, humans have exploded with great potential. The number of smelters has increased from 1 to 10, and various supporting factories have sprung up on Callisto. The orbital mass accelerator has also been successfully completed and debugged. The dark Callisto is brightly lit, with various facilities standing in a row, spreading outward from the original base, forming a brightly lit steel city. Fully automatic, semi-automatic, countless robots of various types shuttle back and forth on the roads connecting various buildings. The interweaving of machinery, gears, and engine oil and lubricants adds a busy atmosphere to this steel city. The unprecedented large number of robots invested has indeed reduced people's burden, but it has also made the central computer of Callisto always close to full capacity. In this case, the new generation of computers has also been included in the documents of future planning. Of course, the new generation of computers can only be planned at this stage, and cannot be achieved overnight. It is a kind of future plan. There are many such plans, but none of them are urgent at this stage, because the urgent task is to build a spacecraft. For this matter, Yu Yuan ran to the Design Institute early in the morning. He originally went to the engineering department first, but the people in the engineering department told him that the design plan had not been finalized. So he turned around and rushed to the Design Institute. When he arrived at the Design Institute, Yu Yuan's first stop was the dean's office. But when he entered the office, he found that no one was there. Zhu Pai asked other people, and found out that the dean of the Design Institute went directly to the design department early in the morning. Hearing this news, Yu Yuan felt much better. After all, the design department is where the drawings are actually designed, and the dean must have personally participated in the design when he went there. This made Yu Yuan, who originally wanted to ask Zhu Pai to call the dean of the Design Institute in the office, change his mind and turn around to rush to the design department opposite the office. Before he even entered, Yu Yuan heard a slightly controversial conversation coming from inside. This won't work. The spacecraft must take the gravity environment into consideration. At this stage, The medicine cannot completely solve the problem of calcium loss in the human body. Letting humans live in a weightless environment for a long time will have disastrous consequences. You know, we may face long-term spaceship life in the future. And even the next generation may be born on spaceships. Newborns will have many problems growing up in a weightless environment. Yes, we all know this. Newborns growing up in a weightless environment will be taller than people on Earth. But they will also have symptoms such as muscle atrophy and heart atrophy. They have more bloated faces, more fragile hearts, and difficulty distinguishing directions. I know all this, but we don't have anti-gravity technology at all. So what can we do? We can only accept the fact that we humans have become new humans. And with our current technical capabilities, the best solution is to build multiple residential spaceships to meet the living needs of more than 80,000 people. What anti-gravity technology? We don't need anti-gravity technology. We can use inertial force to simulate it. We just need to build the spaceship into a rotating large disk. Big turntable? It's easy to say, but people in a rotating state will be affected by the Coriolis effect. The human body will induce symptoms such as wrong body direction and nausea because the head and body move in opposite or similar ways. Unless the turntable can be made very large. That's what I mean. We can build a huge spaceship, so big that the Coriolis effect on people can be ignored. Why are we still discussing this issue? Shouldn't the plan be written by now? Hearing this, Yu Yuan, who was outside the door, finally couldn't help but push the door open and frown and said, "It's already this time. Why haven't you written the plan yet?" As he said that, Yu Yuan walked straight to the two people who were discussing. One of them is Gao Kun, the director of the newly established Design Institute, and the other is Yunnan Feng, the chief designer of this spaceship construction, currently the most outstanding engineering doctor on Callisto. Yu Yuan heard the conversation between the two clearly. It was Gao Kun who thought that the spacecraft should be designed into multiple ones, while it was Yunnan Feng who thought that one large ship should be built. Yu Yuan was a little angry because at this time, the two were still discussing the plan, instead of writing several plans and submitting them to him for review at the same time. "General Yu? Why are you here?" The fat Gao Kun turned around first and said in surprise. He obviously didn't notice that Yu Yuan suddenly appeared behind him. Yu Yuan is now the supreme leader and the chief of all departments. So many people call him General Yu instead, and the military personnel call him Yu Shuai. "I came to see you discuss the plan." "Why? It's been so long since you wrote it. The orbital mass accelerator is ready, and time is running out." Yu Yuan repeated his meaning again. "It's already been written, and I'm preparing to submit it this afternoon." Yu Nanfeng replied. "Oh, it seems I misunderstood." Yu Yuan was stunned, then pulled a chair and sat down. "Looking at Yu Nanfeng and Gao Kun, inform me directly about such important matters in the future." "Understood," the two said in unison. "Tell me what happened. What did you discuss just now?" Yu Yuan leaned back in his chair, his tone becoming more relaxed. "Oh, it turned out that he had just eavesdropped on our discussion and thought that the plan was not well written." Hearing Yu Yuan's question, Gao Kun and Yu Nanfeng looked at each other and immediately understood why Yu Yuan came in with a stern face. "Director Yu, it's like this." The one who answered was Gao Kun, the director of the Design Institute. Although he knew that Yu Yuan had just listened to the conversation between the two, he pretended not to know and explained it again from the beginning. In his speech, he also made a detailed statement of the advantages of his proposal for multiple spaceships. When Gao Kun almost finished speaking, Yu Nanfeng immediately talked about the advantages of building a large spaceship, as if he was afraid that Yu Yuan would immediately decide to use the multiple spaceship plan. Listening to the detailed explanations of the two, Yu Yuan also understood. There are two spaceship plans. One is to build many Starship-type residential spaceships, and the other is to build a large rotating spaceship. Yu Yuan pinched his chin and was silent for a while, then looked up at Gao Kun and said, "It is definitely not possible to live in a spaceship for a long time without gravity effect. We can use magnetic boots. As long as we adjust the magnetic force, we can achieve the same effect as walking on the ground when walking on the spacecraft." Before Yu Yuan finished speaking, Gao Kun interrupted. "That's different." Yu Yuan shook his head, but he did not completely deny the idea of magnetic boots. He then said, "Although magnetic boots are not suitable for use on residential spacecraft, they are good for use on future warships." Chapter 27. Battleship? Gao Kun was stunned. He had not yet come to terms with the positioning of the Callisto base. So he did not think about the battleship. He did not realize that the survivors of Callisto were now an independent group. Yu Yuan did not know what Gao Kun was thinking. He nodded and said, "Yes, the existence of alien civilizations is an indisputable fact. As an independent civilization, we definitely need battleships to protect ourselves. However, we will discuss this later. Let's talk about the spaceship first. With our current technology, is it feasible to build such a spaceship that can accommodate everyone?" "Not feasible." "Feasible." Gao Kun and Yu Nanfeng answered almost at the same time. But the answers were different. As the director of the Design Institute, Gao Kun took the lead in explaining, "I believe that you, Chief Yu, also know that if we build a large turntable-type spacecraft, the smaller its radius, the greater the Coriolis force we will receive. If we want people to hardly feel the Coriolis force, we must build a very large turntable. But we can't build such a large spacecraft." Gao Kun had done ship design on Earth before, including large cruise ships, large transport ships, and even some medium-sized cruisers. He was involved in the design, so he was very familiar with ship manufacturing. First, the larger the spacecraft, the greater its mass. We don't have a propulsion system with such a high power. Even if we use a multi-mounted fission boiler, it will be difficult to meet the long-term long-distance navigation due to the fuel-carrying problem. As he spoke, Gao Kun pulled the chair in front of the workbench, sat down and continued to talk to Yu Yuan. Second, the larger the spacecraft, the more complex the internal structure and layout, and the more fragile the main structure. So it is impossible to build a large spacecraft on the surface of the planet. Yes, we have the ability to build a space dock in the synchronous orbit of Callisto. But in this way, the cost and time will become 3 to 5 times more than building on the surface of the planet. And due to the strength of the material, the main propeller of this large turntable spacecraft can only be installed on the central axis. In this way, with our current fission propeller, it is probably difficult to propel such a huge spacecraft. No. 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 At this time, Yu Nanfeng, who was leaning on the desk, interrupted, "President Gao, please don't take my words out of context. Who said we want to build a big turntable? We want to build a big barrel. A coaxial big barrel. I checked with Dr. Suzhini before. If we build a big barrel spaceship, the material strength is no problem. In addition to the main propeller installed on the central axis, we can also install a circle of auxiliary propellers on the outer wall of the big barrel. The power is completely sufficient." Yu Yuan interrupted, "Have you calculated how heavy such a large spaceship is?" "We calculated when we designed the plan that the overall mass of the large barrel spacecraft is about 50 million tons. Yu Nanfeng replied, "This is as heavy as a small asteroid. Can we push it?" Yu Yuan raised his eyebrows and looked at Yu Nanfeng. This guy is a doctor of engineering mechanics and a missile dynamics expert. Yu Yuan believes that he must have calculated this problem. Yu Nanfeng thought for a moment and said, "It can be pushed. As long as there are enough thrusters. Great force can create miracles. We have calculated that if each secondary shaft is equipped with a thruster, theoretically we are fully capable of pushing the spacecraft to 1% of the speed of light. But the acceleration time is a little longer." "How long?" 30 years. "Is it only a little longer?" Yu Yuan pressed his temple with a headache. 30 years of acceleration. Then 30 years of deceleration. Then 60 years will have passed. How many 60 years can a person have in his life? Based on the current average human life expectancy of 90 years, the acceleration and deceleration phase alone will consume his life. We have hibernation cabins, and most people will spend the voyage in hibernation. So it's not a big problem," Yu Nanfeng added. "Okay. Have you taken into account the mass of the massive hibernation cabins?" Yu Yuan put down his arms. "Of course." Yu Nanfeng patted his chest. Looking confident, Yu Yuan stood up and walked around the Design Institute office twice. Then returned to the two of them and spoke again. "How big is a spaceship that can accommodate more than 80,000 people?" "Well, we have to take into account some reserved redundant space. Tell us more about this plan." Seeing that Yu Yuan was inclined to build a large spaceship, Gao Kun was unwilling. But he was tactful and did not interrupt to talk about the multi-spaceship plan. In fact, he also understood that battleship-type spaceships could not solve the problem of gravity effect. And this problem was related to the development of the new generation of humans, which was indeed too fatal. Magnetic boots can only solve the problem of walking, but cannot make people feel the effect of gravity as a whole. 294. At this time, Yu Nafeng first raised 3 fingers and said a number, and then continued to explain, "We know that when people are on a rotating object, they will be affected by the Coriolis force, causing symptoms such as dizziness and nausea. But as long as the angular velocity of the rotating object is slow enough, the adverse effects of the Coriolis force on people can be ignored. This speed is 2 revolutions per minute. So the big barrel spaceship we built only needs to keep its rotation speed below 2 revolutions per minute. To keep the spaceship at such a low rotation speed and generate gravity equivalent to that of the Earth, the radius of the spaceship must be at least 294 meters. In other words, as long as we place the living cabins 300 meters away from the center of the axis, we will not feel dizzy and nauseous. And there is another advantage of such a spaceship. That is, all the living cabins are at a position with the same length and linear speed as the axis. So it is equivalent to living on the equator of the Earth. The movement of objects on the entire line will not be affected by the Coriolis force. People can't feel the slight deviation in gravity. So the living cabin can not only be at 294 meters, but also extend slightly outward by about 50 meters. The gravity acceleration it receives further outward will exceed 11.5 g. Of course, we can fine-tune it up and down, and slightly reduce the rotation speed, and then keep the gravity acceleration of the innermost living cabin and the outermost living cabin within the range where the human body can't feel much difference, which is about 9.3 meters per second for the inner side and 11.3 meters per second for the outer side. In this way, we can have a construction height of 60 meters. In Yu Nafeng's description, a large barrel or cylindrical spaceship gradually emerged in Yu Yuan's mind. The rotating shaft at the center of the spaceship is made of high-strength special alloy, and extending outward from the central axis are wide rotating force arms. Because of the need to consider the propulsion of the spaceship, these force arms will be designed to be flat, just like the spokes of thickened tires, along the long column direction. The rotating turntable of the spaceship is divided into multiple synchronous sections. It looks like tires are mounted on a coaxial axis, and the sidewalls of the tires are the living cabins. Chapter 28. Taking into account the future maintenance, the living cabin adopts a modular suspension type. Each suspension module is equivalent to a 60-meter high building, assuming that each floor is 2.8 meters. A living cabin suspension module has 21 floors, and each floor has 2 households. So a living cabin suspension module can have 42 suites. If each suite has 3 people, then a living cabin suspension module can accommodate 126 people. More than 88,000 people will need about 705 living cabin suspension modules. Of course, we cannot simply count 3 people per suite. After all, there are also rooms for single living or office use. But the difference is not big, and at most 900 suspension modules are enough. In this design, the bottom area of each living cabin suspension module is about 180 square meters, and each floor can be divided into 2 90 square meter rooms, or it can be used as a large room for other purposes such as office. If so, the height of the cylinder must be at least 70 meters. In the design plan, Yu Yuan saw that the length of the spacecraft, that is, the height of the cylinder, reached 980 meters. What a huge difference! After listening carefully to the introduction, Yu Yuan realized that redundancy, nuclear reactors, and various functional facilities were taken into consideration. For example, ecological circulation systems, plantations, laboratories, and various material storage warehouses. Indeed, a residential spacecraft cannot only consider living space, but also various other supporting facilities and storage warehouses for machinery and equipment that humans may pack and take away in the future. Yu Nafeng continued to introduce. Perhaps he felt that talking alone was not enough. So he also imported the data on the design plan into the computer and demonstrated the 3D image of the spacecraft to Yu Yuan in person. It is definitely more real with graphics than with hearing. Yu Yuan looked at the computer screen and saw a large cylinder with various values marked on it. It is not difficult to see from the marked values that this is a barrel-shaped spacecraft with a radius of 550 meters and a length of 980 meters. From the bottom, 5 thick force arms extend from the center axis of the spacecraft to the outer wall. Each force arm pulls a building base, and the building base is inlaid with 60-meter high building suspension modules, which looks like pupae inlaid in a honeycomb. 5 lever arms and 1 disc. A 100-meter high cylinder is made up of 10 such disks stacked together. Each disk has an independent power system to drive its rotation. These power systems are actually a super-large motor. Through the control system, 10 super-large motors can drive 10 large turntables to rotate synchronously, or form a super-large linkage motor to provide power for these 10 large turntables that can be linked to each other at any time. The nuclear reactor that supplies energy is placed at the center of the shaft. The core nuclear reactor is a very large facility, so the central axis that houses it is also designed to be a giant pillar with a diameter of more than 200 meters. The main thruster is attached to the outer wall of the shaft. The auxiliary thruster is distributed on each force arm, and the vector steering thruster is installed on the outer edge of the upper and lower bottom surfaces of the cylinder. Looking at the detailed design plan, Yu Yuan nodded and said with relief, "Use this plan, and the multi-spacecraft plan cannot be discarded. Gao Kun, you are responsible for changing it to a battleship design. I will ask Pitt to arrange for the cooperation of relevant departments, and the spacecraft project will be started within this year." "No problem. But if it is designed as a battleship, I need the cooperation of the headquarters," Gao Kun replied. "Of course," Yu Yuan said very straightforwardly. "After all, the battleship is for the headquarters, and the headquarters must be involved. Although they don't understand design, they can still give suggestions on some usage habits and the location of the turrets." "General Yu, I have a question." Seeing Yu Yuan stand up and leave, Yu Nafeng spoke quickly. "Speak." Yu Yuan paused. Yu Nafeng hesitated for a moment and reminded, "Even if we build a spaceship, we can't leave Callisto immediately." "I know. But we can't do nothing. Right?" Yu Yuan looked back inside. At that time, Gand had already told us about the current situation in the starry sky. The supernova remnants were full of interstellar dust. The spacecraft in the inertial navigation stage would definitely be affected by the dust and slow down. How could he not know? If we just do nothing, humans will probably fall into a hopeless negative state. So even though we know that it is difficult to achieve interstellar travel by nuclear fission, we have to do it. Only in this way can the people trapped on Callisto see the hope of life and have a way forward. Besides, it is not completely hopeless. As long as we can achieve a breakthrough in controlled nuclear fusion during the construction of the spacecraft, this is possible. Although Callisto has regressed in technology compared to the previous Earth, it is not a big step. In the field of controlled nuclear fusion, it is only about a dozen years, and it is fully capable of catching up. It just so happens that the construction of a spacecraft also takes a long time. According to the estimate of the engineering department, such a large spacecraft project will take at least 20 years to build. Unless the technology takes off again during this period, it will be more than that. After all, such a large ship is built from scratch, and it needs to be equipped with various facilities and nearly 100,000 hibernation chambers. In fact, there were some warships in the orbit of Callisto, but unfortunately, they were all destroyed in the catastrophe. In short, the project will be launched first if nuclear fusion technology makes a breakthrough at that time. The core nuclear fission reactor will be replaced with a fusion reactor, and the same goes for the thrusters. If there is really no other way, then we can only wait until the dust cloud in the supernova remains is thin enough to be suitable for interstellar travel. I understand. In this case, this plan needs to be adjusted. We need to reserve space for the power system installation, and wait until the spacecraft is built to the final stage before installing it, Yu Nafeng said, while looking at the simulation diagram on the screen. This is what he meant when he asked Yu Yuan. "By the way, do you have any ideas for the battleship design?" After being interrupted by Yu Nafeng, Yu Yuan, who was about to walk out of the door, suddenly changed his mind and turned to look at Gao Kun. "We have experience in building transport ships on Callisto. Although the previous space dock has been destroyed, the technology is still there. I think there is no problem. The key is how big it should be," Gao Kun replied. Yu Yuan said without hesitation, "It must be bigger than a transport ship. But it can't be too big. If you want to build one as big as a living spaceship, we definitely don't have enough resources. In fact, humans are not suitable for building warships at this time. But without a warship, Yu Yuan always feels uneasy. Even though he knows that if he really encounters aliens, it will probably be useless. I think there is a problem." At this time, Yu Nafeng suddenly stood up from the computer and objected. "It's okay to build a warship. But how to drive it away? How to drive it away? Just drive it away with a living spaceship. Is there any need to ask this?" Yu Yuan was about to say this, but suddenly thought of the key point of Yu Nanfeng's objection. Yes. How to drive it away. You can't let a group of people stay on the warship all the time. You know. It's a long journey. Interstellar navigation requires hibernation to cross the length of time for humans. Let a group of people hibernate in a zero-gravity environment for dozens or hundreds of years. That will definitely cause problems. There are so many real difficulties. But it is too dangerous to sail naked. Even if there is no reservation for aliens. At least there are ways to deal with other emergencies. If you don't have a few atomic bombs, hydrogen bombs, helium-3 bombs, and neutron bombs, you really don't know what to do. Chapter 29. After hearing what Yu Nanfeng said, Yu Yuan kept walking around in the office, thinking about how to give humans some military power. After a while, Yu Yuan finally stopped and looked at Yu Nanfeng. Can this plan include some weapon systems? He asked. Yes, but in that case, the spacecraft would have to be built bigger, because the entire weapon system would have to be taken into consideration. And the large cylindrical structure designed for living is not suitable for placing weapons. Yu Nanfeng's tone was full of opposition. But he still answered very seriously, because he also agreed with the idea of arming humans. The most powerful weapon of mankind is still the high-yield hydrogen bomb. Of course, there are also laser weapons. But laser weapons are mostly used for precision strikes. And their power is definitely not as strong as that of hydrogen bombs. As for manufacturing, of course humans can make it. There are talents in atomic energy at the Callisto base. Otherwise, how can they build nuclear facilities? It's just that Callisto, as a base at that time, did not allow manufacturing. Well, this matter can be delayed. There is no rush. At this stage, people's living needs are the top priority. And the focus of work should be on the residential spacecraft first, Yu Yuan said helplessly, as he had no good solution for the time being. Yu Yuan was about to leave when he heard Gao Kun muttering something, as if he was talking about some solution or something. What did you say? Yu Yuan looked back at the chubby guy. Well, I think there is a solution. Gao Kun tucked at his huge belly and raised his voice to a higher level. If you have something to say, just say it. If you have something to say, just fart. What are you mumbling about? Yu Yuan complained in his heart. Then looked at Gao Kun's belly. Say it. Since the living spacecraft can hang the living cabin, we can also hang the warship on the outer wall of the living spacecraft. And the latter is hung on the outside of the living cabin. Gao Kun thought for a while and said, when designing the living cabin suspension module, we can make a special suspension reservation, or directly make an independent extension suspension system from the lever arm base, and then make a corresponding suspension structure on the back of the warship. However, if this is the case, the corresponding position of the living cabin suspension module must be adjusted accordingly. Gao Kun's words made Yu Yuan and Yu Nanfeng silent. However, the two of them were silent in different ways. Yu Yuan was really silent to think, while Yu Nanfeng was silent because he had already started to modify the model data on the keyboard. Yu Yuan, who realized what Yu Nanfeng was doing, decisively gave up his fantasy and moved forward in 2 steps. This is what action is all about. When he saw Yu Nanfeng's eyes shining and his hands like afterimages, Yu Yuan affirmed in his heart. At this moment, Gao Kun also came to the back of Yu Nanfeng's seat and stared closely at the constantly changing design model on the computer screen with Yu Yuan. What you see is what you get. Yu Nanfeng turned on this function. So every time he changed the data, the corresponding part of the 3D simulation image on the screen would change accordingly. So in Yu Yuan's eyes, he saw the large cylindrical spaceship model being fine-tuned as the screen frame scanned. And gradually, a hole was opened vertically on the exterior, and then a base extended from the middle to the outer wall, followed by various suspension structures appearing on the extended base. Half an hour later, Yu Nanfeng finally stretched his waist and said with a smile, it's done. Looking back and seeing Yu Yuan and Gao Kun behind him, Yu Nanfeng proudly said, I just fine-tuned the shape of the model. It is not the final version. The specific details still need to be improved by the design department. Dr. Yu, you have worked hard. Now let's hand it over to those bastards. Gao Kun grinned and said, obviously the depression caused by the rejection of the case just now has been swept away. Yu Yuan also patted Yu Nanfeng's arm and said, well, not bad. Let's do it. By the way, Dr. Yu, you still have to keep an eye on the shipborne weapons. Yu Yuan took 2 steps toward the door and turned back to add, Yu Nafeng is not only a doctor of engineering mechanics, but also a missile power expert. The shipborne weapons will definitely include atomic bombs and hydrogen bombs, and they certainly cannot be thrown directly overboard. The warhead must be launched by the propulsion unit. So Yu Nafeng, a dynamics expert, must be watching to make people feel at ease. It's no big deal. I guarantee that all the nuclear missiles will be strong and powerful. Yu Nafeng's face was full of sunshine. And he continued, "Oh, Chief Yu, how many of these warships do you plan to build?" "Of course one," Yu Yuan said as soon as Yu Nafeng finished speaking. "How many more ships are there?" "It's good to have one." Yu Nafeng didn't know the situation of the Human Force Equipment Support Department, but Yu Yuan, as the commander, knew it. With the current number of people in the Armed Support Department, it's the best they can afford to operate one warship. Who would want to operate a second one? After the reorganization of part of the Security Department into the Human Force Equipment Support Department, although there were 200 more people after an expansion, the number of people was only 2,900. According to the military's past experience, a warship must be equipped with at least 2,000 crew members to form combat effectiveness. And this is a warship with good information automation. If 2 ships are really built, no one will drive them. At this stage, the Human Force Equipment Support Department is unlikely to recruit more people. After all, the total population is so small, and every place needs people. If the military really expands recruitment, the talent gap in other industries and departments will be even greater. With 2,900 people at the current Callisto base, the ratio of military to civilians has reached about 1 to 30, which is already the same as the ratio of military to civilians in countries that entered a state of military mobilization in the last century. If it weren't for the emergency need of the large-scale relocation, it would be impossible to recruit those 200 people. After leaving the Design Institute, Yu Yuan went straight to the Military Preparation Department. There, some various parameter data of the previous transport ships and frigates were still preserved. He wanted to send these data to Gaokuen so that the Design Institute could have a reference. This thing was confidential before, and it is still confidential now. But now the only Design Institute in the human race has been included in the system, and is a confidential organization. It's just that there was no design involved in this aspect before. So the Design Institute didn't have this data. To send out the weapon data, it must be approved by the military command. So this matter really needs to be done by Yu Yuan, the head of the command. Some people say that there are only so few people. Why bother so much? Just say one word and it will be done. Anyway, Yu Yuan is now the supreme leader. It is indeed possible. But since you want to lead a civilization forward, some rules and regulations still need to be followed. And it is necessary, because this is the power under order. If you take the lead in messing around, it is possible that the upper and lower levels will follow. And eventually the authority of the institution will be lost, which is digging your own grave. Yu Yuan, who knows the reason well, would never do such a thing. Chapter 30. After dealing with the Design Institute, Yu Yuan discussed the warship with Manueme, mainly to communicate in advance and let her prepare for boarding the ship in the future. After the Security Department was divided into 2, Manueme no longer served as the Minister of the Security Department, but became the Minister of the Human Force Equipment Support Department. That is, the Minister of the Armament Department. As for the Security Department, it was held by Yu Yuan's assistant Zhu Pite. Both are military departments, but their functions are different. The Security Department is mainly responsible for internal security and internal public safety. Security, police and other departments are all under the jurisdiction of the Security Department. The Armament Department is for external warfare. Although it is indeed empty talk to talk about external warfare now. Since the new human government has been established, it must be fully functional. And it is not a bad thing to prepare for a rainy day. Moreover, not everyone can drive a warship. It takes time to get on board, get familiar with it, and train. Now the warship has not been built, but we can practice with simulation equipment first. In an era when virtual reality technology has become common, simulation exercises are routine operations, and the Callisto base originally had these equipment. Although the battleship design data has not been produced yet, the virtual data of the previous transport ship can be used for simulation. After leaving the Armament Department, Yu Yuan returned to his busy and regular work routine, reading plans, approving plans, and making decisions. Time passed day by day. Many technologies that have lagged behind the pre-disaster era were picked up again by the surviving humans, following the path that has been taken once, and catching up. It has been more than 2 years since the controlled nuclear fusion project was proposed, and the progress is also obvious. But it is still far from reaching the level before the disaster where hope can be clearly seen. Fortunately, controlled nuclear fusion technology was already confirmed to be feasible before the disaster, and the road to success has been almost paved by predecessors. So the surviving humans do not need to grope for the unknown and cross the river. They only need to continue to accumulate technology. And then, there will be a day when it will be realized. In fact, it is not only controlled nuclear fusion, but also many other lost technologies. But humans need time. Humans need time. But Callisto does not seem to want to give humans so much time. Just today, Yuan opened a report that made him worried. Callisto Resource Exploration Report. After more than 2 years, humans returned to the surface from underground. And then through exploration teams, intelligent robots, satellite remote sensing and other detection methods, they finally figured out the detailed resource distribution, structure and reserves of Callisto. As a member of the solar system, Callisto, like other planets and asteroids, has a complete range of common elements. Although rare earths and other trace elements are rare, they are barely enough for the current human scale. The problem lies in its reserves of radioactive elements. That is, nuclear fuel. According to the report, even if humans hollow out the entire Callisto, the nuclear fuel they can obtain is only enough for humans to squander for about 70 years at most. If it is used on the planned new spacecraft, then this number will be discounted. Yuan rubbed his swollen temples. This matter gave him a headache. Shaolin, go and call Dr. Gonda and Dr. Suzhini over. Leaning against the office sofa, Yuan pressed the phone on the desk and said, "Okay." A crisp voice came from the other end of the phone. Since Zhu Pite was pulled by Yuan to manage the security department, Long Xiaolin took over the position of assistant and secretary. So Yuan's messenger changed from Zhu Pite to her. She was in the big office next to Yuan's office, and Yuan called her directly through the direct line. Long Xiaolin's work efficiency was quite good. And soon, there was a knock on Yuan's office door. "Come in, Director Yu." "What's the matter?" It was Suzhini who came in. He asked calmly, then turned around and prepared to close the door. "There's still one that hasn't arrived yet, so don't close the door yet." Yuan stopped Suzhini's action, then stood up and handed over the tablet in his hand. "Sit anywhere. Take a look at this first." Suzhini took the tablet and looked at it carefully. The more he looked, the more serious his expression became. And in the end, he didn't even bother to sit down. "General Manager, what's the latest data?" Suzhini's face was extremely serious, but he looked calm instead. Or maybe he usually looked like this. "Yes, the exploration department just sorted it out." Yuan nodded and signaled Suzhini to read the content carefully. At this moment, an old man walked in from the door. It was Gonda. Before Gonda could speak, Yuan went up to him and said, "Dr. Gon, what is the current situation in interstellar space?" "Ah?" Gan was stunned. He didn't expect Yuan to call him here to ask this. But he still answered truthfully. The interstellar dust is much thinner than 2 years ago, but it still does not meet the conditions for navigation. Speaking of this, Gonda seemed to understand why Yuan asked this. So he raised his eyelids and looked at Yuan. "Chief Yu, you don't want to start interstellar navigation in a short time, do you?" Seeing Yuan's gradually determined look, Gonda hurriedly shook his head and said, "No, absolutely not. We must not set sail within 50 years. Otherwise we will all die on the road." Gonda, who knew Yuan's character well, knew that Yuan's look really wanted to speed up the schedule for humans to start sailing. However, the dust cloud of the supernova remnant still permeated the interstellar space, and it was not thin enough to sail. If we set sail rashly, we would definitely be slowly decelerated during the inertial navigation stage, and eventually die due to fuel exhaustion. Thinking of this, Gonda, who was always calm, became a little excited. "General Yu, we can't set sail if the conditions are not met. This is science. If the data says it's not possible, it's not possible. There is no miracle. Don't get excited. Dr. Gon, I didn't say to set sail immediately. Take a look at this first." Yuan suppressed his budding desire to set sail and pointed to the tablet in Suzhini's hand. "The situation is not optimistic." Lao Gon, After reading the content, Suzhini handed the tablet over with a serious face. Gan was a little confused. But looking at the looks of Yu Yuan and Suzhini, it seemed that the reason was here. Thinking of this, he took the tablet and browsed it carefully. After a while, Gonda was also a little confused. He looked at Yu Yuan in disbelief. Only 70 years? Yes. Look down. Below is the data curve listed by the engineering department. Yu Yuan paused and added, about fuel and spacecraft. Gan continued to scroll down. After a while, he raised his head and glanced at Yu Yuan. Then moved his eyes and glanced at Suzhini. His expression solemn. He now knew why Yu Yuan wanted to speed up the voyage. The reasons are all in this report. The exploration department gave a data on nuclear fuel reserves and usage. And the engineering department used this data to draw a consumption curve for the spacecraft and base that were about to be built. It was clearly marked with data that it would take 30 years for the spacecraft to accelerate to 1% of the speed of light, and another 30 years to decelerate. And both processes would require continuous consumption of nuclear fuel. Chapter 31. Of course, considering that most people are in hibernation when the spacecraft is sailing, the fuel consumption is relatively small. The total fuel used for the acceleration and deceleration time of 60 years is about 75% of the current reserves. That is to say, excluding this part, the nuclear fuel available now and in the future can only last for 18 years. But the new spacecraft project is predicted to be completed in 20 years, which is not bad. The difference is not big. I believe that it is possible to complete it ahead of schedule with hard work. As for the interstellar dust, it will take at least 50 years before it is suitable for current human interstellar navigation. Do we really have to rush to build the spaceship and then start the voyage with the fate of all mankind at stake? At this moment, Gonda also fell silent. Suzhini pondered, in the past 2 years, a lot of hibernation cabins have been built. Can we let some people hibernate now to reduce resource consumption? The spaceship project is now being launched. If the hibernation plan is launched at this time, the construction of the spaceship will never be completed within 18 years. Yu Yuan shook his head. He has made up his mind now that he must cut the battleship plan. If the battleship plan is cancelled, the large cylindrical spacecraft may be completed several years earlier. The hibernation chamber is prepared for future voyages and cannot be used during the construction period. Although the automation equipment is very intelligent now, the construction of spacecraft cannot be completely automated. Many delicate jobs and positions still require people. If there is no other way, then we can only take a risk. Of course, we cannot take risks rashly, which is no different from sending ourselves to death. As Gander said just now, the scientific data is there, and rash voyages will definitely lead to death. So when Yuan decided to cancel the battleship plan, another crazy supporting plan gradually emerged in his mind. If there is really no other way, then increase the efforts to build hibernation cabins, and then stop everything except building spacecraft and researching controlled nuclear fusion, and then let all irrelevant personnel enter hibernation. In this way, the nuclear fuel saved may be enough to deal with the resistance of interstellar dust. Of course, if you really want to do this, you have to let the relevant departments calculate the data and formulate a feasible plan. Although Yu Yuan rejected Suzhini's suggestion on the surface, he also listened to it. Alas, if only the controlled nuclear fusion technology had not been lost so much. At this time, Gonda sighed and expressed the thoughts that almost everyone in the base felt sad about. Yes, if the technology had not regressed, controlled nuclear fusion could be developed within 10 years. And then the abundant helium-3 on Callisto, or the hydrogen diffused in interstellar space, could be used as fuel. The dust cloud formed by the remnants of supernova explosions contains a large amount of hydrogen and its isotopes. But unfortunately humans cannot use it. If the real technology is not up to the task, it is useless to look at the mountains of gold and silver. Seeing that there was no good solution for a while, Gonda changed the subject and wanted to find hope from another direction. He put down the tablet, then looked at Yu Yuan and asked, by the way, Chief Yu, where is the alien spacecraft? Has there been no progress in the research recently? Yu Yuan shook his head. When Gonda mentioned the alien spacecraft, he knew what Gonda was thinking. The main part has been excavated, and the internal siltation layer and some warehouses, especially the cab, are still being excavated and cleaned. There are no major discoveries yet, since the entire spacecraft was sunk into the soil. In order to avoid damaging anything that might be valuable, the excavation work progressed very slowly. just like an archaeological excavation. So much so that after 2 years, the cockpit had not been cleaned up. Moreover, Yu Yuan had no hope for the alien spacecraft at all. Mainly because the spacecraft was too broken. Not only was there soil inside and out, but after cleaning it up, it was found that many places were rusted. And it did not look like an immortal creation of a high-level civilization at all. Therefore, long before the disaster, those who knew about the existence of the spacecraft knew that this broken spacecraft could not fly again. If they did not want to dig it out to study its various constituent materials, it would probably be sold as scrap metal, and no one would buy it. Of course, the final situation will be determined only after its head and tail are completely cleaned up. Yu Yuan estimated that it should be completed in another year or so. Next, Yu Yuan discussed with the two scientists for a long time, but he could not come up with any good solution. In the end, Yu Yuan could only ask them to go back first. It is understandable. After all, one of them is an astronomer, and the other is a materials scientist. They may not be as good as other department leaders in terms of program strategy. This is not a question of understanding or not, but a question of information mastery. Yu Yuan knew it very well. So in the following days, he was anxious and held several emergency meetings in various departments. Then scientists, experts and other professionals from various disciplines attended the meeting and provided various professional knowledge references for the programs they came up with. This way of holding meetings is very effective. For example, someone may come up with a solution, but sometimes he does not know whether the solution can be made or not. This requires experts from various fields to participate in the evaluation. It is like crossing a river. Someone came up with a solution to build a bamboo raft, but he does not know the technology required to build a bamboo raft, such as what kind of bamboo to use, whether the bamboo should be dried, how to tie the bamboo, etc. At this time, experts who understand bamboo rafts are needed to answer. In emergency meetings and technical seminars, many people have proposed some solutions, but without exception, none of them can be implemented, or they just seem to be possible. For example, some people have proposed to reduce the power generation of nuclear power plants in order to save energy, and only keep the electricity for necessary facilities to save nuclear fuel. Then ordinary electricity, lighting electricity, heating electricity, etc. are all replaced by fuel oil. Humans mastered the technology of making gasoline by hydrogenating carbon dioxide in the last century. This method seems feasible, but the person who proposed it did not realize that making gasoline is just a kind of energy conversion, not crude oil directly extracted and separated from nature. The fundamental energy needed to support this process still has to come from nuclear power plants. This is also true. What humans lack now is not the form of energy, but energy. If the sun is still there, these are not a problem. But now Yu Yuan has finished another day's work and returned to his residence. But he can't fall asleep with a lot of things in his mind. Do we really have to burn our boats? Yu Yuan leaned on the sofa, looking at the ceiling and muttering to himself. Since the nuclear fuel crisis, the mountain of responsibility has almost made him breathless. He is under a lot of pressure now, because he has a lot of power. If he makes a wrong decision, it is very likely that mankind will fall into an irreversible situation. So every time he makes a decision, he must think carefully and consult all the experts. These experts are almost his think tank, and he is afraid that he will make mistakes due to inconsideration. Chapter 32. As the days passed, Yu Yuan finally had to put forward the emergency hibernation plan that was originally proposed by Su Zhini, but he was not willing to stop all human activities except the construction of spacecraft. Not only him, but almost everyone was unwilling to do so. It was not easy to get the big construction started, but now he had to put it down with his own hands. But what could he do if he was unwilling? Under such circumstances, the battleship construction plan was stopped before it even started, and the emergency hibernation plan was officially put on the table. Experts began to discuss its feasibility and began to carefully calculate the energy involved in this plan. Today, after finishing his work, Yu Yuan crossed the bottom floor of the base and entered the damaged spaceship as usual. He did not go to the armament department, but turned a corner and came to a spacious room, where a group of scientists worked and where experts who studied the damaged spaceship gathered. Yu Yuan, who was somewhat helpless, had to pin his glimmer of hope on the broken spaceship. As soon as he entered the room, he heard a rough voice talking trash and another one trying to dissuade him. Damn it, After so many years, you haven't come up with anything. The base has really wasted its resources on you. If you can't come up with anything, tear it all down. Dig forward and dig out the original cab. I don't believe that everything will be destroyed and it won't collapse. The engineering experts have calculated it. Old Lou, why are you getting mad at them again? Researching this thing won't be quick. I'm anxious. There's no point in being anxious. By the way, if you really want to tear it down, you have to apply for permission. Don't blame me for not reminding you. I know. I'm just saying, if it's really demolished, I apply for it myself. Hey. The two of them were talking back and forth. One old and one strong, pointing at the computer. And even Yu Yuan didn't notice that he was behind them. One of them is Lu Mayan, the most outstanding physicist of the contemporary era and a leader in particle physics. And the other is Yu Nanfeng, a doctor of engineering mechanics and a dynamics expert. The one who speaks more irritably is Lu Mayan, who is about 50 years old. Yu Yuan is used to this guy's temper. It is really hard for those who don't know him to imagine that an outstanding physicist would talk trash like this. What do you two doctors want to dismantle? Yu Yuan asked. Tear your sister down. Lu Mayan, who was very annoyed, blurted out when he heard the voice coming from behind. But as soon as he said it, he felt something was wrong. As if the voice was a little familiar. Lu Mayan turned his head and looked. You don't want to dismantle this, do you? Yu Yuan ignored him and looked at the screen, and found that it was a 3D model of a part from the back half of the spacecraft. We want to dismantle it. We judge that this thing should be together with the spacecraft engine. It is connected to the spacecraft engine room. But we don't know what it does, because the part connected to it is clearly a complete engine, with a mouth-shaped nozzle and a structure similar to a fuel tank. And it's already severely deformed. We can't restore it without dismantling it. Besides, this broken spaceship is so rotten that we can't dig it out and use it. We might as well dismantle it for research. While talking, Lu Mayan operated the computer to flip the 3D configuration and explain to Yu Yuan. His eyes were shining, and he was completely different from before. General Yu, look here. 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 The structure of this spaceship is not completely incomprehensible to us. According to our judgment, this thing is definitely part of the engine. But our understanding of its structure is completely different from our understanding of the engine. It seems to be a redundant part. But how can a spaceship have redundant parts? This part is in such an important place as the engine room. Yu Yuan nodded seriously, and then asked, does this thing have a pair? This broken spaceship has twin engines. Of course it has a pair. Lu Mayan's words were full of excitement, as if it could be dismantled immediately. This thing has troubled the research team for many years. If it can be dismantled and investigated, maybe we can figure out what it does. After Lu Mayan said this, Yu Yuan remembered it. He pondered for a while and said, well, I remember that the other set of engines is still embedded in the soil. Dig it out? It's been dug out. That engine is much better than this one, which is completely scrapped and deformed. Only the engine port is slightly deformed. The speaker was Yu Nanfeng. Is the deformation serious? Yu Yuan just asked, then changed his words. Let's go and take a look. As soon as he said, he went. As soon as Yu Yuan started, Lu Mayan and Yu Nanfeng followed immediately. The three of them jumped and walked while holding the guide rod in their hands and exerting force, and soon arrived at the engine room. This place was originally filled with mud, but now it has been cleared, and the large hole on the left has been supported by the engineers with brackets. Yu Yuan saw that the engine under the support had been severely deformed and shifted inward, while the engine on the other side was much better. However, when he looked back, he couldn't help but want to curse. The seemingly intact engine had a tubular opening at the rear end that had changed from a round opening to a ductile. You call this a slight deformation? Yu Yuan looked at Yu Nanfeng next to him. It's a little big. Yu Nanfeng said a little embarrassedly. Yu Yuan, He was speechless. Finally, Yu Yuan moved over and knocked on the ductile that was 10 times taller than him. Is there any way to restore it? No. Yu Nanfeng also moved forward. Oh! Yu Yuan's eyes lit up, and he turned around to look at Yu Nanfeng in surprise. Seeing that he looked confident, he immediately showed a happy face. What is the specific method? Or have you already made a plan? How feasible is it? How come the Institute didn't see a plan signed by you for such a big thing? Well, it doesn't matter if you don't have time to do it. Come back and make it, and show it to me. Faced with the string of words spewed out by Yu Yuan, Yu Nanfeng was stunned at first, then took a deep breath and said, "Hit it with a hammer." Cough. 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 Yu Yuan hadn't said anything yet when he heard a violent dry cough from the side, and then saw a stream of water shooting diagonally into the distance. It turned out that Lu Mian was holding a bottle and took a sip of water and choked. Cough. 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 You damn Yu Nanfeng. Do you want to choke me to death so that you can inherit my property? Well, cough. Ha cough. Lu Mian coughed to clear his throat and complained, "God. Use a hammer to hit it." Is this what an engineering mechanics expert said? Yu Yuan was also a little speechless. Just as he was about to say something, he found that Yu Nanfeng was looking at him seriously. Seeing this, Yu Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Are you serious?" "Of course. Simple and rough. Great force can create miracles." Yu Nanfeng nodded and answered very seriously. "This thing is much more durable than we thought. Ordinary engineering hammers can't swing it." Yu Yuan fell into deep thought. Chapter 33. It sounds unreliable to you to use a hammer, but it cannot be denied that it is a method. But you can't really smash it randomly. It's not easy to dig out a useful thing from this broken spaceship. What if it breaks? So for the sake of safety, it is better to dismantle the engine that has been confirmed to be broken first. Study its structure carefully, and know the approximate purpose of each of its components before solving the problem of the other deformation. Let's put the deformed pipe mouth aside for the time being, or dismantle the other one and study it thoroughly. Yu Yuan said. That's what I thought. Lu Mian laughed and said loudly, "Anyway, this broken spaceship is already in a mess, and it's impossible to fly again. It's better to recycle it and dismantle it completely. Take it back and study it slowly." "Well, then dismantle it. Remember to be careful." Yu Yuan nodded in agreement. As he said that, he turned and left the engine room, and then said to the two people who followed him, "What do you think of this alien spaceship?" To be honest, Yu Yuan was a little disappointed. He thought he could find some residual fuel or something in the engine room of the broken alien spacecraft, but it turned out to be empty. Seriously speaking, he did dig out an engine that looked relatively intact on the surface, but Yu Yuan didn't have any hope for this thing. It has been buried in the soil for 20,000 years. There is soil inside and outside. God knows if it has decayed inside. It would be good if it can be put in a museum after cleaning. It should be a detection spacecraft or a small cargo spacecraft. Yu Nanfeng answered first that the exploration spacecraft should be judged by its size, while the cargo should be judged by the red gas at the beginning. Following Yu Yuan, Yu Nanfeng said, "But except for the red gas at the beginning, we didn't find anything. Nor did we find any traces of alien remains." "But I don't think this is an unmanned spacecraft." Lu Mian interrupted. "I'm sure it's not unmanned. We know after we clean out the cockpit. In addition, the material research team has analyzed the outer shell and internal components of the spacecraft and determined that it is an alloy with a very high titanium content. Compared with the titanium plate alloy we made ourselves, it is more than 10 times better in terms of strength and other properties. But its layout, mechanical structure, and power transmission are not beyond conventional imagination. It has visible lines and recognizable mechanical structures. In summary, we all believe that the technological strength of this spacecraft is indeed far superior to ours. But it is not to the point of being a divine object. Let's put it this way. We have the ability to know what parts of the spacecraft are used for, but we don't know the specific principles. If we are lucky enough to find a complete part, we might even be able to describe it in a word. What is it called? Black technology? Yu Yuan said. Yes, black technology. Lu Mian nodded. But it's not completely black, because in our opinion, it does not violate the laws of nature. What is black technology? It is knowledge that is developed independently by non-humans and is superior to existing human technology. This alien spaceship is about 2 kilometers long and about 800 meters wide, which is very large for humans. But no weapons corresponding to its size were found. Several tubes similar to launchers were found on the bottom of the outer shell, but no ammunition was found inside the hull. From the excavation report, it was either all fired or there was no ammunition at all. Some analysts believe that it was some kind of laser launch device, and some corresponding parts were speculated on their functions. But no matter what the situation is, it is already dilapidated. The only thing worth learning for humans is probably the design framework of the spacecraft, such as the internal compartments and cabin layout. Humans have no experience in building such a large spacecraft. So even if it is almost an empty spacecraft, there are things to learn. How long will it take? Yu Yuan asked. Lu Mian lowered his head to avoid a shelf and replied, 3 months. There is no time. Speed up the progress. We have to finish the cleanup within 2 months. We can't wait any longer. If we can't find anything on this ship, then we must start the emergency hibernation plan. At the fork in the road, Yu Yuan turned around and looked at the two. Has it really come to this? Lu Mian was surprised. Of course, he knew about the emergency hibernation plan. But he didn't know that the plan had never really started because Yu Yuan still had a glimmer of hope for the spacecraft. Time waits for no one. Let's encourage each other. Yu Yuan did not give a proof and said this. Then he turned around and left. After leaving the Broken Spacecraft Research Institute, Yu Yuan went to the nuclear fusion research team again. But he was just seeking some psychological comfort. The new tokamak device has been completed, and the research team is constantly trying various experiments. However, this thing is not the latest generation of technology on the original Earth. The stable combustion time can last for more than 30 minutes. But the output energy is still less than the input energy. It's too bad. Yu Yuan, who was a little upset, returned to the office and continued to deal with daily affairs. Then he had a dinner made of industrial starch, artificial protein, and a few pitiful green vegetables. The green vegetables were produced by the plantation. They were originally available at the Callisto base. The taste was okay, but it was tasteless after eating too much. As for food, because of the loss of the Earth, there are very few varieties. A while ago, Yu Yuan saw a plan report from the food department, which said that artificial protein would be used to make a highly concentrated protein bar, which would be counted as meat and could last for half a day. The food department is also planning to develop some protein bars with different flavors in the near future to satisfy people's taste buds as much as possible. So far, human food is not scarce, but the variety is very monotonous. All they ate all day was artificial starch and artificial protein, and a few dehydrated vegetable leaves were good enough. Everyone was the same, so they didn't complain. After a tasteless dinner, Yu Yuan went to Dr. Ikai's biological laboratory again. Ikai was originally here to lead the research project on human lifespan, but due to the sudden disaster, the laboratory is now a little deserted. And with the problem of resource allocation, the work progress is also very slow. 2 years have passed, and the serum that Yu Yuan left last time has not been used up. In fact, many research projects are like this one, in a state where they cannot be completely stopped. Now, humans are still vigorously carrying out large-scale construction, and many internal research works have entered a semi-dormant state. Yu Yuan is very clear that this state is unhealthy. But to break this state, humans must reach a new star system. Chapter 34. The machines on the ground of Callisto are still buzzing. The construction sites are still in full swing, and the pace of construction is still moving forward steadily. The orbital mass accelerator continuously launches materials into the dark sky. The night sky here is always dark, and the day's sky is also always dark. In the space filled with interstellar dust, even the starlight of the past is difficult to reach. The satellite in orbit took such a picture. The light on Callisto, the last harbor, is like the last candlelight of civilization, swaying in the endless darkness. Other than that, all around is darkness. Interstellar dust blocks most of the sound and electromagnetic waves from the universe, so that the humans on Callisto seem to be in an isolated environment. Quiet to silence, dark to loneliness. If the last human being sleeps here, he will also leave quietly, like an insignificant ant dying in a dark corner. In order to avoid becoming such an ant, humans are busy day and night. A large amount of steel, non-ferrous metals, and rare metals are processed into semi-finished products on the ground, then packed on electromagnetic catapults and launched into the synchronous orbit of Callisto, among the countless items launched into space. In addition to various semi-finished construction materials, there are modular equipment blocks. It has been more than 2 years since the plan to build a large cylindrical spacecraft was proposed. But now there is no trace of a spacecraft in the orbit of Callisto. It is not that humans are not working hard, but that they have not really entered the spacecraft construction stage, because such a large spacecraft cannot be built on the planet. Therefore, in the 2 years since the plan was proposed, all the materials sent to the synchronous orbit have been used to build the space dock. Yes, a space dock. The technology for building a space dock was mature long before the disaster. In fact, Many large transport ships in the past were made from space docks. Now humans are just building another space dock. It is not the first time, so they are very experienced. However, unlike the past, this dock is bigger, because the large cylindrical spacecraft it is going to build is bigger than all the ships humans have ever built. But because it is a one-time use, this space dock is much simpler than the previous docks. Many things do not need to consider the long-term service life. So this space dock is the largest dock in history. But the construction speed is very fast. Because of this, it is very different from what people imagine a space dock to look like. When it comes to a space dock, people often think of a space building that looks like a fortress, or a building that has two rib-like structures put together. Most conventional space docks are like this. The space dock in the geosynchronous orbit used to look like two ribs put together. But that space dock used the Tianong space station as its industrial core. Now, there is no industrial core at all. So the first step of this dock built from scratch is actually to build an industrial core. In the past, we can see that countless building modules produced according to the design drawings were sent into space day and night, and then pieced together like a puzzle in the synchronous orbit. They were assembled into living cabins, robotic arms, machine tool workshops, remote synchronous construction robots, small transport ships, and other things in space. These things constitute the core of the space dock. Although it is called the core of the space dock, it is actually a large space station in essence. Except that the normal space station has more complete functions, while the dock core focuses on industrial construction. But both are large space buildings. After more than 2 years of hard work, the appearance of the space dock finally appeared in people's eyes. It is composed of a core that is almost the size of the Tiangong space station, plus L-shaped rails and work corridors extending from the core upward, downward, left and right. It looks like a chip with long legs. The rails and work corridors extending at both ends of the dock core are the longest, adding up to more than 1,800 meters. In the future shipbuilding projects, the components sent up from the ground will first be reprocessed in the various workshops in the dock core, and then transported to the end of the work platform through the rails. Then, the first step of the spacecraft construction, the keel, was carried out there. The engineers went from the work corridor to the work platform to work, because the spacecraft being built was a large cylindrical spacecraft. The keel installation here became the assembly of an electromagnetic central axis bearing, with the help of laser positioning. The core part of the central axis bearing with a finished diameter of more than 200 meters will be assembled here. After that, the space dock will start from this central axis and build a planned large cylindrical spacecraft bit by bit. Because it is a relatively simple space dock that was completed in a hurry, it cannot be built from start to finish like a complete dock. After completing part of a spacecraft, this half-space dock will slowly change its position around the center axis of the spacecraft with the help of thrusters to the area where construction has not yet started. It can be said that it is a mobile space dock. Once it rotates around the center axis, the spacecraft is built. In order to start the construction of the spacecraft as soon as possible, the designers came up with such a space dock design. Although it was a rush job, it is very suitable for the current situation faced by humans. There are few people. To be honest, if a complete dock is to be built, humans may not have enough people to fill the jobs in the space dock. At present, there are 8,000 staff and engineers in this half-built space dock, which is almost 1/10 of the human population in the entire base. In 2.5 years, humans built a space dock from scratch in the synchronous orbit of Callisto. The power of science and technology has given everyone hope. But Yuan, including those who know the reserves of nuclear fission minerals, is still worried. Today, Yuan, who had just finished reading the space dock construction report, ran into the wreckage of the alien spacecraft again. It's not that he discovered any major secrets, but 5 minutes ago, the excavation team called to report that they had found traces of suspected alien remains. It seems that they were found when excavating and cleaning the alien spacecraft's cockpit. If this happened before the disaster, it would indeed be a major event that would shock mankind. But now it's just an episode. Yuan went to see it. But in fact, he was just curious about alien life. He didn't know how to analyze the remains anyway, so he just watched the fun. The door leading to the hull space of the alien spaceship's cockpit had been opened, and the cockpit that was originally filled with soil had been cleared out. When Yuan arrived, he also saw something that looked like a seat. Why do I say similar? Because that thing looked like a wine glass. Not a seat. Chapter 35. The cockpit is where the spacecraft's precision instruments are clustered. It is also the core node of the entire spacecraft's pipelines and circuits. Almost all the spacecraft's actions are realized through the cockpit. Such an important place has finally been cleaned up. But the result of the cleaning is not satisfactory. When Yuan entered the cockpit, he saw not the precision instruments full of technology, nor the cabin with shining metallic luster, but a rusty garbage dump. Rust, dilapidated, fragments, deformation. Words jumped out of his mind one by one. The cab was very empty, but there were almost no good things left. Yuan looked around and saw a few staff members still touching various broken pieces, and a few were squatting next to something like a console, scraping dust with a brush. Like an archaeologist, Yuan asked about the alien remains, and was told that they had been transported to the research institute next door. After walking through the corridor and the compartment, Yuan arrived at the research institute pointed out by the staff. Although it was called a research institute, it looked more like a showroom, with all kinds of things placed inside. All types of alien spacecraft parts. Yuan walked past various exhibits and came to the middle of the institute. He saw his old friend Ikai and a few unfamiliar staff members, who should be members of Ikai's research team. Dr. E, where are the alien remains? Yuan shouted to Ikai from a distance. Perhaps he wanted to analyze something from the alien remains. So Ikai, a doctor of biology who had little to do, took the initiative to undertake this research and brought his research team. Aliens are also living things, so Ikai is quite professional. It's the chief who is here. Just call me Lao Yi. Ikai looked back at Yuan who was approaching and said with a smile. After Yuan got closer, he raised his neck and gestured, "This is it." Yuan followed his gaze and found a square wooden frame on the ground 2 steps away, with a plastic film in the middle of the wooden frame and a black mass on the film. He took a step forward and squatted down to take a look. The wooden frame was temporarily used by the staff to display items. It was only the size of a table, and the black things placed inside just filled it up. Is this thing an alien? Why does it look like a blackened dirt cake? After taking a look, Yuan expressed his first impression. It's not like, it's dirt. Ikai's voice followed. Aliens are dirt? Yuan was a little confused. He turned around and looked at Ikai who was walking forward, with a puzzled look on his face, as if to say, "Are you kidding me?" Ikai seemed to understand his expression and explained, "I said this is soil. But I didn't say aliens are soil. That's not right. Now aliens have indeed turned into soil." As he said that, Ikai came to Yuan's side, squatted down and pointed at the black soil cake and continued, "Look, this is the alien. Look at these lines here. Here, this is the soil layer." Yuan followed Ikai's finger and looked carefully for a long time, and finally saw that on the black soil layer, there were lines that were not conspicuous, and some parts that were slightly different from the soil layer in color. As Ikai gestured with his fingers, the outline of the alien gradually appeared in Yuan's mind. "Centacle?" Yuan asked uncertainly. To be honest, if you don't have a rich imagination, you really can't imagine what this kind of thing embedded in the soil looks like. Especially when you see it for the first time. Yuan thought the whole pile was an alien, but he didn't expect that the real alien remains were just the lines in it. And the pattern formed by these lines looked about the size of a sheep. Maybe it's a hand. Ikai spread his hands and explained, "This bastard, cough. This bastard is an alien. Based on observation and component analysis, we preliminarily guessed that this alien should belong to some kind of mollusk. And those lines are its tentacles or tentacles. The conclusion of multi-tentacle biological specialties is consistent with the structural distribution of the operating equipment in the cab. So this should not be wrong." As a serious post-00s, although he is already in his 70s, Ikai always accidentally blurts out some catchphrases from the last century when he speaks. Yuan was no longer surprised by this, and sometimes even learned some old sayings such as "fuck," "hack this immortal," and so on. Ikai slowly stood up and continued to explain, from the analysis of the wreckage, this alien creature is a carbon-based life, which is consistent with our traditional cognition, but its biological information such as genetic genes can no longer be read. So we only know its approximate shape and belonging species. According to the demarcation of the classification of Earth's organisms, we don't know any other in-depth information. That's it? Yuan also stood up. To be honest, he was a little disappointed. I was so excited to see alien creatures. But it turned out to be worse than seeing fossils. If I had known this, I would have gone to see the strange symbols occasionally found on the wreckage of the spacecraft. Although humans still don't understand what those strange symbols mean. The information is limited. But at least we know that this is a spacecraft belonging to some kind of soft, intelligent life civilization. Right? Ikai shrugged and continued, aliens exist. Alien civilizations also exist. And they are carbon-based life, which is consistent with our previous speculation about cosmic life. In other words, perhaps carbon-based life is a universal form of life in the universe, which has a certain reference value for our understanding of the universe and other aliens. So it cannot be said that this alien wreckage is useless. Okay. Yu Yuan, who went from curiosity to disappointment, sighed in his heart and moved his eyes away from the alien remains. By the way, Lao Yi, is there only this one wreckage? Just one. Ikai nodded, with a look of reminiscence on his face. According to relevant personnel, this spacecraft is likely to have crashed due to some kind of malfunction, and then was captured by the gravity of the solar system over a long period of time, and finally fell on Callisto for some unknown reason. Although this speculation is mostly fantasy, according to our firm results on the age of the alien wreckage, its age is indeed very different from the soil layer, which is consistent with the theory that it fell to Callisto and was buried by the soil layer after a long time of death. It must be said that these scientists are quite capable. With just a little bit of information, they can infer many things. Ikai looked at Yu Yuan, who was in deep thought, and continued, we have reason to believe that the civilization to which this alien belongs may still exist, even though it is an ancient thing tens of thousands of years ago for us. Indeed, tens of thousands of years are just a small amount, which is really not worth mentioning for the advanced civilization in the universe imagined by humans. Chapter 36. But if this civilization still exists, where are they now? Why would they let a spaceship of their civilization disappear? Is it because they have no time to care? Or because this spaceship is insignificant? Or, in fact, the original civilization of this spaceship has already become extinct. So why did they become extinct? The bits of information from the wreckage of aliens have thrown a mystery to scientists. Maybe they will never find the truth, but it does not prevent them from thinking boldly. Maybe? Yu Yuan did not respond to Ikai's question, but asked about another matter. He scratched the sudden itch on his face and asked, are there any progress in the serum research? Ikai was not there when Yu Yuan went to the laboratory last time. Now that he met him here, he asked him, by the way. It's the same as before. Following the original experimental data, we only got the result that the aging gene was effectively suppressed and the anti-cancer factor was greatly increased. But we don't know how that substance works at the gene level. Ikai shook his head, as if he felt that Yu Yuan still had a lot to ask. So he simply pulled a stool from the side and handed it to Yu Yuan, indicating that he should sit down and talk slowly. However, Yu Yuan did not take it, but walked to the side and brought a chair over, pretending to listen attentively. Seeing this, Ikai was not polite and directly moved the small stool under his buttocks. Sure enough, as soon as he sat down, he heard Yu Yuan say, when I returned to Beijing, I heard the experts there say that the true appearance of the red gas is probably not a gas, but some kind of liquid volatiles. After returning to Beijing, the biologists began their research impatiently, because he had to accept the rank of Major General. Yu Yuan stayed on Earth for a long time. It was during that time that the biologists in Beijing came to the conclusion, after studying and analyzing the serum. Thinking about it now, Yu Yuan felt that the experts were really efficient. Perhaps because of his high position, Yu Yuan heard a lot of news during that time. In fact, those who participated in the serum research were not only serious biologists, but also many well-known medical professors. There are modern medicine and traditional medicine. Basically, the best talents in the country are gathered in that laboratory. If Ikai had not finished his research project on the moon, he would definitely join in. Fortunately, he did not join in. Otherwise, there would not be such a biologist in the Callisto base now. I heard about this too. Ikai touched his stubble and continued, it is said that for research, those guys moved out the antique compendium of Materia Medica. That's right. It was the experts of traditional medicine who brought up the compendium of Materia Medica. Yu Yuan heard that they wanted to find herbs with the same properties, such as strengthening the foundation and nourishing the essence from countless herbs based on the Qi theory of 100 years ago, and then conduct experimental combinations, and then try them one by one using the method of elimination. It really looks like a big deal. Yeah. It's a pity that it's just getting started and it's gone. Yu Yuan recalled. They had the Earth as a backing. But we have nothing now. Only those few lonely serums. It's difficult. Ikai shook his head and sighed. We have lost the Earth. We have lost everything. As the saying goes, a good cook cannot cook without rice. Yu Yuan knew what Ikai meant. It is really difficult to do an experiment without a biosphere to support biological genetic research. The Lifespan Research Project is different from other projects. Many ideas cannot be done with a mouse. Many things need to be found in nature and tested from nature. If humans still have the Earth's biosphere, they can find some animals with long lifespans in nature and start with them and do various control experiments with serum. The billions of years of evolution of life on Earth is also a natural laboratory for the endless evolution of life. It can be said that for billions of years, every evolutionary path of life has been tried by creatures. It's just that humans may know or not know. This gives the Earth infinite possibilities, and also gives humans who are born and raised here an unparalleled treasure house. For billion years of biological evolution is a magnificent masterpiece engraved in the DNA of life by the laws of the universe. Here, the origin of life and the secret of the birth of wisdom are hidden. But humans have lost this treasure house. Without the Earth, there is no biodiversity. So biological genetics research is difficult. So the situation of this research is more difficult than controlled nuclear fusion. It seems that I am too impatient. Yu Yuan nodded to show that he understood. The research conditions of controlled nuclear fusion can be piled up with materials and energy. But he cannot transform an Earth biosphere. It would be great if there was still that red gas. Yu Yuan added with regret. Yu Yuan pulled his thoughts back. But after a while, Ikai did not speak. So he called out again, Dr. E? Old E. Oh. Sorry. I was distracted by thinking about something. Ikai, who didn't know what he was thinking, finally came back to his senses. He looked at Yu Yuan with an embarrassed expression. Where were we just talking about? Fuck. Yu Yuan's face was dark, and he imitated Ikai's complaints. It turned out that this bastard didn't hear a word of his side just now. Forget it. There is no progress anyway. And I can't create a biosphere for you. Frustrated, Yu Yuan stood up and wanted to leave. But Ikai said in a confused manner, Who said there is no progress? He is only in his 70s. But he is already confused. This shouldn't happen. Yu Yuan glanced suspiciously at Ikai, who looked up at him. His expression didn't seem to be fake. But Yu Yuan clearly remembered that it was Ikai who said there was no progress. Well, he said it the same way, but the meaning was almost the same. Ikai said so. Yu Yuan replied unhappily. Oh. Ikai nodded as if it was a matter of fact. Then suddenly grinned and said, I mean that there is no progress in the research based on the original experimental data. What do you mean? Ikai's words successfully pulled Yu Yuan back to his seat. Literally. Ikai spit out 4 words. Then signaled Yu Yuan to be patient. Then pondered for a moment and said, We encountered endless difficulties in the original way of thinking. Every time we knew the previous answer, we stopped. So we changed our thinking. Instead of starting with a specific DNA sequence, we studied the most primitive power of life as a whole system. And we got some different guesses. The most primitive power of life? Yu Yuan habitually interrupted. But as soon as he finished speaking, he realized that he seemed to interrupt Ikai's words. So he quickly changed the topic and said, Dr. E, please continue. Continue. Chapter 37. Schrödinger pointed out in his famous book What is Life, that the main problem in biology and physics is not whether organisms defy thermodynamics by generating energy. Ikai didn't care. He leaned forward and said, Obviously, they are not. If life is determined by whether it can defy thermodynamics, then the sun is also a living thing. Human cognition is always objective and limited. So it always satisfies the wonder of non-knowledge and inspires continuous exploration. The need to break through the limitations of objectivity has led humans to develop various desires that transcend animals. And the pursuit of knowledge is one of them. The development of science has made people increasingly agree that organisms are naturally generated. But how can the inanimate material energy system in nature become living organisms? Why did inorganic matter evolve into life with information functions? Where does the spirituality of organisms come from? What is its motivation? Is it born to die? Is it driven by instinct to feed on negative entropy? What role does wisdom play in this process? Hearing this, Yu Yuan couldn't help interrupting. Wait, Dr. E, just tell me what you found. What the hell is going on? I was asking you about your progress. Why are you giving a lecture? Yu Yuan complained in his heart. Isn't this to make the general manager understand more thoroughly? Ikai said leisurely. Okay. You say. Ikai nodded, but didn't continue to talk like a lecture. It's like this. We believe that life is guided by information and directed by instinct. Through objective input of information, processing information, transmission of information, materialization of information, and holographic exchange of matter, energy, and information with the outside world, to obtain negative entropy and evolution. In this way, life not only maintains the stability of reproduction through the transmission of information, but also can change genetic information through information feedback, absorption, accumulation, and mutation from gradual change, bringing it to us humans. That is, to reproduce the next generation. This is the instinctive imprint of hundreds of millions of years of evolution. This imprint is deeply engraved in our genetic information. It has only one purpose. That is, it has continued for hundreds of millions, or even billions of years. In layman terms, the genetic factors want to pursue eternal survival. Generation after generation continues forever. There is no problem, until it does not know which step is wrong, or it inevitably leads to the birth of wisdom. Yu Yuan motioned Ikai to stop, and then asked his question. Human wisdom has been born for millions of years, and it has been passed down from generation to generation until now. What's the problem? Of course there is a problem. Ikai raised his hand and nodded his head. The selfishness of life is inherited from DNA, or it is the information factor engraved in DNA. And the wisdom or consciousness of life is more selfish than the instinct of life, because the instinct of life only requires that the genetic information can continue to exist. But the intelligent consciousness does not. It wants to exist forever. However, the information of born to die has been deeply engraved in our DNA, and has been perfected for billions of years, even if the consciousness is unwilling. It is just a young boy with only millions of years. Generation after generation will die helplessly, as the DNA of the current generation withers. Therefore, in the long years, the intelligent consciousness has always been fighting against this process. Therefore, there are two ways in front of the intelligent consciousness. One is to let the genetic factors carry itself to the next generation and exist forever. The other is to suppress the mechanism of the genetic factor that has been used for billions of years, so that it will no longer wither due to inheritance. Obviously, the red gas played a role in the second path. It helped the self-consciousness of wisdom to successfully suppress the life instinct that has been passed down for billions of years. And what we know now is that it deceived the genetic factor. What do you mean? Yu Yuan frowned. He probably heard what Ikai meant. So now, he has an ominous premonition. Ikai glanced at Yu Yuan and saw that he seemed to still have doubts. So he pondered for a moment and continued, let's put it this way. We believe that the red gas is essentially to completely change the biological instinct mechanism, so that the genetic factors no longer have the purpose of continuing themselves through the next generation, but instead continue to renew themselves as the purpose of continuing themselves. But from the results of the serum research, this purpose has not really been achieved. So I said it was a lie. The consciousness temporarily deceived the genetic factor mechanism. After a long time, the deception was discovered, and the mechanism was activated again. The life form returned to the original old path, and let the next generation continue the mission of genetic information. As for the body, it died with the genetic factors of the old generation that had completed their mission. Well, it is a bit inappropriate to say that they died together, because the genetic factors have never considered the self-awareness of wisdom. At this point, Ikai raised his eyelids and looked at Yu Yuan. And then he just stood there without saying anything. Yu Yuan was a little scared by his gaze, so he coughed to interrupt the awkward atmosphere and said, I understand. Dr. E, what you mean is that the red gas is an inhibitor of the instinct of organisms to blindly continue the next generation. It acts on the information of life survival. So as long as the organism continues to ingest that gas, it can continue to deceive and achieve the purpose of long-term existence of self-consciousness. You can say that, but biological instinct is not blind. It's just that self-consciousness determines it to be blind. Ikai corrected. Yu Yuan thought for a while. If that's the case, then this alien spaceship is probably not a transport ship, but just an ordinary exploration ship. And the red gas on the ship is just a life-extending potion equipped by the alien civilization to allow its crew to adapt to the long space voyage. Yes. Ikai nodded. This is also a kind of progress, Yu Yuanshin said. To be honest, he didn't expect that Ikai biological research could actually unlock the secret of the spacecraft. It can only be said that science is related. The amount of information brought by this progress is really huge. From the role of the red gas, and the fact that the spacecraft carries it to extend the life of the crew. It shows that the technology of this civilization has not reached the level of immortality. From another perspective, perhaps we can get a glimpse of the background of the universe. Without talking about the distant, judging from normal thinking, this red gas or liquid must be a very important material in the universe. Because intelligent life needs it. At least at the level of civilization to which this alien spacecraft belongs. It is still needed. And now humans know this. Just a serum research project can make humans have such cognition. Which is the significance of scientific research. Chapter 38. It seems to be a very insignificant cognition. But it is often because of this seemingly insignificant cognition that it is possible for humans to avoid extinction due to ignorance. Dr. E, thank you for everything you have done for mankind. Understanding the meaning of all this, Yu Yuan said a polite remark from the bottom of his heart. And then he stood up. By the way, Dr. E, if the serum in the institute is used up, just tell me directly. I can still bear a few tubes of blood with my body. That's great. But Dr. Xiaolu took a few tubes a while ago. And there are still some now. Ikai also stood up. And it seemed that he was going to take a few steps and send Yu Yuan out the door. Yu Yuan also knew the little Dr. Lu he mentioned. She was a female doctor named Lu Xiaofan, a linguistics expert on the original Ganymede, and also a person who inhaled the red gas. Because the other 5 were buried on Earth. Now the entire human race, only Yu Yuan and Dr. Lu are living receptors of the red gas. And the institute naturally uses their serum for research. It just so happens that they are a man and a woman, which can meet the requirements of gender-specific control experiments. Yu Yuan stepped out of the door. Okay. I almost forgot. Regarding the serum research. If General Yu has time recently, go for a special physical examination. And when the results come out, just ask someone to send them to our Institute of Life Genetics. Ikai was about to turn around and go back, but suddenly stopped Yu Yuan. Special physical examination? What examination? Yu Yuan straightened his wrinkled shirt and turned back with a puzzled expression. This. Ikai scratched his itchy chin, and a long tail sound came out of his mouth, as if he was thinking about what to say. After a few seconds of pause, Ikai looked at Yu Yuan and continued, I believe that General Yu should have understood what I just said. The red gas deceived the genetic factor instinct of life. Of course, from another perspective, the aging gene was suppressed. But this is not what I want to say now. If you have something to say it quickly. If you have something to say, fart quickly. I understand. Ikai took over Yu Yuan's words with ease. And then said seriously, because of this, we came to a conclusion. Although this conclusion is normal for lifespan research, I still think it is necessary to tell the general. After all, it is about the general's health. Seeing Yu Yuan looking at him with a raised eyebrow, Ikai coughed and said, let's put it this way. The chief had better go for a thorough fertility check. What? Yu Yuan looked confused. Literally. Fertility check. Ikai repeated again. After a moment of hesitation, Yu Yuan figured it out. So he quickly confirmed. Dr. E means that the red gas will make people lose their fertility. Yes. That's our conclusion. It will be lost. But not completely lost. Ikai continued to speak as if he was talking to himself. Since the genetic information of biological instincts is also suppressed, theoretically the recipient will lose its fertility. However, according to our prediction, this loss should be restored after the inhibitory effect disappears. Judging from the current extended lifespan of the general, this time should be 500 years later. At this point, Ikai paused, and seeing that Yu Yuan didn't speak, he asked, General, do you understand what I mean? I'm not a fool. Yu Yuan rolled his eyes. I see. In about 500 years, I will enter the normal growth stage again, restore my fertility, and slowly age at that time. Is that what you mean? The chief is really quick-witted. Ikai gave Yu Yuan a big thumbs up. Quick as hell. I just followed your train of thought. I see. I go check it out later. Is it a deep genetic test? Yu Yuan confirmed. He thought it was something else. But it turned out to be just this. Having children or not is indeed a big deal for humans nowadays. But it is not that difficult for him personally to accept. and he does not care about his own fertility. On the contrary, he is more concerned about the impact of this thing on humans. If the longevity technology is successfully developed from the serum, will it be like his current situation, temporarily losing fertility? If so, then we really need to think about the policy of using this technology in advance. Although this matter has not yet been finalized, as long as humans continue to survive, Yu Yuan believes that this technology will always be realized. And it must be realized. Although long life is not a necessary prerequisite for exploring the vast universe, it is an important factor for success or failure. Think about the voyage that can easily take hundreds of years. If people have changed several generations before reaching the destination, then there may be no sailing. Anyway, it is impossible to reach it in this lifetime, so it is better to stay put and enjoy it. Of course, Yu Yuan also heard that Ikai said that it was predicted that it would be restored in the future. But it was just a prediction, and it might not be restored. However, Yu Yuan did not care about it. At most, if it is really confirmed that it cannot be restored in the future, then corresponding policies can be formulated, such as stipulating how many children can be used before this technology is used, which is harmless. Why didn't I find this problem when I was tested in Beijing? Yu Yuan suddenly remembered the physical examination in Beijing at that time. He said to Ikai, I remember that the examination was very comprehensive. Almost all body function items such as sperm activity and sexual function were tested. But this problem was not found. You can't find the problem just by looking at these indicators. Some things can only be known through real experiments. If it weren't for Dr. Xiao Lu's cooperation, I wouldn't have found this problem. Ikai shook his head and answered Yu Yuan's question. Dr. Xiao Lu cooperate? How to cooperate? Yu Yuan seemed to hear some key words. Ikai pretended not to hear, then turned around and walked back. Well, it's nothing. It's always right for you to check it out. Chief, could this old man have killed Dr. Xiao Lu? Looking at Ikai, who turned and left, the figure of Dr. Xiao Lu appeared in Yu Yuan's mind. He remembered that Li Xiaofan should be only 35 this year, and Ikai seemed to be 75 years old. He didn't expect this old man to be so capable. Not only did the old cow eat tender grass, but he also developed research at work while doing personal things. This is how to balance life and work. Really great. Somehow, Yu Yuan suddenly remembered a sentence from a poem by Lu Yu more than 1,000 years ago. Don't say that the old cow is slow to walk. I am now 80 years old and still working hard. To be honest, Yu Yuan knew that he had misunderstood the meaning of this poem. But for some reason, he thought it was quite appropriate. Just check it out, just to see what the specific problem is. After muttering, Yu Yuan turned around and left. There must be no problem with the function. Yu Yuan knows his own body well, and he also believes that Ikai will not joke about such things. After all, judging from what he said just now, the old man should have tried it himself. He is only in his 70s, and he is not really dying in this era. Chapter 39. As the leader of human civilization, special physical examinations are completed very quickly, and the report results are available on the same day. Taking the physical examination report handed over by Long Xiaolin, Yu Yuan carefully scanned it and handed it back. Take it to the Institute of Life Genetics and tell them that I have seen it. Okay. Long Xiaolin took it with both hands, turned around and left Yu Yuan's office. Looking at the graceful figure that disappeared at the door, Yu Yuan fell into deep thought. It was not that he was thinking about Long Xiaolin's figure, but about the special physical examination report. As Ikai said, Yu Yuan has lost his fertility. If Ikai's prediction is correct, the recovery period will be about 480 to 500 years later. According to the report, there are no problems with various functions, but the analysis results show that due to some unknown reason, the sperm has lost the ability to carry chromosomes. This situation occurs during the reproductive cell proliferation stage, and the cause is that a certain useless DNA fragment in the human body has been dominantly expressed. Researchers do not know the mechanism that causes the expression of useless DNA fragments, but they only know that the cause must be that red gas. Because now there are only two people in this situation in the whole human race, Yu Yuan and Lu Xiaofan. Well, let's just treat it as a natural contraceptive that has been used for more than 400 years. Yu Yuan shook his head, laughed at himself, and put the matter behind him. Then, he started a busy day of work. Not only Yu Yuan, everyone was busy with their corresponding positions. Engineers were busy building spacecraft. Scientists were busy with their academic research. and mechanical operators were also completing their own tasks. The surface base of Callisto was brightly lit, and the orbital mass accelerator was delivering various materials to the synchronous orbit day and night. All work was carried out in an orderly manner. The repetitive days lasted for more than a month. Today, Yu Yuan came to the office as usual. He thought he would handle some daily affairs as usual. But he didn't expect that not long after he arrived at the office, he heard a hurried knock on the door, and an excited voice came to his ears. "General Yu. Good news. Great news." Before Yu Yuan said come in, the owner of the voice pushed the door open, then rushed to Yu Yuan in 2 steps and 3 steps quickly, shouting loudly, "Ha ha. General. Good news. Great news." Yu Yuan raised his eyelids and looked over. He saw that the visitor had a neat short haircut. His hair was thick and black and shiny. His face was cleanly shaved. He looked energetic and didn't look like he was in his 50s at all. In fact, he didn't need to see him. He knew who it was just by listening to his voice. "Dr. Liu. What's the matter with you? So much noise so early in the morning? If you have any good news, just call me. Why bother to come here in person?" The visitor was Liu Mian, a leading figure in the field of particle physics. He couldn't hide the excitement in his eyes, and shouted, "How can that be? Such great news must be told to the chief in person. Look at how excited you are. What's the matter? Tell me," Yu Yuan said calmly. Yu Yuan, who had been troubled by the energy crisis for a long time, was actually still somewhat expectant in his heart, and was not so calm. But as a leader, he generally would not show his anxiety. The engine of the alien spacecraft is good. It's the one that Professor Yunafeng said was hit with a hammer last time. Ha ha ha. We picked up a treasure. Liu Mian's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he almost danced with joy. Not like a physicist at all. What? The engine is good? Yu Yuan jumped up with a cry of surprise. The low gravity on Callisto and his excessive force almost made his head hit the ceiling. After stabilizing his body, Yu Yuan stared at Liu Mian and confirmed again, "Is that engine good?" "Yes, it is good." "What good news. I never thought that such a broken spaceship would have a good engine. There is always a way out. Let's go! Let's go and take a look." Yu Yuan immediately walked out of the office. And at the end, he told Long Xiaolin, "Notify Zhu Pite, and ask him to bring a few people with him." Zhu Pite is now the head of the security department. Yu Yuan asked him to go with him mainly to strengthen security precautions. The security department is internal. After the redistribution of powers, it is mainly responsible for internal security and protecting the safety of scientists and leaders. Yu Yuan himself is always followed by at least 2 security department soldiers wherever he goes. "Dr. Liu, let's talk while we walk. Tell me what happened in detail. I remember that the engine was severely deformed at that time," Yu Yuan said to Liu Mian beside him, while walking towards the broken spaceship. "It was deformed, but we smashed it back with an engineering hammer. In fact, not only the tail nozzle was deformed, but many parts inside were also damaged and completely unusable. But we dismantled another one, and the damaged part can be replaced with the dismantled one. And it fits perfectly." The depressed mood of several months was swept away by this news. Although the engine was made by using one component to repair another, it is not wrong to say that it is good. Anyway, Yu Yuan's focus is no longer on dismantling and repairing. It is enough to know that one of them is good. The 2 of them quickly passed through the bottom of the original base and entered the spacecraft, because humans dug from underground to the ground. This place has been widened a lot now, and a large basement has been dug near the entrance of the spacecraft. So the place Yu Yuan went to was not the previous spacecraft engine room, but the spacious basement that was newly widened and dug. Passing through the reinforced concrete passage and over the heavy door, Yu Yuan and Liu Mian finally arrived at the engine placement. The first thing that caught their eyes was 2 sets of tall gantry cranes. Moving down from the gantry cranes, they saw the engine equipment lying quietly on a lifting platform. The engine was supported by mechanical arms extending from the platform, and the engine was connected by thick steel wire ropes. And the upper end of the steel wire ropes was linked to the gantry crane. "This thing is really big." When the 2 approached the engine, they saw Yunafeng coming up to them. "Chief Yu. Dr. Liu. You are here." Yu Yuan nodded and said directly, "Tell me about the situation. We have basically understood the structure of this engine." Yunafeng didn't waste any words and pointed directly at the huge engine in front of him. "This is the combustion chamber. This is the fuel storage chamber. This is the pressurization device. The nozzle. The turbofan. And this should be some kind of force field control device. Force field control device? Yu Yuan grasped the key point and asked. Although Yu Yuan was not an expert, he still understood many things. He had heard of the force field control device, but it had never appeared on an engine. Human fission engines have magnetic confinement field components, but it is too much to say that they are force field controlled. Moreover, if it was a magnetic field confinement device, I believe Yu Nafeng would not use the term force field control device to explain it. Chapter 40. Yes. Force field control device. Yu Nafeng nodded, and then walked towards the part he called the force field control device. This thing. He pointed. It's the thing we didn't know what it did at the beginning. Later, after we dismantled the broken one and combined its structure and possible functions, plus our speculation about this alien civilization, we suspected that this engine was a warp engine, and this device should be a warp force field generator. Yu Nafeng turned to face Yu Yuan and Lu Mian, and continued, if we are not wrong, our theory is correct. Then the warp bubble or the warp force field is produced by this thing. Although we don't know how it produces the warp force field. Didn't you say that our theory is correct as a judgment? How can you not know? Yu Yuan was surprised. Isn't this contradictory? Yu Nafeng patted the outer wall of the engine. Because our theory cannot fully explain it. Our theory is not perfect in explaining the warp navigation method. So we can only guess. If we want to confirm whether this engine is a real warp engine, we can only know it by actually trying it. Yu Yuan was even more unwilling to accept that the engine could be dismantled and replaced. But he could not explain it. So he took 2 steps forward and took a glance at the huge engine. Can we copy it according to its structure? No. Yu Nafeng answered very straightforwardly, without thinking. Seeing that Yu Yuan was hesitant to speak, Yu Nafeng seemed to understand something. So he explained, General, we dismantled the nozzle part, and the replacement parts were also the damaged parts of the nozzle part. Its core components and precision mechanical structure are. At this point, Yu Nafeng sighed deeply, and then pointed to a corner not far from the basement. Yu Yuan looked in the direction he pointed, and saw a pile of mechanical components, circuit components, and various unknown alloy components. He approached and took a closer look, and found that there were quite a lot of things, but they were a bit messy. What is this? Yu Yuan turned around and asked. Engine. Yu Nafeng replied. We wanted to put back the broken engine we dismantled, but we found that there were always some parts left after putting it back together. Is this the legendary thing that cannot be put back together after it is taken apart? Yu Yuan's face darkened. When he was a child, he had heard of such a thing. It was said that a guy who thought he was very good at hands-on work had a broken mobile phone and took it apart to repair it himself. As a result, after taking it apart and putting it back together, he found that there were actually a few extra parts. I thought this kind of thing was just a legend, but I didn't expect to see it with my own eyes today. Didn't you use a computer to record when you took it apart? Yu Yuan asked curiously. It shouldn't be possible. With the current human technology, using a camera to record and scanning technology, it is completely possible to build a 3D model of the object. How could there be any leftover parts? Yu Nafeng spread his hands, saying that we were not that stupid. Those were parts that had fallen off due to fracture and deformation, and we didn't know where they should be placed. As for the general's copying, that's even more impossible. We don't have that kind of industrial capacity at all. Just like wanting to copy but not having a pen. Okay. Just now you said you know after trying it. How do you try it? Yu Yuan asked again, thinking that if this thing can really start, then maybe it can be installed on the spacecraft. I can't make it. I can't copy it. But I can still use it. It's like an ordinary person getting a gun. Although he can't make it, he can still use it after practicing it. I can't try it. Yu Nafeng pointed to a disc-shaped thing next to the platform, where the engine was placed and said, this thing is its fuel storage device. An unknown structure we have never seen before. Not a completely mechanical mechanism. And it is also equipped with a self-control system. We don't know the operating mechanism of this system at all, so we dare not forcibly dismantle it. Does that mean we have to decipher its control system first? Yes. Li Zhenlu. Has Chen Haiyu seen it? Li Zhenlu is the most professional quantum computer expert among the surviving humans. And Chen Haiyu is a leader in traditional computers and AI. So Yu Yuan asked this question. It's not quantum computer technology. Yu Nafeng replied, Dr. Chen said that this system is not a highly intelligent AI, but because it uses an algorithm that is completely different from our computer system, we can't crack it in a short time. But he said last time that this thing doesn't need to be cracked, as long as you figure out how to use the system. He should have been looking for its operating code during this period. This thing is more than 20,000 years old. And it still has electricity? Yu Yuan muttered as he looked at the protruding part on the discus that was about 7 or 8 meters high. This part should be where the system that Yu Nafeng mentioned is located. Yes. It doesn't need a strong electrical signal to maintain it. After a pause, Yu Nafeng showed an admiring look, looked up at the discus-shaped object, and continued, "We suspect it still has fuel inside, but we don't know how to use it. More than 20,000 years. This thing is still running after more than 20,000 years. It's hard to imagine. It's really hard to imagine. It's just a system on a storage device. But the running time is longer than the history of human civilization. How advanced technology can do it?" For a while, the three of them were silent, immersed in the shock of imagination. "You just said that this thing is a fuel storage device. Have you figured out what kind of fuel it is?" Yu Yuan patted the discus again, but it was like patting a solid wall. There was no echo at all. "If we are not mistaken, it should be antimatter." Yu Nafeng did not speak, but Lu Mian answered. "Yes?" Lu Mian casually pulled a piece of iron board and sat down. "Yes. With our technology, we can't break this thing at all, so we can only guess what is inside. According to our current theory, the lowest energy level to drive the warp engine is also the antimatter level, and to preserve antimatter. In our theoretical framework, at least the grand unified theory must be realized. In other words, the civilization that originally belonged to this spacecraft is at least a civilization that has mastered the grand unified theory. So now we don't know what technology they used to make this fuel storage device. It seems that the idea of installing this engine on the spacecraft has failed." And Yu Yuan sighed in his heart. "Theoretically, humans now have the ability to create anti-charged particles. But it is impossible to create real antimatter, because even if it is created, it cannot be preserved. As Lu Mian said, a grand unified force field is needed to truly preserve antimatter, because antimatter is not charged and cannot be confined by a magnetic field. Magnetic fields can confine anti-charged particles, such as positrons and negative protons, which are separated particles." Chapter 41. If only antimatter can start this engine, then humans have no way to do it now. If charged antiparticles can also work, then there is still some hope. After all, if humans make another breakthrough in magnetic confinement technology, there is still hope to separate some charged antiparticles. But the most important thing is to first understand the operating mechanism of this fuel storage device. In any case, this time we really picked up a treasure, although it cannot solve the urgent problem. Yu Yuan, Lu Mian and others are still very happy. In the following time, Lu Mian continued to tell Yu Yuan about their work progress during this period. Yu Yuan also gradually understood the general situation of the engine through questions and answers. In general, the core components of this engine are intact, and parts such as the nozzle have been restored to their original appearance after being repaired by the engineering department. As for the force field generator, there is no in-depth understanding of it yet. It is only based on the existing human theory that it is speculated that this thing should be the core component of the warp engine, which is the component that produces the warp bubble or curvature field. As for the fuel storage device, humans currently know that it is an engine supporting component. That is, the fuel must be placed in the storage device or fuel pack before it can be used by the engine. After understanding this, if we know how to use the fuel storage device in the future, then the research direction of how to replenish fuel will be clear, which is nothing more than how to put the fuel into the device. The staff discovered that there is a special slot between the fuel storage device and the engine. An engine has 2 slots, since the material of the fuel storage device is very advanced. Although humans currently have only 1 engine, they have 4 fuel storage devices. It would be even better if it was found that these 4 fuel storage devices still had residual fuel, as Yu Nafeng said. After encouraging several scientists, Yu Yuan left the underground base and returned to his daily work. Over the past 2 years, with the joint efforts of the surviving humans, many technologies that had regressed due to the disaster have been slowly recovered. But there is still no sign of a breakthrough in controlled nuclear fusion in a short period of time. In this case, Yu Yuan had to consider reversing the hibernation plan that had been temporarily shelved. In another year, The energy consumption of Callisto will reach the critical point predicted by experts. If it continues like this in a year, then mankind will only have two options left. One is to stay on Callisto for 70 years, betting that mankind can make controlled nuclear fusion a reality within 70 years. If it succeeds, then we will survive. But if it fails, we will perish due to energy exhaustion. The second is to build a spacecraft and go directly on the road, betting that mankind can rely on the remaining nuclear fission fuel to lie through the interstellar dust, cross the sea of stars, and reach the nearest star system. In fact, seriously speaking, there are only these two real ways. As for the hibernation plan, it is an optimized version of the second way, which allows most people and most engineering and research projects to enter hibernation, and only retains projects related to the construction of spacecraft. Experts estimate that if this plan is launched, 2/3 of the population will enter hibernation, and 3/5 of engineering and research projects will be paused. In exchange, it will have a safer fuel inventory. Compared with the first way, Yu Yuan prefers the second improved version, because the first path involves too much gambling, and scientific research progress and breakthroughs are not something that can be achieved in a certain number of years. Sometimes it is common that the last step is missing, but it cannot be achieved. As the leader of a civilization, he dare not gamble when there are other more reliable plans. Of course, there is actually another hope now, which is to bet that humans can figure out how to use the warp engine within 70 years, and bet that there is enough fuel in its fuel storage device. It seems that the hibernation plan is safer. Yu Yuan pulled out the contents of the hibernation plan from the computer and reviewed them, then walked out of the office. After being improved by relevant experts, the hibernation plan is no longer just a simple sophomore meal, as it was at the beginning. Now, its content includes a detailed industrial plan, including which part of the people will enter hibernation and which part will continue to work, and a set of relevant hibernation rotation plans have been established. Of course, there must be rotation. Otherwise it would be too unfair to those who have been working all the time. Think about it. You worked hard for decades to build a spacecraft, but others wake up from sleep and enjoy the fruits of your labor, and you are decades older. No one would feel comfortable. Of course, the government can indeed force who hibernates and who works, but that will undoubtedly leave people with dissatisfaction and resentment, which may eventually become an unstable factor in the future society. You can't expect everyone to be a saint, and you can't expect everyone to be selfless. Therefore, work rotation is necessary. And for work rotation, it is necessary to ensure that the people who rotate understand the work and can seamlessly connect to the ongoing work when they wake up. In this way, the requirements are very high. Therefore, it is impossible for all humans to rotate and work. Only those who have passed the functional training can do it. For this reason, the hibernation plan also proposed a supporting plan, which is to provide professional functional training for suitable people, including how many workers and expert leads, how many apprentices and engineer accompanies, and all the details are arranged one by one. However, after this, there will still be some people who cannot participate. This cannot be forced, such as those who fail to pass the functional training, scientists and experts in other professions, etc. In order to ease the contradictions here as much as possible, the hibernation plan also stipulates a compensation plan. That is, after the spacecraft is manufactured, humans will start the long-distance voyage plan stage. Those who were originally in hibernation and did not contribute to the construction of the spacecraft will be arranged to have more awakening time, in order to allow them to maintain various instruments and equipment on the spacecraft during navigation to ensure navigation safety. In order to cooperate with this plan, more than a dozen supporting laws and regulations will be promulgated, involving labor remuneration, skill assessment, social welfare, resource allocation, and many other aspects. In addition, in order to motivate people to work hard, the new government has also thrown out a big pie, namely the white paper on the application standards of life-related technologies. It probably talks about the use standards of life-related drugs after they mature, and it stipulates such as what kind of contributions are qualified to use them, in order to make the pie in the sky look less like a pie in the sky. The white paper on the application standards of lifespan-related technologies also makes special provisions for people who meet the conditions but are aging. If those who are nearing the end of their lives cannot wait because the technology is not mature, then these people may be allowed to hibernate for a long time until the day when the technology matures. Chapter 42. Longevity and immortality are very tempting to people of any era. Who doesn't want to live for hundreds of years? If it was in the past, then this pie in the sky would be a scam. But after the efficacy of red gas was announced, this pie in the sky became really hopeful. In fact, the new government also understands that the current human population gap is very large. It stands to reason that if this kind of drug is really successfully researched, it should be popularized by the whole people. But on the one hand, this technology has contraceptive sequelae. And on the other hand, it is a human nature problem. The new government is in power, and it can use it to strengthen people's fighting spirit. As for those idlers who know nothing and don't want to contribute anything, the new government can only say sorry. In the current situation, human beings can't afford to support idlers. Everything must give way to survival. In order to cooperate with this plan, experts also set up a civilization contribution currency system. A system different from daily currency was created mainly to cooperate with a white paper on application standards of life-related technologies. The general content is to use civilization contribution coins as the standard for measuring lifespan technology. And civilization contribution coins are linked to scientific contributions. Of course, other ways of obtaining it are also considered, such as major projects specially approved by the new government, such as participating in aircraft construction, which can obtain civilization contribution coins. The purpose is to stimulate people's potential as workers. Some people think that this is too inhumane and even deprives many people of their personal rights, which is no different from exploiting labor. The new government also knows this. It's just that there is no way. If there are still tens of billions of people now, there is no need to do this. Of course, since it is just a startup, many details such as whether it is linked to daily currency have not yet been clearly planned. This hibernation plan has been on Yu Yuan's desk for 2 months, but Yu Yuan has not approved it yet. The reason is that he and the leaders of various departments still have fantasies about controlled nuclear fusion research and the warp engine. In this way, 2 more months have passed. The tepid progress of the 2 projects finally made Yu Yuan determined. The hibernation plan officially kicked off. For this purpose, Yu Yuan presided over another expanded meeting. After all the experts arrived, Yu Yuan, dressed in military uniform, stepped onto the podium. He looked at the crowd and said to the microphone, "I won't say polite words. I believe you all know something about this meeting. Yes, as you can see on your personal data terminal, there is only one proposal for this meeting, which is to vote on the hibernation plan. You heard it right. It's the hibernation plan. Maybe some people already know the reason, but some people still don't know what's going on. So please allow me to explain the background and necessity of this plan. First of all, I want to tell you that the total reserves of nuclear fission minerals on Callisto have been explored. After repeated calculations by relevant experts, it was finally confirmed that its reserves can only supply us humans for about 70 years. If we continue to live as we do now without taking any action, then in 70 years, we will die on Callisto due to resource depletion. After explaining the background of the birth of the hibernation plan in detail, Yu Yuan continued, according to the calculations of scientists in related fields, after we complete the construction of the spacecraft, it will take 30 years to accelerate it and make it reach 1% of the speed of light. The same is true for the deceleration stage. After taking into account the nuclear fission fuel consumed for acceleration and deceleration, we have little available energy. The hibernation plan was born to solve this problem. It is essentially an energy redistribution plan. As we all know, solving the energy problem can be divided into 2 ways, increasing revenue and reducing expenditure. Now that we have lost the sun, we have no source to increase, so we can only reduce expenditure. In order to have enough energy to cross the galaxy like a chasm and allow mankind to continue, we must unite and take action. After finishing the explanation, Yu Yuan briefly recounted the main contents of the plan, and then paused for a while to let the participants think and digest it. After seeing that the time was almost up, Yu Yuan said, "Now, if you have any suggestions or opinions on this plan, you can speak freely." After Yu Yuan finished speaking, the venue was filled with chatter again, as if they had not been given enough time to digest the ideas. Seeing this, he did not urge them, but just waited quietly, waiting for everyone to think it through. After a while, the chatter finally died down, and just as Yu Yuan spoke again, a voice suddenly rang out from the loudspeaker in the venue. "Director, I have a suggestion." Free speech was the tone set at the beginning of the conference, so it was normal for someone to raise any opinions before the vote. Although the voice came from the loudspeaker, Yu Yuan felt that the voice was somewhat familiar. So he looked towards the direction where the scientists were gathered. And sure enough, he saw someone in the front row with his mouth facing the microphone. It was at this time that the name of the speaker lit up on the big screen behind Yu Yuan. Gonda. Dr. Gon. Please speak. Yu Yuan nodded at Gonda. I see the plan does not indicate the exact departure time. It only says that the ship will set sail after it is built. There is a problem here. According to the ship construction plan, the ship will be completed in about 17 years. But I want to tell you that we may have to wait another 23 to 25 years before we can set sail. First he put forward his own conclusion. And then Gonda began to explain the reason. I think you have not forgotten that the supernova explosion that year was not only our sun, but also the Centauri triple star system. From the perspective of time, the Centaurus triple star system was hit earlier than our sun. But their material ejection did not reach us. Yes, it was them. Astronomical observations in recent years have confirmed that not only one of the Centaurus triple star system was blown up, but all three were blown up. Gander paused for a moment, letting everyone recall the report he had made before continuing. That is to say, at that time, our spacecraft will need the help of Callisto as a shield to resist the impact caused by the material ejection. Supernova explosions are not only about the first round of gamma-ray damage at the time of the explosion, but also about the subsequent ejection of matter at a speed of up to 10% of the speed of light. The sun was blown to pieces, and the Centauri triple star system, which was destroyed in the same disaster, must be the same. Yu Yuan, realizing the seriousness of the problem, immediately looked at the scientific team members who were making a detailed plan. Have you considered this part of the energy consumption? Chapter 43. Yu Yuan only proposed the general direction of the plan based on Su Zhenyi's idea at the time. He did not participate in the actual detailed plan formulation. After the plan was completed, he did look at it in detail. But the calculation process, such as whether the energy consumed by certain factors was taken into account, was not reflected in the plan. Now Yu Yuan is afraid that the scientific team has not considered taking this period of time into account. There is no need for Gonda to continue to explain the following. Yu Yuan, who has a very good scientific literacy, can think of many key points here. For example, if you want to hide behind Callisto to avoid the material ejection from the explosion of the Centauri triple star system, you must ensure that the spacecraft is always on the side of Callisto. Although Yu Yuan does not know how to calculate specific scientific parameters, he understands that it is not easy to achieve this goal, since the orbital motion must be around Callisto. If you want to hide behind Callisto to avoid that round of impact, you must have a high enough orbit. The orbital radius must be calculated accurately to ensure that the spacecraft is running behind Callisto during the time when the strongest impact passes. If this time is not enough, then enough fuel will be needed to propel the spacecraft so that it can temporarily change its orbit and stay behind Callisto. Don't worry, Chief. We have the observatory's observation data, and we have taken it into consideration. The person in charge of the plan replied. In the plan, the time period from the completion of the spacecraft construction to the arrival of the impact is calculated based on the energy consumption during the hibernation period. As for the unspecified departure time, it is because... Okay. Good job. I know what you mean. Yu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, and then pressed his hand, indicating that he understood and didn't need to say more. The departure time will of course depend on the time when the collective hibernation wakes up and the time of relocation and transfer. As for what kind of relocation and transfer, of course it means that all mankind will move to the spacecraft. Yes, after the spacecraft is built, it cannot go up directly, but needs to hibernate on Callisto for more than 20 years, waiting for the material ejection impact of the Centaur triple star system to pass, and then move to the spacecraft. Logically, humans should hibernate first and wait for the material ejection impact to pass before building the spacecraft, which is safer. But the level of human technology has given humans the confidence to reverse the order. For 0.3 light years is far enough away, and the material ejection has become very thin when it arrives here. With the current material technology of mankind, the spacecraft can be safe as long as Callisto blocks it slightly. Regarding this, we have to thank Su Zhenyi's team for their contribution to material science since the disaster. Due to the environment and the need for survival, mankind has made breakthrough progress in the design of gamma-ray-proof materials and shock-wave-resistant structures. It is a rare rapid advancement technology among many regressive technologies. If there are no problems, Please vote on the plan. Seeing that the meeting time was almost up, Yu Yuan directly announced the final process. The result of the vote was not in suspense. There were 8,104 participants, 8,102 in favor, and 2 abstained, which was considered a unanimous approval. In fact, if it was a general plan decision, it would not require an enlarged meeting for voting. But this plan was of great importance, and in order to make up for the omissions, a general meeting vote was held. After the plan is approved, the next step is the work of the Propaganda Department and the Ministry of Education. The Propaganda Department will publicize the necessity and importance of the plan among all mankind, while the Ministry of Education will begin to carry out supporting skills training related to the plan. Of course, the active cooperation of other departments is also indispensable. Humans will complete all preparations for the hibernation plan in the next 6 months, including who needs to hibernate, how many years to hibernate, how many times to wake up, the determination of equipment maintenance personnel during the period, safety protection, and the operation method of the new government, etc. Under the leadership of the new government, the entire human society was included in the overall plan. Half a year later, at this time, all preparations had been made inside the Callisto base, except for the supporting factories related to the construction of the spacecraft. Most of them had entered a semi-dormant or fully dormant state. Brand new hibernation capsules were neatly placed in the hibernation rooms, and people were waiting for the hibernation countdown to return to zero. Professor, I have thought about this paper. Can the main argument and several sub-arguments be designed in this way? In addition, there is. If you think your suggestion is feasible, maybe you can publish it before hibernation. 1. The hibernation room you have queued for will start to be filled in more than 3 hours. Others have already started to go there. You still have time to think about this. I think you should hurry up and prepare. It's not too late to talk about the paper after you wake up. I'm ready. And the hibernation cabin is reserved for designated seats. What's the difference between going earlier or later? It will be 30 years later if you publish it after hibernation. 30 years? I remember you were assigned to a short-term hibernation. How come it has changed to 30 years? It is 30 years. The one who is in short-term hibernation is Xiaoyu. You remembered the wrong professor. Really? I am old and can't remember clearly. In that case, you can publish it. Ma Dongjin walked out of the base. On the way, he heard many conversations before hibernation. Some hugging and saying goodbye. Some teaching diligently. And some lamenting about the passing of time. But this was the first time he heard someone caring about the publication of a paper before hibernation. However, he did not stop, but sighed in his heart that the new government does not support idle people, and then continued to go to the airtight cabin leading to the outside of the base. Unlike others, Ma Dongjin did not go to hibernation. He wanted to go to space. After several years of hard work, Ma Dongjin successfully transformed from an ordinary worker to a remote mechanical driver affiliated with the engineering department. In the new human family, a remote mechanical driver is actually a good job. But Ma Dongjin is not satisfied, especially after the white paper on application standards of life-related technologies came out. He had a new goal. If nothing unexpected happens, ordinary remote mechanical operators like him will hardly have a chance. Because the use standards say that the priority is basically scientists, or those who promote human technological progress. But this time the spaceship construction character gave him this opportunity. As long as he accumulates enough contributions in this spaceship construction, he can get a future use quota. Once he gets this quota, it means a long life guarantee. Even if he doesn't live to the moment when the technology matures, he will be frozen when he is old. This temptation was too great, and Ma Dongjin couldn't refuse. So he volunteered to participate in the construction of the spacecraft. The kind that didn't hibernate. There were many people like him, and they were basically tempted by the white paper on application standards of life-related technologies. So the competition was still very fierce. So much so that the new government had to use functional assessments to eliminate redundant people, which made the rotation rehearsal in the hibernation plan useless. Chapter 44. As the first hibernator took the hibernation medicine. As the first hibernation capsule slowly closed. As the first hibernation room closed its door. The great hibernation of mankind began. Except for the factory workers related to the construction of the spacecraft, the necessary engineers, and the minimum personnel to maintain the work of the new government. Everyone else entered the hibernation chamber. They are scientists, engineers, and ordinary people. Gonde, a 59-year-old astronomer. Suzhani, a 46-year-old materials scientist. Lu Mian, a 53-year-old physicist. Yu Nanfeng, a 32-year-old doctor of engineering mechanics. And many leading figures from all walks of life and new government officials have all entered hibernation. In addition to people, many machines and facilities also entered a dormant state. The Callisto base seemed to have gone from being bustling to being deserted overnight. In this state, the new government's work suddenly became much less. So Yu Yuan, who was used to being busy, was a little uncomfortable. It was as if he was suddenly free, and the sudden sense of emptiness filled his chest. Yu Yuan was a little out of state. In this state, he felt annoyed doing anything. So Yu Yuan simply left the office and wandered around. But this is not Earth. And there is nowhere to walk around. So I just wander around the base. Now the Callisto base not only has the original underground part, but also many new buildings built on the ground during the construction period. These buildings are scattered around the underground part and connected by semicircular passages. After Yu Yuan left the office, he first came to the activity square. The activity square, as the name suggests, is a place for office workers to move around and relax. It used to be brightly lit, but now it has become very dim. Yu Yuan walked. The dim light made his figure a little blurry. Unconsciously, he came to a huge screen. He looked up. It was dark. The screen had been powered off. It was originally a screen that played pictures of scenery from all over the earth all year round, such as the sea, forests, and the sky, to relieve the surviving humans on Callisto. Now, it has also entered a dormant state. There are many screens like this. In addition to the square, they are installed on the walls of various main passages. But now they are all extinguished like this big screen. Yu Yuan had the right to light up the big screen again and look at the beautiful nature to relieve his mood. But he didn't do so. Instead, he turned around and walked into the coal passage. Observatory. After crossing the passage, the familiar curtain wall pattern came into view. Yu Yuan knew that he had come to the observatory. It's called an observatory, but in fact it is a building. A building with a skylight. Its dome is semicircular, and inside is a huge optical telescope. The middle layer is a variety of equipment that connects satellites and radio telescope signals in various places. Its outer wall is made of special glass. The observatory, like other facilities, has also entered a dormant state, but it has not been completely shut down, because this is the eyes of mankind, the only eyes that look at the dangerous universe. Humans are dormant, but their eyes must be open. Hey, it's Director Yu. Are you here to see Minister Zhu? As soon as he entered the observatory, Yu Yuan saw a young staff member coming over to greet him. Where is he? Yu Yuan naturally couldn't say that he was in a bad mood and just came to take a look. So he asked. There is only one minister with the surname Zhu in the entire Callisto base. And that is Zhu Pit, who Yu Yuan said to be the Minister of Security. Yu Yuan knew that Zhu Pit would go into hibernation 3 years later. But he didn't know that this guy actually came to the observatory. In the observation deck, the staff replied, yes. Yu Yuan nodded to express his gratitude and then headed for the elevator. The observation deck should not have been called the observation deck. After all, it was not originally built for viewing the scenery, but because it is the top floor. After it was built, people on this floor can just see other buildings outside the base through the glass. So later, it was simply changed to the observation deck. When Yu Yuan walked out of the elevator, he saw a figure leaning on the guardrail in front of the glass, looking into the distance. Near the elevator exit, there were 2 guards. General Yu. The elevator opened, allowing the 2 soldiers to see Yu Yuan for the first time. So they immediately saluted. Yu Yuan did not say anything, but just nodded, then turned around and gave a wink to the 2 security guards who followed him, meaning that they should stay here together. But this movement was also felt by Zhu Paite, who was leaning on the railing. Marshal Yu, why are you here? Zhu Pit, who was dressed in uniform, immediately came forward and saluted. No need to be polite. Yu Yuan raised his hand to return the salute, then walked to the guardrail and said, Pit, why are you here when you are not working in the security department? Hey, many of my comrades are hibernating, making the security department suddenly deserted. It makes me feel a little puzzled. So I came here to relax. Zhu Pit took off his military cap, raised his hand to scratch his hair, which was getting bald, and turned around to lean on the railing. Zhu Pit, who had been following Yu Yuan since the Earth era, knew that the old boss was not really saying that he was absent from work. So he spoke in a relaxed manner. Yu Yuan, who was originally here to relax, smiled and said to Zhu Pit, "Well, I see that you are not in a good mood. But you have lost a few more hairs." "Who said it wasn't? I don't know when there will be hair regeneration technology. If this continues, I will be in trouble." Zhu Pit put his hand down from the top of his head and found that there was another hair on his hand. He was so distressed that he sighed with Amitabha. Yu Yuan smiled, then looked out the window, looking at the lights coming through other buildings in the base, and said, "I heard Dr. Ikai said that in his era, this was a hairstyle for the strong." "What strong hairstyle? I almost didn't have it anymore." "Okay." Zhu Pite's face was embarrassed, and he complained in his heart, then sighed, "Yu Shui. By the way, Dr. Ikai is really good. I guess the guys in the Life Genetics Research Institute have been infected by him. I went to their place once, and the way they talk is like the Renaissance of the 21st century." After joking with Zhu Pit, Yu Yuan felt relieved. He laughed and scolded, "How can you talk like that? A doctor is a doctor, but an old man. Be careful that he will make things difficult for you when he wakes up." He knew that Zhu Pit often went to the Life Research Institute because of his hair loss. And you can't just say old man casually. Otherwise, after a few decades, these guys will secretly say that you are an old man behind your back. Chapter 45. Yes, unlike others, Yu Yuan will not hibernate. He will stay awake to lead the new government and lead mankind through this difficult period until mankind embarks on the second long journey. And taking advantage of the free time in the future, Yu Yuan also plans to enrich himself. In the past few years, he has felt that his knowledge level is a bit insufficient, especially when dealing with suggestions or opinions submitted by various industries, some of which involve professional knowledge that he has never heard of. Although there is a think tank, Yu Yuan thinks that this is not feasible, and it is best to understand it by yourself. It just so happens that I have a long life and a lot of time now, so I will take this opportunity to study hard again. I don't want to become a scientist, but I want to be knowledgeable. In the Callisto base where entertainment is scarce, learning is undoubtedly the best way to kill time. It's not that I'll make things difficult for you. Dr. Ikai is an open-minded person. At most, he will say a few words to me." Zhu Pit smiled, as if he was recalling the scene of his meeting with Ikai. "What the hell is frankness? It's more like a person of temperament." Yu Yuan complained in his heart. And then, he was about to ask about the security department. But he found that Zhu Pite's phone suddenly rang. "Hello. Oh. Okay. Security work must not be relaxed. Okay. I know you wait for me there. I be there soon." Seeing Zhu Pite hang up the phone, Yu Yuan said immediately without waiting for him to speak, "Go and do something first." "Yes, Yu Shui." Zhu Pite turned around and left quickly. After watching Zhu Pit's back leave, Yu Yuan once again looked out the window, at the lights that looked like stars. Now, the sky of Callisto can no longer see stars with the naked eye, and one can only look at the lights of human beings to comfort the soul. But somehow, as he looked at them, and thought that he and human beings would have to stay in this dark Callisto for decades, a feeling of loneliness and desolation suddenly arose. A desolate place of Beishan and Chushui, abandoned for 23 years. In this situation, Yu Yuan acted as a poet again. But his feelings were very different from those in Hanhai before. Feeling the poem that suddenly popped out of his mind, Yu Yuan suddenly felt that he understood Liu Yushi's mood when he wrote this poem. Time flies like an arrow, day and night. Whether it is happy, sad, or lonely, time passes day by day as always. 23 years have passed in a trance. During this period, in addition to work and study, Yu Yuan's busiest time was 5 years ago, because at that time, the construction of the Jingda cylindrical spacecraft was completed. However, there was no cutting ceremony, no grand celebration, only a series of hibernation arrangements. After the spacecraft was completed, the workers and engineers who originally built the spacecraft were also arranged to hibernate, and more machines and equipment entered hibernation. All this was to save energy and wait for the arrival of the shock wave of the Centauri triple star system. For this reason, many scientists were awakened, and they made various preparations for future impacts based on observation data and various measurement data. In this round of observation and calculation, scientists were pleasantly surprised to find that due to the influence of many factors before, The rotation axis of Callisto is now facing the direction of the shock wave, and the human base is in the other hemisphere. In other words, in this round of material ejection impact of the Centauri triple star system, Callisto has become a shield and blocked everything for humans. Since the base is foolproof, the scientists naturally put their energy on the large cylindrical spacecraft. When the material ejection impact comes, the large cylindrical spacecraft will definitely not be able to operate in a synchronous orbit, so it has to change orbit. In the plan developed by scientists, the large cylindrical spacecraft needs to change from a synchronous orbit around Callisto to a high orbit around the poles, and also ensure that the spacecraft is just behind Callisto when the material ejection impact arrives. Then, the linear velocity of the spacecraft is required to be as small as possible. The smaller the linear velocity of the spacecraft relative to Callisto, the longer it will pass behind Callisto, and the less impact it will be affected by the material ejection impact. For scientists, the calculation of the spacecraft's orbit change is very simple, so they only need to infer the intensity and duration of the material ejection. Humans have relied on Jupiter to avoid supernova explosions, so there is a lot of data on the intensity, damage, and duration of material ejections. Scientists can use this data plus observational data on the material ejection cloud of the Centauri triple star system to build a model. With these things, scientists can determine how high the spacecraft orbit needs to be and how to set the orbit. Flat elliptical orbit. Finally, scientists decided on a plan. The spacecraft is first pushed into a higher orbit, then orbits in the orbit, and waits until the shock wave is ready to arrive, and then makes precise corrections to allow the spacecraft to move around Callisto like a comet. Under precise calculations, the Big Barrel spacecraft will move from the orbit close to Callisto to the far end when the material ejection impact comes, and then avoid the impact through long-distance orbit movement, after completing the first calculation and predicting the orbit. Except for the daily rotating scientific researchers, the awakened scientists went into hibernation again. Time passed slowly in the hibernation rotation. When the material ejection was approaching, the scientists woke up from hibernation again, and then remotely controlled the spacecraft in the Callisto base. The material ejection cloud, which was 4.22 light-years away, finally arrived at the location of Callisto after a long journey of nearly 45 years. Since the explosion of the Sun also ejected materials from outer space, after a round of collision with it, the speed of the material ejection of the triple star system was much lower than the initial 10% of the speed of light. In addition, the distance was far enough, so its damage was greatly weakened. From this perspective, this time the dead Sun helped mankind. However, even if it was weakened, it still had full destructive power. After all, it was the explosion of 3 stars, and the power was indeed unimaginable. After the material ejection swept through, the holes in the space dock were the best proof. Under such circumstances, humans formulated a series of scientific countermeasures, and finally survived the impact of the material ejection cloud without any danger. After that, the next thing humans had to do was to relocate. The relocation from the base to the spacecraft. People woke up from hibernation, and then went to the orbital mass accelerator in batches, boarded the flight to the space launch, and boarded the long-lost spacecraft. Before that, the spacecraft had been adjusted to the synchronous orbit again. With past experience, there were no moths in this relocation. Orderly is the best adjective for the relocation process to the spacecraft. Chapter 46. Personnel, materials, equipment, fuel. Everything that can be moved on Callisto was moved to the spacecraft. As for the ground facilities that cannot be moved, such as factories, nuclear power plants, orbital mass accelerators, etc., they can only be left there and allowed to wander in the universe with Callisto. Time flies so fast. I didn't expect that I'm over 60 years old in a flash. Yu Yuan, who was already in the spacecraft, looked out the porthole at the transport cabins that were docking with the spacecraft, and couldn't help but sigh at the passing of time. Age is not counted during hibernation, which is stipulated by the laws of the Earth era, and the new government has also inherited this law. So if Yu Yuan does not hibernate in the future, he will soon become the oldest person in the world. However, although he is old, he still looks like a young man, just like when he was in the vast sea. General Yu. These are collected from the internet. Please take a look. At this moment, a crisp voice sounded from behind. It was Long Xiaolan, Yu Yuan's current assistant and secretary. Yu Yuan turned around and saw Long Xiaolin floating over from the hatch, holding a tablet in his hand, because some personnel and equipment had not yet boarded the spacecraft. The large barrel spacecraft had not yet started to rotate, so the people on the spacecraft were still in a state of weightlessness. Yu Yuan took the tablet and looked at it for a few seconds, then casually said, "There are quite a lot of names. Which one do you like better?" This large barrel spacecraft was built, but it had not been named. So Yu Yuan asked Long Xiaolin to collect names. Now the tablet contains the remaining candidates after several screenings. Yu Yuan looked at it and found a total of 8 names, namely Shenzhou, Renwu, Yishan, Kunlun, Noah's Ark, Callisto 4, Hope, and Tianju. It seems that the experts have already voted for these names, because Yu Yuan saw the percentage of support was marked on the names. Among them, Hope had the highest vote rate, followed by Renwu, Shenzhou, Noah's Ark, Kunlun, Callisto 4, and the last two, Tianju and Yishan, had a combined vote rate of less than 5%. The purpose of this round of voting is to screen out the 2 last-ranked names, and then hand them over to Yu Yuan, asking him to choose one from the remaining 6. Noah. I think the name Noah's Ark is particularly good. Just like the contributor said, our spaceship is the last hope of mankind. It will carry us to the other side of the starry sky, where we will reproduce and continue the future of mankind. Long Xiaolin expressed her opinion without hesitation. It seems that she has 1 vote in the high vote rate of Noah's Ark, and she seems to want the name of this ship to be Noah's Ark. But the final decision is in Yu Yuan's hands. Noah's Ark. Yu Yuan muttered. To be honest, he didn't like this name very much. It's not that he has a prejudice against the name Noah's Arkansas. He just thinks that this spaceship was built by human beings with hard work and effort. It was not built according to Oracle, nor was it given by God. So it doesn't match this name. And this ship is a big barrel, not an ark at all. So it's better to call it Kunlun than Noah's Arkansas. Of course, Kunlun was also excluded by Yu Yuan. It's not that Kunlun is not good, but this kind of regional name is not suitable for naming the only one of mankind. As for Shenzhou, it is not bad. But considering that there are many people from other countries among the more than 80,000 people, it was also excluded by Yu Yuan. Finally, there are only 3 left, Callisto, Hope, and Humanity. Each of these 3 names has its own advantages and disadvantages. The name of the chief Callisto is important for its meaning, because Callisto saved mankind, and mankind also built spacecraft with the resources of Callisto. Naming the spacecraft with its name is undoubtedly the best way to commemorate this planet that is about to say goodbye. As for Humanity, there is no need to say more. Humanity. The Hope does not have much meaning, but as its name suggests, it directly expresses that this ship is the hope of mankind. Yu Yuan hesitated for a while, and was a little undecided for a while. After a while, Yu Yuan slowly let go of the tablet in his hand, letting it float quietly in front of his chest, then stretched out his index finger and gently tapped it, letting it slowly float towards Long Xiaolin. Let's call it the Hope. Hope. Simple and straightforward. It is the hope of mankind and the hope of civilization. If Yu Yuan had followed his previous character, he would have been more likely to choose Callisto 4. But just now, he thought of a better place for the name Callisto 4. That is the battleship that is still on the drawing board, although the construction plan was cancelled before. 3 mounting interfaces were still reserved. The 3 reserved positions are 120 degrees apart from each other, which is obviously reserved for future battleship mounting. Although Yu Yuan said at the time that humans can only afford 1 battleship at most, the designers will not be stupid enough to reserve only 1 position. After all, there are not enough people now, but there will always be enough in the future. So as long as humans can successfully overcome this difficulty in the future, the warship will definitely be built. At that time, it will be called the Ganymede ship. With the departure of Long Xiaolin, the name of this residential barrel-shaped spaceship was determined. Hope. In the past, China had a basic rule for naming spaceships. Generally, warships were called ships, and general-purpose spaceships were named numbers. Now the new government also uses this naming method. Therefore, the large barrel spaceship with integrated living space is called something, and the future warships are named after something. The Hope is 980 meters long and is composed of 10 5-hub discs with a radius of 550 meters. The outermost layer of each disc is connected to a 60-meter-high building suspension module. It can accommodate up to 140,000 people when fully loaded. And the current resident population is more than 88,000 people. It is a living spaceship with a complete power system, air circulation system, water circulation system, and of course a garbage disposal system. In addition, the Hope also has a planting cabin dedicated to agriculture, an artificial starch production cabin, as well as a clothing and fabric production cabin for basic living needs, a cabin dedicated to toiletries, and so on. It has all the functions of eating, drinking, defecating, and urinating. The power of the Hope comes from 3 large nuclear fission thrusters arranged on the outside of the tail of the central axis. Since there is no head-in thruster, if the Hope spacecraft wants to brake, it can only turn around by turning on the steering engine located on the stators at both ends and the vector engine located on the outside of the large discs at both ends for attitude adjustment, and then reverse thrust to slow down. The large discs at both ends do not rotate with the large disc of the living cabin. They are fixed on the stators. So from the overall point of view, the Hope is like a large cylinder with fixed ends and rotating in the middle. Chapter 47. Report to the Chief. All personnel have boarded the ship. All civilians have been arranged. And all materials and energy have been properly placed. Report to the Chief. The nuclear reactor has been started. The main power system test has been completed. The fall point 2 has been checked for resistance coupling changes due to temperature difference. All have been eliminated, and it is running normally again. Report to the Chief. The fuel filling of the number 1 main thruster has been completed 100%. The fuel filling of the number 2 main thruster has been completed 100%. And the fuel filling of the number 3 main thruster has been completed 97%. Report to the Chief. The thruster joint control system has completed the linkage test. Signal transmission is normal. Remote sensing control is normal. And the 3-machine linkage simulation is normal. It can be started at any time. Report to the Chief. The number 1 shaft is powered on. The number 2 shaft is powered on. The number 3 shaft is powered on. And the number 10 shaft is powered on. The digital signals of each control console are normal. The 10-axis linkage simulation is normal. And the split-axis single motion simulation is normal. In the Hope Spacecraft Control Center, a series of detection information reports came from the mouths of the staff one after another. The control center of the Hope is also the main control room and the cockpit. It is located on the 5th turntable of the spacecraft. It is made into a large cabin with a net space of about 30 by 12 by 6 meters in length, width and height. Although the cockpit is also inside the large disc. The ground is very flat. In fact, not only the control room floor is flat, but the floors of all living cabins and other types of cabins are flat, because humans are used to walking on flat ground. So it is designed in this way. Yu Yuan first sat on the big chair in the command center, which is also the captain's seat of the Hope. 3 steps down from the front of the seat, and a little further forward stands a terminal screen. And on both sides of the large screen are 2 rows of sub-control terminals of various types. Now, one by one, the staff are sitting in front of the sub-control terminal, facing the small screen in front of them, or pressing and fiddling with the operating table with their hands, and then reporting the feedback information they get. It takes more than 1 person to control such a large ship. Just like now in this cabin or control center, there are crew members of various functions sitting. There are helmsmen, deputy helmsmen, navigators, communicators, safety officers, etc., as well as captains, first officers, second officers, scientific officers and various civilian staff, and of course, chief engineers and security personnel. Since the Hope has no weapons system, there is no such position as fire controller at present. Okay. Connect the Hope shipwide broadcast. Yu Yuan stood up from the captain's seat and hooked his feet on the stabilizer to prevent himself from floating up. Yes, the broadcast is connected. The communicator quickly operated on the console and responded. Yu Yuan looked at the large screen that had been switched to a collection of workplaces in various parts of the spacecraft, and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Hope Command Center. I am Yu Yuan. Attention everyone on board. Hope will officially enter operation in 10 minutes. Attention everyone on board. Hope will officially enter operation in 10 minutes. Those who are still floating in weightlessness, please return to the cabin floor immediately. Please immediately pack up all kinds of floating objects and secure your body to avoid unnecessary injuries." Although all the materials and equipment that everyone could carry had been loaded onto the ship, since the spacecraft had not yet started to rotate, Everything on the ship was still in a state of weightlessness. Many people were still floating in their cabins. Although the height of the general living cabin was only 2.8 meters, they would be injured if they suddenly fell down. It stands to reason that 10 minutes is far from enough. But since some preparations had been made before, people did not need to pack up everything. And 10 minutes was just right. During these 10 minutes, Yu Yuan did not stand there waiting, but continued to speak on the full-frequency broadcast. Fellow countrymen, we came from prosperity, struggled in despair, and rebuilt our homes in ruins. Hope is the fruit of our wisdom. A spacecraft built with the blood and sweat of scientists, engineers, and thousands of compatriots. Now, it will carry the hopes of all of us and sail to the other side of life. I know that some people are nostalgic for Callisto, the base we built with great effort. But we should all understand that Callisto is only our temporary harbor, and the lack of energy does not allow us to stay here for a long time. Now, we are about to bid farewell to Callisto and set foot on the sea of stars. Even though the vast starry sky is far away, and there are endless dangers on the other side of the sea of stars, we will not look back. After a speech before sailing, time quickly came to 10 minutes later. Yu Yuan also stopped at the right time as if he had calculated the time accurately. After turning off the ship-wide broadcast, Yu Yuan sat back in his seat, then sat upright and announced, "Let's start." Understood. The number 1 shaft has been officially closed and powered on. The coil is working normally. The magnetic field strength is stable, and the number 1 shaft begins to rotate. The preset angular velocity in the first stage is 0.45 rpm. The second shaft officially closed and powered on, and began to rotate. The first stage preset angular velocity is 0.45 rpm. The third shaft began to rotate. The first stage angular velocity is 0.45 rpm. It runs normally, and the simulated gravity effect meets expectations. The fifth shaft began to rotate. The first stage preset angular velocity is 0.45 rpm. The 10th shaft began to run. The first stage preset angular velocity is 0.45 rpm. The shaft coordination linkage system is connected, and the turntable speed fine-tuning begins. Coupling synchronization has been turned on. The synchronization of the 10 axis has been completed, and the simulated gravity at each monitoring point has reached the expected value. As report sounded in the control center, the Hope began to rotate from the first turntable to the 10th turntable from slow to fast. After a while, the axis synchronization coordination system began to coordinate the 10 turntables, making them go from fast and slow to relatively static. At this moment, everyone on the Hope felt the existence of gravity, and the familiar feeling on Callisto returned. 0.45 rpm means 0.45 revolutions per minute. At this speed, the people on the spacecraft can probably feel the same gravity as on Callisto. This is the preset speed for the first stage. People need to adapt. The scientific officers and engineers on the Hope have taken this into consideration. That is, people have lived on Callisto for a very long time. If the spacecraft is turned directly now, and the simulated gravity reaches the level of the Earth, it is estimated that everyone will immediately become soft bones. So the best way is to first let Hope produce the gravity conditions of Callisto where people have lived for many years. After everyone gets used to it, we will speed up. The second stage will increase from 0.45 rpm to 0.64 rpm. At that time, the simulated gravity acceleration generated by Hope will be about 2.48 meters per second. Then after a while, when people's bodies have adapted to this change, we will speed up to the third stage, 0.91 rpm. At that time, the simulated gravity acceleration generated by Hope will be about 5 meters per second. In this way, it will be gradually improved. In the fourth stage, it will reach 7.6 meters per second. In the fifth stage, it will reach 9.8 meters per second. Of course, because there is a height difference of about 60 meters in the cabin, there will be some floating differences between the lowest and highest floors. Chapter 48. After reaching the fifth stage, Hope will maintain a rotation speed of about 1.27 rmp and then embark on the journey to the stars. Although humans have lived on Callisto for decades, it is far inferior to the Earth. You know, whether it is the physiological structure, cell memory, growth process, or genetic information of humans, they all evolved to adapt to the Earth environment. From the first single-celled animal to this point, it has been more than 4 billion years. Therefore, no matter what time it is, the gravity environment of the Earth is the most suitable for humans. For this reason, the new government decided that the final simulated gravity of the Hope spacecraft would be set at a value similar to the Earth's environment. The speed of 1.27 rmp also prevented humans from being adversely affected by the Coriolis effect. It can be said that the Hope spacecraft has met expectations in design. More than a month passed quickly. During this period, the speed of the spacecraft was gradually increased step by step. After rounds of adaptation, people regained the feeling of the Earth's gravity environment. In fact, if hibernation time is included, it stands to reason that most people have lived in the environment of Callisto for decades, and it is impossible for them to readapt to the Earth's gravity environment in just over a month. However, due to the needs of space development, humans have some related drugs to assist this adaptation process long before the disaster. When the human body adapts to the microgravity environment, the body's fluid will be reduced by a full liter. And because the cardiovascular system does not need to overcome gravity to supply blood to the brain, the myocardial function will gradually weaken. If we want to restore to the Earth's gravity environment, we must have a slow process. Hope set sail. Target, Ross 154. After everyone adapted to the spacecraft environment, Yuan finally issued the order that he had been waiting for more than 40 years. This target was not chosen randomly, but was the best destination set by astronomers after decades of observation. According to normal thinking, it would definitely be best to go to the nearest star that is too far away. But the nearest Proxima Centauri and the Centauri triple star system to which it belongs have exploded. So humans naturally cannot go there. So scientists have to choose another destination. After decades of studying the direction and speed of Callisto's drift in space, the movement direction of the dust cloud after the supernova explosion, and the comparison of several stars closest to humans, the number of planets, possible resource distribution, and other comprehensive factors, they finally came to the conclusion that Ross 154. In fact, there is a closer star in terms of distance. That is Wolf 359, which is only 7.7 light-years away. Originally, it was the preferred destination, but because the system it is in only has 2 planets, one rocky planet and one gaseous planet. According to scientists' observation data, the rocky planet is still close to its main sequence star. From its orbital position and the surface temperature of the main sequence star, it is estimated that the surface temperature of the rocky planet is very likely to remain between 480 and 500 degrees Celsius. Humans simply cannot mine resources on such a harsh environment planet. Ross 154 is much better. According to the radial velocity method, humans know that it has 7 planets, 2 of which are likely to be giant gas planets, and the other 5 are rocky planets. The key is whether the 5 rocky planets are the closest to the main sequence star. The so-called radial velocity method, in simple terms, is a method of detecting whether a star system has planets based on the gravitational interaction between planets and stars. It is one of the 7 methods for detecting extraterrestrial planets. It is roughly measured based on the gravitational influence of planets on their main sequence stars. When a planet orbits, its gravity will cause the star to swing slightly. The larger the planet, the greater the impact on the star. This kind of star swing can tell people how many planets there are in a star system and how big they are, because it captures the tiny swings of the planets towards or away from the Earth caused by the stars they orbit. This technique is also called the Doppler method, because it measures the shift of starlight caused by gravity. That is, the change in color of light. Scientists infer that in addition to the 5 rocky planets, there should be many satellite systems, which is simply heaven for humans today. And although Ross 154 is a red dwarf with a surface temperature of only 3,470 Kelvin, or 3,196.85 degrees Celsius, with today's human technology, as long as it is a luminous star, there is a way to obtain energy. Following Yuan's order, the Hope, the spacecraft carrying all the hopes of mankind, finally set out on this long and slow journey of 9.545 light-years. In fact, Ross 154 was originally about 9.693 light-years away from the solar system. But Callisto carried humans for a distance. So when the Hope set sail, it became 9.545 light-years. The light of nuclear fission illuminated the dark Callisto, and the azure flame illuminated the silver Hope. The Hope, located in the synchronous orbit of Callisto, began to slowly change its orbit under the push of 3 huge fission thrusters. Its orbit changed from circular to elliptical. Yes, unlike the amazing interstellar travel in the novel. The Hope did not suddenly fly out from the synchronous orbit of Callisto. It needed to change orbits, and change orbits again, and then fly out with the help of Callisto's gravity. Yes, it is a gravity slingshot. Although Callisto's mass is pitifully small, and is not suitable for use as a gravity slingshot planet, humans now have nothing but Callisto. Humans who are short of energy are naturally unwilling to let go of all the power they can use. And humans also need to correct the direction of Hope during the process of changing orbits. Slowly, Hope's circular orbit became elliptical, and then became a flat orbit. In the following days, Hope was like a comet, orbiting Callisto in a circular motion, sometimes far away, sometimes near. At the same time, the humans on Hope were also preparing for the last round of acceleration. All parameters have been corrected, and Hope is about to enter the acceleration phase. Hopeful calls rang out again in the command center. Hope's attitude has been adjusted, and it is expected to enter the scheduled acceleration orbit in 1 minute and 23 seconds. All members of the engine room are in place, and the main thruster will enter full power operation in 1 minute and 20 seconds. The signal of the exterior camera is normal, and is being connected to the screens in various places in the Hope. Listening to the reports and shouts, Yu Yuan sat calmly in the captain's seat. The picture on the big screen in front of him has been divided into 9. And it has become 9 exterior scenes, which looks like a 9-square grid. In the picture, there is a half-length photo of the Hope, a long tongue of flame spewed out by the thruster, and a dark starry sky. Of course, there is also the figure of Callisto that is gradually moving away. Goodbye, Jupiter's 4th satellite Callisto. Yu Yuan looked at Callisto, which was slowly fading from the screen, and said silently in his heart, there are still a lot of traces of human industry on Callisto, including many factories that cannot be removed and super large machinery and equipment. Humans have not destroyed these things. They will represent the traces of human presence and accompany Callisto on another wandering road, disappearing in the vast sea of stars. If a civilization is lucky enough, it is possible to encounter it in the distant future. However, this is not what humans can care about now. In fact, there is another reason why humans did not blow up the remaining engineering and super large equipment. That is, to save energy. When Yu Yuan was remembering Callisto, the light of the thrusters on the Hope suddenly increased. The strong interaction force allowed the Hope to completely get rid of the gravitational field of Callisto, and slowly sank into the boundless starry sky. This is the first interstellar voyage in human history, and it is also an interstellar voyage that has no return. 9.545 light-years is so far away that even if humans travel in the direction of the spread of residual interstellar dust, they still have no chance to make mistakes. But if they do not set sail, they will not even have a chance. Chapter 49. The current space conditions are the same as what astronomers estimated before, filled with interstellar dust, which is the residual ashes after the supernova explosion. Although the temperature of these interstellar dust has dropped, they are still at a considerable speed. In the near future, their speed will become slower and slower, and they will become thinner and thinner. In this regard, scientists have calculated that the interstellar dust in the area where humans are currently located is about 2% of the speed of light. But it is already quite thin, and within the tolerance range of the Hope. In this case, humans also took this factor into consideration when choosing the direction of navigation. So it was somewhat different from what Gander had said before. Interstellar dust not only did not become an obstacle to the Hope, but also became the driving force for the spacecraft to move forward. This was another benefit of the Hope's solid outer layer material. Of course, since the hydrogen elements that permeate the interstellar space were already relatively thin, this driving force was not great, but it was better than nothing. In this way, the Hope was spinning while slowly accelerating towards its destination. Its speed will reach its maximum value, 1% of the speed of light, in 30 years, and then enter the inertial flight stage. When it is about to reach its destination, its thrusters will be restarted, and then it will take another 30 years to slow down. 9.545 light-years is undoubtedly an insurmountable long journey for humans today. If there is no other way, humans will never set foot in the starry sky at this time, because in front of the interstellar space, the 1% light speed navigation that humans once prided themselves on is really too insignificant. Everyone knew that this voyage would never return, and everyone knew that this was a road full of thorns. But no one backed down. The Hope broke free from the gravity of Callisto, and slowly sailed into deep space. People saw that in the images sent back by the external camera. The planet called Callisto gradually became smaller and darker, and finally sank into the dark background of the universe. And no trace of it could be seen anymore. Goodbye, Callisto. Everyone silently said goodbye in their hearts. They knew that after this trip, it would be a farewell forever. After expressing their feelings, people began to hibernate in their respective hibernation cabins according to the new government plan. For this voyage, humans made a lot of preparations during the 40 years of waiting. But due to technical problems, it was impossible for everyone to sleep for 1,000 years. There are two types of human hibernation drugs. One is short-term, and the other is long-term. Short-term is less than 3 years, and long-term is long-term. But long-term hibernation cannot sleep for 1,000 years at a time. Not to mention that drugs can't last that long, and equipment can't run for 1,000 years at a time. So humans can only use multiple long-term hibernations to solve the problem. With human current technology, the longest hibernation time is theoretically 180 years. But for safety reasons, all long-term hibernation chambers will not be set at the highest value, but range from 30 to 170 years. This is set in consideration of the rotation situation. After people wake up, the rotating technicians can use the 3 to 5 months of recovery period to inspect and maintain the equipment, so as to ensure the safety of people's subsequent hibernation. The technicians on duty not only have to maintain the hibernation chamber, but also have to maintain the hope in the process of possible failure. Nearly 1,000 years is too long. Even the most advanced and durable equipment cannot guarantee that it can run for 1,000 years without any failure. In order to solve various problems that may arise during the voyage, in addition to using the rotating hibernation system, humans have also backed up various equipment on the Hope. Take the nuclear reactor that provides power to the Hope. For example, there are two, one for backup and one for use. There are many such backup designs, all prepared for this voyage. As time passed, people entered the hibernation cabin one after another, and the lights in the Hope's living cabin went out one after another. No human being can withstand the erosion of 1,000 years. Yuan can't do it either. Although he inhaled that red gas, he can only live for 500 years at most. 1,000 years is enough for him to die twice. So he must hibernate during this voyage. However, he did not hibernate immediately like other ordinary people, but hibernated after the acceleration phase of the spacecraft was completed. The spacecraft accelerated for 30 years, which was exactly the time for the first batch of hibernators to wake up and take turns. The young technicians who followed Yuan to watch the spacecraft accelerate for 30 years were already in their 50s or 60s when the first batch of hibernators woke up. Yuan suddenly became more than 90 years old. According to the plan, the first batch of technicians who woke up will stick to their posts for 10 years. And then the second batch of technicians will wake up to take over their work. And then the first batch of personnel will enter a long hibernation of 170 years. And they will rotate all the way until they finally reach their destination. In the voyage plan, in such a rotation system, we must do our best to ensure that the personnel on duty will not die of old age due to long duty hours. There is no way. The number of humans is too small now, and the birth rate of newborns during the voyage is pitifully low. Basically, except for those who have been awake for the first 30 years. They may get married and have children. There will be no newborns during the rotation period. After all, each batch of duty personnel only works for 10 years, which is not enough time. So every human life is precious. Time flies. It has been 30 years since the Hope set sail. Today, Yuan, who has finished writing the last weekly journal of the voyage, will also enter hibernation. After turning off the camera that recorded the weekly journal of the voyage, Yuan walked through the deserted passage and came to the control center from his room. When Yuan came to the control center, he only saw a few people on duty, which seemed particularly deserted. But he was used to it, and it was no problem. He also knew that the staff on duty at this time did not have any major matters to deal with, because except for the necessary manual positions, everything else was basically controlled by the intelligent AI program. Yuan knew all these very well. So after he arrived at the control center, he didn't care about the few staff on duty who seemed a little idle, but walked to the big screen in front of the captain's seat and said, "Light of the Milky Way. Turn on the exterior camera. Okay. We are connecting the exterior data for you. Friendly reminder, there are no planets near the space where the Hope is currently located, and the exterior scene will be sparse with stars. This is one of the causes of deep space claustrophobia in humans. Are you sure you want to turn it on?" An electronic synthesized voice with a very high degree of simulation answered. The supercomputer on the Hope is called Light of the Milky Way, because the designer has difficulty naming. The intelligent AI design based on the supercomputer Light of the Milky Way is also called Light of the Milky Way. Chapter 50. Forget about turning it off. Just help me open the skylight for the exterior view. Yu Yuan paused for a moment after hearing this, then turned and walked towards the slightly curved wall next to him. It wasn't that he had deep space claustrophobia, but he felt that seeing it with his own eyes was more real than seeing it on the screen. So he changed his mind on a whim. Deep space claustrophobia has been found in some duty personnel in recent years. It is when humans enter space and experience the vastness of the starry sky and their own insignificance in person, thus psychologically feeling boundless loneliness. It is a kind of mental illness, and the morbidity rate is not high. But Tian Hezwang still gave a friendly reminder. Okay, sir. But I still want to remind you. I know. No need to say more. Yu Yuan interrupted Tian Hezwang's friendly reminder. He knew the following content, which was nothing more than seeing it with your own eyes. The morbidity rate is higher than that on the screen. The skylight wall is made of a special optical material. After the opening command is transmitted, the original white wall seems to be melted, changing from opaque to one-way light transmission. One-way light transmission. That is, you can see outside from inside, but you can't see inside from outside. The starlight that was allowed to pass through the skylight wall suddenly passed through Yu Yuan's eyes. After the interstellar dust gradually became thinner, many bright stars returned to people's field of vision. In addition, the Hope was already in the space environment and was not affected by the atmosphere like the Earth. So the starry sky returned to people's field of vision. However, because the observation position had changed, Yu Yuan couldn't recognize which bright spot corresponded to which star after watching for a while. He tried to find the most recognizable Big Dipper, but still couldn't find any similar stars. Maybe the direction is wrong, Yu Yuan said to himself. So he looked for a while. But when the Hope spacecraft had rotated a circle and the starry sky returned to its original state, he still couldn't find the Big Dipper. So, he stopped looking and just quietly watched the starry sky that kept repeating. The Hope was always rotating. But in Yu Yuan's sight, he only saw the starry sky coming out from the edge of the skylight above his head and then falling from the edge of the skylight under his feet. And he didn't feel that he was rotating. After no longer focusing on finding the Big Dipper, the breath of deep space hit him. At this moment, Yu Yuan seemed to feel the breath from the universe. The starry sky is deep and silent, and the universe is dark and cold. The universe is so huge. The diameter of the Milky Way alone is 100,000 light-years. And this is only its star-dense silver disk. If the outer star area is included, its diameter will reach 160,000 light-years, and the number of stars will reach 300 billion. What a vast concept. Humans are now trying their best to cross a distance of less than 10 light-years. As far as humans have calculated, there are more than 200 billion galaxies, like the Milky Way in the universe. Even the human Hope is too small for the entire universe. The metaphor of a grain of sand in the boundless ocean is an exaggeration. A water molecule in the ocean is not even appropriate. The universe is too old. People have calculated through microwave background radiation and other series of observations that our universe is 26.7 billion years old. And its diameter is obviously much larger than this value, because it has been expanding at an accelerated rate since the moment the universe was born. It has only been a few million years since the birth of the earliest human beings. Even if we count from the ancient apes, it has only been 14 million years. Even if we count from the moment when the first single-celled organism was born, it has only been 3.5 billion years. If we say that the history of civilization can be called civilization, it is only 6,000 years. In a trance, Yu Yuan suddenly felt an inexplicable emotion in his heart. Lonely, small, cold, and cold. The emotion came very suddenly and swept into his heart. At this moment, Yu Yuan felt as if he was in a void, surrounded by bright stars, beautiful and mysterious, and the sky behind the stars was extremely deep and dark. Suddenly, he felt the darkness sweeping over him, and he seemed to be falling into the boundless deep space. Loneliness and solitude were like a giant beast in the deep space, devouring his soul crazily. At this moment, Yu Yuan closed his eyes for a long time, and when he opened his eyes again, the confusion in his eyes was gone. Is this deep space claustrophobia? He murmured again, looking straight at the starry sky, his eyes full of determination. Yu Yuan was not unaffected, but he knew the source of loneliness and solitude. Humans are too small and too young. Yu Yuan remembered the feeling when he first looked up at the starry sky. He was yearning at first, and then he became more and more fascinated. Then he felt the gap between the vastness and the smallness. And then a feeling of emptiness and loneliness came over him. The feeling of being in the dark starry sky now is like the feeling at that time magnified countless times. Light of the Milky Way. Close the skylight. Yu Yuan ordered the intelligent AI, and then turned and left the control center. The first batch of hibernators have been awake for 2 months, and they should have adapted to it. It is time for Yu Yuan to hibernate. Before entering hibernation, Yu Yuan called Zhu Pite, who had woken up 2 months ago and was on duty, to talk to him for a while. Yu Yuan was not worried that the new government would have problems after he went into hibernation. Although his power was already dictatorial, he was not alone. The conversation with Zhu Pite was mainly to explain some precautions for duty and safety matters. After that, Yu Yuan came to his own room. This was a separate hibernation room with only one hibernation cabin. As the highest leader of civilization, Yu Yuan had this treatment. And for the sake of safety, to enter this room, you must be the highest leader on duty. And you need sufficient reasons. Otherwise the intelligent AI Tianhe light will not open the door. If the door is opened, it means that the intelligent AI Tianhe light has awakened Yu Yuan. Yu Yuan, who has the only T0 authority, follow the guidance of the artificial intelligence AI Tianhe light. Put on the special hibernation clothes. Swallow the hibernation medicine in one gulp, and then lay in the hibernation cabin and fell asleep quietly. Hibernation medicine has the function of protecting the human brain and other organs, and also has the effect of helping sleep. When he fell asleep, the hibernation cabin system was officially activated, bringing him from normal sleep to deep cold hibernation. As Yu Yuan entered hibernation, the millennium journey of mankind also entered the second stage of inertial navigation. This is the longest stage of mankind's voyage. From the moment the 3 huge thrusters were shut down to the moment they were restarted, it took about 900 years. During this long time, the Hope will carry the sleeping humans across the boundless sea of stars to the other side of Hope. Chapter 51. The clock is ticking, and the years are passing by. Time can make everything old, and years can make everything vicissitudes. When people get old, they will inevitably develop various diseases. Hope, this human technological creation, is also not immune to the erosion of time. When Yu Yuan woke up for the first time, he learned from the technicians that there was an air leak in the number 3 to 145 cabin of the Hope. He then flipped through the sailing weekly log and found that during his hibernation, there were various faults in other parts of the Hope, such as the burning of the heat cycle booster boiler, 18 plantation power supply line faults, 3 sets of outdoor cameras scrapped, number 777 pipeline air compressor failure, number 64 surveillance camera circuit failure, and a series of other minor problems. During this period, the nuclear reactor also changed fuel once, and the spare reactor is currently used. These were all minor problems, and the staff on duty solved them all. When he woke up for the second time, there were more fault points, dealing with various mechanical failures, and the control system failure that appeared for the first time. When he woke up for the third time, the mechanical failure rate increased a lot, and became more frequent, and there were casualties. Yu Yuan found that in this case, the staff on duty chose to replace the spare parts in the warehouse with new spare parts, and at the same time threw all the old parts that were completely damaged and could not be reused out of the spacecraft. This treatment method was not decided by the duty personnel, but was written into the maintenance charter of Hope. Hope has been doing this kind of behavior of throwing garbage into space while traveling. All the garbage that can't be reused is handled in this way. The purpose is to reduce the weight of Hope as much as possible. Of course, the gradual reduction of the mass of the spacecraft in this way is indeed pitiful, but a little reduction counts. He woke up 5 times, and 178 people in the hibernation cabin were damaged due to old age. If it weren't for the emergency wake-up system, these people would have died. When they woke up for the 6th time, the hibernation capsule was damaged too much, causing problems with replenishment, forcing 380 people to stay awake all the time. In order to prevent these people from dying of old age, the duty leader planned to temporarily wake up some people, shorten their hibernation time, and then distribute the time to these people. However, the people who had to stay awake due to the hibernation capsule failure were very dedicated. They dedicated the rest of their lives to others, took the initiative to work in the hibernation capsule production workshop, and made their own contributions to the subsequent hibernation capsule replenishment. For 100 years, 200 years, 300 years, 400 years, 500 years, and 600 years, mankind has been advancing with difficulty. Wherever the hope was broken, it was repaired, and wherever it leaked, it was patched. On this star road, time, which has turned into the beast of time, is the greatest enemy of mankind. The hope was scarred by the destruction of this beast. In the 800th year of its voyage, its hull was covered with various repair marks, like an old man in his twilight years. In the 900th year, the hope had completely turned into a ragged beggar, with various parts and components so old that the electrical circuits were full of faults. It could not be repaired, but the main parts were still functioning and not directly paralyzed. At this time, the number of people who lost their lives due to problems with the hibernation cabin caused by old electrical appliances or parts replenishment problems has reached 1,773. The number of people who died accidentally due to leaving the cabin to repair the Hope has also reached 78. The total number of deaths caused by air leakage caused by old parts, collapse and fall of the living cabin, or chain failures caused by the puncture of the cabin wall caused by the fall of the upper layer has reached 323. However, relying on people's persistence, the Hope still staggers towards its goal. There is only the last section of the journey, but this section is the most difficult. The Warring States Policy Chain Policy 5 says that a journey of 100 miles begins with a half. This means the difficulty of the last section of the journey. Walking 100 miles and reaching 90 miles is only halfway. This old saying is still relevant to the Hope. The relationship between the humans on the Hope and this ancient culture is inherited from the same source. So the leadership on the Hope is well aware of the difficulties and obstacles of this last section of the journey. Of course, there are corresponding countermeasures. That is, the more people on duty will be arranged as time goes on. As the supreme leader, Yu Yuan also woke up from his last hibernation 1 year before the spacecraft entered the deceleration phase. From the deceleration phase to the arrival of Hope at its destination, Yu Yuan will not hibernate again. He will stay in the command center and walk this last section of the journey with Hope. After waking up, Yu Yuan adapted for more than a month, and then prepared for Hope's entry into the deceleration phase with the current rotating personnel for several months. After that, the preset deceleration time point of Hope finally arrived. On this day, Yu Yuan came to the control center as usual, and then waited for the time to jump to the calculated moment, and then announced directly, "Let's start. Hope, the steering engine is ready. Countdown 30 seconds. 30, 29, 28. Hope, the auxiliary thruster is ready. The thruster vector nozzle parameters are normal. The data has been connected to the special engine control system. The coordinated linkage system has completed docking, and the auxiliary steering is ready. The gyroscope is working normally. The external camera is turned on. The telemetry radar is turned on. The signal is normal, and it is connecting to the main screen. Engine crew report. Number 1 main thruster self-check completed. Number 2 main thruster self-check completed. Number 3 main thruster self-check completed. Fault point 7. Eliminated 7. Ignition program ready. As the voices of staff at various positions sounded, Hope finally entered the deceleration phase. The steering engines at both ends of Hope were turned on, and the vector nozzles began to spray flames in various preset directions under the auxiliary control of the intelligent AI Tynhis wing. And the auxiliary thrusters in the linkage control state also joined this process. Hope slowly changed its posture. The original tail slowly rotated forward, and the head rotated backward. Of course, since Hope was the only physical object in the entire space. If we only looked at Hope from the outside from a god's perspective, we would not know whether it was rotating or not, because there was no reference, and because the turn was very slow and the spacecraft was in a uniform motion state. The personnel on the spacecraft could hardly feel that the spacecraft was turning around. However, flying a spacecraft does not rely on feeling or seeing with the naked eye. Through gyroscopes and other instruments and pulsar positioning, the staff can know the degree of rotation of the spacecraft every second from the feedback of the equipment. After being processed by human intelligence AI, these data are now switched to intuitive image output, which allows many administrative personnel who cannot see the parameters to intuitively understand the real-time status of the spacecraft on the big screen. Yu Yuan is now staring at the animation display on the big screen. 15 minutes later, Hope completed the turn. The next moment, the people on the spacecraft suddenly felt a shake, followed by a slight push from the seat. Chapter 52. At this moment, everyone in the control center knew that the main thruster had started, and the Hope had officially entered the 30-year deceleration phase. At this moment, from the screen connected to the external camera, it can be seen that there was a slight cloud on the surface of the Hope. People knew that this was the interstellar dust accumulated in the gaps of the spacecraft due to the long-term uniform movement of the Hope. This scene was like an old beggar squatting in the corner and shaking his tattered clothes, as if he had regained some vitality, standing up in shock from the dying sickness. For some reason, Yu Yuan, who saw this scene on the screen, suddenly remembered this sentence. For more than 900 years, even though the Hope is just a spaceship, everyone can feel the traces of the butcher knife of time from it. The Hope has successfully entered the deceleration phase. Although it is in its twilight years, its skeleton is still strong enough. It will enter the target star system in 30 years. Now the Hope is about 900 astronomical units away from the target star. At this distance, the naked eye still cannot distinguish the difference between the target star and other stars. In the last 2 months of the deceleration phase, the people on the Hope woke up from hibernation one after another. At this time, the Hope had officially entered the target galaxy. At this distance, the star Ross 154 had become the brightest in the sky. When people woke up, they opened the skylights and looked at the Star of Hope, with tears in their eyes. We did it! After 1,000 years, we are finally here. After 1,000 years, people finally felt the light of the star again. Yes, although I had a premonition of this day, it was still unbelievable when it really came. We actually crossed the sea of stars and came to another new world. It seems like yesterday. My memory is still stuck in the last hibernation. One day in the cave is 1,000 years in the world. The time difference caused by hibernation makes the people who just woke up a little dazed, and they need time to adapt. In the next period of time, the dilapidated Hope will end the deceleration phase, and then adjust its attitude again, and head towards the target planet. Unlike ordinary people, scientists at this time have already begun to plan various explorations in this galaxy. They plan to release all 8 satellites in stock on the Hope at once. Anyway, as long as the target planet where the Hope is parked is determined, artificial satellites can be recreated. The current priority is exploration, exploration, and exploration again. The gears of time do not stop for a moment. As soon as the deceleration phase is completed, the Hope is like a hen laying eggs, launching artificial satellites one by one towards the rocky planets in the Ross 154 star system. Various telescopes, spectrometers, and other equipment on the Hope are also aimed at the planets. As time goes by, the true face of Ross 154 is gradually revealed to mankind. Ross 154, that is, Ross 154, is a red dwarf star. The metallicity is -0.07. There are 2 ways to express the metallicity of stars. One is to compare the total mass of all elements in the star except hydrogen and helium with the total mass of the star system and express it as a ratio. Obviously, this method cannot have negative numbers. So the metallicity of -0.07 here is another way of expression. That is, the logarithmic difference between the iron-hydrogen ratio of the star and the iron-hydrogen ratio of the Sun. Since the iron-hydrogen ratio of the Sun is 0, the value of stars with lower metallicity than the Sun is negative, and vice versa. The value of this star is -0.07. So you can imagine how young it is. This is indeed the case. In the observation data sent back, scientists saw that it is only 756.3 million years old, which is a very young star. In the life of a red dwarf star, which can easily last hundreds of billions of years, it is equivalent to a newborn baby. Its autobiography period is 8.472 days. And its escape velocity is 466.29 meters per second. Spectral type M3V. BM at the beginning indicates that its surface temperature is less than 3,500 Kelvin. Its average diameter is 12,579.65 kilometers, which is a little smaller than Jupiter. But its mass is 1/10 of the Sun, which is about 104 times the mass of Jupiter. There are 7 planets in the Ross 154 star system. They are numbered by humans in order of orbital distance. Ross 154 to 1. Ross 154 to 2. Ross 154 to 3. Ross 154 to 4. Ross 154 to 5. Ross 154 to 6. Ross 154 to 7. Ross 154 to 1. The planet closest to the main sequence star is a gas planet. Its average distance from Ross 154 is only 270.7243 kilometers, equivalent to 0.018 astronomical units, which can be said to be very close. However, its diameter reaches 118,168.87 kilometers, almost as large as the main sequence star. It is a miracle that it was not sucked away by the star as raw materials during the formation of the star system. It is worth mentioning that in the star system of Ross 154, there is a giant gas planet that is larger than it, even larger than their main sequence star. That is Ross 154 to 5 in the fifth orbit, with a diameter of 139,800 kilometers. This guy is larger than Ross 154 as a star. Among these two giant gas planets, Ross 154 to 1, which is closest to the main sequence star, has no satellites, while Ross 154 to 5 has a full 28 satellites. However, except for the two closest ones, which are larger spherical rocky satellites, the others are regular asteroids with very small mass. Oh, small satellites. Of course, these giant gas planets and their satellites are not the target of this stop. The target of this time is the fourth planet in this star system, Ross 154 to 4, which is a rocky planet with an average orbital radius of about $0.20, an elliptical orbit, and an orbital period of 101.65 days, which is 102.65 days on Earth equals 1 year on it. Its diameter is about 10,124.6 kilometers, a little smaller than the Earth, and its average surface temperature is minus 118.3 degrees Celsius. But due to the presence of greenhouse gases, its maximum surface temperature can reach minus 70 degrees Celsius. This is a planet with an atmosphere, the main components of which are 61.4% nitrogen, 36% carbon monoxide, 2.63% methane, and a small amount of ethylene, ethane, argon, neon, carbon dioxide, etc. The atmospheric pressure is 0.02 atm, which is 0.02 standard atmospheres. In fact, the sixth planet is a rocky planet like the seventh. But according to the detection data, these two planets have no satellites. So after repeated analysis, humans chose Ross 154 to 4 as the parking point, because it has 4 asteroids or satellites of the same size as asteroids. According to the data sent back by the artificial satellites launched, they contain a large amount of solid water. Hope can approach directly to replenish sufficient water resources for humans. After all, their diameter is only 200 or 300 kilometers and their mass is small, so their gravity has little effect on Hope. Although it is a little far away, it is stable, and there is a huge gas planet in the outer orbit of this planet, which can also play a role in visual cover to a certain extent. After experiencing an unforeseen disaster, humans have also learned to protect themselves. Although humans do not know the background of the universe, it is always right to hide carefully. After setting the target, the tattered Hope slowly drove into the star system and slowly approached the orbit of Ross 154 to 4 planet. Chapter 53. Thanks to the rich experience accumulated in the solar system, docking and sailing operations within the star system have long been familiar to humans. Hope can complete this series of operations with the intelligent AI Tianhe light. Finally arrived, there are stars and planets. There are inexhaustible resources and energy. We can rest and grow here. Looking at the Ross 154 to 4 planet data displayed on the big screen, an excited and tearful voice sounded in the command center. Yes, God bless us humans. Let us successfully arrive here. After 1,000 years, we finally don't have to worry about energy. Damn. We have to have extra food tonight to celebrate. We have to get at least 10 energy bars with different flavors. Sweet, sour, bitter, spicy and salty. The sun is so nice. Oh no. It's the starlight that's so nice. Solar sails. We have to build a bunch of solar sails and suck it up. Ha! Suck your sister. Suck. The word is inappropriate. There is no scientific literacy at all. That's called. Please use professional terms. Photovoltaic power generation. Listening to the conversations. Yu Yuan's face was filled with sadness, and a smile slowly spread. The command center was not a place for loud shouting. But Yu Yuan didn't say anything at this moment, because he knew that everyone was really excited and happy. Humans relied on hibernation technology and nuclear fission technology to actually cross from one star system to another. To be honest, it was really a miracle. In fact, when scientists calculated the feasibility of navigation from the perspective of resources, Yu Yuan also knew that they were also worried, especially the experts who led the construction of Hope. Yu Yuan remembered that when he went to discuss the launch with them, when he asked whether the Hope could last for 1,000 years, everyone was hesitant and could only use words like possibility and probably no problem. But no one dared to guarantee it. When he heard such words, Yu Yuan was actually worried. But he knew that humans had no other way to go. So he immediately asked all designers and senior engineers who built the spacecraft to unify the words, and then cooperated with the propaganda department to publicize to the public that there would be no problem with the spacecraft running for 1,000 years, and everyone could go on the journey without worry. Yu Yuan knew that he had deceived everyone. But since he was in the position of leader, he had to be aware of the responsibility. He also knew that if the Hope really couldn't hold on during the voyage, then at the last moment when everyone was doomed, some people would definitely expose the fact that he had concealed from the public, and then bring him to an irreparable end. Fortunately, there was no danger, and humans really crossed the distance of 9.4 light-years. In this way, when the Hope arrived at the predetermined orbit, an important meeting was held in the hall under the chairmanship of Yu Yuan. The attendees were still the ministers of various departments and experts, scientists, and senior engineers in various fields. We have crossed the vast sea of stars and set foot on this new land. But first, I would like to ask everyone to observe a 10-minute silence for the 2,474 compatriots who died in this voyage. They are heroes of mankind, and their names will be forever engraved in the history of mankind. After saying this, Yu Yuan took the lead in observing a moment of silence. 10 minutes later, he continued, the universe. It is so cold and dark. It uses its vastness to let us know that we are even smaller than ants. And the universe uses its antiquity to tell us that our lives are no different from those of floating creatures. Yes, in front of the universe, we are so weak and humble. But with our own wisdom, we successfully shouted the first words to the universe. We humans were born on Earth. And now we have come to Ross 154. We have crossed the 9.4 light-years that are like a natural moat. With our wisdom, we have engraved the name of mankind on the starry sky. Yu Yuan stood on the main stage of the conference, looking at everyone below, and then said, the universe is so brilliant and charming. We humans stepped through the boundless nothingness with blood and tears. At that time, the beauty of the galaxy passed through our dancing eyes. At that time, the hope on the other side inspired our souls. Finally, we came here on the sea of stars. From then on, there were real traces of us humans in the vast sea of stars and the eternal time. This is the first trace, but not the last trace. Yu Yuan's voice gradually became louder. Ross 154. The beginning of a new chapter for mankind. Here, there are inexhaustible resources for us. We will reproduce here. We will grow here. We will regain everything we have lost here. We will reshape the glory of human civilization here. As soon as the meeting started, the entire venue was filled with Yu Yuan's opening remarks. He stood in the host position of the venue and spoke generously, occasionally raising his arms, clenching his fists, and waving a few times to match his words. Once, before humans truly set foot on the stars, it was said that humans who truly set foot in space will evolve like fish out of water, and will eventually cease to be humans. But today I want to say that humans will always be humans. No matter what choices we make in the future, no matter where we go in the future, no matter how far we go in the future, we humans will always maintain our best qualities. We are brave, hardworking, and enterprising. We are smart, wise, and progressive. We are tenacious and indomitable. We will inherit the spirit of our ancestors, inherit the will of the martyrs, and continue human civilization in the universe. After taking a deep breath, Yu Yuan continued, more than 3,000 years ago, a great poet once asked the sky, in the beginning of ancient times, who preached the truth? How can we study it when the upper and lower worlds were not yet formed? Who can understand the darkness? How can we know the image? These deafening questions are questions to the universe and to future generations. But more than 3,000 years have passed, and we still cannot answer Mr. Chu's questions. But as long as we keep moving forward and keep curious, one day, we will be able to answer these questions because we are human beings. We are the spirits of all things on Earth. Yu Yuan started with a moment of silence, then talked about the vastness of the galaxy, the excellence of mankind, the inheritance of spirit, and the future prospects. Although he spoke without a script and his speech was a bit disjointed, it gradually made the people in the conference hall recover from the gloom of the long voyage. Their spirits began to boil. From the eyes of some participants, you can even see admiration. In the past, such expressions only appeared among people from the security department and the armament department. But now many senior engineers also showed such expressions. Yu Yuan saw all of this, and he also knew that in addition to these people, most scientists also highly respected him. Chapter 54. If this continues, Yu Yuan will become an absolute dictator. Or rather, he already is. Yu Yuan also felt this, but he didn't know when it started. Maybe when he learned about the solar explosion. Maybe when the new government was established. Or maybe when he just finished his opening remarks. Yu Yuan didn't think there was anything wrong with this. But Yu Yuan also knew very well how he became a leader. Because he was originally the highest commander of the Callisto base. Becoming the leader of the new government is mostly a matter of inheritance. Of course, he also held a vote. But he knows the details very well. Anyway, it was not elected by a popular vote. Since then, he has never mentioned the matter of changing the leader. And everyone knows it tacitly. Yu Yuan is a person who pays attention to etiquette and rules. He thinks that this will not work. He will have to find an opportunity to set a procedure for this matter in the future. For example, hold elections regularly. But it is still not a popular vote. How often it will be done is still to be determined. But it won't be frequent anyway. After all, the universe is not a good place. Too much of this stuff can easily lead a civilization into internal friction. Now humans are still struggling to survive. And the leader must not be replaced. So Yu Yuan actually wants to do dictatorship in his heart. But he has to set a procedure. After all, the new government is not just about the leader. And the election and replacement of other positions must also have a charter. Of course, since the word dictatorship has been tarnished in the Earth era, it is almost a blocked word. So a different word must be used in propaganda. Let's not talk about dictatorship. At this moment, Yu Yuan has already introduced the meeting to the main topic. The most important task of this meeting is to determine the various development issues of mankind in this star system. Our engineering department is ready. After deploying enough satellites, we will start landing on Ross 154-4. By then, the engineering machinery and automation equipment in the Hope warehouse will be updated one by one. And all kinds of industrial plant drawings can be used. In just 3 years, we can establish an industrial production line on this planet. The Minister of Engineering said this, looked at the Minister of Industry, and added, but mineral resources must also keep up. Exploration may take some time. We can only say that we will do our best. The person in charge of mineral exploration replied, although we have robots, exploration is still led by people. It doesn't matter. Safety is the top priority. We are not in a hurry. Yu Yuan interrupted. By the way, if we want to go to the planet, have we coordinated the energy aspect? We have discussed it internally in our department. We will first build a simple photovoltaic power generation system, and then build a nuclear power plant after we find radioactive elements. Before that, the Hope can only use solar panels. After a long journey, the nuclear fuel on the Hope is almost exhausted, and the last fuel rods can only last for half a year at most. Fortunately, the Hope has the ability to manufacture solar panels. Now that it is inside the star system and very close to the red dwarf, the energy problem has been solved. The meeting was opened by Yu Yuan. And then the ministers of various departments presented their plans. And finally the first 5-year plan for mankind in this star system was finalized. Physical science, life science, social science, information science, all scientific research that had previously entered a dormant state will be fully activated. The entire human society will be fully revived from a dormant state. In addition to development-related issues, matters related to civilization contribution coins and population issues were also determined. The new government inherited most of the system of the Callisto base. But now it is no longer the previous Callisto base, but the entire human race. Although there are only more than 80,000 people. In order to adapt to future development, some things must change. The Civilization Contribution Coin is one of them. The Civilization Contribution Coin is called the Contribution Coin for short. And it is actually money. In an archive policy propaganda program, a propaganda department staff member explained. However, it is somewhat different from the old coins before, mainly in terms of the scope of use. It can be used to prepay future life medicines. What about the old coins? The host asked. The old coins can still be used, and items other than basic living supplies can be purchased with the old coins as usual. Can you explain this basic living material? Of course. In order to improve people's living standards, the new government will gradually implement a system of limited distribution of basic living materials on demand in the next 5 years. And all additional living materials can be purchased with old currency. The so-called basic living materials refer to the material guarantee for maintaining a person's most basic life. Specifically, it can be summarized as clothing, food, and housing. In terms of clothing, the new government plans to open a free clothing store on the Hope, supplying 5 sets of clothes per person per year. Anyone can collect them at any time with their own identity information. Those who do not collect the full amount during the new year will not be included in the next year. In terms of housing, the new government plans to renovate and expand the Hope within the next 10 years to ensure that every family can have their own home. You mean family? The host asked the prepared question appropriately. Yes, family. In order to promote population growth, the new government has decided to distribute free new housing to family members. Compared with the current housing, the new housing will be larger and more spacious, with more complete supporting facilities. In addition, the new government also provides corresponding contribution coin subsidies to families with newborns. The amount is divided into 3 levels according to the number of newborns. The general content is, families with 1 or 2 newborns can receive an additional subsidy of 1,000 contribution coins per person every year from the birth of the newborn to its adult stage. Families with 3 to 5 newborns can directly obtain 1 quota for the use of life medicine, plus a subsidy of 3,000 contribution coins per newborn per year. Families with more than 5 newborns can directly obtain 2 quotas for the use of life medicine. And all expenses for the newborns during their underage period will be borne by the new government, plus a subsidy of the same amount of contribution coins as the previous level. The part that the family has paid can be exchanged for contribution coins of the same amount at the relevant department with relevant certificates. This policy will be implemented for 100 years. After 100 years, the new government will make corresponding adjustments based on actual conditions. For the specific content of the relevant policy, please browse the website at the bottom of the screen. According to the reference of contribution coins value given by the new government, about 50,000 contribution coins can be used to pre-purchase a quota of life potion. According to this calculation, a family only needs to give birth to 2 children and wait for 18 years to get 36,000 contribution coins. In this way, as long as they earn a little more in other places, it is enough to buy a quota of life potion, or just give birth to another child. And you can buy a quota of life potion by receiving subsidies for 6 years. Obviously, after tasting the benefits of drawing big cakes when building the Hope, the experts of the new government are drawing big cakes with life potions again. Although it is a big cake, it must be said that this trick is really useful. Chapter 55. Under the instruction of the new government, the propaganda department vigorously promoted the beautiful vision of the future of mankind, so as to encourage people to increase their expectations for a better future life. On the other hand, the new government, as always, strictly controls the use of hibernation cabins. Basically, except for collective hibernation or special administrative approval required for long-distance voyages, it is almost impossible for ordinary people to hibernate. It is impossible to use hibernation to skip the hard struggle stage and wait until the future technology is advanced to wake up and enjoy it. Take advantage of the good policies now, and work hard to contribute to the development of mankind. Of course, this policy of using lifespan as a bargaining chip has no solution if you encounter someone who really doesn't want to live. Oh, provided that this person does not touch the lying flat law. The new government is not a charity. If you don't want to live, just go and die. It's impossible for more than 80,000 people to do the same. It sounds inhumane, but for the sake of humanity's progress, the new government is very determined to implement this policy. Lying flat is a crime. Fighting is glorious. After this series of supporting policies were introduced, in the following period of time, The marriage registration office went from being deserted to being crowded. However, some are happy while others are sad. Because of the extremely unbalanced ratio of men and women. This policy has been opposed by many men and a few women. And some even privately called for the experts to get out. Most of those who hold opposing attitudes are men who are not good enough. Just because they feel that they cannot compete with others. In general, they complain that this policy is unfair, and does not take into account the imbalance between men and women. The few female opponents are almost all women fist sloganists. Their reason is very simple. That is, to criticize the new government's policy for not paying attention to women fists, and treating women as tools for giving birth. As a leader, Yu Yuan naturally heard all these calls. Nowadays, the ratio of male to female in the human race is about 1 minute and 0.6 seconds, which means there are about 50,000 males and 30,000 females. This will really create 20,000 bachelors. But what can Yu Yuan do? What can he do in this situation? After all, the original Ganymede base was not built for humans to escape to the interstellar in the future. All he can do is let the propaganda department implicitly guide the thinking of these men, and then continue to firmly implement this population policy. If you can't marry now, then work hard for another 18 years, and wait until you are good enough to marry the next generation. Of course, you could also work hard to give yourself the opportunity to use the life potion, as long as you have the ability to give yourself and your future partner a long life. Why worry about not finding a partner? As for the few women who oppose it because of feminism, Yu Yuan can only say sorry. In fact, among the policies formulated, this population policy is already the mildest. In addition, there are two backup plans. The first is the artificial embryo plan, and the other is Dawn Hall plan. The detailed reports of these two plans are now in Yu Yuan's office, but they have not been published. The so-called artificial embryo plan is actually a test tube baby plan. In this plan, the new policy will set up an institution called Human Fertility Center, and then this institution will initiate the collection of male sperm and female eggs from all human beings. After collecting a certain number of sperm and eggs, the Human Parenting Center will scientifically match these sperm and eggs according to the close and distant relationship of the source DNA. And then, Human Parenting Center conduct in vitro fertilization and early fertilized egg cultivation. After the fertilized egg reaches the expected level, it will be transplanted into the recipient woman uterus to give birth to offspring, which will be raised by the Human Childcare Center, or can be taken away for raising if the man and woman of the fertilized egg are willing. In this plan, the proposer pointed out that all women of childbearing age must be obliged to unconditionally accept to become fertilized egg recipients 3 to 5 times, and also suggested that those who do not accept should be charged with crimes, the most serious of which can be determined as crimes against human civilization. For humanity, such a crazy plan made Yu Yuan shudder with fear, so he simply suppressed it and did not announce it, nor did he adopt it. As for another plan called Dawn Hall, it was not much better. According to the description in this plan, the new government will make room on Hope or build a functional large cabin called Dawn Hall. Any regulations? Any human female who has reached the appropriate age must go to Dawn Hall within the specified time. The men will be assigned to the breeding mission by the system, and the newborns will be raised by the Dawn Hall. To avoid emotional entanglements in the future, both parties must wear headgear or masks that can conceal their identities, as well as voice changers during the mission. However, based on ethical considerations, this plan also adds that men and women can choose whether to disclose their identities to each other. If they disclose their identities to each other, it will be considered that the two parties are voluntarily united, and the offspring born in this way will also be raised by the family formed by both parties. In the breeding mission of the Dawn Hall, a woman is required to give birth to 3 to 5 newborns in her lifetime. If the woman is married, she does not need to go to the Dawn Hall for breeding missions, but the family must have 3 to 5 newborns within a limited number of years after marriage. This plan is slightly milder than the artificial embryo plan, but it will also seriously undermine the ethics of today's human beings. If it is to be implemented, it must be a desperate move to create a social ethics system that conforms to this plan. This is true for both plans. It can be said that the cost is very high. If it must be implemented, it will inevitably change the existing social ethics system, and the social structure and humanistic thoughts will inevitably change accordingly. In general, the risk is too great. And it is also very crazy. It seems that it has not reached the point of last resort. So Yu Yuan did not agree to these two plans. In fact, in addition to these two crazy plans, there is an even more extreme one, called Artificial Uterus Plan. Artificial Uterus Plan. As the name implies, humans use technology to create a hotbed like a womb. And then relevant technicians and machines manage various gestational conditions. This plan does not require women to give birth. And it is a plan that claims to free all women from the pain of childbirth. However, because there are too many technologies involved and human technology is backward, many details of this plan cannot be realized at present. And it has not been written into a feasible plan. It only proposes a plan idea. Therefore, after such a comparison, it seems that the population plan announced now is very humane. It's just too mild. And such a policy is still criticized by men and women. Yu Yuan said that he is very sad. Of course, if the social backlash is really serious, then Yu Yuan doesn't mind releasing these plans, so that opponents know what is humane and what is crazy. Chapter 56. The departure of the first space mining robot awakens the hope, which has been sleeping for 1,000 years. Before landing on the planet Ross 154-4, humans first set their sights on its satellite. The mining robot will carry out mining operations on this irregular satellite with a diameter of only more than 200 kilometers, and then use transport boats to transport ships of ore to the Hope. Then the engineering workshop on the Hope will run at full capacity to continuously produce various items for humans. At the same time, the battleship construction plan was also restarted. Everything is waking up. At about the same time, in a small conference room, Yu Yuan was exchanging opinions with a dozen scientists and related geological workers on the landing. Based on the planetary conditions we have observed based on satellite images, the surface of this planet is mainly composed of ravines and low hills, and no other tall mountains and peaks have been found. Okay. Several planetary evolution experts seem to have something to say. But please listen to me finish. Looking at the planetary evolution expert, who was hesitant to speak, the female geologist in her 40s continued, because there are too few satellites. We have not yet obtained comprehensive geological data on this planet. But based on the current situation, there are 2 points that I think are a bit strange. Look at this picture. The geologist pressed the button in her hand to send a signal to the big screen. After the picture was displayed, she pointed to the picture and said, "Look. The dark area under the mound looks like a cave." For cave-like things have been found from satellite pictures. This is the first point. Second, we found this in the satellite spectrometer. Looking at the changes in the picture on the screen, I found that this picture is different from the others. It is a bit similar to infrared imaging, but different. So Yu Yuan asked, "What is this? A mine? Or an exposed metal mountain? With various elements such as iron, aluminum, tungsten, manganese, titanium, etc. And the amount is very large. From the preliminary analysis of the spectral data, we think their purity is very high. Do you think it is reasonable to have so many open-pit mines on a planet?" An expert in astronomical research nodded and said, "From the perspective of planetary evolution, since the temperature of a planet reaches an extremely high level in the second stage of its evolution, that is, the differentiation stage, it is equivalent to a molten planet. Under the influence of gravity, its heavy elements should be deposited in the lower rock layer. From this perspective, it is indeed unreasonable. However, there are also special cases. If it is hit by a large mass celestial body after cooling, it is possible to throw its internal heavy metal elements to the outer geological layer, such as our Earth. And have you noticed that this planet does not have a large satellite? So we cannot rule out the possibility that during the formation of this planet, due to various complex factors, its satellite collided with it. And then after a long evolution, they merged together. Such a strong impact is likely to throw heavy elements into the outer geological layer of the planet. What about these holes? How to explain?" The female geologist switched the picture to the previous one. She felt that these large caves were very unusual. But since it was only shown in satellite pictures, there was too little data to explain it. But she insisted on expressing her concerns. "Well, it's normal for a planet to have structures like caves, which means it has a hot core and geological movement. No, I don't think it's that simple." "Then what do you think it is?" "It can't be an alien cave. Right? The atmosphere of this planet doesn't even have oxygen. And there are toxic gases such as carbon monoxide and sulfur dioxide. It's unlikely to have life, let alone aliens. Another expert shook his head. Besides, we can't just give up landing based on limited data speculation. I didn't say give up the landing. I just think this planet is very strange. I suggest that before the personnel land, we should send robots to conduct preliminary exploration, and then land personnel after confirming safety, the female geologist said. The hope has finally come here. How can it give up? Especially when we know that there are so many exposed metal mines on this planet. At this time, an expert suddenly said, could it be the space Zerg? You've watched too many science fiction movies. This planet is bare. Even if there is life, what do they eat? They can't eat soil. Right? Someone immediately scoffed at this question. Indeed, the so-called Zerg are also living beings. Living beings need to absorb negative entropy. The average surface temperature of this planet is minus 118.3 degrees Celsius. Theoretically, it is impossible for life to exist. From satellite images, no ice layer was found on the surface, let alone any signs of life. It's not impossible, the man muttered. As soon as this was said, the people who refuted him were speechless. What about science? Seeing that the conference room was about to quarrel again, Yu Yuan waved his hand and said, then let's do it this way. Let the unmanned probe carry the landing craft to land first. The location is set near those caves and those exposed mines. After confirming that it is safe, then let the personnel land. After the female geologist said this, he also felt a little strange. Besides, according to the normal landing procedure, unmanned exploration should actually be carried out first. But humans are really too excited. So they have formulated a plan for direct personnel landing. After thousands of years, we finally arrived at such a promising land with abundant resources. Everyone would be excited. But not everyone lost their minds because of excitement. The experts did not forget to hold a seminar before landing. Yu Yuan was very satisfied with this. Now that the landing has not officially started, it is no problem to temporarily add a normal procedure. At most, the first batch of people preparing to land will wait for 10 days or half a month. Yu Yuan did not need to arrange the specific details himself. He only needed to tell his assistant Long Xiaolin, and she would arrange everything. Be careful and cautious. The people who make up the current human Callisto base are not a group of prisoners, nor a group of loose personnel put together temporarily, but a group of people who have inherited all the systems and civilization data of the Callisto base. They are organized and disciplined. The previous space exploration process and lessons of Country C are still clearly written in the central computer. Under normal circumstances, we should follow the procedures and use scientific steps to deal with any things encountered in the universe. Even landing, which humans are already familiar with. First, an unmanned probe must land. Then check suspicious locations. Take samples of suspicious target ores. Analyze the samples. And then evaluate and analyze the planet based on the analysis results before large-scale landing of personnel can be carried out. There are many types of ground unmanned probes, including wheeled probes with solar panels, track probes, and small drones. Because the atmosphere of this planet is thin and not suitable for propeller drone operations, this unmanned exploration is mainly based on ground vehicles. In order to cooperate with the ground unmanned probe, Hope launched several artificial satellites into the Ross 154 to 4 planetary orbit. In addition to being a signal relay, these satellites are also equipped with CCD stereo cameras. This camera can obtain 3 different angle images of the same target on the surface by pushbroom scanning the ground target when the artificial satellite is flying. These 3 angle images are the sub-satellite point. That is, the front view, 17 degrees forward view, and 17 degrees backward view. After obtaining 3 two-dimensional raw data, the image is corrected by radiation calibration. That is, the gray value of the target image is converted into the actual brightness value of the target, and then combined with the satellite position and attitude during imaging. The 3-dimensional stereo image of the surface target is reconstructed. This will provide more detailed data for target detection. Chapter 57. After the plan was finalized, humans took a long time to prepare. Unmanned exploration only began when a certain number of new artificial satellites were created. New artificial satellites were sent out one by one. And at the same time, an unmanned landing craft carrying several unmanned landing probes broke into the thin atmosphere of the planet and landed as the designated target. The unmanned landing craft continued to lower its altitude according to the preset orbit. And at the same time, the 2 small vector fission thrusters installed at its tail and the one thruster on its belly began to work together. With mature fission technology, humans no longer need to use rocket reverse thrust to assist landing like in the 21st century, without considering environmental pollution. Landing craft equipped with fission thrusters can penetrate the atmosphere like a small spaceship and then land steadily at the designated location. In this way, as it got closer and closer to the ground, the landing craft slowly extended four tilted outward brackets from both sides. And then after the vector nozzle stirred up a cloud of dust, it landed steadily on the ground of the planet. The average gravity of Ross 154-4 is 7.2 meters per second, and the escape velocity is 7 kilometers per second, which are much lower than that of the Earth. So the landing operation of the unmanned landing craft is relatively easy. After the unmanned landing craft stopped, its side door was opened, and then a ramp slowly extended from the door and inserted into the ground. Then, several unmanned probes slowly crawled from the ramp to the ground and began their exploration journey. This small probe follows the classic design of the ground exploration vehicle. It is composed of 9 systems as a whole, namely structure and mechanism, integrated electronics, guidance, navigation and control, measurement and control data transmission, movement, power supply, thermal control, payload, and remote driver module. Since the nuclear fission propulsion system has not been miniaturized to the point where it can be installed on such small detection equipment, its battery replenishment mainly relies on solar charging panels. Of course, humans can actually use landing craft to conduct low-altitude near-ground detection of the planet's surface. But that belongs to the landing detection part, which is driven by the landing craft driver himself. And other crew members use the equipment on the craft to conduct detection. At this time, the landing craft is called a detection craft because of the change in function. Such means will be widely used after humans actually land on the planet. Now it is in the unmanned exploration stage, so small ground probes are still the main ones. The scientists on the Hope followed the site of the small ground probe, passed through small mounds, and after 38 minutes of driving, they came to the side of a mine. Go up and collect some samples, a scientist said to the remote driver. Through the remote driving module, the mechanical driver on the Hope has taken over the actions of the ground probe, although the operating instructions have a 20 millisecond delay due to the distance. The degree of freedom is much better than handing it over to the automatic program. After the scientist spoke, the driver sitting in the far driver's seat raised his hand and pressed his helmet, then put his hand back on the joystick and began to send various action instructions to the ground detector. A mechanical arm consisting of a shoulder azimuth joint, a shoulder pitch joint, a wrist pitch joint, an extension arm, a locking release mechanism, a hydraulic device, and a cable stretched out from the base of the ground detector. When it approached the target, the end of the mechanical arm opened like a pedal, and then a vibration and rotation drill was revealed from the middle. Ta-ta-ta. Ta-ta-ta. The drill bit slowly hit the ore, breaking the dark surface of the ore. Is this iron? Suddenly, a touch of silver white caught everyone's attention. It's iron! How is this possible? Scientists knew from spectral analysis that these mines contain a lot of iron, and the dark layer on the surface should be some kind of iron compound. But they didn't expect to find a different scene after drilling down. Dig to the side. Yes. Open its surface here. That's it. Without caring about taking samples, several scientists standing behind the driver at the far end immediately began to point fingers, wishing they could drive the car themselves. As the ground detector was working, a picture of large and small silver-white pits filled the entire screen. Under the illumination of the ground detector light, they flashed a charming metallic luster. Several scientists were stunned when they saw this scene. This is not an iron mine. It is clearly a pure iron mountain. But how is it possible? There is no such pure iron mountain in nature. It is hard to imagine. If the whole hill is like this, what does it mean? Several scientists looked at each other, and everyone could see shock and horror in each other's eyes. Are there really aliens on this planet? As soon as this thought came up, these scientists heard a cry from the side. Oh my God! This is titanium! A titanium mountain? Turning their heads, they saw several experts on the other side also behind another remote driver, staring at the screen in front of them in amazement. And several others stared blankly at the data sent by the spectrometer carried by the ground detector. Several scientists rushed over immediately, and saw that the screen was full of silver-gray metallic luster. But before they could catch their breath, they heard an excited roar from behind. This spectrometer is broken. Look what I saw. Gold. All gold. A mountain of gold. Perhaps this guy shouted too loudly, so that everyone in the remote driving hall heard it. So another voice immediately responded, yes. The spectrometer is right. After digging up the soil layer on the number 7 ground detector, we found a silver mountain. Yes. It is a silver mountain with very high purity. I suspect it is almost made of silver. Gold mountains. Silver mountains. Titanium mountains. Iron mountains. Maybe more than that. It's just that humans have sent limited ground probes and have not discovered it. Every ground probe has discovered similar phenomena. So it is impossible that the instrument is wrong. So, this is the real gold mountain and silver mountain. But how can there be mountains of pure metal on a naturally formed planet? During the formation of the planet, heavy metals such as gold and silver should be buried deep in the bottom layer. How can they be piled up on the surface to form a small mountain? For a moment, the entire remote driving hall fell silent. The remote drivers also stopped operating and looked at the scientists behind them in shock, hoping that they could give a reasonable explanation. Do we still need to take samples? Looking at the experts behind him staring at each other, a remote mechanical driver asked. Sampling? What samples? So many detectors have obtained similar results. So there must be a lot of gold and silver. A geologist recovered from the shock and said to the remote driver who had just spoken, go. Drive the ground detector here. She pointed to a marked point on the satellite map with a serious look. The remote driver hesitated. This is the location of the cave. Professor Boo. Do you want to? Yes. I suspect these holes are mining holes. Chapter 58. The remote driver was not a fool. He hesitated for a moment and said, you said? There are really aliens in this cave. Right. I think it's better to tell the boss first. General Yu has authorized me to be fully responsible for the first unmanned exploration. And I have sent him the findings just now. I believe he will arrive soon. You just drive the ground detector over. The female geologist called Professor Boo responded immediately. She knew that the remote driver was afraid of taking responsibility. After all, this is too weird. Anyone with a little bit of brains knows that it can't be formed naturally. And something about aliens must be a big deal. So it's no wonder that the remote driver hesitated. Okay. After getting the answer that he didn't have to take responsibility, the remote driver immediately followed the geologist's instructions. At this time, the female geologist Professor Boo said to the other two remote drivers, you two, go to the other two target points, and leave two to take samples in the gold and silver mountains. Professor Boo, isn't it confirmed that it is a gold mountain? Why are we still taking samples? An expert asked in confusion. Take soil and rock samples. We need to know the age of the rock layers covering the surface of these metal mountains. We need to determine which layer of rock layers they originally belonged to on this planet. Through them, we can analyze the age of these metal mountains. In short, through rock layer analysis, we can know a lot of things. Professor Boo explained briefly. I understand. The expert with doubts nodded. This kind of work is what you geologists are best at. But what I want to know is, what should we do if there are aliens in the cave? None of us can afford this kind of risk. So I think we should wait for the decision from above before taking the next step. As soon as these words came out, the remote drivers quietly slowed down their movements. Didn't you hear what I just said? Professor Boo raised his eyebrows and looked directly at the expert. Not giving in at all. Everything has to be decided by the top. So what do we do? Do you think that if you report to the top first, they will make a decision immediately? Or do you have to consult us? After rebuking the experts who disagreed, Professor Boo looked around at all the experts and scientists present. I repeat again, I am fully responsible for the first unmanned exploration. And there is no need for me to show you the authorization order. Seeing that no one said anything, she turned to the drivers who slowed down and shouted, don't stop. Keep driving. At this time, a soldier who was originally guarding the door quietly walked to the side of the female geologist. Then leaned forward slightly and whispered, hey, Master Lien. Calm down. General, you will be here soon. The soldier's muscles were set off by his tight vest. And he was tall and strong. 2 heads taller than Professor Boo Boo. So he had to bend down when talking to Professor Boo Liensher. What do you have to do here? The female professor glared at the soldier. Then lowered her voice, also. Be careful in public. The female geologist was named Boo Liensher. The same name as Sun Quan's concubine Boo Liensher during the Three Kingdoms period. The reason she took a name like a historical figure was because she had a father who was very obsessed with the history of the Three Kingdoms. The soldier just now was named Qin Xiansheng. He was originally an ordinary security soldier. But because of the landing plan, he was appointed as the leader of the first landing security team. At the same time, he was also one of Buliancher's secret admirers. After the population law was promulgated, he felt that there was no time to lose and immediately broke the veil of secret love. Turning from secret love to formal pursuit, he thought it would not succeed. But he did not expect Buliancher to agree at once. Later, he learned that Buliancher liked muscular men like him. Okay, Professor Bu. The soldier smiled and turned away. He just didn't want his future wife to offend too many people. The reason why he was here was because the landing of the personnel was delayed. Coming here just happened to be a chance to get familiar with the ground conditions in advance from the unmanned landing. As soon as the soldier turned around, he saw the door of the remote driving hall opened. And then 3 figures stepped into the driving hall one by one. He hurriedly walked over and saluted the person in front, General Yu. The person who came was Yu Yuan. And behind him were Zhu Pite, the head of the security department, and Man Yume, the head of the armament department. Because it might be related to aliens, Yu Yuan immediately called the 2 top military leaders after receiving the news, and then rushed over. Yes. Yu Yuan nodded slightly, as if accepting the military salute of the soldiers, and then walked into the remote driving hall. Tell me about the situation, Professor Bu. Coming in front of Professor Buliancher, Yu Yuan spoke directly. Take a look at this. Pointing to the images taken by the ground detector. Master Bulian said. Gold mountains, silver mountains, titanium mountains, and so many mountains made of metals are completely impossible in the natural evolution of the planet. And they do not conform to the distribution of geological minerals. So we have reason to believe that this is man-made. But from the previous detection data, no signs of biological activity were found on the surface of this planet. And no traces of life were found near these metal mountains. Based on this observation, I think these metal mountains should be the work of an alien civilization that is no longer here. And those caves that we didn't know what they were used for before should be left by aliens mining back then. Buliancher explained why she insisted on letting the remote driver operate the ground detector to detect the cave. It seems that she didn't say it just now. Not because she didn't know, but because she deliberately waited for Yu Yuan to come. Professor Bu means that the aliens have left? Yu Yuan nodded. He had also learned about the satellite observation data from other experts before. And indeed no signs of alien life activities were found. Yes, based on the existing data, it is preliminarily judged that this is the case. But the specific confirmation still requires the ground detector to transmit the data of those caves back. And it would be best if we can get soil samples there, Master Bulian said confidently. With those soil samples, we can determine the age of the soil covering the metal hills, and the age of the caves, so as to confirm whether aliens still exist on this planet. It must be said that the scientists on the Hope are still very rational. At this moment, they have recovered from the shock of the possible discovery of alien clues, and then analyzed the problem very rationally from their own professional perspective. In fact, as soon as Yu Yuan learned about the Gold Mountain, Silver Mountain, and Titanium Mountain, he had already issued an order to the operators of various departments in the command center to adjust the posture of the Hope. Let them be ready. Once the planet finds danger, they will directly activate the remaining energy of the Hope and head to the planet Ross 154-6. Ever since the unexpected disaster, Yu Yuan is now extremely vigilant about the word aliens. Even though no traces of their activities have been found from the current detection, they must be prepared to escape at any time. Of course, Yu Yuan actually knows that if they really encounter aliens in such a place at this time, the chance of the Hope escaping must be almost zero, because the Hope can no longer carry out interstellar navigation again. But it is better to try than to sit and wait for death. In Yu Yuan's mind, even if he was dying, he would struggle with all of humanity and would never die without a word. Although humans are weak, they must never lose their dignity, even if it is only the dignity that humans think is dignity. If he really reaches a desperate point, he will definitely fight with all of humanity. Even if it is like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, he must fight hard. Of course, if there is hope of escaping, he will definitely escape without hesitation. Chapter 59. What if they are still here? Yu Yuan raised his eyebrows. This made Buliancher's blood boil. If Yu Yuan hadn't asked, she would have been furious. After taking a breath, she patiently explained, From the surface conditions, we have not found any signs of biological activity on the ground. Except for the tracks of our ground detectors, there are no traces. From the environmental analysis of this planet, it is impossible for it to have life. Even if there are aliens, they are foreigners. General, if they are really aliens, is it possible that their technology is lower than ours? They can come here from a faraway universe to mine, which means their technology must be much higher than ours. From this point of view, if they are still here, then we must have been discovered. But now we have sent so many probes and made a lot of noise on this planet. But there is still no response from the planet. From this, I guess they have left for unknown reasons. Or they have become extinct. Of course, extinction is unlikely. Yu Yuan nodded, then stretched out his hand, indicating that you continue. I am listening. Seeing Yu Yuan like this, Bu Lianchi finally calmed down. And she continued, but guesses are just guesses. If you want to confirm whether the guess is correct, you have to continue to collect more data. Send more ground detectors to explore more mounds. Explore those caves. And even land personnel. If the guess is confirmed, then we will be rich. Since there are gold mountains, silver mountains, iron mountains, and titanium mountains, there may be other metal mountains piled up. Those are minerals exposed on the surface. As long as we find the reason for their existence, then we can rest assured and dig these minerals away without any effort. Indeed, the temptation of this kind of gain without any effort is too great. Yu Yuan couldn't help but imagine the scene of humans emptying these minerals once it was confirmed to be safe. There is no need to refine them at all. And we can directly build factories on the planet and produce all kinds of products we need, without digging and mining. It will save humans at least 10 years and a lot of labor. So the freed up manpower can be used in other areas. But the prerequisite is to find out the truth. That makes sense. But the landing of personnel should wait for a while, Yu Yuan said. He thought it would not be too late to wait for more detailed results from unmanned exploration before making plans. After all, the sudden appearance of so many metal mountains was too strange. Without a reasonable explanation, he was really afraid. He couldn't let his recklessness harm the human beings whose lives were more valuable than gold. If he really found something unusual, he could go to ROS 154-6 or ROS 154-7. With the current human technology, as long as it was a planet, there would be no need to worry about not finding mineral resources. Sometimes Yu Yuan felt that it was better to be a frightened bird than a reckless man. Bravery must be based on equal strength. If you know you are going to be crushed and still rush forward, it is no different from committing suicide. I understand. Please wait for good news. Professor Bu Lianchi smiled, and she seemed very confident. Yes, Yu Yuan responded, then turned and walked out of the far end of the driving hall, and said to Zhu Pike and Man Yuemei who followed him, you all heard what Professor Bu said. Tell me what you think. Aliens. Man Yuemei first muttered, and then pondered. The situation is unclear now. We don't even know whether aliens exist, what form they exist in, their technological level, etc. We don't know everything. We have no idea where to start if we want to formulate countermeasures. So I can only start from our own perspective and make some preparations. Man Yuemei adjusted her military cap and opened her red lips again. Now the armament department has only 1,988 people. And the weapons are only rocket launchers, missiles, lasers, and some aircraft-mounted machine guns, individual firearms, and other conventional weapons. There are no weapons of mass destruction. If Commander Yu really considers the use of force, I suggest that he just run away. Yu Yuan turned his head to Man Yuemei. Particle physics experts and nuclear weapons experts have already started working. Deuterium, tritium and other hydrogen bomb materials have been found on asteroids in space. We only need to find radioactive minerals such as uranium and plutonium to make fission fuses for hydrogen bombs. Of course, atomic bombs are also in the manufacturing plan. Dr. Yu Nafeng told me a while ago that the space missiles he developed are already hungry for nuclear warheads. I'm afraid distant water can't quench immediate thirst. A thick queen voice came out of Man Yuemei's mouth. Nuclear experts said that after the military production line is built, as long as there are enough materials, with our current automation and computer level, it will only take 2 months to complete a hydrogen bomb with an equivalent of 200 million tons. It will take 2 years to build a military production line? 1.5 years. I didn't expect that there was someone at the Callisto base who understood Mr. Yu's configuration. If so, There is a plan. What do you mean? Yu Yuan said calmly. Make as many as you can. If something goes wrong on this planet, throw hydrogen bombs at it from orbit. Throw as many as you can and run away. Man Yueme walked without looking away. Is this your plan? Yu Yuan questioned. What kind of plan can there be? Man Yueme said slowly. Hydrogen bombs are the most powerful weapons of our human beings. But they completely lose their power inside the planet in space combat. In a vacuum, a nuclear explosion will not produce any shock waves. And it is impossible to cause mechanical impact like on Earth. The lethality is declining sharply due to the damage caused by high-energy particle flow, high-frequency radiation, and gamma rays. Besides, I think that we can't face any aliens that can cross the stars at this stage. In the face of absolute strength, any plan is futile. So okay. I understand. Yu Yuan interrupted Man Yueme and looked at Yu Pit. Yu Shui. You know, the work of the security department is mainly for internal affairs. So what I can say is that if personnel land, then the security department soldiers will do their best to protect the scientists who land. Okay. Got it. Go ahead and get busy. Yu Yuan waved his hand, signaling that the two of them didn't need to follow him. Then turned a corner and walked towards the passage leading to the military technology department of the Hope. He could tell that the Queen's sister Man Yueme was not talking about the plan just now, but complaining that the weapons of the armament department were too lousy. Yu Yuan knew it. But now humans have just crossed the 9.4 light-year chasm to come here. And there is really nothing. Even the battleship plan that was paused at the beginning has just been restarted. If it weren't for the fact that there were many military talents in the original Callisto base because of the military ships, I'm afraid that military technology would not be able to be developed now. Chapter 60. Unmanned detection cannot be completed overnight. So Yu Yuan went to the military technology to inspect it first. Yu Yuan first learned about the situation from the engineers and technicians, and then went to the office of Gao Kun to meet with him. Gao Kun still looked fat and white. God knows how the energy bar diet of humans today keeps him fat. He looks dozens of years older than when he was on Callisto. Seeing Yu Yuan suddenly rushing into his office, Gao Kun jumped up from his office chair. General Manager. Why are you here? Sit down. I come to learn about the warship construction. Yu Yuan pressed his hand, signaling Gao Kun not to be nervous. Oh, I'm going to the construction site. If the general wants to know the situation, why don't we go and have a look together? Gao Kun did not sit down, but left the desk and made such a suggestion to Yu Yuan. General, you have a meeting on military technology at 3 p.m. Long Xiaolin, who came with him, reminded. No need to wait until 3 o'clock. Send them a notice. The meeting place will be temporarily changed to the observation deck on the dock, and the time will be advanced by half an hour, Yu Yuan said. And then he walked out of the office first. Long Xiaolin sent the change notice to all the participants according to the instructions, and followed Yu Yuan to the dock observation deck, because this new dock was built on the basis of an asteroid. To go to the dock observation deck, you must take a transport boat from the Hope to the dock in a higher orbit. The construction of warships does not require a space dock as large as the Hope, nor does it require so many resources. So humans with 4 asteroid resources can meet the construction needs after mining for a period of time. When Yu Yuan and Gao Kun came to the dock observation deck, this small space dock had already been built. Now looking from the observation deck to the operation area, you can already see the prototype of the battleship keel laying. Before the on-site meeting started, Gao Kun pointed to the busy transport robots in the dock and introduced them to Yu Yuan. General, this battleship is designed according to the drawings of that year. The full length of the ship is 712 meters, 406 meters wide, and 305 meters high. The design empty weight is 810,000 tons. The stern is equipped with 2 nuclear fission engines. 2 vector steering thrusters are arranged on both sides of the bow. There is a plasma main gun and a secondary electromagnetic gun on the bow. There are 8 beam guns on the left and right wings, 12 missile launchers, and a considerable number of various types of torpedo tubes, as well as guard guns and guard lasers. Plasma cannons, also known as plasma cannons, use lasers to heat heavy hydrogen to 1,000,000 degrees Celsius, turning it into a plasma state, and then use electromagnetic technology to wrap up this group of charged particles and shoot them out to destroy the target. Strictly speaking, it can also be considered an electromagnetic cannon. After all, it uses electromagnetic technology. But the electromagnetic cannon generally refers to the alloy warhead. Gao Kun introduced the general configuration of the battleship, and then began to talk about the structure of the battleship. Yu Yuan, who knew the importance of military power, listened very seriously, because this unfinished battleship was the highest military force for humans at present. From the battleship overview to the battleship weapon defense system, to the battleship materials and structure, Gao Kun spoke in great detail in the areas he was good at, and he did not feel nervous at all. This Callisto ship uses a movable concealed bridge design. When entering a battle, the bridge can be moved to the center of the battleship for hidden protection, so that the captain, commander, technicians, etc. in the bridge can be better protected. Callisto ship, the name of this unfinished battleship. Does it mean that under normal circumstances, the crew on board can still view the scenery outside through the bridge? Long Xiaolin on the side suddenly asked curiously, and seemed to be thinking about something beautiful. See the scenery? Gao Kun was stunned. As a designer, he had never thought about seeing the scenery. So he looked at Long Xiaolin, who didn't know what he was thinking, and was about to say no. But suddenly he felt that it seemed okay. It can be considered that there is such a function. Soldiers are also human beings. It is good to relax occasionally in non-wartime. Gao Kun pondered for a moment, but did not say that he had not thought about it at the time. Yu Yuan raised his eyebrows and said leisurely, "What do you mean by also considered? If it is, it is. If it is not, it is not." This? Seeing Yu Yuan speaking, Gao Kun embarrassedly said the original intention of such a design. Captain, the primary purpose of the movable bridge is not to see the scenery, but to deal with the situation where the external sensors of the ship are destroyed during combat, and the bridge is blinded. If the bridge located in the center of the warship loses its battlefield vision, because the shipborne radar and various external sensors are destroyed, then the movable bridge can be moved back to the bow so that the personnel on the bridge can regain the battlefield vision. Hearing Gao Kun's words, Yu Yuan wanted to say something unnecessary, because in terms of practicality, it was really not as good as the fixed concealed type. Moreover, he thought that when the external sensors and radars were destroyed, the warship would probably be scrapped. At this time, it was a miracle that the crew members on board survived. They were still thinking about how to continue fighting. Shouldn't they think about how to leave the battlefield? After all, there are so few humans. However, since he himself had never seen a real interstellar war, he thought about it and gave up. After a moment of embarrassment, Gao Kun continued to talk. General, after the keel is completed, the next step is to install the main transverse bulkhead and the fission reactor foundation. It is the second step in the construction of the battleship. It is very important and takes about 2 months. The third step is to install the main longitudinal bulkhead. Then the side rib segment and the middle hull protection are installed, followed by the bow and tail armor protection and the bridge movable mechanism installation. The sixth step is, and the seventh step becomes the installation of the inner bulkhead interlayer alloy plate. The ninth and 10th. The 14th step is the highlight, and the military industry department has to keep up with it, because the 14th step is to install various important components of the main gun turret. After the 22nd step of mooring equipment installation, it is estimated that it has been used for 3.5 years. At this time, a series of comprehensive tests, such as the warship micromotion trial and air tightness test, must be carried out. After all the above tests are qualified, it is the last part of the warship, and various secondary weapon systems, surface radars, antennas, etc. are installed. From laying the keel to completion, this warship needs to go through a total of 33 construction steps, and none of them can be missing. So 4 years is already very fast. Listening to Gao Kun's story, Yu Yuan couldn't help but sigh at the complexity of warship construction. The Callisto ship is only more than twice as long as an aircraft carrier, but with the current level of human automation, it will take 4 years. But he still thinks 4 years is too long. Unfortunately, this is already the limit speed of human beings. If you want to speed up the shipbuilding speed again, you must make another breakthrough in intelligent AI technology, so that in the process of shipbuilding, use more and smarter intelligent robots. Chapter 61. After listening to Gao Kun's speech at the dock observation deck, Yu Yuan held a half-day on-site meeting with a group of military science and technology scientists and engineers. This meeting is called a meeting, but in fact it is more like a report to Yu Yuan on the cutting-edge technology and development plan of human military science and technology. For example, laser weapons were positioned as the main development path of human shipborne weapons in the future in this meeting. Of course, there are also related matters related to the follow-up of future shipbuilding resources, mainly the transportation and distribution of planetary resources. After all, it is difficult to build a Ganymede ship with the resources on a few satellites alone. After the military-industrial meeting, Yu Yuan returned to Hope to handle routine military, political, and development-related affairs. Alas, there are talent gaps everywhere. Yu Yuan sighed, annoyedly wrote an approval on a funding application for the establishment of a polytechnic university, and then threw it into the assistance folder. Yu Yuan glanced at the cover of the next document, which clearly read Stimulus Plan for Population Planning. He did not read it, but put a label on the document note, and then continued to read other documents. Application for the construction of a controlled nuclear fusion laboratory. Controlled nuclear fusion is the future of mankind. Yu Yuan read it at a glance, and then agreed directly. On the impact of population planning on the social moral system, and the moral guidance of possible intervention. This title is very long, but the content is not much. Yu Yuan read it quickly in half an hour, and then directly called the head of the propaganda department to arrange this plan. In general, the plans that can come to Yu Yuan's desk in daily affairs are all plans that have been preliminarily reviewed by the think tank. So Yu Yuan is not very worried about major loopholes. Days passed one by one, and during this period, humans gradually woke up from their slumber with the limited resources on the 4 asteroids. Humans are now lacking everything: people, resources, and time. As long as there is enough time, humans will definitely be able to obtain abundant resources in this galaxy, and also reproduce and accumulate technology. As for population, although thousands of years have passed, during that period, almost all humans were hibernating, and humans in such an environment had no desire to reproduce. Coupled with the loss of life caused by the constant failure, the number of humans is now less than when they were on Callisto. The New Deal certainly does not allow this situation to continue. So the draft population plan had to be proposed under such circumstances and then hastily implemented. Humans need more people, which does not mean more laborers, because most of the hard work can be replaced by machines. What humans need is more people who can study science in various fields and turn scientific theories into practical technologies. Today, the mere 80,000 people are totally unable to support the entire technology tree of mankind. So to increase the population, we must have a good living environment. Guanzi once said, when the granaries are full, people know etiquette. When they have enough food and clothing, they know honor and disgrace. It can be extended to population. Only when people live a good life, have enough food and leisure time, will they have the desire to reproduce. The so-called when you have enough food and clothing. You will think about lust is like this. When you have nothing to do after eating, you will naturally want to do something you love. Of course, humans are not just instinctive animals. It is not that the government formulates a policy and then draws a few big cakes to tempt couples to pair up and have children. There must be a spark of love first, and then enter the stage of mutual familiarity before considering marriage. After that, even if it is a hit, it will take 10 months of pregnancy before a new life appears. The new government has chosen a relatively mild policy, so it must be patient and wait. This also takes time. During this period, the new policy did not just wait. Under the advice of relevant experts, a series of guiding measures began to appear on major websites or in film and television publicity. Qin Xiansheng was very happy today because after eating 3 kinds of energy bars and a rich vegetable meal in the cafeteria at noon, Bu Lianchi actually took the initiative to invite him to her living cabin, saying that she wanted to let him taste her specialty. As a soldier of the security department, Qin Xiansheng usually lives in the department dormitory. Although it is also a single room, he is still very curious about the living conditions of scientists, because as far as he knows, in the current human society, scientists have the best living conditions. Of course, he was just curious and took a look. The purpose of his visit to Bu Lianchi's living cabin was already clear to him the moment he was invited, which was to propose. In a situation where there were more men than women, Qin Xiansheng didn't want to miss any opportunity. So before leaving, he took out his suit that he had treasured for many years from the bottom of the box. After shaving off the newly grown stubble and putting on a tight suit, he couldn't wait to leave the security department residence. The security department residence and the scientist's living cabin are both on the 5th turntable. The distance is long, And you only need to walk half a circle on the turntable to get there. In just a moment, Qin Xiansheng came to the suspension module where Master Bu was, and then looked at the time. It was already 10:30 in the evening. Master Bu said that he wanted to get off work early today, so he should be at home. Please stand in the blue area. The system will scan your identity. Scanning in progress. Identity confirmed. Name, Qin Xiansheng. Rank Sergeant. Affiliated to the 5th Team of the Security Department. Currently serving as the temporary leader of the landing team. Identity confirmed. On the list of interviewees. Please come in, Mr. Sergeant. After the security electronic system scanned his identity and confirmed that he was allowed to pass, Qin Xiansheng stepped into the elevator and pressed the 13th floor directly. Fuck. One household per floor. As soon as he got out of the elevator, Qin Xiansheng was stunned by what he saw, because the corridor at the elevator exit only led to one door. The bottom area of the Hope Cabin suspension module is about 180 square meters, and each floor is basically divided into 290 square meter rooms. As a security soldier, Qin Xiansheng's residence was assigned to a 90 square meter room belonging to the security department. He knew that scientists had the best living conditions, but he didn't expect them to be so good. As far as Qin Xiansheng knew, only captains and above in the security department had such treatment. Ding dong. Ding dong. Ding dong. Liancher. It's me. Qin Xiansheng pressed the doorbell. Come in. The voice device on the door immediately emitted a vague voice. And then the door automatically retracted into the wall. What are you doing? Where are you? Qin Xiansheng shouted when he entered the door, and did not see Bu Liancher. You're here just after getting off work and taking a shower. Just sit and wait for a while. It will be ready soon. Bu Liancher's voice came from the bathroom in the compartment. Oh! Qin Xiansheng responded, and then strolled around the living room, and also poked his head into the kitchen to take a look. After all, Bu Liancher asked him to come and eat her specialty dishes. But when he saw it, he was dumbfounded. The kitchen was clean, and there was nothing in it. It didn't look like it was prepared at all. Maybe he just got off work and didn't have time. Qin Xiansheng comforted himself like this. He wanted to do something, but he held back. After all, it was his first time to come to someone's house. He should wait for the owner to come out first. Bu Liancher took a long time to take a shower. Qin Xiansheng, who was a little bored, came to the sofa in the living room. He looked at the layout of the room. There were 3 bedrooms, 1 living room, 1 kitchen and 2 bathrooms. The living room was very spacious, but the furnishings were very simple, except for the sofa set and the display screen embedded in the wall that was still broadcasting the only TV channel for humans. There was basically nothing else. Qin Xiansheng, who had nothing to watch, turned his attention to the only TV program. Chapter 62. Good evening. Welcome to the TV program Light of Humanity. The next generation of controlled nuclear fusion laboratory has been approved and is expected to be completed within 3 years. The next generation of fusion laboratory will be different from the previous ground construction environment and will be built in the microgravity environment of space. After completion, it will be a new starting point for mankind to embark on a new journey. The research on room temperature superconductivity led by Dr. Su Zhenyi's team has made a breakthrough. It is optimistically estimated that we humans will make this technology a reality in 10 years. Deep space claustrophobia is a psychological disease. If you find yourself feeling anxious or lonely, and insignificant after looking up at the stars in the universe, so that you are confused and afraid of life, please go to the Light of Hope Hospital in the 8th suspension cabin of the 4th turntable for consultation. The dawn of men and the happiness of women come from the scientific formula of the Dawn Research Institute, which allows you to say goodbye to impotence and premature ejaculation and make you rejuvenated. As the saying goes, a moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold, and an inch of gold cannot buy an inch of time. Let us cherish this beautiful night together after quieting down. The sound of the TV channel is particularly obvious. When Bu Liancher came out of the bathroom after taking a shower, she just heard this promotional advertisement. Actually, it is not a promotional advertisement, but some guiding programs made by the propaganda department based on the proposal on the impact of population planning on the social moral system, and the possible intervention of moral guidance weathervane. In addition to this straightforward wording, there are actually some programs that broadcast the yearning for beautiful love, which are excellent work selected from the previous human film and television database. There are also some short videos of love that are very euphemistic but poetic. In addition to using TV dramas or short videos to guide, the propaganda department also organized a very formal program. It is called Spring is Coming. It is of course not about spring, but about things in spring. The specific content is very formal, and the Su Nu Jing is the core of this program. After the program is broadcast, well-known linguists and experts who are well-versed in ancient and modern times will be invited to interpret the content of this book word by word. In addition, the top-secret Taoist bedroom technique also appears in this program. Of course, experts also shared their own thoughts and insights from their own gender perspectives on the Su Nu Jing. In short, since the proposal on the impact of population planning on the social moral system and the possible intervention of moral orientation flew to the propaganda department, the entire hope has felt a breath of openness. Not to mention, after a period of observation, the ratings of the program Spring is Coming are actually higher than the expected excellent film and television programs, and even surpass many other programs. I have to say that excellent traditional culture is awesome. Even Yu Yuan didn't expect that the things of our ancestors, 1,000 years later, could still be used by the talents in the propaganda department. This may be the cultural heritage. Brother Sheng, I've kept you waiting for a long time. Bu Lianchi glanced at the TV screen, and then said to Qin Xiansheng, who was wearing a suit, "Why are you dressed so old?" Formal. Old-fashioned is the truth. But Bu Lianchi changed his words. Suits are relatively outdated clothing on the Hope, and the new government does not use suits as formal wear. Instead, a waisted uniform that reaches the thigh has become popular. Bu Lianchi wiped her freshly washed fluffy hair and walked to the sofa to the right of Qin Xiansheng and sat down. Actually, I still prefer you in military uniform. After get off work, Bu Lianchi seemed to be a different person. The aggressive momentum was gone, and the tone was not as sonorous as when she was at work. Is that so? Then I take it off. Qin Xiansheng was about to take off his suit jacket, but heard Bu Lianchi say, "Don't. This is also a different flavor." Hearing this, Qin Xiansheng stopped what he was doing, and then he paused, remembering the real purpose of his visit, and asked, "Lianchi, I heard that the preliminary detection of ROS 154-4 is almost completed. How is it going?" "It's almost done. It will take about a month. The rock samples have been retrieved. I'm busy during this period because I have to conduct various experiments and analyses on the rock samples." Speaking of this, Bu Lianchi seemed to have entered the working state all of a sudden. She said seriously, "Although the experiment is not yet completed, I am now 80% sure that those bottom caves were dug by some kind of man. There must have been aliens on this planet. But you don't have to worry. The bottom detector has already explored deep into the caves. What we saw were all very old rock walls, and no traces of biological activity were found. Qin Xiansheng is the leader of the first landing team. Landing on an unfamiliar planet is a risky task, not to mention a planet that is very likely to have aliens. So Bu Lianchi is still quite worried about safety." "I see. I feel relieved when you say this. It will take another month to be finalized." Bu Lianchi shook her head. Before the experimental data of the cave samples came out, she tried to be rigorous and not to brag. "A month? I don't know when I can come back after I go down." Qin Xiansheng was silent for a moment. Then he mustered up the courage to look at Bu Lianchi. "Lianchi, I love you." "Me too." Qin Xiansheng's sudden words startled Bu Lianchi, as if they had just come out of his mouth. "Marry me." Qin Xiansheng showed a happy expression, and suddenly came to Bu Lianchi and half knelt down. Then took out a necklace with empty pistol bullet shells from his pocket and dripped it over. People on Earth usually propose marriage with rings, but Qin Xiansheng didn't have that thing, so he made a military-style necklace himself. Bu Lianchi really liked this style, so she grabbed the necklace and raised her lips. "It depends on whether you have the ability or not. Of course, after this operation, I will definitely be promoted to the next level." Qin Xiansheng was so happy to see Bu Lianchi take the necklace. But when he looked up, he saw Bu Lianchi looking at him with a smile. At this moment, Qin Xiansheng felt that he seemed to have misunderstood the words, "Do you have the ability or not?" But he couldn't figure out where he had misunderstood. After a short pause, Mr. Qin suddenly felt a little hungry. So he finally remembered that Master Bu asked him to come and eat his specialty dishes. He looked at Master Bu, who was wearing a bathrobe. "Master Bu, it must be inconvenient for you to cook in this outfit." "Cook? What cooking?" Master Bu was stunned. as if she had forgotten the purpose of inviting Qin Xianxing. Didn't you say you wanted to invite me to eat your specialties? Qin Xianxing asked blankly. Oh, this? Isn't it already ready? Bu Lianchur hung the necklace in her hand around her neck, and then looked at Qin Xianxing's explosive figure. Is it ready? Where is it? In the refrigerator? Where can I find it? Qin Xianxing turned around and walked towards the kitchen in a daze. Still thinking, did I see it wrong in the kitchen just now? But as soon as he reached the kitchen door, he stopped and looked back in the direction of the sofa. I saw Bu Lianchur's graceful figure wrapped in a bathing suit, leaning on the sofa, and above that beauty, a touch of white was about to emerge. It's so pretty. What the hell? A pretty sight? Is this what they call dinner? The hot war started the next moment. The gurgling water, flowing like pulp, like jade, like silk. It's the Emperor's pulp, the essence of the sun and the moon. The universe is full of nuclear bomb explosions, and the Wushan mountain is full of tigers and leopards thundering. The power is so great that it shocked the people in heaven. At this time, the explanation of Su Nu Jing happened to sound on the TV program. The propaganda department's guidance was very successful, because this is just a microcosm of the hot war within human society. In the broader cloud, there are more beautiful things happening. For the future of mankind, they are all righteous. Chapter 63. When the wind of beauty blows towards the hope, the social atmosphere also changes quietly. The way of yin and yang harmony gradually changes from obscure culture to a subject that can be explored openly and seriously. All adults have the legal right to explore the mystery of postures. However, the change in atmosphere does not mean debauchery and degeneration, but only from obscurity to the surface. The social moral bottom line should still be upheld. Yu Yuan does not know whether the future will be good or bad, but because he has chosen a softer plan, humans need such an atmosphere at present. Of course, in the following time, not all humans on the Hope will do this. Science is still the mainstream of human society. Scientific research, and technological development have always been the focus of human current and future work. Just like that, time came to a month later. Today, Bu Lianchur came to Yu Yuan's office with a red face and brought him good news. General, the ground sampling and detection of Ross 154-4 planet has been completed. A total of more than 300 caves have been discovered. We have sampled 104 through remote detection, and all soil samples have been analyzed. We have combined soil analysis, image observation, geological exploration, and other methods to confirm that the caves have existed for at least 30,000 years, and there is no sign of any living activity. Very good. We can finally get the mine. Professor Bu has worked hard in the past few months. Now that the situation has been explored, we will officially enter the landing stage. Professor Bu can rest for a while. Yu Yuan looked at the geologist in his 30s and encouraged him first. It is to take the ore, not to open the mine. During this period of time, in addition to sampling the geology of Ross 154-4, humans have also carried out various unmanned explorations. The number of artificial satellites in the planetary orbit has increased from 2 to 20. A full 10 times. Transport ships carrying unmanned ground probes are also constantly traveling between the air and the sky, with the cooperation of multiple detection methods. More and more metal mountains on the planet have been discovered by humans. In addition to the few discovered at the beginning, humans have successively discovered copper, silver, aluminum, platinum, and other metals with relatively stable chemical properties. They are all like the gold and silver mountains discovered before, piled up into mounds on the surface of the planet. As long as humans get to the planet, they can take it without any effort, which is a great blessing for humans who come from afar. For humans, this is all part of our job. It's not hard. Bu Lianchur sat on the sofa nearby, paused and said, General, although the situation has been explored now, the investigation of Ross 154-4 is just the beginning. If we want to develop on the ground, we still have to conduct further scientific research. So I want to apply to join the first landing team. No hurry. Yu Yuan shook his head. The first batch of landing personnel will be working on the ground to build the preliminary base. You can't start work immediately after landing with them. You'd better wait. When the initial facilities and equipment are ready, it will be your time to really show your abilities. This. Bu Lianchur was silent for a moment. It seemed that she had no reason to refute. She couldn't say that she wanted to go with Qin Xianxing. So she nodded and said, Okay then. By the way, Professor Bu, Have you explored the depth of the cave? Yu Yuan suddenly remembered this. Those are caves leading to the mineral-rich areas of the original planet. Most of them have collapsed because of the long time ago. Our ground unmanned probes do not have the ability to dig on a large scale. If we want to dig them open, we must at least have large-scale excavation equipment. However, since the caves are too small, if we use large equipment to dig, we have to start from the ground hole and widen it. I really don't know how those aliens dug such a small hole tens of thousands of years ago, Bu Lianshi replied. Compared to the large-scale excavation equipment of humans, those caves are really small. The big ones can basically accommodate 3 people in parallel. And the radius of the small caves is less than 2 meters. Yu Yuan believed that it was a mine excavated by Lilliput. It stands to reason that humans can leave immediately and go to other planets to collect resources when they find that there are many caves on this planet. But firstly, the energy on the Hope is running out. Secondly, humans have been running around for thousands of years and are eager to have a planet for development. And thirdly, the temptation of the piled-up metal elements on the Ross 154-4 planet is really a bit too strong. With these metal mountains at hand, humans can save at least 10 years of mining time. Although some chemically active elements still need to be mined by humans themselves. It is already very good. After the landing order was officially issued, a landing craft carrying 28 soldiers and 120 engineers and technicians also slowly separated from the Hope and began to land on Ross 154-4. Along with this landing craft, there were more than a dozen unmanned landing crafts, which transported various living supplies and the first batch of construction robots. They were the first group of landing personnel, and behind them, the second and third groups were also preparing. Brothers, we have 2 main goals for this mission. One is to provide protection for the technicians, and the other is to cooperate with the Hope to build a stable land-based network node on the ground. In the landing craft, Qin Xiansheng, the leader of this operation team, repeated the mission objectives to his team members. Now check your belongings, guns, ammunition, spacesuits, and the most important calcium tablets. If you don't want to become a weakling when you return to the Hope, swallow all the calcium tablets for me, and then tighten your anus to hold them in your small intestine and absorb them cleanly. The gravity acceleration of Ross 154-4 is 7.2 meters per second, which is much lower than that set on the Hope. In order to slow down the loss of calcium, calcium tablets are a must for humans landing on a gravity planet. Hey, team leader, haven't we already found out that this is a barren planet? Why is there still a mission? Do I have to keep an eye on those experts to prevent them from falling while walking? Why are you talking so much nonsense? The order is written here. Pay attention. In a relaxed conversation, the transport boat circled on the track, used its powerful power to adjust the circular track to an elliptical track, and then fell to the predetermined location when it reached the low Earth orbit for the second circle. All this was done by the intelligent control system on the transport boat. During the landing process, the intelligent control system of the transport boat will make error adjustments according to the orbital position of the transport boat and correct the time deviation. Please note that all members of the boat will enter the deceleration phase. And the landing preparation is ready. The vector thruster is ready. The landing cushion system has been activated. The vector thrusters are working normally. The deflection angle is 4 per thousand. The vector correction is in progress. The correction is complete. And the landing countdown is 10 seconds. This transport boat, which is as big as a large passenger plane, slowly approaches the ground under the action of 3 vector thrusters. Then extends its shock-absorbing support frame and lands steadily on the surface of the planet. Chapter 64. After everyone put on their spacesuits, the transport boat began to pump out the air in the boat, reducing it to 0.02 standard atmospheres. Following the system prompts, the transport boat, a small and medium-sized transport equipment, is different from the Hope, considering the rapid mass production and carrying capacity. They are not equipped with a separate airlock, but use the method of pumping out the air inside as a whole, and then replenishing the air from the air tank after the personnel return. The value of 0.02 standard atmospheres varies according to the landing planet. The atmospheric pressure of the Ross 154-4 that has landed now is 0.02 standard atmospheres. So of course, the internal and external air pressures must be consistent before leaving the cabin. Otherwise the people in the transport boat will be squeezed out by the strong air pressure as soon as the door is opened. Anyone who has learned a little physics knows this principle. It is a matter of human habit. Just like the Hope has been using Earth time, which is a human habit, in order to facilitate the preliminary work. The landing time was chosen in the morning of this planet, which is also 3 p.m. Earth time. If expressed in the time of this planet, it is 7 o'clock in the morning. The rotation period of this planet is about 66 hours. So from the moment the star appears in the morning, its daytime is about 33 hours. Because the various parameters of this planet have been written into the program in advance. After the personnel land on this planet, the electronic clocks in their hands will also display 2 times. One is the Earth time, and the other is the time of Ross 154-4 planet. This is not the first time that humans have landed on an extraterrestrial planet. So these are all routine operations. And they were done as early as when they landed on Mars and Callisto. The main components of Ross 154-4's atmosphere are nitrogen and carbon monoxide, accounting for about 61.4% and 36% respectively. And the rest are some carbon dioxide and inert gases. It is a planet that is completely unsuitable for human breathing. Of course, this is normal in the universe. If you really want to discover a planet, and the oxygen content on this planet is close to 21%, there is water and can be directly breathed, and the gravity environment is just suitable for human habitation. This is a ghost. If humans really encountered such a planet all of a sudden, they would be absolutely scared out of their wits. This is just like activating the portable system immediately after traveling through time. Who would believe in ghosts if there were no ghosts? This is the reason why the so-called abnormal things must be demons. The place where the transport boat landed was a flat plain. The leader of the security team, Shin Xiansheng, took the lead in stepping on the ground. And then a group of people filed out. Ross 154-4 the sun was rising, and the shadows of people were stretched out. They had not set foot on the earth for thousands of years, and felt very familiar with it. At this moment, they all looked through the glass on their helmets at the direction of the rising stars. The red light was hanging above the horizon. This is the first time in 1,000 years that we can truly step on the ground and bask in the sun. A soldier sighed in the internal communication channel. Due to the extremely thin atmosphere, there is no blue sky or white clouds in the sky. The slowly rising red dwarf star is like a red ball of light hanging on a black curtain, without making people feel a bit of warmth. The light emitted from it is not real sunlight. But humans are still used to saying it is sunlight, and still think that such scenery is beautiful. It's time to work. Qin Xianqing's roar in the channel awakened the crowd, who were enjoying the beautiful scenery. Assembling solar panels, erecting communication base stations, placing detection radars. Everyone began to cooperate with each other, relying on transport boats to slowly build the foundation of the base. After a while, the subsequent equipment transport boats also arrived one after another and landed on the ground not far from the crowd. Then, a variety of engineering vehicles such as forklifts, excavators, cranes, and artillery vehicles came to the ground one after another, and then began to busy themselves with their respective work. Some auxiliary intelligent robots also climbed out of the transport boats that landed one after another, and then participated in the construction of the base. Humans must first dig out a 2,000 square meter basement on the ground, and then build a small base in the basement. After completion, this small base will serve as the command center for subsequent departments and factories. Then other types of factories will radiate out from this center. Orbital mass accelerators are also under construction, because humans not only have to mine and process on the planet, but also transport those metal mountains to space to replenish various resources for Hope. Humans have already found that there is a rock layer 7 kilometers away from here that contains rich thorium ore. People will use thorium as the raw material for this nuclear power plant. The raw materials that can undergo nuclear fission are not only uranium, plutonium and their isotopes, but also thorium. Human nuclear fission technology is already very mature, and building a thorium-based molten salt reactor is no problem at all. It can be said that with the current nuclear fission technology of humans, any element whose nucleus can undergo fission can be used as energy. Compared with uranium and plutonium reactors, thorium-based molten salt reactors have 3 advantages in power generation: less water consumption, high efficiency, and better safety because it is a normal pressure reactor. Of course, for humans today, all fission reactors are safe. As for the fluoride salts required for thorium-based molten salt reactors, human chemical plants can also produce them. With electricity and various mineral resources, humans can produce oxygen, hydrogen, water, carbon dioxide, starch, and anything needed for life and any industrial needs. driven by a fairly advanced level of automation. It can be predicted that after the base is built, humans will usher in an era of great material abundance. Humans have strong infrastructure capabilities, with sufficient engineering equipment and the assistance of intelligent robots. The basement was dug in just 2 days of Earth time. After the excavation was completed, the fully automatic pile driver came into play. With the sound of clang, clang, one foundation pile after another was driven into the ground of the turned hole. And then the concrete was poured. And the steel grid wall was also placed in the foundation at this time. They look very motivated. The buzzing sound of mechanical motors continues day and night. And the power of industry is gradually changing the topography of this land. Since there is no oxygen in the atmosphere, heavy industrial equipment cannot use fuel. Of course, the current mechanical equipment of mankind was previously used on Callisto. And basically there is no fuel. All electricity. Although the red dwarf star Ross 154 is small, it is very close to the planet where humans are now. Only 0.2 astronomical units. With the current solar energy technology of mankind, the converted electricity is completely enough for various engineering vehicles in the early stage. At this rate, the base framework will be completely built in 10 days, and the detailed decoration and supporting equipment installation will take half a month. And the new base will be completed. A chief engineer who was inspecting the progress of the initial construction muttered. After the new base is completed, a new batch of landing personnel will come down. Xiao Wang, go back and upload the progress of the project to the computer. The engineering department needs to see it. The chief engineer turned around and said to his assistant Xiao Wang. But after he finished speaking, Xiao Wang seemed not to hear it, and kept looking at the construction site. Xiao Wang. Xiao Wang. The chief engineer called out twice more. But Xiao Wang still didn't respond. Could it be that the communicator is broken? He thought. He called out twice more. But it was the same. He had no choice but to wave his hand in front of Xiao Wang. Xiao Wang. Xiao Wang, Chief Engineer Mu. What's the matter? Xiao Wang answered in confusion. Chief Engineer Mu? Question mark. He only saw Xiao Wang's mouth moving, but didn't hear any sound. What's going on? Could the communicator really be broken? It shouldn't be. This thing is of very good quality, and there are almost no problems. Chapter 65. Just when Chief Engineer Mu was puzzled, he suddenly felt his shoulder touched. He was almost startled and turned around to see that it was Qin Xiansheng, who was in charge of security. Second Lieutenant Qin. What's the matter? He asked. Something is wrong. Chief Engineer Mu. Hurry back to the transport boat. Quick! Qin Xiansheng shouted anxiously, spitting on the helmet mask. However, he only saw Chief Engineer Mu's mouth opening and closing. Qin Xiansheng realized that it was not just his communicator with the soldiers that had problems, but everyone's communication had problems. Qin Xiansheng cursed again in anger, then pointed at his helmet to Chief Engineer Mu, moved his mouth, and then made a retreat gesture, pointing to the transport boat. Chief Engineer Mu understood the meaning at this time, but he did not leave immediately. Instead, he imitated Qin Xiansheng, speaking silently and gesturing to the construction site. Qin Xiansheng looked in the direction he pointed, and then he understood a little. Chief Engineer Mu probably meant that there were still skilled workers over there. In addition to the intelligent engineering robots, there were also several engineering vehicles driven by people. Fuck. Qin Xiansheng cursed inwardly, turned around and pulled the soldier next to him, then used his mouth and hand gestures to make tactical gestures. It meant that the soldier should quickly notify other companions and organize an evacuation immediately. Okay. The soldier made a gesture of understanding, then turned around and walked quickly towards the few people who were still confused not far away. Although the communication suddenly had problems, the use of military tactical gestures to communicate can still convey some simple information. After all this, Qin Xiansheng turned to Chief Engineer Mu and asked him to return to the transport boat. However, Chief Engineer Mu was not from the military and was not familiar with military tactical gestures, so communication was very difficult. But he could understand a little. The communication problem immediately caused some commotion among the landing personnel. At the same time, the uneasy mood also spread among the crowd. In this case, although the 28 security guards could communicate simply with tactical gestures, they were not concentrated in one place. The communication between them also needs to be ahead of the target person. Fortunately, these soldiers are of high quality. After discovering the communication problem, They immediately issued an evacuation notice to the landing personnel according to the emergency plan. Humans are already scared of aliens. Not to mention that they have already discovered something unusual when they first explored this planet. In this case, it is impossible for humans who land on the planet to not make any emergency plans. Of course, in the emergency plan, humans did not consider the sudden large-scale communication failure problem. But it doesn't matter, because the first element of the emergency plan is personnel safety. Once anything strange happens, the evacuation procedure will be immediately implemented. The 28 selected security soldiers were already familiar with this before they set out. Qin Xiansheng pulled out the signal gun from his waist and fired a red signal flare into the sky. The emergency evacuation horn was blown. While Ross 154-4 was in a mess, the Hope Command Center was in almost the same situation. What's going on? Why did the ground communication suddenly break off? Yu Yuan hurriedly stepped into the control center hall and roared with an almost livid face. When he arrived, the command center was already full of people. Yu Yuan had never been so angry in front of everyone. As a leader, although he had been angry in the past, he was more restrained in his emotions. At most, he just gave a few glances and everyone understood. Ordinarily, Yu Yuan should not be so angry, because this time humans were really very cautious and took into account almost all the possible dangers, including but not limited to early unmanned exploration, geological surveys, cave exploration, satellite detection, atmospheric analysis, emergency plan formulation, and even those metal mountains were sampled and analyzed by unmanned ground detectors. But all of them were fine. The conclusions were that there were no unnatural phenomena on the planet, no traces of human activities, including the surface, caves, and metal mountains, and the soil layers had been accumulated for more than 10,000 years. But no one expected that the signal was interrupted just after the landing of personnel, and the initial base was not built. No one thought this was a normal equipment failure. Chief, our equipment is fine. The communication equipment on the Hope is working properly. It just can't receive the ground station signal. We think the ground station communication equipment is faulty. A communication expert turned around from the operating platform and answered. Equipment failure? Yu Yuan's face was livid. At this time, some people still thought it was an equipment failure. He walked up to the communication expert and gritted his teeth and said, "What kind of failure is it? Explain it to me clearly." After swearing, Yu Yuan calmed down a lot. In fact, he knew it well, and it was not the expert's fault. Even if all the detection and experimental data pointed to normal, as long as Yu Yuan did not agree to land, or even directly ordered the Hope to go to Ross 154-6 or 154-7, none of this would happen. After taking a deep breath, Yu Yuan calmed down, turned around and sat down in the captain's seat, and then tried to speak again in a calm tone. "I am not a communication expert, but I believe that our human technology level is not so bad. Otherwise we would have died in a 1,000-year voyage. Communication failure must be abnormal. You said that the ground communication equipment failed. Did you find anything?" The communication expert was stunned. The calmer Yu Yuan was, the more serious the matter seemed to him. But the words had been spoken, and he had to continue. "The inspection has been completed. There is no problem with the internal communication of Hope. All communication transmitters and radars are working normally. But we have not received any response." "That's it?" Yu Yuan's eyes widened, and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. "What's the difference between saying this and not saying it?" "There is more." The communication expert shuddered and immediately continued. "Optics. Satellite optical imaging is not affected. That is, we can still see the situation on the ground. What's the use of just seeing it? Have all the communication methods been used?" Yu Yuan asked unwillingly. "All of them have been used. The electromagnetic wave signal sent out has completely fallen into the sea. The same is true for satellite quantum secure communication. Therefore, we judge that it is a problem on the ground. The signal is likely to be blocked by something unknown." This time, the person who answered was Zhao Yuqin, an expert in the fields of communication, applied optics, detectors, and monitoring. Zhao Yuqin's hands flew on the console for a moment, and Yu Yuan saw that the large screen in front of him turned into a ground map image. Chapter 66. Then a certain point in the center of the image was continuously enlarged. In less than 2 seconds, the image of the ground landing point appeared on the big screen. The accuracy of the optical satellite is very high, and Yu Yuan can even see the people on the ground running from the big screen. At this time, Zhao Yuqin turned his chair to face Yu Yuan, then pondered for a moment, and then said, "General, there is a way to pass the information to the ground personnel, but I don't know if they can notice it. Don't be nagging. Tell me if there is a way." Yu Yuan's eyes lit up, and he stood up suddenly. "General, the rescue team consisting of 2 transport ships is ready, and the rescue personnel are all ready. Should we push the transport ships out of the Hope now?" Before Zhao Yuqin could answer, the door of the command center was pushed open, and then Long Xiaolan's panting voice was heard. Long Xiaolan was talking about the transport ship, not the transport boat. It was larger than the transport boat, and was a tool for large-scale landings by humans. Now it was used for rescue, because the emergency plan had been formulated long ago. Humans reacted quickly, according to the principle of putting human life first. The rescue team should carry out the rescue mission as soon as the preparations are completed. But the current situation is too different from the emergency plan, and the situation has not been clarified yet. On one side are 28 soldiers and 200 technicians and senior engineers on the ground, and on the other side are the situation of the incident. At this time, the leader's ability to make decisions on the spot is tested. Rescue is definitely the right thing to do. But Yu Yuan hesitated for a moment and ordered, "Stand by first. Dr. Zhao. Go on." Yu Yuan weighed the pros and cons, and thought it was better to find out the situation first before rescuing, because he thought that the communication with the ground was only interrupted from the satellite. The ground personnel were not in danger. If there was any danger, if they blindly went to rescue without understanding the situation, it would be very likely that the entire rescue team would be killed. Besides, the ground personnel had enough supplies. If it was just a communication problem, the personnel were not in danger for the time being. Using lasers, we can change the laser launcher program from beam launch to divergent launch. Zhao Yuqin said quickly, "We have the atmospheric parameters of the Ross 154-4 planet, the distance parameters from Hope to the landing point, and all the necessary parameters. We just need to push Hope to the Ross 154-4 synchronous orbit, and then aim the laser launcher at the landing point. And we can use laser flashes to send the Holmes code optical signal." "Helmsman! Engine crew!" Yu Yuan shouted immediately. "Captain, after the recent replenishment, the Hope has enough fuel." The engine crew replied immediately. "Okay. Do as Dr. Zhao said." Yu Yuan decisively connected the technical department's communication and said seriously, "The technical department will start immediately to ensure that the laser launch device is debugged before the Hope's orbit is adjusted." "Yes." After speaking, Yu Yuan looked around the command center and found that Bu Lianshi was not there. So he turned his head and asked Long Xiaolan, "Where is Bu Lianshi? Call her over." "Director, Professor Bu and her team are doing geology again in the lab, and the rock samples are firm." Long Xiaolan answered without thinking before she even turned on the communicator to contact him. It was obvious that she should have gone to see Master Bu before she came. The repeated experiment of the samples at this time should be to test whether there was any mistake before. After hearing what Long Xiaolan said, Yu Yuan understood what Master Bu was doing. Forget it. Let her do it. Yu Yuan wanted to call Master Bu over to scold her. After all, she was the lead scientist of the initial unmanned exploration. But since she had already heard the news, and was looking for the cause in her own way, forget it. Swearing can only vent emotions, but it can't solve problems. Besides, Yu Yuan heard that this girl had just married Tan Xiansheng, the team leader responsible for the safety of this landing. And now she should be the one who is very anxious. What is that? Atmospheric reflection? At this moment, a confused exclamation suddenly sounded in the Hope command room. What is it? Yu Yuan looked back at the big screen, but found that there seemed to be a dark red with silver on the left side of the big screen display. Comparing it with the ground shown in satellite images, it can be seen that this silver red color seems to be still moving. At the same time as the exclamation sounded in the hall of the Hope command center, the people at the landing point also made the same exclamation. But this exclamation was only heard by the person who shouted. What is that? A technician who was retreating to the transport boat suddenly stopped and looked at the distant horizon. Don't waste time. Hurry up. A soldier who was organizing the emergency evacuation mission patted the technician on the back, then glanced at the timer on his arm, then pulled out the signal pistol at his waist, and fired a red signal flare into the sky. Soldiers know that the other party cannot hear them when they talk. So tapping them is to remind them to evacuate quickly. And firing flares is to tell the people who are far away from the landing point and still working to evacuate immediately, because they are worried that some people are too serious about their work and cannot find the flares in time. One of the 28 soldiers will fire a flare into the sky every once in a while. Each soldier in charge of safety is equipped with a different type of flare, although the emergency plan does not require them to take turns firing. The team leader made such a task deployment when meeting with team members to make tactical arrangements. But when he looked up, he found something strange in the distance. Damn! What is that? The team leader Qin Xiansheng in the distance was stunned, and he stared at the sky with wide eyes. Clouds? Where do clouds come from on this bird planet? It looks like red mist. Quite beautiful. Qin Xiansheng shuddered and suddenly woke up. What the hell is it? Just retreat quickly. So he waved his arms to the stunned people, signaling everyone to get on the transport boat quickly. However, more and more people noticed something strange in the sky, and they all stopped and watched involuntarily. Fortunately, the soldiers reacted quickly and quickly joined the ranks of urging everyone to move. Retreat! 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 Retreat quickly! Don't look at it! Hurry up and get on the transport boat! No one heard the silent shout. Qin Xiansheng simply bent down and grabbed a handful of sand, then swung his arms and threw it at the people who were still looking at the sky. Nowadays, human space suits are no longer as bulky as they were in the 21st century. Except for the helmet, which is still a big helmet. The body part has been reduced to as light as a down jacket. So the sand that Qin Xiansheng threw immediately covered the dazed people. Seeing that their team leader's trick was effective, the soldiers who had already awakened from the shock followed suit and grabbed sand and threw it at many people who had not yet recovered. This efficiency is indeed much faster than running over and kicking. Chapter 67. Go. Run. Go. Go. Follow me to the transport boat if you want to live. The soldiers who lost communication shouted silently. After throwing a few handfuls of sand, the soldiers didn't care about anything else and ran directly to the transport boat. The transport boat was not far from the new base construction site, about 300 meters away. But because they were wearing space suits, they ran relatively slowly. But now several people had arrived at the transport boat. The technicians driving the engineering vehicles and other engineering equipment on the construction site have also reacted. After seeing the red in the sky, the engineering vehicles drove at full speed towards the transport boat as if they were risking their lives. And they did not forget to pick up other people who were running in the process. Although the distance was not far, the red in the sky was not slow. In less than half a minute, the original red had turned into a red in people's eyes, getting closer and closer. Gradually, a corner of the red star in the sky of Ross 154-4 planet was blocked. From the ground perspective, it was like a red carpet rising from the horizon and then slowly climbing up to the stars in the sky. The dog eclipses the sun. Seeing this scene, these four words come to people's minds. But the red patch on the horizon is not a dog. The Ross 154 star is gradually blocked by the red patch, and the ground gradually darkens. The people running found that the red patch is bigger. The entire horizon and the entire sky are covered by it. When the red star is blocked, people on the ground can even clearly see the stars in the sky. But no one appreciates it. They just want to rush to the transport boat and escape from this planet. Although the transport boat had little fuel left, it was no problem to get rid of the gravity of the planet. As long as it could reach the orbit around the planet, it could wait for the Hope to rescue it. With the help of desperate running and engineering vehicles, a few people finally reached the transport boat first. Without any hesitation, they opened the door of the transport boat, and then ran to the cab to manually start the engine of the transport boat. Then, they turned back to the door of the transport boat and waved their hands vigorously to the people who were still running. Hurry! Hurry! We haven't eaten yet. Run! The transport boat's over there. Come here! In a hurry. These people even forgot that the communication could not be cut off. A construction vehicle carrying 7 or 8 people stopped in front of the transport boat. Get off the car and get on the transport boat. The soldier who jumped off the car immediately called everyone to get on the transport boat. After shouting silently, the soldier directly opened the cockpit of the construction vehicle and pulled the driver down. Then pointed at the transport boat, signaling the driver to get on the boat quickly. After the driver got off the car, he jumped into the driver's seat, stepped on the accelerator to the maximum, and turned the engineering vehicle to pick up the others. What the hell is that thing? Get your weapons ready. Qin Xiansheng came to another transport boat and took out a Gatling gun from the boat. Then shouted silently, and gave instructions to the soldiers next to him with gestures. Cover them to get on the boat. It's safe once they get on the boat. Lao Dong. Go to the transport boat and start all the missile systems. If that thing gets close, shoot it. Qin Xiansheng used tactical sign language. Each transport boat had 2 multi-barrel missile launchers and a newly installed laser weapon. In fact, Qin Xiansheng didn't know if he was really safe on the transport boat. But it was the only refuge for humans. He could only shout like this. But no one heard him. Taking advantage of the free time, Qin Xiansheng looked up at the horizon again and found that the thing had changed from a touch of red to a piece of red, and turned into an irregular cloud with a red border. This looks very beautiful. Just like a sunset glow dyed red. The scope of the red glow slowly expanded. And in a moment, half of the sky was dyed with color. Compared with the original sky that was so dark that you could see the stars, the color dyed by the red glow is more charming. From a distance, the layers of boundaries between the glow and the sky are like ribbons, and like layers of terraced fields and mountains. It makes people fascinated, because the light of the stars is blocked. People looking up at the red glow can still see the stars hanging on half of the sky. On one side is the quiet starry sky, and on the other side is the curtain that seems to be spread by 7 fairies, floating in the sky. The two are clearly distinguished. The starry sky satisfies rational imagination, and the red clouds satisfy poetic romance. It is so beautiful. If such a scene appears on the earth, even if you pick up your mobile phone and take a photo casually, you will probably win the best photography award. But this is not the earth. And the fascinating silver light reflected from time to time in the red seems to tell everyone that there is an unknown cold light hidden inside the beautiful outside. Anyone with a little knowledge would understand that the spreading red glow was not originally red, but was dyed red by the reddish light of the stars. Weather experts said that there is no possibility of sandstorms on this planet, nor will there be clouds. So what on earth is this mass? Qin Xiansheng thought. At this moment, he felt someone suddenly attack him. And when he turned around, it turned out to be Lao Zhong, who had just entered the transport boat. Seeing Lao Zhong pointing at the instruments in the transport boat, Qin Xiansheng immediately understood. There are optical detection equipment on the transport boat, and no abnormality was found in the transport boat engine. The problem was only in the communication system. When Qin Xiansheng stepped into the transport boat, he saw the numbers and patterns displayed on the display screen in the transport boat's cab. The pattern was the red picture that the transport boat's optical equipment was taking, and the number was 3 hours 23 minutes and 55 seconds. The last digit was changing rapidly, and 23 quickly became 22, 21, and 20. It means that at the current speed of the red cloud, there are still 3 minutes, and the number is the estimated arrival time based on the speed of the cloud approaching. There were only more than 3 minutes left, and the personnel would not have enough time to board the transport boat. Qin Xiansheng manually clicked a few times on the operating panel, allowing the image to zoom in on a point. As the image zoomed in, he finally saw the face of the red mass. But he didn't know what it was. A mass of red mist? No, that's not right. It's not red. An engineer who was already on the transport boat also saw it. He immediately modified several parameters on the operating interface. And then the real picture changed color, as if it was swept by a brush. This is to filter out the influence of red light, or to make up for the visible light of the observed object. Silver. It's silver. A mass of silver clouds? What is that? Time is running out. The silver cloud is coming, and it will be too late if we don't get on the transport boat hatch. Chapter 68. Is this the thing that blocked the signal? This thought flashed through the minds of several people who saw the true face of the cloud map. 1 minute and 30 seconds later, the transport boat where Qin Xiansheng was the second one full of people. The first transport boat full of people had started the engine and slowly rose from the ground. The other two were still waiting for the people who were coming. The hatch slowly closed. The emergency system started, and the air was quickly released from the gas tank. After the system prompted that the air pressure transport boat was full of air, the people who had been holding their breath for a long time took off their helmets. Team leader. Boats 3 and 4 are probably too late. As soon as he took off his helmet, a soldier shouted, "Bang!" Mr. Qin punched the wall of the transport boat with a bang, gritting his teeth and said, "Damn it! We can't wait any longer. Hurry up and start it." If we wait any longer we will all be doomed. There should be 70 people on boat 1. And we have 81 here. If boat 4 is fast enough, it should be able to close the hatch before the silver mist arrives. Boat 3. Qin Xiansheng didn't say anything else. At this point he had no other choice. He couldn't just open the door of this transport boat and run out to save those who hadn't arrived yet. Not to mention that those people are farther away from this transport boat than the number 4 transport boat. Even if the distance is the same. What's the point of running out? Opening the hatch of the transport boat again will only put the people on the boat in danger again. As the team leader responsible for safety during this landing, Qin Xiansheng knew that he had an obligation to send everyone back to the Hope. But sometimes some things can't be done just by thinking. If a transport boat can carry everyone, it's another matter. But now he can't open the hatch. He believes that if he hasn't boarded the boat yet, other soldiers will make the same choice as him. Sit tight. Start. Let's go! After struggling for a few seconds, Qin Xiansheng shouted with red eyes. The 3 fission thrusters were pushed to full power at once. And after a burst of flying sand and gravel, the number 1 transport boat began to shake. However, at this moment, the people on the transport boat saw that the silver clouds on the horizon had covered most of the sky. Looking out of the porthole, they noticed that the trajectory of the number 2 transport boat that took off first had been completely blocked. If they continue to rise, they will definitely hit the silver cloud that covers most of the sky. On the number 1 transport boat that just staggered off the ground, everyone stared at the sky through the porthole nervously, praying for the number 2 transport boat in their hearts. You must get through. But before they could see the result, they found that the red cloud, which was actually a silver cloud, had spread to the transport boat where they were. Suddenly, they found that the sky had disappeared, leaving only the cloud that covered the sky. Damn it. Fire. 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 Shoot it. Qin Xiansheng shouted nervously. The fire control operator pouted and pressed the start button. Don't dodge if you dare. Soon, flames came out of the missile launch tubes on both sides of the transport boat. Swoosh. 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 Woohoo! 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 Missiles whizzed out in the thin air and pierced the spreading cloud. In the expectant eyes of everyone, the missile exploded and rushed into the cloud. Boom! No. The sound of the explosion was just a simulated explosion in everyone's mind because of their expectation. In fact, they did not hear the missile explosion, nor did they see the explosion. They watched in despair as the missile plunged into the red cloud and got stuck there, like a mosquito stuck to a spider web. And then in less than a blink of an eye, it was swallowed by the cloud. All missiles were the same. Without exception, there was no problem with the missile's fuse. So why didn't it explode? It swallowed the missile. A horrified voice sounded in the transport boat. No, it's not swallowed. It's swallowed. An engineer looked at the enlarged picture of the tracking camera on the transport boat, and his eyes showed horror. How is this possible? Qin Xiansheng looked at the enlarged picture and felt his throat dry. In the picture, he saw that when the missile entered the red cloud, the entire missile was wrapped in the cloud and then disappeared. Even the flames at the tail disappeared. It looked like throwing a stone into the sea without causing any waves. If it wasn't for the naked eye seeing that the missile just stuck to it like a mosquito hitting a spider web, everyone would have thought that the missile had penetrated it. In addition to missiles, the transport boat was also equipped with laser weapons. A laser shot out at nearly the speed of light, and the overwhelming cloud was hit immediately after it was triggered. The straight laser was like a kilometer-long welding rod, poking at one end on the red cloud. Suddenly, strong white light shot out from the contact point, spreading in all directions, burning people's eyes. The rippled light illuminated the red cloud, and the earth, which had become dim due to the name change of the star, reflected the color of the cloud again, where the laser and the cloud intersect. The laser also dyes the cloud with its color. Starting from the contact point, the cloud that turned red due to the starlight instantly faded its red color and turned into a silver shining place. That was the original appearance of the red cloud. Looking at the glittering silver light, everyone on the transport boat was stunned, because that was the color of metal. And the metallic luster that permeated the sky must be a symbol of technology. What on earth is this? Everyone's eyes were filled with fear of the unknown. The massive things covered the sky and the sun. It looked like clouds from a distance and fog when it got closer. The missiles didn't even have a chance to explode. The laser was like a flashlight to it, but no one knew what it was. The next moment, people only felt that there was fog outside the transport boat. And it was silver fog. The play looked hazy and confused, like a fairyland on Earth. If a song Tianfu music was played at this time, and then someone said that the outside was the heaven, I guess everyone would believe it. Because the scene of clouds and mist outside the transport boat was too much like the scene of heaven in the memory of people who had watched Journey to the West. Those who had not yet returned to the transport boat were even more immersed in the scene, as if they were standing in the clouds. They looked around and saw the misty surroundings, looking at the silver mist floating towards them, and stretched out their hands wrapped in the space suit. Thousands of miles of smoke and waves. The dusk was heavy, and the sky was vast. It's so beautiful. This was the last thought of everyone standing in the silver mist. Because the moment the silver mist touched the space suit, it quickly disintegrated the entire space suit like an army ant. People exposed to the planet's minus 118.3 degrees Celsius environment suddenly lost consciousness and stopped breathing. The same thing happened in all places covered by the silver mist. The people on the transport boat number 1 only admired the beautiful scenery for a few seconds before they found that the transport boat engine had stalled. And then the silver mist outside the porthole became thicker and thicker. And then, the inner wall of the transport boat also appeared in the color of silver mist. Chapter 69. Seeing the silver color appear on the inner wall of the transport boat, everyone's face turned pale, and fear filled the entire transport boat in an instant. It's over. Everyone screamed in despair in their hearts, and their scalps were numb. People didn't expect that the transport boat would be useless in front of this silver mist, and they didn't expect it to happen so quickly. At such a close distance, everyone focused their pupils on it, and finally saw what the thing that looked like clouds from a distance looked like. Under the silver metallic luster, there were extremely tiny particles. They gathered together, constantly wriggling and rolling there, looking like a ball of living metal. But as long as the pupils are not adjusted to the right focus, then only a ball of silver mist can be seen. This is not that the silver mist will change, but the limitation of human eyes in distinguishing tiny objects, and the imagination of the human brain. People saw that the silver mist was constantly devouring the alloy of the inner wall of the transport boat. The silver mist appeared from a point, and then quickly spread to the surroundings. Wherever it passed, the metal of the inner wall of the transport boat turned into the eyes of silver mist. The side wall of the transport boat, the top wall, and then the floor where people stepped on. In just a few breaths, the silver mist appeared on the control console. Wherever the silver mist flows, the metal seems to be corroded, and a gap quickly appears. And then the gap becomes larger and larger until the metal disappears. The fission engine has long stopped working. The people in the transport boat now have the opportunity to experience the feeling of being in the cloud. In the cloud and mist, they can even feel that they have inhaled a full mouthful of silver mist. I guess the result of transport boat number 2 diving into the silver mist is now like this. In a trance, everyone remembered the transport boat that had flown to the empty place. The silver mist soon filled everyone's sight. Inside and outside the transport boat, it was all silver mist. Struggle is the fuel work of the last moment of life, and cursing is the useless wail before death. The soldier's gun seemed useless at this moment, and the dying struggle to shoot at the silver mist was just to add some nutrients to the silver mist. The shooting under fear allowed everyone to see the appearance of the fired bullet for the first time. They saw that the bullet just stuck to the silver mist, just like throwing a peanut into a marshmallow. And then, the next moment it turned into silver mist. Gun seemed so ridiculous at this moment. When the silver mist appeared on the inner wall of the transport boat, some people were even more daring and mustered up the courage to punch it with hatred, and ended up being completely submerged in the silver mist. In a short while, there was no longer any part of the transport boat inside or outside the transport boat, because only the silver mist was left. This cloud of silver mist that covered the sky and the sun was like a giant beast that swallowed gold, swallowing everything it passed by. Perhaps, swallowing is not accurate. It should be said to be decomposition and swallowing, because when the silver mist completely swallowed the transport boat, the vast fog quickly split from a large mass into several streams of fog, drifting towards the metal mountains. After reaching different metal mountains, the silver mist broke through the surface of the metal mountains as if it was swallowing metal, and then climbed on the metal mountains like a cloud. After that, the silver mist gathered together again, and then slowly drifted towards the direction of appearance. If you have supervision, you will find that the metal mountain has become a little thicker at this time. The silver mist faded away. The surface of the planet returned to silence again. And the people on the Hope also knew that the communication must have been restored. But they did not continue to send information to the ground, because there was no trace of the transport boat above. The initial base built by humans, with reinforced concrete, also changed. The steel bars disappeared completely, leaving only the concrete with holes all over. All the metals made by humans disappeared at this moment, including the various metals dug from the major metal mountains. After the silver mist rolled over, they turned into metal elements and returned to their original places. The surface of Ross 154-4 planet returned to its former tranquility, and it was terrifyingly quiet. In the eyes of the people on the Hope, this place has become the most terrifying place in the world. Everyone in the Hope Command Center stared blankly at everything displayed on the optical satellite image, their eyes filled with fear. From their perspective, they only saw a red mist floating across the big screen, and then the optical satellite lost sight of the ground base. Then, a few minutes later, the red mist split into several strands and scattered, leaving only an empty landing site. All disappeared. At this moment, everyone in the Hope Command Center had goosebumps and tingling scalps. What is this? Yu Yuan broke the silence with a dry throat. Even though he tried his best to control it, his voice was still trembling. A gust of fog passed by, and then there was nothing. This completely exceeded his imagination of the universe. After experiencing the damaged alien spacecraft on Callisto and the explosion of the sun, Yu Yuan felt that he had a full understanding of the dangers of the universe. But when he saw this scene, he felt that he was still too conservative. In Yu Yuan's impression, aliens should be like the damaged spacecraft encountered on Callisto, with spacecraft pilots, and various shipborne weapons. If he encountered a warship or a giant life form coming out of the ground, it would still be within his understanding. But what the hell is this cloud of fog? It doesn't look like an alien in his mind at all, although it's hard to believe. That red fog? Oh no! It should be silver fog. Must be some kind of alien life. A voice replied. The universe is so vast. We shouldn't judge alien life based on our cognition and ourselves. No. Don't you think this terrifying thing is more like a weapon? As soon as this was said, some people agreed with it, while some disagreed. But most people were still staring at the big screen, as if they had not recovered from what they saw. No. None of them. I think this silver mist is not an alien or a weapon. But the speaker was Yunnan Feng. He paused here, then looked bitter, then took a deep breath, and uttered two words as if he had made a great decision. Minor. What? Miners? You said that cloud of fog is a miner? As soon as this was said, everyone in the Wisdom Center woke up, and they all looked back and forth between Yunnan Feng and the big screen in disbelief. You can say it is some kind of weapon. After all, everyone has seen its lethality. But what do you mean by a miner? Aliens use a cloud of fog to mine? Look here, Yunnan Feng said, and then played the satellite video back to the picture of the silver fog covering the landing point, and then played it again. After the silver fog in the picture split into several strands and flew to different metal mountains in the distance, and then lay on them. He pressed the pause button. Chapter 70. Are you saying that this silver mist is only used by a certain civilization for mining? Yu Yuan frowned and looked at the screen, his tone full of disbelief. Yunnan Feng also looked grim. He tried to keep himself calm, but the bitterness in his words betrayed him. Yes, although we don't know its true appearance. From the behavior of this group of silver mist and the data analysis of previous undetected data, I think there is no other explanation more reasonable than this one. What do you mean? Yu Yuan asked. General, do you still remember those caves? Seeing Yu Yuan nod, Yunnan Feng walked to the big screen and pointed at the silver mist lying on the metal mountain inside. The cave is the mine, and these metal mountains are the metals dug out from the mine and classified. And the miners are these silver mists. Only these silver mists are miners, which can explain why the cave is so small, why there is no support frame on the inner wall of the cave, and why there are so many metal mountains on the surface of the planet. Wait, Dr. Yu, are you saying that the silver mist separated the ore while mining? And separated it into various metal elements and piled them there? How is this possible? An expert looked away from the big screen and looked at Yunnan Feng with a look of "Are you kidding?" Besides this explanation, do you have a better explanation? Yunnan Feng pointed to the silver mist covering a metal mountain on the paused video. If I remember correctly, this metal mountain should be iron. And this one here is aluminum. This one is titanium. This one is silver. Gold. copper, and those ones are some other trace elements. Professor Lay, you are not an expert in the engineering department, so it is understandable that you don't know. In fact, these components are the components of our transport boat's hull, internal circuits, and chips, directly separating the alloy into simple substances. How is this possible? It's a ball of silver mist. The mist is so small. How do they provide energy? Sorry, I can't imagine what kind of technology it is. Another expert shook his head and said he couldn't understand. Maybe the chemical bonds of the substance were cut off. As for the functional system, maybe the silver mist is not real mist, but it looks like mist to us. In fact, it may be something else we don't know. But? A chemist said half a sentence, and then couldn't continue, because he really couldn't imagine how a ball of mist could complete such a complex process. No matter what, we have to leave here. At this time, Yu Yuan sighed, his words full of helplessness and powerlessness. He couldn't even say the word of revenge. Intuition and evidence told Yu Yuan that Yunafeng was right. That big ball of silver mist was what a certain civilization used for mining. And it was also the murderer who killed more than 200 human passers-by. This demon was on the planet. But Yu Yuan couldn't shout revenge when he saw such an incredible attack. As for why the silver mist was there before, why didn't it come out before? Why did it have to wait until humans landed before coming out? Yu Yuan didn't know all these questions. But he wasn't stupid. Although he didn't know the specific reason, he could guess roughly based on the cause and effect of the incident. Of course, he couldn't guess where the silver mist was before. He could only guess the following questions. Yu Yuan believed that the silver mist came out after humans landed. It was probably because human mechanical equipment or transport boats triggered some mechanism of the silver mist. Of course, it was not ruled out that it was the factor of human life characteristics. Although it is outrageous, using a large group of silver mist to mine has happened. Yu Yuan thinks it is possible. As for the Hope and the artificial satellites in orbit, the silver mist should not have discovered them. Or the mechanism for the silver mist to start mining has not been triggered. Otherwise, the silver mist would have come out when the Hope arrived here. Yu Yuan thought of this problem when Yunafeng said that the silver mist was a miner. This is why he did not immediately order the Hope to flee the planet when he saw such a ferocious silver mist. But no matter what, we have to leave here. There is such a terrifying existence on Ross 154-4, and it is impossible for humans to obtain any resources from it. As for trying to send unmanned detection equipment to the ground to collect intelligence or send a rescue team to search for possible survivors, Yu Yuan is not unwilling to think about this idea. But he dare not think about it. He will not mess around with the lives of all mankind. From the satellite map, it is indeed impossible to determine whether all the landing personnel have died. But even if there are still survivors, Yu Yuan will not send people to rescue them. Call him cruel or heartless. Reason told him that he shouldn't do that. And he should leave this planet now. The farther the better. If the Hope hadn't lost its long-distance navigation capability, he would have even wanted to set off immediately for another interstellar voyage. Anyway, to get away from this terrifying planet. Yes, terrifying. Several transport ships were gone in an instant. If it was the Hope, how long could it last? No, not how long it could last. But it would definitely die. Yu Yuan couldn't imagine what weapons humans could use to eliminate the silver mist now. Even if the 200 million ton hydrogen bomb that is being manufactured is completed, Yu Yuan will not use it immediately. At least before humans are fully capable of escaping this star system. He would not dare to disturb the silver mist again even if he has 10,000 guts. Because at this stage, there is nothing more important than letting humans recuperate. Let's go. Let all personnel outside return to the Hope within 7 days. We will go to Ross 154-7 planet. Yu Yuan slowly sat in the captain's seat with an indifferent expression. Leaving now? Man Yume, the director of the armament department, who had been at the Hope Command Center, frowned and looked at Yu Yuan, asking, General Yu, what about the Callisto ship? What about the hydrogen bomb project? What about the nuclear fusion project? All stopped, dismantled all the reusable things, and started again at Ross 154-7 planet. Yu Yuan glanced at Man Yume and answered resolutely. He knew that such a decision would waste a lot of time for humans. Perhaps 10 or 20 years. But compared to continuing to build and carry out work here in the face of unknown dangers, he felt that this waste was worth it. Compared with the fate of mankind, this time is really nothing. After all, Although humans now think that the silver mist has not noticed the hope in the planetary orbit, no one can guarantee that it will not notice it in the future. In fact, the people at the landing point have seen the true face of the silver mist. But because the signal cannot be transmitted, the people on the Hope can only judge from the optical satellite observation. So no one on the Hope knows that the silver mist covering the sky is actually the silver mist. However, even if they don't know its true face, they don't mind Yuan's judgment on the situation. Chapter 71. Perhaps, when we first discovered the strangeness of this planet, we should have turned around and left. Yuan glanced at Man Yume standing on the right side with his peripheral vision, thinking to himself. After the silver mist wiped out everything at the human landing site, Yuan noticed that even Man Yume, who had a face as cold as ice for thousands of years, changed color. This was the first time Yuan had seen her like this. General, where is the satellite? Yu Nanfeng asked. Stay here and continue to observe the Ross 154-4 planet. We don't know if the silver mist has the ability to fly out of the planet. It's always good to keep some eyes here to watch. I hope there is no if. Yuan leaned back in his chair and looked at the dome of the command center. Yuan was inclined to believe that silver mist did not have the ability to fly into space. Otherwise, they would not have stayed on the planet all the time. If they really had the ability to come out, then humans would be in real danger. At this moment, a staff member sitting in front of the control desk of the command center suddenly shouted, "Look! They are moving again." This shout almost scared the people in the center to death. Everyone stared at the big screen with wide eyes, fearing that these things would rush into space. At this time, the big screen has been switched to several split screens. On the split screens, people saw that the silver mist that had been lying on the metal mountain before slowly floated up again, and then merged into a large group again somewhere. Then, the fog seemed to drift in a certain direction like locusts. Seeing this, everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they didn't come up. Otherwise humans really didn't know what to do. Look! They stopped. The screen was enlarged again and again, and everyone saw that the silver mist dyed red by the starlight turned a corner in the air, and fell to the ground like a swarm of locusts landing, spreading into a piece of red, quietly sticking to the surface and not moving. This appearance, from the satellite image, looks like a piece of seaweed shining with dark red light. AI quickly calculated that the area they covered on the ground was 200,000 square kilometers. Such a large area. We didn't find it before. Someone muttered, as if complaining that no one had detected it. No, they were not here originally, a staff member said, and brought out the original satellite image for comparison and showed it to everyone. Sure enough, the two pictures were the same except for the ground where the silver mist was now. That is to say, the silver mist was not originally here, but appeared from nowhere after humans landed. At this time, Yu Nanfeng, who had been watching for a while, expressed his opinion again. He fiddled with the operating table and turned the rotating chair. It should have come out of a cave, but that cave happened to be out of the coverage of our satellite. In their current state, I think they should be absorbing the sun. Oh! Stellar energy. Is it possible that they are some kind of creatures? And they are now photosynthesizing? A voice asked. We don't rule out this possibility. But judging from the data we have obtained before and after, this possibility is very small. They are most likely the creations of an alien civilization. The mining tools I mentioned before. Yu Nanfeng shook his head and continued, if I am not mistaken, they should have been dormant in a cave before, and our landing behavior alarmed them. It could be our mechanical electrical signals, electromagnetic waves, or our human life signals. Life signal? Yes, life signal, such as brain waves or something. Although it sounds nonsense, but we cannot judge the creation of cosmic civilization with our level of technology. Just because we can't detect it doesn't mean that other cosmic civilizations can't detect it either. Yu Nanfeng saw that everyone was nodding, as if they accepted his statement. So he continued, if the speculation that silver mist is a miner is correct, then they must have a certain program. It is not difficult to see from its behavior that this program must be a program for collecting and separating minerals. From this point of view, their creators have indeed left here long ago, as we judged before. We don't know why they didn't come back after leaving. Maybe that civilization forgot. Maybe for that civilization, silver mist is just a mining tool that can be discarded at any time. Of course, it is not ruled out that the civilization may have encountered some kind of accident. In other words, Silver mist, this mining tool, is now most likely just operating according to the program that its creator had already edited. They may have regarded our transport boats and all alloys as minerals. You mean we were crushed by the mining tools of some advanced civilization? And we don't know what these mining tools are exactly? A researcher said in disbelief. Yes. Yu Nanfeng's tone was full of reluctance and helplessness. They are not even weapons, but just mining tools. Just a mining tool has left humans helpless. And they don't even have the courage to launch unmanned ground probes again. Yu Nanfeng stood up and paced while continuing to analyze. But it also means that we don't know exactly what they are. From the data we observed and the various characteristics and functions of the silver mist, I think the so-called silver mist should be a kind of nanorobot. Nanorobot? Everyone exclaimed. The name of nanorobot is not unfamiliar to humans. As early as the 21st century, cutting-edge medical fields have begun to study this aspect and have developed it. People imitated the appearance of E. coli to create extremely small nanorobots, and then injected them into specific parts through a 2 mm catheter. Afterwards, scientists used the magnetic field generated externally to guide this microrobot so that it can move to the diseased part in the human body and complete the test work. This nanorobot moves in the same way as E. coli, using a spiral flagellum to drive itself. There is still a lot of research in this field. For example, in 2022, a lipid nanoparticle composed of G0C14, PLGA, and lipid PG was developed and modified with CTCE9908, a targeting peptide that is specific to CXCR4 high expression in liver cancer cells, to achieve specific targeting of liver cancer cells. Using this new lipid nanoparticle as a delivery carrier, P53 mRNA is specifically delivered to liver cancer cells, and combined with anti-PD-1 monoclonal antibodies, it can effectively induce global reprogramming of the tumor microenvironment, thereby achieving better anti-tumor effects. In addition, scientists have also developed microswimmers, or microrobots for precise drug delivery in vivo, as well as research on artificial protein nanocages, and research on using chiral gold nanoparticles to enhance immune responses. Chapter 72. Real nanotechnology, but these are all old news. And seriously speaking, these are not real nanorobots. At most, they could be called nanomachines. And adding the word human is probably bragging, because these nanomachines in the medical field are not intelligent at all, and are far from the word robot. Even in 2100, scientists have made breakthroughs in the field of nanomedicine and successfully developed a large number of precisely controllable micromachines to achieve precise nanomedicine treatment. But they cannot be called nanorobots because they are actually a drug delivery tool, or a nanodrug delivery system. There is still a long way to go before a real nanorobot. But precisely because of this, humans are not unfamiliar with the term nanorobot. But this familiarity can be divided into two types. One is those who truly understand nanorobots, and the other is those who only stay at the surface level. The former was quite shocked when he heard Yu Nanfeng's words, while the latter had an expression of it seems nothing special. Yu Yuan belongs to the former, because he has not lived in vain these years, and he has almost forced himself to learn all kinds of knowledge during the days without hibernation. So he certainly knows what a real nanorobot should look like. What's even more outrageous is that this nanorobot is used for mining, or a one-stop service from collection, separation, and refining. Each step requires extremely high intelligence and extremely precise operation. Just like the chemist said before, collecting metals in this way is likely to use some mechanism to cut off the chemical bonds between compounds. The technology involved is imaginable. This requires that each nanorobot must have a set of intelligent programs, energy supply systems, metal recognition capabilities, metal separation sites, and a series of microscopic things. You should know that most metal elements exist in the form of atomic bonds, which means that the operating components of these nanorobots are at least at the atomic level. Otherwise it is impossible to separate metals. Humans do not know the size of each unit in the silver mist. But from the word nanorobot, we can roughly guess that the basic unit of the silver mist, that is, the single nanorobot that makes up the silver mist, is at least at the mist level. Otherwise, it would not behave so much like fog. As for how big the fog is, the smallest fog droplet is only about 1 micron. 1 micron is 1000 nanometers. According to this calculation, if the smallest unit of silver fog is a 1000 nanometer nanorobot, then the components that make up this nanorobot must be at least at the picometer level. Only in this way can its functional components operate on metal atomic bonds. The picometer level is a component. And what about the basic unit that makes up the nanorobot component? Wouldn't it be at the femtometer level? Just like the chip is small. But the circuits that make up the chip are even smaller. Creating a program with intelligence at such a tiny scale is no different from being a god to humans. Moreover, it is hard to imagine that there are so many of these things. How did that civilization create so many nanorobots? The more Yu Yuan thought about it, the more he felt the gap in technological strength. Suddenly, the sense of oppression brought by the gap, like a natural chasm, came over him. Such an unimaginable thing turned out to be a mining tool. Too luxurious. What kind of existence is that unknown civilization that creates silver mist? Could it be farming with a golden hoe? The story of the emperor farming with a golden hoe suddenly popped up in Yu Yuan's mind. Poverty limited his imagination, making it impossible for him to imagine what kind of civilization it would be to use real nanorobots to mine. There was a civilization that blew up stars before. And now there is a civilization that uses nanorobots to mine. Yu Yuan could not judge which of the two civilizations was more advanced. But it did not prevent him from feeling the malice from the depths of the universe. What sins have humans committed to cause them to suffer so many disasters? The sun exploded when everything was fine in the solar system. After escaping death, they finally made it to another distant star system, only to encounter such a damn nanorobot. In his heart, Yu Yuan has cursed the civilization that created the silver mist more than 10,000 times. Wouldn't it be better to leave behind a pile of gold and silver? If so, when humans become prosperous one day, they might even thank them. But this silver mist, such a dangerous thing, was left behind. Of course, Yu Yuan also knew that any curse was just impotent rage. And the civilization that left behind the silver mist was probably in trouble. Otherwise, it would not have left such a mining planet unattended. But no matter what the truth is, it is not something that humans can touch now. A gentleman revenge is never too late. Ross 154-4. Silver Mist. One day, we humans will come back. And we will never forget the blood debt of 281 compatriots. Yu Yuan buried this hatred in his heart. 7 days passed quickly. After the personnel and materials that could be disassembled were pulled back to the Hope. The Hope once again dragged its old steps. Slowly flew out of the Ross 154-4 planetary orbit, and drew a path in space towards the Ross 154-7 planet. Because of the fear of the silver mist, the Hope did not even dare to correct the circular orbit to an elliptical orbit, but turned on the fission thruster in the circular orbit and directly used the power of the engine to push away from the orbit. This method of acceleration without the help of planetary gravity is more laborious. But fortunately Ross 154-7 is not far from Ross 154-4. Ross 154-7 is only $1 and 82 cents away from its main sequence star, while the orbit radius of Ross 154-4 is 0.18 AU. Theoretically, the shortest distance is $1 and 72 cents. But sailing in space does not always have an ideal route. For example, the relative position of Ross 154-7 to humans is just on the other side of the main sequence star. So humans have to make another circle after departure to meet its orbit. Humans have become very skilled at adjusting attitude, changing orbits, and entering orbits within the galaxy. It took Hope only more than 20 days to dock in the orbit of Ross 154-7. This planet is very small, with a diameter of only 5,333 kilometers. A circle smaller than Mars. It is the smallest planet in this galaxy, and should be composed of scraps from the evolution of the galaxy. Its orbital period is very long. 8.1 Earth years. Living on it, 1 year is equal to 8.1 Earth years. It has an almost negligible atmosphere, mainly composed of nitrogen. The surface temperature is minus 234.1 degrees Celsius all year round. Due to its distance from the main sequence star, the solar energy it can obtain here is 1 order of magnitude less than that of Ross 154-4. But its rotation inclination is very large. 80 degrees 12 minutes and 41 seconds. The rotation axis is almost facing its main sequence star. This brings a benefit to humans. That is, solar panels can always be used, because there is an area on it that is always daytime. There is also a large amount of frozen water on it, and humans can directly use water purification to obtain water here. In addition, it has an icy satellite with a diameter of 1,101 kilometers. Chapter 73. Having learned from Ross 154-4, humans were very cautious this time, and the unmanned exploration alone took 2 months. For this unmanned exploration, humans used the inventory on the Hope to produce more than 10 artificial satellites on the way to Ross 154-7. Because artificial satellites are released directly in orbit and do not need to be launched on the ground with rockets. This greatly reduces the difficulty. While exploring Ross 154-7, its satellites are also within the range of human exploration. In fact, when humans first came to this star system, they also launched artificial satellites to this planet. So humans have some data on this planet. And after more than 2 months of detailed exploration, more detailed information about the planetary system has been stored in the human central computer. The things we worried about before did not happen. Humans did not find any abnormalities on this planet like Ross 154-4. The entire Ross 154-7, including its satellites, is in a very natural state, and no life or other conditions that deviate from the planetary evolution model have been found. Because of what happened to Ross 154-4, humans were worried that there would be signs of development on this planet. But now they can rest assured. After finding out everything, humans, who have long been hungry for resources, launched an initial landing mission on Ross 154-7 and its satellite. However, even though they were eager for resources, humans did not carry out large-scale landing construction all at once, but took it step by step, first allowing a small number of people to land and build an initial base. After completing the initial construction, the new government increased the investment in personnel and equipment to carry out large-scale construction on the planet. Although the conditions on this planet are not as good as those on Ross 154-4, fortunately, there were no accidents during the landing and construction. In this way, various types of factories slowly appeared on the surface of the planet with the base as the center. And then machines were used to produce machines. And then more machines participated in the construction. In just 1 year, humans have completed the construction of all basic factories. And the geological exploration team has also discovered many mineral deposits on the planet. Gold, silver, copper, iron, tungsten, manganese, zinc, tin, and aluminum. Although this planet is small, and its mineral reserves are not as good as Ross 154-4, the types are still quite complete. Unfortunately, although humans have discovered several radioactive element deposits on the planet Ross 154-7, the reserves are very scarce. However, there is always a way out. No large radioactive element deposits were found on the planet, but 3 or 4 very rich reserves were found on its satellites, which are very easy to mine. For this reason, humans built a special fission material extraction plant on the satellite of Ross 154-7. Another year passed like this. Ross 154-7 has changed. The originally empty ground has been used by humans to build countless factories with strong industrial strength. Outside the factories, there are flat and wide roads. Various types of vehicles are speeding on the road, transporting various types of ores from the mine to the base. After the ore, raw materials are refined in different types of factories and chemical plants. They enter other secondary and tertiary processing factories and become various parts. Then the production workshop assembles the parts into various types of modules, and finally sends them into space via the Cargo Track Mass Accelerator. With the assistance of artificial intelligence, light of the Milky Way, countless artificial intelligence robots are involved in large-scale construction, including unmanned pavers, unmanned rollers, unmanned transporters, unmanned mining vehicles, unmanned excavators, unmanned transport vehicles, key positions on the construction site, and others are handled by light of the Milky Way. Completed, since the Hope cannot land on the surface of the planet. In order not to affect the construction of various places, humans specially copied 3 intelligent construction module programs from the light of the Milky Way on the Hope. They are placed in the Ross 154-7 base, the space dock, and the Ross 154-7-1 satellite nuclear fission fuel plant. Artificial intelligence. Although light of the Milky Way is an artificial intelligence based on traditional computers, it has a very high degree of intelligence and can learn and iterate continuously by itself. It is currently the most powerful artificial intelligence of mankind. After years of iteration, light of the sky can basically handle most things, and all intelligent automation in the construction process of humans is controlled by it. This is one of the reasons why humans can quickly build such a large industrial system with so few people. With the assistance of light of the sky, humans gradually recovered from the difficulties of thousands of years of navigation. Because there is no need to consider the environmental problems of the planet. Human resource mining is almost destructive. Basically, if it is easy to mine, a bunch of unmanned excavators and large mining machines will be used to dig. And if it is slightly difficult, bombs will be used immediately. Whatever is the fastest way to mine, do it. Anyway, a planet is so big that it is enough for humans to squander. If we really want to mine this planet, humans can just go to Ross 154-6, which is also a rocky planet. Of course, the resources of a planet are enough for humans to squander. After 2 years of exploration and calculation by relevant experts, the various minerals contained on Ross 154-7 are more than enough for humans to build a fleet. Humans also have the ability to build a fleet, but they don't have enough manpower. And no one will drive it if they build too many. But since there are abundant resources, and the dock has been built, the new government changed the original plan to build 1 warship to 3. Anyway, the Hope has 3 mounting positions, and the space dock has been built. So just make full use of it. Once built, just mount it on it. No one will drive it for the time being. So it can be used as a resource warehouse. After 2 years of struggle, mankind has finally completely walked out of the predicament of resource and energy scarcity and started to move towards abundant resources. Batches of goods were launched into space by the Cargo Orbital Mass Accelerator. And then, Light of the Milky Way, fully automatic control sorting, sending them one by one to the next destination. Those sent to the dock were assembled into warships, and those sent to the Hope were processed into various finished products. All kinds of workshops on the Hope were also fully operational. Clothes, towels, toothpaste, toothbrushes, toiletries, and other daily necessities were continuously produced from their respective production workshops, and then displayed in the commodity cabin of the Hope for people to receive them for free in limited quantities. With sufficient energy and resources, food became abundant. A large amount of artificially synthesized starch was sent to the food processing workshop and transformed into various kinds of pasta foods. 2 years of repairs also allowed the Hope to recover from its old age and dilapidation. On this basis, humans also expanded 3 large discs for the Hope. One for expanding the plantation, one for the traditional living cabin, and the other for the industrial zone. After the expansion of the disc, the Hope was extended from the original 980 meters to 1,300 meters. In order to propel the heavier Hope, engineers also upgraded its thrusters. The military industry also produced the most powerful weapon currently mastered by humans in these 2 years. Chapter 74. Time passed slowly in the Great Development and Construction. 2 years later, humans built 2 nuclear fission power plants on the surface of the planet again. From then on, the power supply problem of factories was completely solved, and the construction speed of humans was once again improved to a higher level. 5 years later, the first warship of mankind, Callisto, was completed, and the space dock entered the construction stage of the second warship. In this context, humans, who had been holding back for thousands of years, blew the horn of large-scale industry. New energy framework, new materials, new artificial intelligence algorithms, information technology, biotechnology, chemical technology. Scientists use their imagination to show their talents in their respective fields. The technology of small nuclear fission device was broken by humans in such a big environment. Correspondingly, the original power exoskeleton technology has also been updated. The industrial sector proposed to replace traditional batteries with small nuclear fission batteries, and then combine them with space suits. The emergence of this technology will greatly reduce the difficulty of human landing on the planet in the early stage. Yu Yuan was delighted to see all kinds of technological progress. But what excited him most was the breakthrough in material technology. So as soon as he heard the news, Yu Yuan immediately put down other work at hand and rushed to the research institute of Su Zhenyi's team. Professor Su, has room temperature superconductivity really been achieved? As soon as Yu Yuan entered the research institute, he went directly to Su Zhenyi's office. Director Yu, it is room temperature and normal pressure superconductivity. Su Zhenyi put down the documents in his hand, turned around and corrected meticulously. 7 years have passed, and Su Zhenyi looks a little older, but his spirits are still very good. Yes. 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 Let's go and have a look. Yu Yuan said, as he was about to take Su Zhini to the laboratory to see what this room temperature superconductor looks like. Although Yu Yuan knew about the superconductivity phenomenon, he still couldn't help wanting to see it with his own eyes. No need. I have it right now, Su Zhini said, as he opened the drawer of his desk and took out a piece of black but metallic luster. This is the superconducting material synthesized in the laboratory. Please have a look. General Manager. Su Zhini took out a large permanent magnet from another drawer, placed the magnet on the table, and then slowly placed the superconducting material in his hand on the magnet. As he loosened his hand, the thick black material was suspended on the magnet as Yu Yuan had imagined. But because Su Zhini had given it some force, the material was not completely still, but was spinning. Yu Yuan, in a good mood, reached out and tried a few times. Everyone knows that according to the principle of electromagnetic interaction, when the external magnetic field changes, the conductor will generate current. Because superconductors have no resistance, these currents will not decrease. According to Lenz's law, the magnetic field generated by these currents will prevent the change of the magnetic field. And the effect is that the magnetic flux of the superconductor will never change. At this time, if a magnet is placed next to a superconductor with no current and no magnetic field, the superconductor will inevitably make the magnetic flux inside the superconductor zero. At this time, the superconductor will generate a magnetic field to cancel the magnetic field of the magnet. If the magnet is a permanent magnet, the two magnets will repel each other. For superconductors, the circular current inside them will generate a magnetic field, which will repel the magnetic field of the magnet. On a macro scale, the superconductor is suspended on the magnet. Yu Yuan fiddled with the superconductor for a few times, then looked at Su Zhini. Professor Su, is this thing an accidental synthesis or... Don't worry, General Manager. Su Zhini seemed to know what Yu Yuan was going to say, and immediately replied, the whole process of the experiment can be reproduced. We have tried it many times, and there is no problem. That's good. Yu Yuan showed a long-lost smile on his face. The experiment can be reproduced, which means it is not made by chance like alchemy, opening a blind box. It seems that next year, he can change his name to Academician Su. How ductile is this thing? How big is the fluctuation of the environment in which the superconducting phenomenon occurs? Is it possible to mass-produce it? Yu Yuan asked a series of questions again. Not as good as copper, but better than aluminum. It is between the two. Its superconducting properties exist in a wide temperature range, about between -269 degrees Celsius and 76 degrees Celsius, and the pressure is between 0.1 and 1.6 standard atmospheres. Beyond this range, the conductor will produce resistance. These are the specific parameters. Su Zhini answered while clicking on the computer file on his desk. He knew why Yu Yuan asked about ductility. Metals or alloys with good ductility can be used as wires. The ductility of this superconducting material is between copper and aluminum, which perfectly meets this condition. Su Zhini turned the computer screen to Yu Yuan and continued, in theory, this material has the potential for large-scale production. Because our laboratory already knows its precise molecular formula and the specific parameters of each process of preparing it. However, large-scale production cannot be compared with the laboratory after all. The minister should ask the Ministry of Industry for more clarity. Yu Yuan nodded. He understood what Su Zhini meant. There must be a process for something to go from the laboratory to large-scale production. Even if the laboratory provides parameters for each step, real industrial production is not simply about making the laboratory equipment and materials larger. Although it is the Ministry of Industry's business, the position of production consultant still needs you, Professor Su. After all, no one is more familiar with superconductivity than you. Yu Yuan affirmed Su Zhini's words and proposed that he take on the position of production consultant. He has already begun to imagine the future. The emergence of normal temperature and pressure superconductors will bring about a technological revolution in all fields. After the application of superconducting materials, the Hope will inevitably undergo a major overhaul, including various circuits, components and various equipment, and coils for thrusters. The recently completed Callisto ship will also be upgraded. At least all heat-generating and lossy components will be replaced with superconducting materials. Electric energy has no transmission loss, which is a wonderful thing. In the future, the energy loss of the Hope will be reduced to almost zero. The most direct and intuitive manifestation is that the power of the thrusters will be increased again, and humans will be expected to break the speed limit of 1% of the speed of light. Moreover, Superconductivity has come out. So how far can controlled nuclear fusion be? You know, in terms of controlled nuclear fusion, humans have been close to success as early as the Earth era. As long as humans can now bring this technology back to the level of the Earth era, controlled nuclear fusion can be achieved. Of course, humans still need some time now. By the way, Professor Su, do you still remember Silver Mist? Yu Yuan suddenly moved his eyes away from the computer screen and said to Suzhini, I will never forget it in my life. Speaking of Silver Mist, Suzhini showed some fear on his face. He sighed. Does the general want to talk about the thermal imaging of Silver Mist? Yu Yuan nodded. The success of superconductivity reminded him of that scene back then, when humans used thermal imaging to scan Silver Mist. They found that Silver Mist did not have any heating phenomenon, whether it was in flight or in a latent state. At that time, he was wondering what the reason was. Now that he thinks about it, it must be superconductivity. It should be superconductivity. And the temperature and pressure range is much larger than that of our material. But I would rather believe that it is not caused by superconductivity. A trace of fear appeared in Suzhini's eyes. He sighed for a long time, calmed himself down, and then continued, because I really can't imagine how superconductivity works at the nano level. No, it should be at the picometer level. Can you imagine? That kind of technological strength is really despairing. Chapter 75. Yu Yuan's decades of work were not in vain. He understood what Suzhini meant. Silver Mist. Not only is it a true product of nanotechnology, its most basic components must be at least at the picometer level. And the energy conduction component is also a superconducting material at the picometer level. Its microscopic technology and precise instruments must be required to achieve this. The industrial strength it demonstrates is indeed easy to make low-level civilizations despair, especially scientists. Ordinary people only see the overwhelming sense of oppression when they see the Silver Mist. But scientists see its inherent high-tech content. Humans can indeed make medical nanorobots. After seeing the Silver Mist, humans have removed the word human and called it medical nanomachines. Although they are all named after nano, most of the human ones are gimmicks. Compared with the Silver Mist, the so-called nanomachines of humans are no different from stone axes in the Stone Age. We see despair, but we can't be scared by it. We should turn despair into motivation. Aliens can do it, and so can we. One day, our human technology will surely reach that level, or even surpass it. Yu Yuan held his head high and spoke generously. He was still waiting to become rich in the future and go back to avenge his dead compatriots. Don't worry, General. I'm not that fragile. Suzhini understood Yu Yuan's words, and after a smile crawled to his face, he stood up and continued. Silver Mist made me see a peak of 10,000 feet. This peak is the goal I want to climb in the second half of my life. Even if I fall, there will be thousands of successors who will continue to move forward and eventually reach the destination. Yu Yuan also smiled and said, humanity will definitely reach the peak of true nanotechnology. But Professor Su, you can't fall down. You have to see the scenery on the top of the mountain with your own eyes. Not counting the hibernation time. I am already 53 years old. Even if I can live 100 years, it is difficult to see that day. When Suzhini said this, he didn't look very sad. Just a little regretful. General, to be honest, I really don't see the possibility of realizing the true nanotechnology of Silver Mist within 50 years. There is no possibility at all. Yes, we do see the direction and the view on the top of the mountain, but there is no road leading there. We have to pave the road and build our own transportation. Then we have to face the difficulties and obstacles of seeing the mountain and running to death. Which step of a technology from unknown to known, and then from knowing that it can be realized to actually realizing it, does not require a long time to settle? Let's not talk about the distant past. Just take controlled nuclear fusion as an example. After humans knew that controlled nuclear fusion could be realized in the 20th century, they never stopped studying it, and then said that it could be realized in 50 years. It took who knows how many years before it was changed from 50 years to 30 years. And then it was said that it would be realized in 30 years, for almost 100 years. It is foreseeable that the technology that dares to report a timetable is so difficult, not to mention the technology of true nanotechnology, which cannot even estimate the timetable. Technological progress has never been achieved overnight. As everyone knows, in the Warring States period, the strongest bows and crossbows in the world all come from Korea. Shi, Shu, Yen, Xiao, Wei, Qin, Zhongshan, Song, Wei, and Lu. All the vassal states knew that Korea's bows and crossbows were the best in the world at that time. But who could have known that they would have bows and crossbows as powerful as Korea in a short period of time? No! The range of the Han crossbow is 600 steps, equivalent to 500 meters, which is completely an assault rifle. According to historical records, during the reign of King Wu of Qin, the military strategist Gan Mao led 100,000 troops out of Hanga Pass to attack Yang and Han, relying on the sharpness of Qin's swords and the bravery of Qin's elite soldiers. They fought for 5 months without success, with heavy casualties. What Han relied on was the world's best crossbow. After this battle, Qin began to exert its strength in bows and crossbows. It was not until the reign of King Zhaoxiang of Qin, the big devil in history textbooks, that Qin's crossbow replaced the Han crossbow and became the best in the world after years of poaching craftsmen from Han and setting up assembly lines. This is the case with crossbows at the same technological level. Not to mention that there is still an unknown gap between human civilization and the civilization that makes silver mist. Zhuangzi once said, "My life is limited, but knowledge is unlimited. To pursue the unlimited with the limited is dangerous." Seeing Su Zhini sighing about lifespan, Yu Yuan first quoted the words of the ancients, and then expressed his own point of view. To pursue the unlimited with the limited is indeed dangerous, but as long as we can extend the limited to eternity, it is not impossible to use the limited life to seek the unlimited knowledge. You will see, Professor Su, our human biotechnology will not stand still. A mere 100 years is no longer the limit of our human lifespan. In the near future, 100 years will be just middle age. Oh, Dr. Ikai has made progress? Over the years, Su Zhini has been focusing on superconducting research and has not paid much attention to other fields. So he does not know the progress of life science research. Of course, if he doesn't come up with something, he will die of old age. Yu Yuan joked to Ikai from a distance. Ha ha ha. That's true. Dr. Ikai is over 80 this year. Right? Hearing Yu Yuan say this, Su Zhini suddenly became concerned about Ikai's age. Well, 83. But it's not a big problem. You know when you have time to learn about his life. Ikai has now really fulfilled the poem Old Man is 80 years old and still works hard. But Yu Yuan didn't say it clearly. After all, that is Ikai's private life. He changed the subject and said, there are 2 living samples here for him to study. Especially the other one. If he doesn't come up with something, how can he live up to his reputation? That's true. Su Zhini nodded. Now the production department will be busy. Busy is good? Yu Yuan smiled. He was going to go back after learning about superconductivity. But since Su Zhini didn't know much about the progress of life science, he said casually, life science has made progress as early as half a year ago. Last month, Ikai produced the first dose of clinical trial drugs. According to his speculation, the drug can increase human life expectancy by about 1 to 1.2 times. So far, no adverse reactions have been found in the subjects. Oh, if the reproductive function doesn't count, then there is none. As we know before, humans who use the life potion will temporarily lose their fertility until the body enters the aging cycle again. Yu Yuan began to tell Su Zhini about the recent achievements of life science. In fact, Ikai's research progress is not limited to this, but due to the fact that humans have lost the rich gene pool of the Earth's biosphere, his research has been difficult, and many experiments with good ideas cannot be done. So it took so long to come up with such a reduced version of the life potion. According to Ikai, the reason why it is impossible to make a complete one is entirely because humans have lost the foundation of the Earth's biosphere. For this reason, Ikai has repeatedly asked Yu Yuan to bring him a planetary biosphere. Chapter 76. Ikai even dared to promise in front of Yu Yuan that as long as Yu Yuan could get him a planetary biosphere, he could make a life potion with a lifespan of 500 years within 50 years. Based on his understanding of Ikai's personality, Yu Yuan felt that this was mostly bragging. But it should be a bragging that had been prepared. Yu Yuan still remembered the arrogant expression of the old man at that time, as if he was sure that he could not get him a planetary biosphere. Just when Yu Yuan was about to introduce the specific details of this life potion to Su Zhini in detail, the internal communicator embedded in the chest of his military uniform suddenly rang. Yu Yuan raised his right hand and clicked the button on his chest. And then, he heard a woman voice coming from the communicator. Yu Shuai, come to the command center immediately. The Hope has received a strange signal. Manueme? Hearing such a familiar royal sister, Yu Yuan immediately knew who the caller was. But strange signals? Could it be another alien civilization? Yu Yuan's heart trembled. Can't you give humans time to develop peacefully? The threat of silver mist is still there. And there is another strange signal. Is this going to let people live? What do you mean by a strange signal? Is it that the content cannot be deciphered or the source cannot be located? Yu Yuan asked hastily without any hesitation. Both. But the communication expert said that the problem of not being able to locate the source is because we have only received the information once so far. In addition to the Hope, have the detectors we have deployed in other locations in this galaxy received it? Yu Yuan asked again. Yes. Dr. Zhao Yuqin judged based on this point that this signal should be a broadcast signal. Okay. I'd be there right away. After Yu Yuan finished speaking, he clicked a button to close the communication. And then looked at Su Zhini. Professor Su, would you like to go and take a look together? No. I can't help much with communication. And although the superconducting material has been realized, various optimization experiments still need to be continued. Su Zhini put the superconducting material on the table back into the drawer, and then shook his head to reject Yu Yuan's proposal. Yu Yuan knew that Su Zhini was being modest when he said he couldn't help. But he didn't force it. So he nodded and said, well, then I won't bother Professor Su. After leaving Su Zhini's office, Yu Yuan told Long Xiaolin, go to the Academy of Sciences and notify Dr. Talia Sinskaya and Dr. Lu Xiaofan to come to the bridge. By the way, if the Academy of Sciences can't find Dr. Lu Xiaofan, go to Dr. Ikai's Institute of Life Sciences. Talia Sinskaya was one of the few foreigners on the Hope. Before the solar disaster, she came to the Callisto base in the name of Scientific Research Cooperation. Yu Yuan still remembered that the cooperative research project was in the field of quantum information. But after the disaster, Yu Yuan discovered that she was actually a cryptographer. To be precise, it was not a discovery, but Talia Sinskaya herself reported it to the new government after the Hope was built. The apparent reason was very simple. That is, she wanted to live in an independent cabin belonging to experts. In fact, when Talia Sinskaya reported it, Yu Yuan had some associations with her identity as a cryptographer. But at that time the sun and the earth were gone. So he gave up the initiative to conduct an in-depth investigation. After all, the investigation was meaningless. Talia Sinskaya is a cryptographer, while Lu Xiaofan is a linguist. If the strange signal is an alien broadcast, they might come in handy. In his heart, Yu Yuan really didn't want it to be an alien civilization signal. But no matter how much he didn't want it, he still had to make the necessary preparations. Some things don't happen just because you want them to. After Long Xiaolin left, Yu Yuan and the two accompanying soldiers went directly to the Hope Control Center. After taking several elevators and passing through dozens of hatches, he arrived at the control center. What's the situation with the strange signal? As soon as he entered the Hope Control Center, Yu Yuan spoke to the communication experts, who were busy at their respective consoles. Captain, 18 minutes ago, the Hope suddenly received a signal with obvious traces of civilization. The signal lasted for 6 minutes and 18 seconds. We are trying to locate its source. But because the signal is a single shot, we have no way to determine its direction yet. Zhao Yuqin, who was pointing at the work screen operated by a staff member, turned around and answered. Yu Yuan walked to Zhao Yuqin's side in 2 steps, and then looked at the work screen. He was not a communication expert, and he could not understand the advanced professional things, but he could understand what the staff were doing. After looking at it for a while, Yu Yuan roughly knew what Zhao Yuqin meant by trying to locate, because humans have only received information once so far. Zhao Yuqin wants to compare the information received by Hope and the detectors placed by humans on other planetary orbits in this galaxy, so as to determine the direction of the information by time difference. What the staff is doing now is to write algorithms on the computer, and then treat the detectors distributed by humans in various parts of the planetary system as a receiving end array, and then reverse the source through the time difference of signal reception at each point in the array. At this time, Yu Yuan suddenly saw in his peripheral vision that a wave representing the signal reception display on a monitor next to him suddenly swayed. At the same time, the staff sitting in front of the monitor suddenly shouted, Director Zhao, look! It's coming again! Signal is coming again! Zhao Yuqin flashed behind the staff member, and then stared at the display wave. Yu Yuan also turned over, and saw that the display wave increased and decreased. And the jump was very regular, which was very different from the signal of pulsar. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that the source was not a natural pulsar. Suddenly, everyone fell silent, and the only sound in the command center was the buzzing sound of the signal receiver and the occasional sound of current rectification. The staff used the equipment on the Hope to record the various characteristics of the signal as last time. But just as the recording started, the signal disappeared. It only lasted a few seconds. The last time was 6 minutes and 18 seconds. Why is it only 3 seconds this time? Seeing the signal stop, Zhao Yuqin looked at the staff on the left. What is the time interval between the two signals? 23 minutes. The staff answered immediately. The interval is 23 minutes. The first signal lasted 6 minutes and 18 seconds. But the second one was only 3 seconds. Check the records immediately to compare whether there is any overlap between the two signals. Yes. The interval between the last signal ending and the current signal appearing was about 30 minutes. If there is a third signal, it is most likely some kind of repeated broadcast. But after waiting for a long time, there was no third signal. Comparison shows that the second signal is exactly the same as the first signal in the second half. At this time, a staff member shouted, "There is a repetition. So it should be the same source. Although I don't know why the second one is so short. Immediately summarize the satellite data and adjust the analog signal array. 2 times are enough for us to find the direction of the signal," Zhao Yuqin said to the staff who were integrating the signal array. But as soon as he finished speaking, he patted the staff on the shoulder and changed his words. "Forget it. Let me do it." After the staff made way, Zhao Yuqin sat down in front of the operating table, and his hands immediately flew on the keyboard. As he moved, various data on the display screen immediately flew up and down, and a series of codes were skillfully typed into the array program by him. It can be seen that Zhao Yuqin is very familiar with these operations. Chapter 77. While Zhao Yuqin was busy, everyone was watching nervously. Yu Yuan was also walking around the bridge anxiously. He was really worried. Although it is not confirmed yet, everyone present can generally see that this strange signal is most likely sent by a civilization. I hope it is a signal from the distant universe, Yu Yuan thought to himself. The farther the better. Now Yu Yuan really doesn't want to encounter any alien civilizations, and doesn't want to encounter anything related to alien civilizations. Humans are too weak. Even if they encounter a civilization at random, they are likely to suffer a catastrophe. After all, a civilization that can cross the stars is definitely not something humans can handle. Although humans have crossed 9.4 light years to get here, they rely not on navigation technology, but on hibernation technology. A normally developed civilization will never conduct interstellar navigation at this stage of human beings. With the current navigation technology of humans, the best place to stay should be their home galaxy, rather than running to other galaxies. So, if we encounter other civilizations in the universe, the level of this civilization is definitely higher than that of humans. While everyone was waiting anxiously, the automatic door of the bridge was opened, and then Long Xiaolin walked in with Lu Xiaofan and Talyasinskaya. "Director, the 2 doctors are here." Long Xiaolin walked in front of Yu Yuan and said softly, "Okay." Yu Yuan nodded, looked at the 2 people behind Long Xiaolin, and then he pointed to the control console not far to his left. "2 doctors. I won't say polite words. The unknown signal information is stored over there. You can go and see it yourself. General Yu, we can't decipher this kind of information by ourselves." Before she went over to see it, Talia spoke in Chinese. "I know that Zhao Yuqin will work with you. Experts in other languages and cryptography will be here soon. You don't have to worry about manpower. If you need any resources, just ask Zhao Yuqin directly." After hearing Yu Yuan's words, Talia, the big horse, said nothing more and ran directly to the control console to get into work mode. As for Lu Xiaofan, she turned and walked to the other side. She was a linguist, but her work could not be carried out until the signal processing experts converted the unknown signal into a visual spectrum. At this stage, she could not help much. At this moment, Zhao Yuqin suddenly shouted, "Found it!" Hearing this, Yu Yuan was shocked and immediately walked behind Zhao Yuqin to look at the screen. Man Yuemei and Zhu Pite, who had just come in from the door, also came over. At this time, Zhao Yuqin had converted the string-like signal into a visual image, or more precisely, a star map, so everyone could understand it. But because they could understand it, everyone was stunned. Even Zhao Yuqin, who was continuously zooming in on the image, was stunned. Yu Yuan first felt that the stars in the image looked familiar, and as Zhao Yuqin continued to zoom in on the image, he felt even more familiar. When he saw Zhao Yuqin use an arrow on the screen to indicate the source of the signal, he suddenly came to his senses. Then Yu Yuan felt a chill coming out from the soles of his feet, and then instantly swept upwards towards his consciousness, and his hair stood up and his back felt cold. The same was true for the others. Zhao Yuqin, Zhu Pit, Man Yueme, Lu Mian and other scientists all stared at the screen with wide eyes, fear in their eyes. No mistake? Yu Yuan took a deep breath to calm himself down, then looked at Zhao Yuqin unwillingly, hoping that he would answer that he had made a mistake. Zhao Yuqin turned his head to look at the planets marked on the screen, looked at the several semicircles representing the signal symbols, and shook his head with difficulty. Then, with a glimmer of hope and despair, he input various parameters again. Letting light of the Milky Way. Recalculated again. But when the screen turned into an image again, the result was still the familiar planet. Bang! The hot-tempered Lu Mian punched the workbench and said in a hoarse voice due to nervousness, "How could this happen? Is Silver Mist conscious? After so many years, I thought it was quiet, but this damn thing is still haunting. It shouldn't be. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. If Silver Mist can send messages, why hasn't it made any movement for so many years?" Planet Ross 154-4. This is the location of the signal source indicated on the screen. Now when people see this planet, they will think of the terrifying Silver Mist. But the signal source is sent from this planet, which can't help but make people think. But as Lu Mian said, all this doesn't make sense. If Silver Mist has this ability, there is no reason why it has only sent information now after 7 years. And it is a broadcast-like information, almost every 30 minutes. Why is it? If the signal came from the distant starry sky, then everyone would take it for granted. After all, a certain civilization sending cosmic broadcasts conflicts with the cosmic background inferred by human experience. But it is also possible. People can also accept it, even when the source of the signal was not determined. Yu Yuan imagined the cosmic background a little bit. If the signal really came from the depths of the universe, the cosmic civilizations might not be in a hostile state of the dark forest as humans think. Yes, the sociologists on the Hope have made some guesses about the background of the universe based on human experience, and generally guessed that it is a dark universe. But if there is cosmic broadcast or interstellar regional broadcast, it means that the universe is not completely dark, and there is communication between civilizations. In fact, humans also tend to this view. But there is no evidence. Now there is such an unknown signal similar to broadcast. Yu Yuan thought that humans could take a peek at the cosmic society. But it happened to come from Ross 154-4, a planet with terrifying things like Silver Mist, which makes people feel cold. No one in the bridge believed that the signal had nothing to do with Silver Mist. What is the current status of Silver Mist? Yu Yuan asked. As soon as he finished speaking, a staff member in the bridge immediately transferred the satellite image to the big screen. For 7 years, humans have never relaxed their observation of Silver Mist. Why are they silent? Man Yueme, who was standing by, saw the display on the screen, frowned, and fell into deep thought. That's strange. Could it be that the signal has nothing to do with Silver Mist? Lu Mian also looked at the big screen, but found that the Silver Mist was still lying on the surface of the planet motionless, just like 7 years ago, as if it had fallen into hibernation. Seeing this scene, everyone felt relieved. The thing that humans feared most did not happen. The Silver Mist did not move, and there was no sign of Ross 154-4 flying out. There is too little information now, and no useful information can be inferred. So the most urgent task is to decipher this information. Yu Yuan looked at the Silver Mist on the big screen, which was equivalent to an area of a province, and said slowly, Chapter 78. That's right. It seems that only by deciphering this information can we know what is going on. Abandoning useless speculation, all the communication experts, cryptography experts, linguists, and related physicists and mathematicians in the Bridge of the Hope joined the deciphering work. The series of jumping information codes on the signal receiver display were converted into visual codes by the communication experts, and then sent to all the personnel involved in the deciphering work through the internal network. The coded information is very long. If it is printed on A4 paper, it will be at least 500 pages. But things went much more smoothly than Yu Yuan had imagined. After only 10 minutes, Talia Sinskaya, who specializes in cryptography, said in surprise, General Yu, the first large part of the unknown signal is most likely a complete dictionary sequence. And the latter part should be a short text. Oh! You mean the other party sent the dictionary before speaking, and the content was deciphered? From the coding rules, it is most likely a dictionary. But it is just a preliminary guess. The content cannot be deciphered that quickly. My General Yu. Talia spoke Chinese with a Russian accent, but her words had a TED flavor. General Manager. Although the other party sent us a dictionary, we may still need several weeks or even months to parse it. Lu Xiaofan added. Can't Tai and Hezwang help? Yu Yuan asked. It can help in terms of calculations, but we should do it ourselves in terms of dictionary logic deduction and text comparison, Lu Xiaofan said, and then began to study the first part of the dictionary again. Yu Yuan nodded to show that he understood. This was the first time that humans encountered a real alien signal. It was amazing that they could tell it was a dictionary plus a paragraph at once. Although the artificial intelligence of humans, Tianhe Light, is artificial intelligence, it is not a real intelligent life after all. It can be used to translate languages of various countries or languages that humans have recorded. And it is also very accurate. It is nothing but a fool's dream to let it decipher an alien language from scratch. Of course, after humans decipher the dictionary contained in the signal, they will enter it into the Tianhe Light database. At that time, Tianhe Light can be used to directly and accurately translate the alien language corresponding to the dictionary without having to use humans to look up the dictionary every time. Old Lu, what do you think? Yu Yuan walked to the porthole, looked at the outer space, and spoke to Lu Mian, who was walking with him. Lu Mian raised his hand and touched his beard on his chin, and responded, sending a dictionary before speaking shows that this message is really broadcast. And there are 2 points that can be confirmed. 1. The civilization that sent the message wants us to know the content of the message. 2. The other party does not have our language information. Yu Yuan nodded affirmatively, and then added, and 3. The other party is very likely not Silver Mist. The chief is saying that Silver Mist could have obtained information about us humans by killing humans during the short period of contact with the landing personnel? This is impossible. Lu Mian shook his head, as if he felt that his words were not accurate enough. So he added, it's not that it's impossible to obtain information by killing humans, but that if Silver Mist has this ability, then they are not just mining tools, but intelligent life. But now they are still lying there motionless, still looking like they are controlled by some mining program. So I am more inclined to believe that there is another existence. We could not detect anything before, which only shows that our technology level is too low. Apart from that, I can't find any explanation for the relationship between the current state of Silver Mist and this strange signal. That's true. Yu Yuan pondered. He just suddenly thought of this possibility, and then set it out to remind people without thinking deeply. In fact, in recent years, scientists have 2 explanations for the state of Silver Mist. The first explanation is that Silver Mist has the ability to fly out of the planet. But because it did not find humans in orbit, it did not trigger its mining program. There is a loophole in this explanation. That is, since Silver Mist has such a high technological content, there is no reason why it cannot find humans in the orbit of the planet. For this loophole, scientists explain that Silver Mist is likely limited by its own mining program, and the search range is only on the planet. The second explanation is that Silver Mist does not have the ability to fly out of the planet at all. In this explanation, Silver Mist is simply a mining tool, and the civilization that created it did not give it this ability. For 7 years, humans have been speculating and explaining Silver Mist in various ways. But because of limited information, no explanation has been accepted. Humans are indeed afraid of Silver Mist, but it is precisely because of fear that they need to study and understand it in depth. Lu Mian thought for a while and said, General, the signal transmitter sent us a dictionary, which means that they have not contacted us before. Otherwise the other party may directly use our human signal language, being able to exist on the planet Ross 154-4. Its technological strength cannot be worse than Silver Mist. It seems that Lu Mian does not think that the signal source is Silver Mist, but another existence. Yu Yuan did not comment on this. After a day, humans found that the signal every half an hour was gone. For this situation, scientists believe that the other party is subject to some kind of restriction. or to give humans time to analyze. In the past day, the communication analysis team headed by Zhao Yuqin discovered another feature of the unknown signal. That is the strength of this signal. Although the signal is very similar to a broadcast, its strength is obviously not strong enough. And it is completely impossible to guarantee that it will not be distorted across a distance of light years. It is very much like a broadcast within a star system. Based on this discovery, scientists concluded that the unknown signal was sent specifically to humans. This scared everyone. What does this mean? It means that the unknown existence that sent the signal, or aliens, alien civilizations, have discovered humans. Based on this judgment, Yu Yuan almost insisted on leading all mankind on a long voyage again. However, humans can no longer withstand the tossing. With 1% of the speed of light, it is not known whether they can survive to the next star system if they run away. The existence of silver mist has indeed made leaving this galaxy a consensus among all humans. But to leave, we must at least achieve controlled nuclear fusion. Humans don't want to experience that kind of life and death voyage again. Humans who can't escape have no other choice but to do their best to speed up development here. At the same time, they are also curious and nervous about analyzing unknown signals. 1 week, 1 month, 2 months. With the efforts of hundreds of experts and scholars, it took humans 2.5 months to complete the analysis of the unknown signal. Finally saw the content of the information. On this day, the Bridge of Hope was full of people again. Chapter 79. Hello. Strange civilization. Everyone looked at the first sentence after the translation, which was only a few words. And the 3 seconds of the second signal was exactly the same sentence repeated. Because the broadcast comes with a public dictionary. Humans have achieved a relatively accurate translation after nearly 3 months of research. After converting the dictionary into code and entering it into light of the Milky Way, it can be said that humans have now learned the language of this alien civilization. The language is in double quotes because humans can only identify this language through electromagnetic waves and have not really seen the language's writing system. But it does not hinder communication. Everyone in the bridge continued to look down. When you triggered the mining mechanism of the intelligent nanorobots, you also triggered and awakened my dormant program. From then on, I watched you build on the planet. Watched you being killed by the intelligent nanorobots. But I'm sorry. At that time, I had no way to prevent all that from happening. And no way to notify you without alerting the intelligent nanorobots. This is my responsibility, or the responsibility of our civilization. Because these intelligent nanorobots are actually mining tools of our civilization. I can only say sorry for this. I forgot to introduce myself. I am from the Mockstar civilization, and I am a mine patroller. The reason I sent you this message is that I need your help. Of course, I will not let you help me for nothing. In return, I will give you the technology and knowledge I have mastered. By the way, please do not rush to reply when you see this message. Because your communication method cannot be hidden from the detection of nanorobots. I have a communicator here. It took me 7 years to make it based on the information of our civilization. Using it to contact me can avoid the detection of nanorobots. I have attached the manufacturing method in the last paragraph of this communication, which is a gift for you to help me. I think you should be able to make it with your interstellar technology. Okay. Strange civilization. Since I risked my life to send you this electromagnetic wave signal, I can only make it short. The specific matters will be discussed after you build the communicator. I will wait for your reply. The message from the self-proclaimed patrolman of the mining area of the Mockstar civilization ended here. From the message, humans also understood why the second time was only 3 seconds. Further down is a lengthy instruction manual, or a manufacturing method for some kind of communication equipment, which is full of various scientific terms. Yu Yuan did not rush to read the following manufacturing instructions, but looked around at the many scientists and sociologists present. What do you think of this person, who claims to be a patrolman of the mining area of the Mockstar civilization? From the information, it can be seen that this Mockstar civilization is the creator of Silver Mist. But this Mockstar civilization seems to have some changes that we don't know about. So that Silver Mist has changed from a mining tool to their enemy. A scientist immediately replied. The patrolman did not explain the reason. But from his description, it is not difficult to guess that it should be the rebellion of the intelligent nanorobots, which is often called the intelligent machine crisis. It's just that we didn't find any traces of civilization when we explored the planet Ross 154-4, which is a bit suspicious. But it may be because our technology level is too low. Intelligent machine crisis. That is to say, the source of the information is really not silver mist, or the intelligent nanorobots mentioned by the patrolman of the tax civilization mining area. The reason of the intelligent machine crisis revealed in the information is acceptable. After all, humans have long witnessed the power of the silver mist. However, the information is vague and many things are not explained clearly. For example, what happened to the civilization of Mach Star? What is the help mentioned? What is the current status? Where is it? Why do you think humans can help you? And as a mind patroller, where is he hiding? And if it is an intelligent machine crisis, then what did humans see before? The silver mist. Why does he still look like he is subject to the established mining procedures? It seems that he deliberately didn't say all these things. Is this mind patrol so confident that humans will definitely reply? Yu Yuan was silent for a moment and looked at the scientist who had just answered. Do you think this message from the so-called mind patrol is true? The scientist frowned, and he obviously didn't expect Yu Yuan's focus to be this. Seeing that the scientist did not answer immediately, Yu Yuan looked back at the large screen that was still displaying the content of the communication, and then said leisurely, or let me put it another way. Do you think there are mind patrols? Yu Yuan's focus was somewhat different. When he saw the message, the first thing that popped up in his mind was, is it true or false? Rather than any help or benefit, the Mach Star civilization should exist. After all, there is a dictionary. Linguists have also said that this language form is different from any human language. But at the next level, Yu Yuan had some doubts. He didn't even verify the so-called communicator manufacturing method, because he was sure that the so-called communicator manufacturing method mentioned in it must be true, because it goes without saying that humans will verify it later. And if it is false, there will be no follow-up. At this time, the scientist replied, there are no obvious loopholes in his words. So I think there is indeed such a mind patrolman. He may really be trapped on the planet because of a change in civilization. But we need more information for the specific reason. So now we have two choices. The first is to make a communicator according to the instructions, and then contact the mind patrolman and let him come to answer our questions. The second one is easy. Just pretend that you didn't receive any signal and ignore him. Yu Yuan stood with his hands behind his back and stared at the big screen, saying, whether we choose one or two, we have to verify the manufacturing instructions. After all, according to what the mining area said, this is a welcome gift. A welcome gift from a high-level civilization. So there is no reason to refuse it. By the way, have you seen it? What is this so-called welcome gift? Yu Yuan turned and looked at several scientists who were reading the manufacturing instructions. General, according to the manual, it should be a neutrino communication device. It says that under normal circumstances, this is a communication technology that can only be mastered by a level 2 civilization. Level 2 civilization? Yu Yuan caught a word. Yes, Dr. Liu said that this corresponds to the word 2 or second in the dictionary. So it is translated into level 2 civilization or second order civilization. Things from level 2 civilization. Can we make them? And what stage are we in now? Yu Yuan asked thoughtfully. The manufacturing manual has detailed steps. I think as long as the material technology can keep up, we should be able to make it. As for what stage of civilization we are in, the scientist who spoke did not continue, but turned around and spread his hands to Yu Yuan. The meaning couldn't be more obvious. I don't understand. Chapter 80. It seems that I can only ask the mind patrolman. Yu Yuan thought secretly. This is the first time that humans have truly communicated with alien civilizations. The other party seems to need humans. Why not take this opportunity to understand the universe? Since it says that under normal circumstances, true neutrino communication can only be mastered by level 2 civilization. It means that humans are definitely below level 2 now. I don't know if it is 0 or 1. As early as the 21st century, humans have the ability to build neutrino detection stations. And various countries have also built many of their own neutrino detection stations underground. In 1983, Japan already had the Kamioka neutrino detector. 7 years later, on this basis, they expanded it and turned it into a super Kamioka detector. And in 2022, Shiagawa also built a neutrino detection laboratory 700 meters underground in Dashishin, Jiangmen. The Soviet Union had it earlier, in 1977. But being able to build a detection station does not mean mastering neutrino communication technology. Not only is it not equal, But the difference is also very large. This is just like humans have the ability to build gravitational wave detection stations, but cannot produce enough gravitational waves for communication. Then let's build the communicator according to the instructions first. Yu Yuan nodded. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly became alert. No. You say, is there a possibility that the mine patrolman, or the mock star civilization, asked us to build the so-called neutrino communicator according to the instructions just as a cover? And the purpose is to use the communicator we built as a network access point to invade us. In other words, is it possible that they can invade us along the network cable? Yu Yuan's words startled all the scientists in the bridge, and they stopped what they were doing and looked at him. Seeing the complicated expressions of the scientists, Yu Yuan suddenly felt that he was overthinking. Could it be that the aliens have left a psychological shadow on me? To the point that I have paranoia about being persecuted by alien civilizations? Yu Yuan said secretly. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly heard a sociology expert agree, everything is possible. And what the general said is not unreasonable. I think it is not too much to be careful when facing a civilization whose technology is many times higher than ours. To find out whether this so-called welcome gift is a conspiracy, I think we can start from two aspects. First, find out the current situation of the mine patrol and what kind of help he needs. Second, analyze from a technical perspective whether it is possible to kill along the network cable. I don't understand the technology, so I can only speculate on the first point. The expert found a chair and leaned on it, and then continued, let's assume that the mine patrol exists. Then we can conclude that some kind of disaster has occurred in the mock star civilization. Just as Director Huang mentioned before, the intelligent machine crisis. If we think about this matter with our mindset, it is easy to come to the conclusion that the mock civilization was defeated or both sides suffered losses after the conflict with the intelligent nanorobots. Only in this way can we explain the situation where the mine patrol was forced to hibernate in their mine planet Ross 154-4. From the self-proclaimed name of the mine patrol in the information, if the translation is correct, we can judge that there should be a shelter somewhere in Ross 154-4, and there may be only him and an alien in it. Now let's think about it from his perspective. If I were him, the first thing I would consider in this situation would be to escape. From this, we can also infer that Silver Mist does not have the ability to fly out of Ross 154-4. Otherwise the mine patrolman would not have to find a way to escape. From this perspective, I think there is a possibility that the other party invaded through the network. But the probability is not high, unless this communication information was a scam from the beginning. But if it was a scam, why? To be honest, whether it is Silver Mist or the mining area patrolman, I have never thought of their motives for deceiving us. The sociology expert shut up here and looked at the several communication technology experts who were thinking in the bridge. As if he felt the gaze, Zhao Yuqin, as the leader in the communication field, took the lead in speaking. Let's run along the network. He paused for a while, as if thinking about how to say it. In theory, there is no such thing as a communicator running along the network cable, because communicators are generally divided into two parts, a transmitter and a receiver, and generally do not need to be connected to the internet. But we dare not guarantee whether the other party will tamper with the manufacturing process of the communicator. After all, we only know that the other party's technology is higher than ours. But we don't know how much higher it is, and what level of technology they have mastered. However, if he can kill us through the network cable, the other party must at least be a network consciousness. If this possibility exists, then the other party must not be a mine patroller, but an intelligent nanorobot consciousness that appeared in the intelligent machine crisis. This condition conflicts with the mine patroller. So if this possibility exists, then we have to assume that the one who sent the message is not a mine patroller. In this case, there is only one possibility for the existence of the message. That is Silver Mist. Well, to be precise, an intelligent nanorobot consciousness. In this case, there are some things that cannot be explained. Such as, what does this intelligent nanorobot consciousness want to do? Does it just want to destroy us? Or does it want to improve its technology by absorbing us? You should know that the technology content of Silver Mist is much higher than ours. If it wants to annex, it should find a more advanced civilization. No. Yu Yuan, who had been listening, interrupted. I remember saying before that Silver Mist does not have the ability to fly out of the planet. Could it be that it wants to use us to fly out of the planet in this way? It's possible. But the chief, silver mist has actually swallowed our transport boat. Right? For so many years, we haven't seen them analyze the ability to fly into space from the transport boat. Zhao Yuqin seemed to have thought of this possibility a long time ago, and his words were full of calmness. This Yu Yuan was stunned. Indeed? Is it really that he is overthinking? In fact, the signal is really a distress signal sent by the surviving mine patrolman? So should we pay attention to it? As the saying goes, money can move people's hearts. In the information, the mine patrolman said that he would give humans the technology he knew. A high-level civilization individual can make the technology of low-level civilization take off with just a few words. Not to mention giving technology directly. This attraction is indeed very great. And the gift alone is neutrino communication technology. But there is also a saying that goes, you can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a child. And another saying is, standing on a 1,000-foot wall, you are strong without desire. No matter what conspiracy or trick. As long as humans are determined to ignore it, there will be no danger. But what if what the mine patrolman said was true? Seeking wealth and danger. Yu Yuan hesitated for a moment. On the one hand, it is a shortcut for human technological progress. And on the other hand, it is safety. In fact, Yu Yuan himself did not expect that he would be afraid to make a communicator according to the instructions of alien civilization. After all, a choice must be made. Make. Yu Yuan took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, but you need to be extremely careful. It would be best if you can understand the function of each component.